Yeah,
if
it's
I
like
was
the dirt that
if I
never got blew away
Larry,
by a nuke.
So like the flag that was still there.
Larry, if I was carpet bombing a city, I would skip over the church too, bro. I don't want to get bad juju.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sanctuary area. It's like holy ground. You wouldn't bomb a church. And a lot of people were very religious back then, especially if you're flying over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You might be a little extra religious on that mission, right?
I wonder how many other Catholic churches got absolutely devastated other than that one that survived.
Well, in Dresden, I think that one got missed too.
I wonder how many other ones in Dresden just got absolutely wrecked. Because you know cities have more than one, right? You do understand how many people live in a city, right?
And no one ever clarified what actually made a nuke and how they went off and who.
Oh, that's been clarified many times.
Oh, it has.
You see, with the atom bomb, they have two simultaneous, explosions, and they meet in the middle, and it like cracks the atom open.
It's more than two. I think it was closer to like 20.
Yeah, but I thought we had water and a fusion plant or a nuclear power plant. So how does that explode again in the water?
Oh my God! Why did I unmute him?
You did this. You did this.
I do it
Pay your penance.
every time I come
Pay
in
your
here.
penance. Pay your penance.
It's the American with Disabilities Act. That's why you unmuted them.
I like
everybody has the right to freedom of speech.
So it's not in the water. The water is just ran. There's hot stuff that's run through the water. That's why they're moving to like these thorium
and you
salt
have a
reactors
nuke without water.
Slightly safer.
But
But
you have a nuclear power plant without water.
Yes, actually, that's why there's these salt-based ones that they've come out with that don't rely on water as a mediator.
No water near them.
Well, I mean, they're still going to turn to a steam because it turns out that spinning a magnet is a really, really, really efficient way of making power. So that's what we do.
So they got to make steam.
Well, they got to spin a turbine. It doesn't matter. They're trying to spin a turbine.
It's not making. It's not making power. It's transferring power into electricity. The power.
Well, we're making power, and then we're converting. We're making energy, and then we're converting that energy into electrical energy, so that we can then use it.
Energy is not being made by the magnet.
Hold on a second, brother. Can I ask you what's the difference from regenerative braking to what you just described? Just a hot piece of metal making energy.
I mean, regenerative braking is still the same thing that I just sort of stated. You're turning potential kinetic energy. You're turning one form of energy into another form of energy. No, you're turning one kind of energy into another form of energy, so that you can then extract that energy and use it for work later.
Hot rock metal, hot metal that you turned into metal from the ore and the dirt. Hot rock, make boat go.
I hope you're happy, Verdak.
Hot rock give you power.
I mean, sometimes I just listen to him and wonder how those neurons are firing in that cranium of his for this to come out.
I'm telling you, I could use it for a bell test.
Technology. Hot rock, make boat go. Ugh. Hot rock, heat up motorcycle. Regenerative rock. Ugh. Rub on rock, get power. If a bear didn't have nothing to scratch his ass with in the woods but a rock, he'd make nuclear energy. All the radiation.
You know when you'll be done driving there, Noah?
Okay, start a topic.
Well, I actually do have a question for you and Noah because I've been gone.
I got a question for Melodic. Do you identify as a female, or was that
Noah?
Was that serious?
Noah.
Or was that just someone else? No, not Noah. Someone texted me on the side that I'm misgendering Melodic and that Melodic is a female. So I'm just... Is that true that you identify as a female?
That would be correct. Noah, correct.
Do you identify as a female?
Correct.
That's nuts. So you're like Brenda, basically?
So that makes her a she, Noah, and that's what you should call her by.
Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck what you think I should or shouldn't do, bro. You're not even logical. You can't even form coherent sentences. So why should I listen to you as if you're some sort of moral authority?
Yeah.
So no, that means that
Well,
I
it's
was
a serious.
That's all you got, ain't it? That's all you got, ain't it? Oh, listen, it's your accent. Because that's all you can come up with. Because you're dumb.
Yeah, I mean, don't mock Cole's accent. Like, I was raised around those. They're not bad.
So I've been gone for a while. Whatever happened to Witsit?
It turns out he's not very science-minded.
Did he go to Globe?
No, I don't think he's gone to Globe. I think he just kind of faded.
Yeah, he fell off the moon. Is Jaren still around?
Jaren went Globe.
Jaren went Globe.
I think Jaren does stuff with McToon and him every once in a while.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I ain't calling you a fucking girl until you sound like one.
Cool story, man.
I don't know. I went on I went on McToon's show for like 2 minutes, and I seen him like talking about something, and he had like another speaker there, and I put like a couple comments in, and they decided to pick it out and read it. And when the guy read it, he goes, "Oh, McToon, I think he's got you on this one." And the McToon like stopped, and he looked at him like, "Huh?" And because that's why I said put the cord through the water, the diagonal line through the very surface of the water, and just swim diagonally to the surface. And the dude stopped and he reread it, and he said no, he's correct. He said no, he said the surface, not the core. He didn't say anything about going to the center of it. He said the surface of the water. And the dude's like couldn't find anything wrong with it. And the McToon was looking all stupid, like, because if I'd have said it to McToon, he'd have been like, "There's no way you can swim down through water. You can't swim through the surface of the ocean. You can't swim underwater 10 inches. That's illegal and can't do it on a globe." He'd came up with some kind of rule or excuse that I can't swim in water now, and water can't be swam in by humans. Good thing the other gentleman was there to keep him honest. The guy he was joking with and laughing, and they were both debunking all the flat earth stuff until they read that sentence and they shut up and went on to something else. They didn't even say nothing else about it. He said, "Democ is right." That means you boys can dive down to the surface of your globe water, but none of you have ever done it. You could stick that 7-mile pole you got to dig holes down through the water like a cord, just 10 inches under the water, and just stab it out the other surface with a camera on it. None of you have ever done it. It's weird. Only thing I would have been doing, poking holes in that globe water.
Fascinating.
But you can't stick a stick horizontally in the water or out of the water, can you, boys? Once you're under it, you'll hit dirt or water, won't you? Won't hit air. You'll never be able to hit air with a horizontal line, poking it that way out of the curved water, because the curved water doesn't exist. And you could put your little pole on the bottom of the boat. That boat that's supposedly down 8 inches from the other front of itself to the back of itself. They can stick a pole out the water that way.
Wait, I got a mile-long boat? That's a pretty good boat. I like that boat.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That didn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
The boat that's miles away from you, do you think's down under the water? The boat's only as big as whatever the boat is.
I just realized why you guys can't cope with reality. Yeah, dude, it's actually that's what it is.
They hate reality, don't they? They hate that curved water they can't stab or jump into, huh? Or jump out of.
Oh, I've gone swimming in the ocean many times. And I can tell you what, those waves definitely do curve.
All right. Is there something we can talk about that we don't have to argue? Anybody got anything?
I got an orange to represent the earth, but whatever you guys got, let's go with it.
Good. They're both globes.
Like this is a real apple to oranges comparison.
Yeah, the peel's going to represent the air, and the water. The top part of the pill is going to represent the layer of air that, like, where the air starts. And then the pill is going to represent the depth of the ocean. Then you're going to take a sewing needle and you're going to stab it diagonally through, and it's going to pop out the other side. Just the smallest portion of the needle you can do it with. Now go out in reality and repeat that in the water. We'll be good to go. Repeat that hypothesis with the proofs that I just gave you, with an actual spherical object and the object to prove what I'm saying. Let's get her done.
That'd be a long pole.
No, it wouldn't. That's what you say.
It'd be long.
Why would it be a long pole if it's an 8-inch difference in water? 8-inch curving water, you only need a 10-inch pole to stick out that, right? 2 inches? What are you talking about?
Where are you getting this 8-inch curving water?
Where you get
Curves in 8
8
inches?
inches per mile. So at the end of that mile is supposed to be an 8-inch difference from the top to the bottom, right?
So you want
So you should be able to stab a little stick in it. Not a big one. Stab it right in the edge. Stick it in there. The front of the stick's going to get wet, and the back of the stick's going to be dry. It's not that complex, brother. I don't know what you need a long pole for.
I mean, yeah, you're right, D-Mock. It's not the size, it's how you use it.
So what's the smallest pole you guys need to just stab it through the water, the curved water, the smallest part of the curve, which is 8 inches?
I still don't really understand where you're going with this or what you
The
actually.
orange pill. The orange pill. Look at the size of the orange.
Okay.
Now, make that the size of the earth. Make that 24,901, whatever. Then divide that down, right? And then make your little size. Make you're going to be the tip of the needle I stick through it. And the very tip of the needle, boop, through the other part. Boop, the smallest section of needle I can use to do this. You understand what I'm saying? Not the whole needle, just the tip. It's going to stick out the other side. So you as a human, underneath that boat, should be sticking a pole as long as the boat, maybe 10-foot pole, underneath the boat, out the water, out the surface. It's not that complex.
If it's 8 inches
You
per
say the
mile,
boat's on curved water. So stab a pole under it.
If it's 8 inches per mile, then how would a 10-foot pole even demonstrate that?
Because you're going down to the 8-inch part where the guy is on the boat, and you're going to be sitting on a raft, and you're going to stab it into the water. Past the boat, out the other part. Out the surface before the boat gets there. You're on a ball, and I'm going to stab a horizontal line diagonally down, and it's going to have to do this physically. It has to. What do you mean how? There's no how. In physics and geometry and reality, this is what it has to do. That's what
on a people scale, we're kind of a little challenged for this. Scalely challenged.
You are? You can't swim? So just swim.
No. I can swim. I'm just not big enough.
So swim diagonally down to the surface. Big enough to do what?
For to do this experiment, like you require very large things because
you can't
the orange we're on is very large. D-Mock.
I guess we don't got remote little things that swim underwater either, do we? Little things that don't need air, called cameras and little boats, little remote little things they send underwater. Those little yellow things.
Sure.
Yeah. So send her down diagonally to the surface, stupid.
Yeah, but that's not the issue. It's not. We need to be smaller. We need to be bigger. No. The boat needs to be bigger. The boat needs to be bigger. My needle needs to be bigger. I've got to be bigger.
Yeah, that didn't
like the scale. The scale is so large that like the boat.
Idiot, 8 inches is not a big scale. 3 miles where the boats disappeared isn't a big scale. That's a little bitty Earth. What the fuck are you talking about?
3 miles isn't large to a human. 3 miles isn't large to a human.
No, you're trying to claim the Earth is 8 billion miles. It's 24,901. That's 3 oil changes, stupid. That's nothing. Nada.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you've went. How many miles on your odometer? I bet you more than 24,000, pal. And you never went around the Earth.
It took a while to get there. You know, it took definitely like 8 to 9 months to get to that point.
But you never went around the Earth. You went to the grocery store and back, Dumbo. So
no, I could definitely go around the Earth, though. I've definitely been around the Earth.
Drive around the Earth every day of her life, going to bingo and back.
I definitely did have been around the Earth.
Apparently, it's small as fuck. The Earth is little, buddy, pal.
No, it's really not. It's really not that small, buddy.
Draw the Earth curve.
I would need about like a mile. Can you give me a sheet of paper like a half mile long?
No, on your wall, retard. No, just the 8-inch part. I just want to see the 8-inch part where the 8-inch part differentiates.
Yeah, on my wall wouldn't be a straight line because again, scales mean things.
Straight line. Welcome to flat Earth, stupid. We need that curve.
Yeah, I got it. You didn't scale, but
you don't know what a fucking curve is.
D-Mock, do you know what happens when you zoom in on a curve?
Yeah, we're looking for a curve, chum.
D-Mock, do you know what happens when you zoom in on a curve?
You know what an orange is, don't you? Not a straight line.
You know what happens when you zoom in on a curve, D-Mock?
Yeah, it doesn't have corners, and the corners float. Corners levitate on curves. They're anti-gravity.
No, D-Mock, I just want to know what happens when you zoom in on a curve.
Well, I got a cube sitting on it, and the corners levitate. That's what happens. The cereal box corners don't touch. And then when I put a cereal box at the end of 1 mile on a curve, one part of the cereal box is going to drop down 8 inches. What's that look like?
Do you know how big that cube would have to be?
Do you know even know what a square looks like dropped 8 inches on your globe?
Do you know how big of a square that would have to be?
Asking questions without answering what your curve is that you have no reference for.
Why would I answer when you've already said it? You clearly know it. You just don't understand what the scale means.
I can't understand when you don't have it. You don't have the scale you're asking about.
You've literally said it. No, you said it's not a great one because it's an approximation, but you said it 8 inches per mile. Like you can use that, and then you can think about how big the curve would have to drop over a fraction of a mile, and then you could realize just how small of a fraction that my wall is of a mile. So like how small of a fraction of 8 inch are we talking about?
What does it look like? I don't know, non-Earth curve haver, horizontal line guy.
Well, T-Mug, that's why I keep asking you, do you know what happens when you zoom in on a curve?
You don't have one.
But I don't need one for me to ask you this question.
You don't need a curve to know what zooming in on a curve is? That's your problem. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I can see it in my head, and I can zoom in on it. What happens when I zoom in on
the wall, and then zoom in on it?
T-Mug, what happens when I zoom in on a curve?
You don't have any Earth curve math, stupid. You don't have a scale because you can't draw it. You can't produce an Earth curve. It's not in your backyard, is it? What part of dirt is your curve in your backyard?
About 8 inches per mile is back there.
Well, show us the first beginning and the end of it. Show us the end of the mile.
Well, that's why I keep asking you what happens when
I'm asking you where the end of the mile is with the altimeter. I want to see the 5 altimeters set up all the way.
Are you enjoying this, Verdak? I hope you're enjoying this.
I think
you need 5 elevation tools to fit with your plumbs. You need about 1,000 plumb bobs all spread out along the mile all the way down from start to finish. You need to see them all deviate, every one more and more and more squared. And then you also need your elevation tools, about 5 of them set up along the way from start to beginning. You have one at the beginning and one at the end, and they should all read the same height. As you show a horizontal line as a reference, and then an 8-inch drop that's dropped below that horizontal line. And the elevation part of the elevation tool that drops below that horizontal line should not read different. It should still read 14 psi as it goes along sea level, stupid. Let's do her.
Did a 10-foot pole, Demo. Now you're talking about like a much larger scale.
Indeed, suddenly he understood the scale. But so Demo, the island that I live on is only like
right on the wall,
50-something miles long.
You guys don't have up that way on the wall. Listen to me closely. If you have a fucking globe, a horizontal line increases from me that way to space to the clouds. It's supposed to touch the clouds that go down below our feet and around the ball, back up around to that point again. Now, there's supposed to be clouds there. There's no elevation increase, so there's no 35,000 feet. There are no clouds that way at 5 foot off the fucking beach.
There are clouds 5 foot off the beach, in fact.
Go point to them, fly to them at 5 foot high. Go straight for them. I'll bet you money you'll never hit a cloud.
I've seen foggy beaches.
Money you'll never hit a cloud ever in your life.
I've seen foggy beaches, so I would disagree with that assertion, Debunk.
Okay, I want you to start. Okay, you're going to start in Death Valley, and you're going to start at a height of 10 foot. Now fly horizontally as far as you want. When are you going to reach clouds?
Well, I'm going to hit ground first because Death Valley's elevation is below sea level.
The clouds, you fucking retard.
Yeah, because the elevation is below sea level.
Hey, I don't need no because. It's welcome to Flat Earth, stupid.
That's why they call it a valley. You know,
No,
there's
that's
a
why
dip.
you need because it's in cartoons, Dumbo.
We're gonna start demo clips like this 10-foot pole, and then it's fucking priceless. And then he literally says, "Oh, you don't, you need a mile of shit after a 10-foot pole was supposed to fall."
No,
But the problem is, I live on an island. I live on an island that's only like 50 miles across.
No, how many dots does it take for the elevation tool to change moving it up? Smart boys. Up is horizontal. On your globe, it's vertical. That same vertical line,
up
turn
is
your ball
horizontal.
that way. Turn your ball that way to the right. That same fucking line I just used as the vertical became somebody else's horizontal, Dumbo, to the fucking clouds. Supposed to increase in elevation at the same exact rate. Now prove that your horizontal line increases in elevation every single dot at the same fucking rate as vertical does.
You just
Because
said up
vertical is supposed to be horizontal on your ball. If you don't comprehend it, go get a fucking circle, draw it on the wall, put a fucking L on it, touch the corner to it. Both of those things are going to leave that ball at the same rate, same time. Proof, guaranteed proof you guys are dumb as hell. That's proof. That's elevation and distance both increasing at the same time, same rate, that away and up away from the ball.
But you set
Which
up
way is that away? Like I got lost in which direction.
Draw a circle. I know you guys can draw a circle. This is going to be third grade for you again. Now draw an uppercase L on the ball, on somewhere the corner of it touches the ball. Just the corner touches the black line, gentlemen. Now tell me which part of those don't change in elevation and distance, you idiot fucks. Tell me which one. Which line, the vertical or the horizontal? They both change.
Oh, I'm lost. Is up horizontal still?
Yeah, it's a circle on the wall. You draw a circle on the wall.
Is currently teaching us.
You draw an L, a degree, a 90-degree angle, right?
Why in kindergarten?
And in the bottom part. Touch the very corner, the left side corner of the L, your uppercase L, to the sphere. Just touch it, the little corner piece. Now it's setting against the sphere. Now put your little forehead there. Your forehead standing right where that L is. Now that away increases and up away. The same fucking rate, boys. Where's your math? Where's your fucking physics and your ignorance now? Now you don't understand.
My math is it's very small, and then this L that you've drawn on a circle. I'm telling you right now, that L is a
very small scale. Every single dot introduces itself
of the Earth's surface, and that you and I are not
above a horizontal line
of the Earth's surface.
Listen, retard, you don't have an Earth surface that's not horizontal. Dumbass.
Oh man!
I'm waiting for you to put your floaty cube out on the water so we can see the corners float.
So D-Mock, going back to your circle and your L, right? That L takes up a significant portion of the radius of that circle. You and I do not. You and I do not. You and I do not. You and I do not.
Stop making shit up, retard. Let's go over your
picture. Stop interrupting me. Come on, D-Mug. We're having a nice conversation. We're having a nice conversation. Can you not interrupt me? We're having a nice conversation. Can you not interrupt me? Can you not interrupt me? Can you not interrupt me? We're having a nice conversation.
Can you not? Your own mouth.
Gmo, come on, man.
I don't see your circle. Shut the fuck up. Where is his circle and his L?
It's in my head, bro.
Fuck your head, stupid.
You just said picture a circle and L. We're picturing it.
No, I said draw it on the fucking wall. Actually, 100 times already.
Well, I don't have a webcam, so I can't show you. I can't show you my wall, but you can just trust me that it's there.
Prove a ball. Draw a circle.
I don't have a webcam, so I can't show you it, so you can just trust me that it's there. So anyway, this L is a significant fraction of the radius of the Earth, of the circle that I've gone, which then would extrapolate that it would be a significant fraction of the radius of the Earth. And this would be, come on, T-Box. We're having I'm doing physics and you're not listening to me.
Yeah, I know, comedian. You don't have a circle and an L you've drawn. There's no point.
I told you I don't have a webcam, so I can't show you them. But I have drawn a circle and an L. I promise you. I promise you, I've drawn the circle and the L.
Globe together. Don't laugh about it. Let's do it together.
I'm trying to talk to you about the circle and the L.
No, you're trying not to disprove the globe in front of everybody.
I've drawn it. I don't have a webcam. I can't show you it. But I promise you, I've drawn it.
The L.
I promise you, I've drawn it.
Well,
You
send the picture to the chat. We'll take a look.
I don't have a camera. I can't send it to you. I'm sorry.
So now you're retarded and don't have.
You're just gonna have to accept it. You're just gonna have to accept
lungs?
it.
Are your eyeballs okay?
I mean,
you got fingers?
Demok, you didn't answer my question about what happens when you zoom in on a curve. So why should I draw a circle when I can imagine a circle?
Without a circle on the wall, you're pointless. You have no point to talk. You need a
Demok,
circle with
can
an
you
L
imagine a circle in your head?
Prove your globe garbage with your circle and an L, and I'll go over it with you on how you're wrong and your globe got debunked.
Demok, can you picture a circle in an L? In your head? Can you picture a circle in your head?
Start with an orange. So you think I haven't got a whole bunch of balls and fucking little L's and little chords and little lines and little things through them at different scales and different sizes and different? Are you stupid? That's the whole point of this process, to get a real sphere and show you retards how it works.
Kind of ask him
and
here.
If you retards don't know how a real sphere works, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We're supposed to be proving a real sphere physically somehow, right? The way to prove it is up is left, up is left and down and up. Up is all directions on your ball. That's all we need to do to prove it, retard. That's all you guys have ever needed to do to prove it, is get the fucking elevation tool and prove that down is up, forward is up is up, all directions from your ball in outer space is fucking up. Prove that with the elevation tool.
Demok, can you picture a circle in your head?
On the wall, go every direction from it. That's all you guys need. Get a dot on the wall. Every direction from that reference frame should be up.
Cause I've been too long.
I've been down up to Australia.
Cause it's been too
up down to Australian clouds.
Cause it's been
39.59. 1 foot past the going up.
long.
Where's the 39.59 that away or down?
Over that way.
Clouds that way.
Here you go, Demok. I'm getting ready to give it to you. Don't worry. There you go. There's my circle and the L. Kind of more to scale than I think you had in mind.
What an intelligent group of individuals I find myself surrounded by.
I mean, no.
So anyway, as I was trying to say, go ahead, Verdoc. I'm sorry.
Where's the L on the outside edge of it?
It's on the right, Demok.
On the outside edge?
Yep, it's on the right. Yep.
Okay, now which part of it doesn't go away from that ball?
Oh, none of it, because I drew it to scale for a human to the Earth.
No, I don't think you. So you're saying that's a horizontal line for both parts, right?
No, I'm saying the line that sticks out would be the vertical line, and then the horizontal line, because it's taking up such a small portion of the curve, it's essentially straight. So it shouldn't. No, it doesn't, because the line is too small for the curve to curve away.
Corners.
I'm sorry.
What kind of fucking retard is participating?
The L, that corner of the L does not fucking curve. The bottom doesn't curve, so that increased.
I didn't say it curved.
And
I agree with you. It doesn't curve.
Increased. So left. So little guy human. Left increased in elevation, and so did right, you dumb fuck.
No, actually, because if you look very closely, that little small segment of the line is small enough that the curve can be approximated by the line. I did zoom in. I did zoom in, Demok. I did zoom in.
What, are you not zooming in on your L to see it's not touching?
Oh, I definitely zoomed in. It's definitely touching.
How's your corner curving?
It doesn't have to. It's because that at a small scale, a straight line approximates the curve.
Can't touch the sphere. You understand that?
A straight line approximates the curve. Do you understand that, right?
No, the corner doesn't fucking curve. That means that line.
I never said it did.
So that line is increasing in elevation.
No, because that line is small enough that you can approximate the curve with it.
Listen,
the line is small enough that you can approximate the curve with it.
There's only one dot where that L can touch the sphere, you retard fuck. Zoom in. Now, left and right.
I am. In fact, I'm looking directly at it, and in fact, it's small enough that it does in fact approximate the curve.
Elevation tool. Now it's going to increase right and left, you dumb fuck, and up. Yeah, little guy, you just debunked your
Scale is so hard. scale is so hard.
It's so hard to
No,
debunk your globe
man, the
after
line
all
is
this
small
time.
enough that it
You
approximates
found
the
the
curve.
great flat Earth prover. You're
No,
so
the line
good.
is small enough that it approximates the curve.
Thank you for
It's
proving
great.
flat Earth to all these gentlemen. You're awesome. You've proven that up is the same rate as that away on a globe.
Hey, D-Muck, let me ask you a question, right?
You've
If I
proven it.
have
You've
a
already
shape,
proven it. There's
if I
no
have a
debate
shape,
left.
if I have a
You've
shape,
already got the
and I
turbulence
give
on the
it more
wall.
corners, if I have a shape and I give it more
Stop
corners,
talking, brother. You've already debunked the
what
fucking
shape do I
globe.
eventually get? You know, like a
Super
triangle
flat
has 3
earther.
corners, a
You should
triangle
get
has
a
3
Nobel
corners,
Prize
a
for
square
debunking the
has 4
globe.
corners, you know, a pentagon has 5
No
corners.
corners on a
What
sphere,
happens
buddy.
when I get to like
Stop
n
saying the word
corners?
corner. They don't exist on spheres.
When do I get to
Corners
n corners?
levitate on spheres.
What
Repeat
happens
after
as I
me,
get to
retard.
n? What happens as I get to n corners, D-Muck? Do you know what
Corners
happens when I get to n
levitate on
corners?
spheres. Repeat after me. Corners are anti-gravity to a sphere. Gravity can't bend a corner. Sorry, gravity.
No, I didn't say it did, D-Muck. So anyway, so as I keep
Yeah, so
adding
that's too
corners to a
bad. That
polygon,
corner
what
has
happens?
to increase in elevation.
What
Out
shape is
that
an
away and
n-gon?
up. That's the L. You can put it either way you want. Facing backwards, facing forwards, put the corner, put the front part lip. It's all the same, stupid. Up is supposed to be every direction from any dot you put on the wall. Dumbass.
What
Einstein.
what
Demo.
shape is an n-gon, D-Muck?
What shape is up? What's the
Hey,
rate of up from the point that you
Demo, I
start?
got a question for you. Demo, I got
What
a question
rate is
for you.
up and what direction is up or that away from where you start from any focal point as a reference? Every
Up is up.
fucking direction is the answer, gentlemen. Now
I got
ask your question.
yeah. Is this really you, this video? Demox Flat Earth Experiments? Sounds like you.
Damn, you guys have to
My
change the
voice?
topic to D-Mark. He was proving the flat Earth and destroying the globe.
Well,
I'm
because look
just
at
showing them that the
it.
rate of up works, but it's supposed to work the same way on a sphere, every direction. No matter where you put the dot, start from in the dirt, in the water, in the fucking air. Doesn't matter. I don't care.
Yep.
Do it here, do it there.
Scale is hard. I get it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Scale of what? Every single dot, stupid.
No,
Every
what shape do I
imaginable,
get?
conceivable fucking dot is supposed to be an increase. That's
What
hard for
shape
you
do I
to
get when
understand,
I
isn't
let
it?
the corners
The
of a
little scale
polygon
of
go to
up,
infinity,
the
D-Monk?
little rate of up is hard for you to comprehend, isn't it, dumb fucking Bo? Even though
Well,
you got a thing that tells you the numbers. This dumb fuck's got a thing that says, hey, number 1 high, number 2, now 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 5 feet, 10 foot. Are you stupid? We don't need to
I mean,
talk to you. A fucking tool tells us the
Demo,
numbers.
Demo, you were the one that said you needed a 10-foot pole, and then you also went to the scalar
Don't
argument.
run from elevation. Shut up. We're on elevation right now. You're the one that said you can't prove the rate of up is all directions. I can
No, I
prove
didn't.
flat
You
Earth
said
up
it was
is only
horizontal.
vertical. Flat Earth
Like,
up is
what
only
the fuck
vertical
out
away
there
from a horizontal.
talk about isn't even making any goddamn sense.
Flat
I'm
Earth
trying to
up is
follow you
only
because you're just
you're the
vomiting.
dumb fuck who needs an IQ, not anybody else. If you can't understand it, that's a you problem, dummy. A
I'm
horizontal
looking at
line
your
ain't fucking
experiment on a
hard.
site right
Go
there on
up from a
YouTube.
horizontal line.
And I'm
That's a you
wondering how
problem. That's
can you
up.
think this
Every
is going?
dot. Every
Like
dot
I
along the
can't
horizontal is
understand
supposed to
that
be
the
up,
math
going
is
left
out.
and right also, Verdak. Every fucking dot. The same rate, the same way. Up. Do you know what up and down is? They have a fucking exchange rate on how fast they become each other when you move them. It's instantaneous. So you move something up above the horizontal, you've changed your fucking every horizontal you can put above a horizontal is the new change of rate of elevation. It's not a fucking curve. There's no curved clouds, there's no curved air, there's no curved elevation. You would be able to prove it. There's no gravity to the center, or else you'd be proving it right now. The elevation tool would read to the center of gravity and away from it. That way, from
Is
every
the
point that you put in existence.
is the Earth, so is the Earth coming up and that's why we stay on it? It's like pushing.
No, the Earth's not moving unless you have an earthquake. The only time the Earth moves is during an earthquake, brother.
So what keeps us to the ground? If up is
You
forward,
not
especially.
getting, you're not doing any magic shit on a globe. No globe excuses keep you on the ground.
No, what keeps us on the ground?
No globe exists. Stop trying to say it's a globe. It's not a globe. It's flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. You're standing there fine, buddy. We don't make excuses, motherfucker. You guys got the excuses. You need to be falling or rising in space or doing some dumb shit. You guys need to
Every
be in
now
a
and
fucking
again.
vacuum. You need to have gravity magic, expecto gravity, patronum words and shit. Space and time.
Every now and again, I feel like DMOC is just like a parody of a first sergeant. It's phenomenal.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm saying we don't need that shit. You guys are trying to say, why isn't your flat Earth like our globe? It's the antithesis. It's the globe killer. That's why it doesn't need none of your globe garbage. Those fucking people that told you globe garbage where there's not a globe, who gives a fuck? It was all garbage.
I will just say, like, the fact that you're actually on a cell phone proves the globe, and it's so funny that you actually bitch from a cell phone or a
My
computer.
flat cell phone proves what? My flat, cute, square cell phone proves what?
It's almost like the old
It's
semiconductor
almost
argument.
like it's not a square. It's not a sphere, is it?
It's fucking funny.
We need a sphere phone, don't we? Stupid. To prove a
No,
globe, not a
swear,
flat one.
I could do a
Thank
bell
you.
test, and we could figure out whether
Wait,
they're
wait.
We
able.
also
He's
need
got
a
a
globe. Listen, with
he's
the
got a
globe
really good
TV, we
point.
would have a globe model, wouldn't we, boys? That matched reality, wouldn't we? Which we don't have. Ain't that fucked up? A globe model, a globe map, or a globe TV. Don't laugh at me, no globe computer. Flat screen boys.
No globe computer.
Call you the flat screen boys. Yeah, we proved a globe with flat screens. All the flat dirt technology we melted. We melted this dirt. That means globe.
Well, I mean, so that flat dirt is made of atoms, which are technically
Melt dirt.
circular. So I don't
Where's
know
an
how
atom
flat
at?
they
I
could
can get you
be.
a handful of dirt any day. Get me an atom.
Okay, I'll give you a handful of dirt. That's a lot of atoms.
No,
Like
no fucking retard.
several
You know my
moles
stories.
worth
I
of
just want an
atoms.
atom. I don't want dirt, stupid. You said an atom. Stick with your program.
Yeah, some dirt, several moles worth of atoms.
What the fuck is an
Nobody's going to
atom?
disagree with that.
Retardation, the word people use.
Everybody, listen, you disprove yourself when you can't produce the fucking shit you're talking about. What's an atom and produce one right now?
Pick up dirt and you have a bunch of them in your hand.
Yeah, a bunch
Exactly.
of them. I got a bunch of dirt in my hand. Your story is it's atoms, Superman. Now, prove it. Super story.
Do you know what a microscope is?
I know what an extraordinary claim is. Yeah,
You know
it's a glorified version of a
actually,
telescope.
I've got one for this. So
Yeah, it's a
in my
glorified
studies,
telescope.
in my geology lab, in
It's a
fact,
little telescope.
we went around campus. We went around campus and we grabbed dirt and then we prepared this dirt to go into an X-ray spectroscopy machine. And then when it went through the X-ray spectroscopy machine, magically we knew what was in the dirt because of the way the atoms responded to the X-ray spectroscopy.
I don't know
thing.
what
So
an atom
is.
Well, you haven't told us what an atom is yet. You keep calling dirt. So now the dirt responded that way?
Well, the dirt's made of atoms, and I know that because I can use a mass spectrometer on it, and
I can
get the atoms back out.
What's an atom made of? Maybe give me one of those.
Those are quarks, but I can't give you one. I can only give you those two at a time. The physics
so now
people
you don't even have one of the thing that's supposed to be itself. You have two. What the fuck?
No, they can't exist just by one. Like that.
Yeah, but dirt already exists. I got a handful for you. No stories to tell. Handful of dirt. Here you go, pal. Warm it up. What do you need to make? You need more dirt? Need more sand dirt?
Well, I mean, I need more elements, man. Like, you got any iron? Like, how much iron does this dirt have in it? Probably not a lot.
It's all dirt, iron dirt, ore dirt. It's all dirt. You know that, right?
No, I'm pretty sure dirt is definitely different from iron ore. Oh, no, I think ore is definitely different from dirt. Yeah, I think that's why we have two words.
Wait, are you saying ore is dirt? DMOC, can you say it?
Where do you get ore from? Get me some ore without dirt.
I just want to make sure we're getting our clips.
Yeah, I want to make sure I can get some ore somewhere without ground or dirt.
Okay,
no, but what about in the middle? Can we get dirt from the middle?
Ore is dirt.
You can get your plastic, you can get your glass, you can get your crystals, your rock, your gold, your diamond. You can get everything from the dirt. That's where it comes from.
Wait, you get plastic from dirt?
Yeah, the rubber tree plant.
Well, that's not dirt. That's a rubber tree plant.
Rubber isn't plastic. Oil isn't plastic. When you cook,
well,
when
oil
you
is
cook
also not
plastic
dirt.
down, what's it make? Gasoline.
But oil's
Earth
not.
already made that for you.
Is
Oil,
it oil
gas,
or oil?
plastic. It's called tar.
Coal's not here. Damn it! I need coal here.
Tar.
Or fucking blue. Either one. Or
Oil
left
is
lane.
oil is dirt.
What's solidified oil? What's
Ore
that?
is dirt. What else is dirt, Demo? We got ore, oil, plastic.
Dirt's everything. Dirt's all the shit.
Dirt's all the shit.
Okay, but
Everything
so that
breaks
raises
down
a
into the
question.
dirt.
You said there was no
Everything
dirt in
rises over
middle.
to the dirt.
So
You call
there's no
people
shit in
dirt.
middle.
Demo, let me just get this straight. You call people retards.
Yeah, because everything boils down to dirt. And listen, everything breaks down to dirt, right? And then the
No.
dirt, right, is and makes up everything else. So everything reacts in the dirt, goes to the dirt, reacts in the dirt, goes to the dirt, reacts in the dirt, and you got your shit. That's all made out of different kinds of dirt, reacted different ways, and a different pressure over here, temperatures over here, this liquid over here, this shit over here, salt over here. Depending on how the dirt's been divided or piled up, it reacts different ways, but it's all the fucking dirt, brother.
Is shit dirt?
Our
Yeah,
turtle's
shit's
dirt.
dirt too. Yes, sir. Yep.
Our turtle's dirt.
Everything breaks down to the soil. When you
I
lay
just
on the
want to make
ground, your
sure.
bones and everything break down to fucking dirt.
So when
Everything goes
when they
back to the
say
dirt.
when they say it's turtles all the way down, what they really mean is it's dirt all the way down.
Yeah.
What are
Okay, but
Dirt
then
all the way down.
what happens when you hit the magma? Is that dirt
I don't
too?
know. 8 mile guy, 7.6 mile fucking reaching dirt guy who can't reach no deeper, Glober. I don't know. You tell me.
Hey, how hot is it at that point?
You tell me. Make up stories, boy. Have you stuck your
Well,
fucking hand down there? Go down there and
I
tell
mean,
me.
there are other ways of measuring temperature.
There's
Surely,
other
Gmok,
ways of proving it.
you don't put your hand in the oven to test how hot it is, right?
What hole are you going to prove there's magma somewhere or 8 miles deep or something? Where are you going? Where are we
Well, I
sticking
mean,
our 8 mile fucking rod? And
there's these giant holes in the
you got
earth.
an
We call
8 mile
them
cord with
volcanoes.
a thermometer on it? We'll take a look at your 8 mile cord. Then we'll stick it through the water. Let's do this.
So there's these holes in the earth that
Well,
are
there ain't no
full
8 mile
of
cord
liquid
for you to
rock,
see what's going on down there. Apparently,
and then you can use earthquakes to
what are you
do a
using to
sonogram,
stick down there
and
to see
then
what's going on? To see
They
what the
stick up
stuff
there.
is. Don't make it up.
Didn't I said earthquakes?
We're
I
not
know I
using
said
a fucking
earthquakes.
drum machine. I'm gonna beat on a drum. Earthquake, guys. Earthquake machine went off. He beat on a drum. He drove a car by us. Shut up, stupid. How do we prove
Gmok,
what's going
have
on?
you ever seen an
Have you ever
ultrasound?
proven anything, or you just fucking say these cat toys prove shit?
Have you ever seen an ultrasound?
Yeah, are you gonna fart by it and say it
Okay,
didn't affect it?
that's how we know. That's how we know. It's the same
An
idea. It's an
ultrasound, two
ultrasound.
inches of skin. 2 inches of skin, idiot.
I mean, it's a much bigger ultrasound
So
because
now
the
skin
literal
is.
Earth is moving. But
So, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're laughing about, dumb fuck.
you
So go show me what your ultrasound looks like of the Earth. And I'll
okay?
bet you it looks like a
I'll get you one.
retard
I'll
talking
get you one.
telephone
I'll get
It
picture
you
of
one.
looks
I'll
like
get you
something
one.
dirt.
stupid.
It looks
I'll
like
bet you it
dirt.
looks like a rainbow red, blue, and green pile of dog shit.
A rainbow dirt.
I bet you it don't curve, idiot fuck.
I bet you it does.
I bet you it's got a horizontal line to represent all the graph. Now what? Without that horizontal line, you ain't got no curve or graph to represent, to go with, to even estimate or guesstimate or approximate or calculate or assume or math it out. So let's get going, boys. Let's do some stuff. Let's stick that 8 mile cord down the hole and see what's going down there. See if there's magma and all the dog shit you guys say.
Okay, so magma's dog shit now.
Listen,
I don't think
everything you
there's
guys
dog shit
say is
that far
dog
down.
shit without proof. If you stick some cameras or some people down there or some things go down there and we can see crust, magma, all the molten fucking core and all that good stuff, yeah. And then if gravity starts acting weird stuff, weighs nothing when you get close to it and acts fucking stupid and magical and floats and levitates there, yeah, let's see it all. Stupid. Let's see when your magic stuff doesn't know up from down. When you guys don't comprehend what the fuck that even means. The center of your gravity is supposed to be controlling up and down for you. You think a horizontal fucking baseline controls your up and down. That's how dumb you are, scale boy. The scale of no curve you should call the globe. The scale where no curve ever shows. It's always horizontal to our scale. Haha. What the fuck? Welcome
Here
to
you
Flat
go. Here you go, DMOC. There you go. One scientific paper discussing the imaging of the Yellowstone
Do
magma
you have
reservoir.
the camera going down to the core of Earth?
Again, it's a
4,000 miles.
seismograph. It's the same idea as a sonogram or an ultrasound.
Well, an idea of a cord is called 3959 worth of cord. You stick it straight down a fucking hole, and it's called the best sonogram you're ever gonna get.
I'm not sure because
the Earth, baby.
there's no sonic part of that sonogram.
No,
So
we're gonna stick
confused.
a butt cam to the Earth. Come on, we're gonna take a peek. Isn't that how you look in butts? Stick a cam up there. You don't ultrasound it, do you? You gotta stick a camera in there, stupid.
Well, yeah, because the ultrasound's not what you want to do.
Oh,
but I mean,
okay.
if you want to look at the baby, if you want to look at the baby that's in the mom, then you don't just cut open the mom and stick a camera in there either, do you? So I mean,
yeah,
you know,
we do
use
want to stick a
appropriate
camera
tools
in.
for the job.
We totally want to stick a camera in, dummy. Straight down in the Earth, all the way to the core, stupid.
Well, tell me how you would do that, D-Monk.
You're the glober, the magic globe believer with no proof.
Well, I mean, I don't need proof. Proof doesn't mean anything to me outside of math and logic.
Or how
I have evidence. Did we run it? Did it run its course? Are we done?
I hope so. It's getting pretty exhausting.
Did you give up? Do you know?
I'll give him a second. He's probably getting his second wind in. It is good that even he has limits.
I mean, it takes effort to put that much entropy out into the world, right?
We're gonna start. We're gonna start clipping him though. Like these are priceless. We can't lose these.
Everything is dirt. Everything's dirt.
Yeah, that 10-foot pole. What was the other? There's some zingers tonight. Urban 1, 2, 3, 4. That was one of the best ones.
I'm just confused now, right? Because if everything is dirt, but there's no dirt in middle, then what's in middle?
Middle of what? Your brain, your imagination? Probably dirt.
Oh, he back. Second win recovered. Hi, D-Mock. How are you doing?
D-Mock, is your brain full of stardust like mine?
Oh.
It's dirt, right?
See, before there was the Big Bang.
I'm saying I can break down into the dirt. And then everything will become the dirt. The dirt will consume everything, and then everything will become dust.
Okay.
Ashes to ashes.
On that, like, you do have a point. Everything does kind of break down and goes to the earth. I'm not gonna lie and say that you don't have a point there, but yeah.
That's not as far as they can break down. That's the fun part.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Magic Adams, without any atoms.
Magic Adams. That sounds like a good superhero name. I think I might tuck that one away.
Michelle Obama has an atom.
Demo, do you know what petrified wood is?
A rock, a fossil.
Okay.
How many different ways can you petrify wood?
So not everything goes to the dirt. That's just an example. That's all I'm going to say. You got a point.
And petrified wood doesn't go to the dirt?
But a rock is just hard dirt, right? Like that's how that works. I'm thinking correctly.
Petrified wood was already dirt to begin with. Tree grew from. The seed got put in the dirt, and it took all its soil from the dirt, the soil, and it took all the liquid and from the dirt and mixed it in itself and filtered out what it didn't like and took in what it did, and so it's a part dirt too, really, in a way.
D-Mock, tell these guys what glass is made out of.
Sand, dirt.
Oh my God, dirt and sand. That's all you need for Mother Earth to thrive.
It makes cement too and all that good shit. The dirt, it's sand. It's all dirt though. Whether you grind it up, call it sand, rock, whatever, iron, diamond, coal, it's all fucking earth dirt.
Well, can I turn you into glass?
I think there are several geologists that would have very strong opinions on what you just said.
Yeah.
I don't care. Do they got any proof of atoms?
Yeah, sort of.
Do they got any proof of how Earth was formed or where dirt came from?
I mean, insofar as they have evidence, I mean, proof isn't real in science. Like you can't have proof. I can't run.
Listen,
I can't run it. I can't run tests forever.
To you.
No.
Yeah, you break down the dirt. That's a proven fact.
Demos says
I wouldn't call it dirt.
We don't
care. But dirt's just combustible soil anyway, so like it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, we know.
You can have the wind that we become dirt, but you didn't prove it because you can't.
Now
you can't. You can't observe every corpse that's ever
make
gonna rot.
Make me some dirt, and don't use any stuff. Make me some dirt.
The channel's not your fetish channel, D-Mock.
Make me some dirt from atoms.
What did God speak into Earth?
Atoms.
No, he spoke the word and it created the dirt.
In the beginning, God said Big Bang.
And it created atoms.
Who is this trying to talk and is very quiet?
Don't remember.
Air bubbles don't go that way no matter how deep under the water you go. They don't go horizontally. Isn't that weird?
Air bubbles,
they'd have to, wouldn't they?
Air bubbles don't go horizontally, is that what you said?
Yeah,
hey,
100%.
Why would
helium balloons?
Why would air bubbles go horizontally?
Because supposedly you live on a ball, and from the center of the fucking down there in the curved water where the ocean is, they'd have to go that way some way.
What? Why would you?
I'm standing on the top of the ball. You go swimming over there on the side at 3 o'clock. Now where are your air bubbles going? That way.
Up. They're going up.
Fuck, they're going that way horizontally along a horizontal line from my feet out straight. They're going to follow that.
They're definitely
Your
going
air
vertical.
bubbles are going to follow that out of the water. So they're going to go horizontally and vertically and backwards that way and down to Australia past that way too. So all directions the air bubbles should go underwater, but they don't. They only go one.
Yo, Demo, where's your flat Earth model at?
Your one vector up is my flat Earth model, stupid. Go get an elevation tool.
Go
get an elevation tool. Learn all about it. Unless you know what an elevation tool is, shut the fuck up.
D-Mock, my vertical isn't parallel to your vertical.
My model is zero change of horizontal rate, no change of rate. Now your model is supposed to be a slope with no change of rate. Now go prove that with the elevation tool. Prove you can drop down somewhere and not change your fucking elevation. Prove you can go down without going down, Glober. To the center of gravity, remember? Equidistant.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know globes don't make any sense.
No, you don't make any sense, my friend.
So you don't have a curve anywhere that you can put the altimeter on and run it down there and show everybody that the Earth's curving. You fucking retard.
All right, D-Mock, look in texture.
On this big ass Earth, there's nowhere you can rub anybody's backyard or any. There's nowhere the Earth's curve is curving on the Earth.
7 miles down.
Shut the fuck up! Quit talking over me. They're telling you that the Earth's not curving anywhere on the Earth. Do you understand? So in
the Earth's curving everywhere on the Earth. The Earth is curving everywhere on the Earth.
On the Earth, anywhere in anybody's backyard.
The Earth's curving everywhere on the Earth. The Earth's curving everywhere on the Earth.
What does that even mean, Earth?
It's just really, 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 really tiny compared to you and me.
So now the
Earth's really
big compared to me. Tiny. I thought it was real big.
Now the curve is real tiny. Because the Earth is big.
So it's
okay. Let me try to break this down again for you, D-Mock. The curve is tiny.
We're looking at it 8 inches and 10 miles and 8,000 miles, or is it a little curve?
Curve tiny. Curve tiny.
No, we're looking
Earth
for mountains
big.
of water, hills of
water. Curve tiny. Earth big.
No, we're looking for 8 inches of water to stack on a hill because gravity said so.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you see that GIF where poor Professor Park lost his family?
No, there's a hill in your backyard. Kindly put 8 inches of water on it. Stack it up. Gravity will help you.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Because I can go down to the beach. It's actually really close, and then I can watch the cruise ship sail over the horizon.
No, we're looking for 8 inches
of
water to be stackable on dirt. Stupid fuck, to be curvable. If you're telling me an ocean,
it's not stacked on dirt. Like you understand that the oceans are big basins,
you don't understand no curve, dumb fuck. You keep explaining it.
The bottom of the ocean. The bottom of the ocean is below my feet.
Your excuse for how you can't show a curve.
Demo.
How we can't prove a curve, Democ, is how we know there's a curve is because we can't prove it. How we can't prove it, we're gonna say so big, too little. Is that your curve so big?
No, I can
have a conversation with D-Mock. You already got him triggered. He just came in here.
He didn't just come in here. This has been going over and over and over again, Marty.
Look in chat, D-Mock.
This has been an hour.
You guys want to keep triggering him, you can do it.
On the wall, you have an elevation tool. If you don't have an elevation tool with an earth curve where you put your fucking elevation tool and run it along it with a horizontal too, my horizontal is gonna be no change. That's what proves what you're on, and your curve is gonna change every single fucking dot along the way. It's gonna go down, 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 down. It's not gonna be the same. It's not gonna be equidistant to the center of no fucking gravity nowhere. Your actual physical line on the wall that curves with Earth. If you had the geometry, you'd have the curve on the wall. You'd have the math.
I do have the curve on the wall. You don't understand. I have the curve on the wall. It's just very, very tiny because Earth's very, very big to you and me.
Yeah, okay, fucking retard cartoon boy.
Demo, like fuck, man. Stop.
Bro, Demo,
I'm not the one that said big, little, tiny.
It's round like a pizza, Messi?
Yeah, it's round like your nuts.
Because round is in his shape, you fucking retard.
So have you ever seen your nuts?
8 inches, all I want to see is the 8-inch drop with the altimeter. I want it to drop 8 inches without changing anywhere in your backyard. Somebody's backyard has to match the earth curve. Everybody's
backyard
has to be earth curve.
Everybody's backyard matches earth curve.
Well, now get the altimeter, go in the backyard and show me the 8-inch differential.
Well, that's not going to work because the altimeter is going to be cued to the gravitational equipotential.
Gravity's not going to work.
The gravitational equipotential isn't going to change.
Gravity's not going to work now. That's what you're going to prove is working is gravity.
That's not what I said. You're not listening to me, but that's fine.
Doesn't work.
You're not listening to me, but that's fine.
So when I get the elevation tool, you don't have to listen to you. The elevation tool is going to be set on the fucking hill. There's going to be an 8-inch differential from top to bottom, 8 inches, and you're going to run it down at somewhere in somebody's backyard, and it's not going to change.
I need a 2-mile distance actually to get an 8-mile distance, right? Because it's it would be curving between me and the thing that I'm trying to look at. So I would need 2 miles.
What if the curve that doesn't exist?
Demo, what if your backyard goes uphill? Like, what are you talking about, dude?
The Earth curve goes uphill 24,000 fucking miles, 901 miles, and then it goes downhill 24,901. Walk back where you started, stupid. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
You're fucking talking about demonstrating the Earth curve.
An Earth curve goes for 24,901 miles, doesn't it, Verdak? That means your fucking water is supposed to be 24,901 miles deep somewhere, stupid.
Demo, let me
know. 8 miles. Do you know
it doesn't, Demo?
You are
side of your ball doesn't exist.
Demo, you're
weird.
You're talking about measuring.
Well, now your big fucking globe with the 1 mile deep of what? No, what? Huh?
It's round, bro.
Talking about measuring.
Where's the curved part of ocean? Where's that deep part? How deep is that?
You're talking about measuring
No,
Earth.
you're not talking about Earth's curved ocean. How deep is the curved part?
You understand what you're talking about.
I got 8 miles of water, now Earth's curving below
well,
it.
now you're going to the scale.
I got 8 miles of water, now Earth's curving below it 24,000 miles back to my ass. How much water is
that's
that?
not how that works at
Below my
all.
feet? That's not how a little guy stands above 24,000 miles of fucking water.
Let me
I'm a little bitty microscopic dot guy. I'm walking along my horizontal jumping board. My fucking diving board's right here off the globe, and I'm gonna dive straight down into the edge of the water. It's gonna go thousands of miles down.
How many thousand miles can you be drilled?
I'm a little guy on a big ball. I'm gonna dive into the big 1,008 mile deep ocean. Thousands
Doesn't
of foot
exist.
curved. It's curved down any
Because
down from
DMOC,
me.
as you go down,
I
right,
dive down
the
into
gravitational potential changes, so you end up just going
What
horizontal.
potential? The
So
one that
this
doesn't
this
show on your
1,000
wall
mile,
with the
like
elevation tool.
imagine you're
We're
at the
looking
North
for that
Pole and you're
potential
looking
that-
downwards to Antarctica,
That's why
and
I brought
you're
up
like,
the
hey,
elevation tool on your
Antarctica is just
wall.
a straight shot through the
That's why the
Atlantic Ocean
elevation tool
all the way
doesn't show
down.
you
So
up
I'm just gonna
nowhere.
jump in and go to
That's why
Antarctica.
elevation
But what
is not
happens
up. You
is,
don't
as you
have that
go,
potential.
the vector going
You
down,
don't have
DMOX,
no
changes.
vector of up
So you
on a
end up just
globe.
going, you just end up going
You only
horizontal,
have
and you
up
get to
vector of flat
Antarctica.
Earth.
So
I'm
in
going
a way,
crazy listening to
DMOX,
Only have the
in a way,
vector of
DMOC,
up
I
on
think,
flat Earth. You
in a
don't
way,
have
DMOC,
any fucking globe vectors.
in a way, DMOC,
You
I think you're
haven't proven
correct.
them.
I think you can actually do that, and I've just told you how you can do that.
No, you fucking retard. I just told you how the elevation tool
Well,
changes
no,
its fucking
you just didn't listen
elevation.
to me. But that's
Every
fine.
dot you lower it, retard.
Are you ready? Are you ready to listen to me,
got
DMOC?
debunked.
DMOC, are you ready to listen to me?
There
Okay,
is
cool.
no center
No?
of
Okay.
equipotential nothing, fucktard.
DMOC,
You would
DMOC,
demonstrate it with
give me
we
30
don't
seconds,
the
DMOC, please.
elevation tool,
Give me
not
30
you.
seconds, DMOC.
The
DMOC, give me 30
elevation
seconds.
tool.
DMOC,
Show
you
the
can give me 30,
elevation
right?
tool drops somewhere.
Right, DMOC? DMOC, I know you can give me 30.
No,
Can you give me
retard.
30
I know
seconds?
you can get an
Can you
elevation
give
tool. I
me
know
can
you
you give
can
me
work
30
it out.
seconds? Can you give me 30 seconds?
Comprehend what elevation is? Can you comprehend up and down on flat Earth?
DMOC, can you give me 30 seconds?
DMOC, can you shut the fuck up, man?
An elevation tool, bitch. Don't be afraid of it. Go get one
DMOC,
at the hardware store.
DMOC,
All right, take turns. There's a mod in the room now, guys.
You're a
Come on.
fucking pussy. Shut up, man.
DMOC,
You're
DMOC, I'm
afraid
gonna
of a
tell
fucking
you.
elevation tool,
You're a
bitch.
fucking
The hardware.
retard for believing that the Earth is flat.
DMOC,
Free
I'm gonna tell
DMOC.
you.
Free DMOC.
DMOC, I'm going to tell you how you can jump into the ocean and you can fall thousands of miles deep. Okay, so here's what happens: you're in the Arctic and you're looking down to the Antarctic, and you're like, "Hey, the Antarctic is just through this water, so let me swim through it." So you dive in and you go, and as you go, the direction of down changes as you travel. So you end up going with a horizontal line, but you're technically swimming down from where you started. Well, sort of. It's more of a big circle, but down's good enough. And you end up at Antarctica, and you swam thousands of miles down. So yeah, in some
So down became
sense.
up. That's what you need to prove with the fucking elevation tool. When I draw a plus on the wall, have 4 of them. Each one of them should prove fucking down is up, left is up, right is up, and up is up. You retard. I'm gonna go with your story right now. Prove it on the fucking wall with the elevation tool, goof fuck.
I did. I proved it
No,
on
you didn't.
the
How
picture.
far down do
Well,
I drop
I don't
it
prove things, but I
down
demonstrated
comes up?
it. I
When does
demonstrated
down
it with the
start to
picture you
become
asked
up
for.
and more psi? When do I go down to 14 psi, motherfucker?
Well, down's changing all the time. Like my down's different from your
No,
down.
that's a story.
And then if you
got.
move,
When have you
if you move 2
demonstrated it?
steps over, your down is
Stop
actually
just
different
talking
from
out
your
your
down.
stupid ass. Demonstrate down. It
No,
goes to
I'm
14
not talking out
psi.
anywhere.
Demonstrate the pressure goes fucking to 14 psi as you go down.
Yeah, it does. Like it's measurable. That's the gradient of the atmosphere.
Demonstrate down becomes up.
Well, it's
You said
easy.
down changes.
Correct. Debug. If you take 2 steps, if you take
wall, remember
if you
Einstein?
take if you 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 take 2 steps if you take 2 steps to your left, down for you will now be different from where it was 2 steps to the right.
Prove that with the horizontal line. Prove that it increases in elevation along it, you fucking liar.
It does. Very, very slowly.
Stop saying you fucking retard.
Big ball,
it's supposed to
small
do it
angle.
at the same rate as up. Ain't no slow nothing. Up is fucking up. You don't declare what up is when it is. It does.
You're right. I don't. Gravity declares what up is, and gravity points to the center of the
Earth. One up that way and one out that way. I know you're not too retarded for this. Come on, Verdak, help him out. Tell him what an L is.
Gravity tells what down is, and gravity points to the center of the Earth, which means it's changing.
Center of Earth right now, the top center portion. You are the only 90,
correct.
motherfucker.
There is the center directly beneath me.
Now,
that's how that works.
90 that can exist.
Fun fact: there's only one direction I can travel in which the center.
Now you put an L down in front of your feet, a big L, a 6 foot one that matches your retarded ass. 1 6 foot out that way, the bottom of it, 6 foot up along you. Now get the elevation tool. Up is supposed to be up at the same rate that way as it is for flat Earth up. Prove you're up.
I have with plumb bob.
No, you haven't.
The precision of the instrument.
No, you've only got 190 on a globe. How can you have any plums? You don't have any plums.
I have infinite 90s on the globe. Have you? Do you know? No, you don't know what a derivative is. I shouldn't.
No. The bottle would be tilted and the fucking liquid would be horizontal, retard. Get out of here. You got a hill in your backyard to demonstrate all this, don't you?
I have the Earth curve in my backyard.
I bet you the bottle's tilt and the liquid doesn't. Stupid fuck.
Oh wait, I've saw this one. Now you're referencing the one that Simon and Dan did the other guy. Man, dude totally wrecked his wine glass with that. What was interesting though was when he bent it up, you could notice that the one directly under the bend was exactly horizontal, just like you'd expect on the surface of a sphere.
Simon Dan is my least favorite British man, and that says a lot.
That sounds like a personal issue, Marty.
What's horizontal on a ball? Show me a circle on the wall and then draw blue horizontal lines, green vertical lines, and then red diagonal lines all around the ball from the center out. Show me what they are.
Well, the horizontal lines would all be perpendicular to the lines emanating from the center.
Oh, you mean the vertical is the horizontal? You mean they're all the same fucking thing, retard?
No, I'm saying vertical defines horizontal.
So now a horizontal isn't the vertical line from the center out. Are you retarded?
No, I've never said the vertical, the line from the center out is the horizontal line.
So let's get the elevation tool, retard, now that you know that. Now put the big L there. Now up is the same in every direction. I don't think
D-Mark got it.
Nemo,
you're getting it.
Just
he's learning.
Just chill a little bit, man. Fuck.
Fucking tell
I know, I'm trying to have a conversation, and he's just like everywhere.
Tell this boy to cut it out. He's fucking everywhere. He can't get an elevation tool. He won't go to the hardware store. He doesn't know what horizontal and level and up are. What the fuck? He doesn't know up is only one way, and he hasn't proven anything other than that.
Well, up is in the direction of the plumb bob, which goes in the direction of gravity. So gravity determines what up is. And then since horizontal must always be orthogonal to vertical, then that vertical gives me a horizontal.
Where's
and that'll be unique to that vertical.
Where's the other up at? Where's the other ups?
Any step from where you take.
Any step?
Yep. If you take one step forward, if you take one step backward, if you take one step to the left, or if you take one step to the right, you will have a different up.
So now you got an elevation tool that reads that, you fucking retard. Now move it every dot and step you just exclaimed from your point out, liar. It's not going to be up. It's going to be only a change in distance, not elevation.
Since up is defined as the vertical vector, due to gravity, up is different at every point on the surface.
Or a up vector. Up is
sure I do. I just defined one for you. I just defined one for you.
On a horizontal level.
Incorrect. I just defined up on a sphere.
Focal point, like I just proven to you on the wall.
I just defined up on a sphere.
Point, will you? You won't.
I just defined up on a sphere. D-Mock, I defined up on a sphere.
The gravity dot to go.
D-Mock, do you need me to go over? Do you need me to go over up on a sphere? Okay, I'll go over up on a sphere again.
You don't got your
up
gravity
on a
dot
sphere.
No more, do you?
D-Mock,
gravity pulling in on your up.
D-Mock, up on a sphere would be the normal, and that would be in the radial direction.
Gravity. Show me gravity. Draw an arrow where gravity's pulling from for you.
Yep, now it's in the radial direction.
React. Show me the elevation tool react on that, you dumb bitch.
The elevation tool will show me a horizontal plane that is perpendicular to that
react with
vertical
gravity.
vector
Yeah,
right there at that
gravity's
point.
supposed to react upon it and pull it down or downer, right? When it gets further away from the curve that way and makes a horizontal, supposed to be pulling it to the earth.
Yeah, that's why it does do that. Like that's why horizontal level
and
gives you horizontal at only one position. So if I take a horizontal level here at one end of my hallway, if I take a horizontal level here at one end of my hallway, DMOC, if I take a horizontal level here at one end of my hallway, DMOC, please let me talk. Thank you, DMOC. If I take a horizontal level here at one end of my hallway, and I take a horizontal level at the other end of my hallway, both of those will be different. It will be very, 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 very hard to tell that they are in fact different because of how big the Earth is, but they are in fact different. And in fact, they're so close to each other that we consider them to not be different.
Welcome to Flat Earth, you fucking retard schizophrenic.
It's not. This is how small things work on large things, right?
Yeah,
I can approximate if I have small enough line segments. If I have small enough line segments, DMOC, I can approximate any curve with those line segments.
Yeah, you're just redefining straight line.
The center of gravity is pulling down on that motherfucking altimeter, you retard fuck. The number ain't changing, bitch. Your brain is. Your fucking imagination is.
The number wouldn't change, DMOC.
The number changing every single dot.
That's the hilarious part.
Doing it down my hallway somewhere, you fucking retard.
Why would you expect something held at a constant elevation to change elevation? That doesn't make any sense.
Tell me
I don't know why you would ever expect something to be kept at a constant elevation to register a change in elevation. You're keeping it at a constant elevation. It wouldn't change.
You just have to redefine what a straight line is.
No, I did not redefine what a straight line is.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said that with a short enough length of a straight line, I can approximate any curve. That is not redefining what a line is.
Yeah, but a horizontal line is straight.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Flat Earther.
Anyway, so if I take short enough, it'll approximate the surface of the sphere, which is why it doesn't look like a sphere to you, DMOC.
Yeah,
you're really tiny. Earth's really big.
You've already proven Flat Earth stupid. Why are you blowing hot air up our ass?
There's no such thing as proof, DMOC. This wasn't math and this wasn't logic. There's no proof involved.
Cool story, stupid. The horizontal doesn't change. It's straight. It doesn't change.
No, the horizontal definitely changes.
There's no
horizontal. The horizontal at point A is definitely different from the horizontal at point B.
From beginning to end. Show me every single dot exponentially how it changes its fucking elevation squared.
I didn't say it wasn't straight, Rob. I said it changes from point A to point B.
What you're making up. We'll let the line talk for itself, you fucking retard glober that proved Flat Earth that doesn't get it.
I haven't done any of that.
So now
you just don't understand geometry.
Do you have the Earth curve drawn under the horizontal? We'll rub the altimeter across both, you stupid bitch. Whatever one that stays zero is what you live on. Let's go, retard.
Dima, why are you so angry?
Why are you so fucking dumb and can't do a third grade demonstration, all you fucking rocket retards?
Well, because you're the one who doesn't who doubts the surface of the Earth that we live on. So you should do the experiment. If I could do any experiment under the sun. I could do any experiment under the sun. I could do any experiment under the sun, DMOC. I could do any experiment under the sun. I could do any experiment under the sun, DMOC. But neither of you cannot. You please let me talk, DMOC. Please let me talk, DMOC. DMOC. Okay, thank you. I could do any experiment under the sun, and neither you nor Rob would believe the experiment that I had done. So if you wish to show that the Earth is not curving or curved, I sincerely invite you to go do that yourself, and stop just shouting at me to go do what you should be doing.
I've already done it.
No.
just no, you didn't. You didn't take an auto level out and do measurements and take a water level and match them up. You didn't do that.
I believe you did that. I believe that you did not take any kind of measurements that would make it helpful to analyze the situation.
No, you definitely need to go do it yourself. 100%, I agree.
I have done it myself. I've built a Foucault's pendulum, and I have watched it rotate at the exact rate I would expect from the latitude that I was at. So I have proven to myself, shown to myself enough that I believe that we live on a globe. So I've done the work, so I'm inviting you to do the work.
All right. Thank you for letting me respond. Yeah, I'm cool if you did a Foucault's experiment in your bedroom and that proved that you live on a spinning ball. I'm cool with that. You're allowed to do that.
That didn't prove anything. You're not listening to me again. It didn't prove anything. That was evidence. And then I have more evidence, like the fact that an iron bar left sitting in a dark room will rotate through the day through the Earth's magnetic field and will generate a voltage because of the Earth's rotation. Like, there are many pieces of evidence. Huh?
I thought you said it was because of the magnetic field, and then you said the Earth was spinning.
Yeah, correct, because it's rotating through the magnetic field. That's how that you have to be moving through magnetic field to generate electricity. Huh?
Or the magnetic could be moving.
No, it can't.
No, forget that. Yeah, okay.
No. It's already been shown. It's already been shown through experimentation, Rob. It's already been shown through experimentation, Rob, that if you spin a magnet, that the magnetic field does not rotate with the magnet.
Therefore, Earth's magnetic field is not moving. Got it.
No, therefore, in order for me to get a current, the object has to be moving through the magnetic field, not the magnetic field moving. Because it can't move, because if it's just a rotation, it doesn't rotate. The magnetic
field is not moving, is what you're saying.
Correct, because it's a magnet, and a magnetic field doesn't rotate when you rotate the magnet.
No problem.
And then since we know the magnetic field isn't rotating, that means that the piece of iron must be rotating to generate a voltage. It's microvolts, not big, but it's there. And the only way it could be there is if the surface of the Earth was moving with respect to its magnetic field.
Understand your bias. It's okay.
In short, the phenomenon that Melodic is referring to is known as oscillation.
I feel like my friends with that shit with Demo.
It was fun. I didn't even yell.
I'm in the shop at work tonight, and listening to that, I will be laughing my ass off.
Yeah, I think it's funny to redefine a straight line too.
There was no redefinition of a straight line.
Yeah, if you make a short straight line, it matches a sphere.
That's not what was said. What I said was, if I have a short enough straight line segment, I can approximate any curve.
What happens if we do a shared straight line segment and extend a horizontal 400 meters?
It's not going to match the curve.
No, it won't, right? So if I have a water level that matches those marks at 400
Well, I'm not yelling
meters,
at you, so I'd appreciate
what
it
does
if you
that
didn't
tell
yell at
you?
me.
I'm
Well,
not yelling.
A, I'm not yelling
My
at
mic.
you, so please don't
I'll
yell at
switch
me.
mics. Hang on. I'll switch mics. Hang on.
B,
I'm not yelling. All right.
a horizontal at point A and a horizontal at point B can be different.
Yeah.
And both horizontals
They
can
will
also
be
straight.
different on a spherical object that's
Correct, and
made
they will
of
both
water,
be straight.
right?
And they will both be straight.
But if the Earth is a sphere covered in water, the water at rest is straight. You just said.
No, the water at rest would be curved because it would adhere to the
it has
potential
to
it's
curve
in.
below the horizontal.
It would be curved because of the potential that it's in. All I've stated is that I can approximate curved lines by tiny straight lines, and this is a fundamental theorem for part of the reason.
Okay.
There's a fundamental theorem of calculus or an integration, right? Integration is just the fact that I can do this. So like I can approximate any curve with a small enough line segment. And then what we get to is that at our scales, we are really, really, really freaking tiny compared to the size of the radius of the Earth. And because of that, it looks really, really, really flat to us.
An easy analogy to describe what you're talking about is that any arc of any size can be reduced down to any number of segments. And to visualize this, it's easy enough to look into 3D printing software where it breaks down curves into small segments to create a curved path. You can see it from there, or you can go into Tinkercad, which does the same thing. It will break down circular objects into small segments. Same thing.
And like graphics on your video games do the same kind of tricks. That's like what anti-aliasing is all about. Right, because your monitor is divided up into a certain number of pixels per straight line, and it's on a grid. But you get all these curves because the size of the pixel is really small compared to the size of the radius of the curve that you're trying to model. I think I'm gonna go see if my roommate wants to smoke. So let me mute myself.
I'm gonna go listen to MC Tune or Bob the Science Guy or something, and I'll check in later. Have fun.
I can't get over how obtuse Tony was about the assassination.
I mean, he just lives within boomer truth.
Well, it's just the fact that, like, just the ballistics alone, it's wild.
Yeah, it's just understanding that there's no way to convince him of anything that is outside of like the cultural hegemony.
No, I mean, he's a scientist. Like, I have so many of these documents. I'm actually packaging for him. I'm gonna DM him. I just don't think he understands, like, the implications of not only the ballistics, the eyewitness testimony, the fact that the shot came from the front, also the fact that the humans that were involved were also in the Watergate scandal. Like,
talking about Kennedy.
Yeah.
There's all these things that are super valid and like, but the problem is you're not going to get a peer-reviewed study that comes out from CNN that says something. So
yeah.
Until you get to that bar, that Scientific America.
Nobody is asking for a peer-reviewed paper from CNN.
Can you guys define that word? Because I don't think I have any peers here.
I will say that,
people of the same educational attainment.
Well, no, the peer review process.
Harvard.
Let's not get on the peer review process because that is rife with political.
I think he cut out, but yeah, I agree. Like, don't need to get into the peer review topic.
Well, what topic are we on? I just got here. Pardon my ignorance. Let me get stoned.
Yeah. I mean, it was just the concept of like, it was Verdak talking about how Tony is just like super
boomer,
like boomer, spiritually boomer.
Was that you, Smoke Marty?
The original yoga master.
I'll be joining you here shortly. We'll have a good time.
I have a take.
So you'll still be blocked.
So we're talking about meta? Is that what we're just talking meta?
Meta.
At this point, it's open for a new topic. If anybody has,
you know what loves meta? AI loves meta.
I mean, Meta is a company that has AI, and they do a lot of things with AI.
Well, if I were to say, I love you a Google amount, would you think I was talking about a search engine? And does, the words that associate with what used to be Facebook bring you to the Android-looking motherfucker, Marcus?
Nah, but see, he's based and does jujitsu now, so he's no longer a reptilian robot.
I want to see him drink a glass of water like a normal motherfucker first.
Dude, it took him freaking his whole life to finally like chill out a little bit, look a little normal.
Yeah,
it's just the best example of like woke culture dying. Is that him coming out and essentially saying like, yeah, we're not going to do all this like super heavy-handed moderation, and then he goes on Joe Rogan. He starts actually becoming like when you're a public figure who has accusations of being a little bit robotic, a little bit fake, a little bit not real. The way that you get recuperated in the public eye is to go on Joe Rogan and
brag about wrestling with men. Like, I've been wrestling with a lot of men, Joe.
But no, he honestly looks a lot better though. Like, you gotta admit, dude,
he doesn't look like a half-dead robot.
Or
yeah,
alien,
but like
dude.
he's done all of those things forever. Like, he's done jiu-jitsu forever. He's done, it's not a coincidence that he shifts at the same time the culture shifts.
You guys see
like
Mr.
Elon
Beast?
Musk. Sorry.
No, you go, bro. It's all good.
Like Elon Musk says, "Oh, I want to join the winning team." He knew what's up.
They've been clowning Mr. Beast, bro, recently because I don't know if it's AI images, but he's going through like a makeover, dude. No, he is. He used to be obese. Now he's like fit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Mr. Beast is real. I'm pretty sure every single video he's ever done is AI. But yeah, no, he's probably going to be on the arc to where he goes on Joe Rogan eventually, and like, because right now he's very much the center of attention for being mocked as being a not real figure. Like, that mofo on that plane is not real. And so I would suspect he gets into an arc to where, he goes on Joe Rogan and becomes a normal person.
I have a question here. So if he goes on Joe Rogan, does that make him real? Because you said he wasn't real, but if he goes, I'm confused.
No, I'm talking about public perception. Like,
Okay, so then you're saying that Joe Rogan is a shadow guy who is not
He's
telling
saying
you the
you're
truth
a
at all.
nobody until you're on Joe the Toe.
Yeah, no, I got that part. But then if somebody's fake goes on there to gain legitimacy, then what you're telling me is that going on there doesn't really gain legitimacy because clearly Joe Rogan is in on it.
It's not about conspiratorial. Like there doesn't have to be any conspiratorial elements in this. This could be all totally authentic.
Well, no, it has to be, right? Because you're saying this guy is AI. So do you think Joe Rogan would tell you that he was AI if he was AI?
How do you spell Rogan?
I mean, that aspect of him literally being not a real figure and a complete AI was a little bit tongue in cheek.
Okay, so you don't think he's fake? Okay.
So you're googling Joe the Joe Rogan right now. ROG is in grandma. AN Rogan.
Nagger. He nags.
Yo, it's funny. Look at the different images that they got. They're just clowning on Mr. Beast because he got skinny now.
Yeah, and
look at the pictures I'm posting of him.
Dude, I talked to Mr. Beast here on Discord, and I made fun of his fucking haircut, and I didn't make fun of his cross-eyed girlfriend. Have you seen his girlfriend? I don't know if he got a new one or not, but he fucking needs a new girlfriend.
These are AI. They gotta be these. I don't think these are legit, but
I didn't know it was him. I go, is that a Justin Bieber haircut?
He got way more swag
looking at his
than
girlfriend's cross eyes. Because there was two of them. They were each on screen. And I'm like, are you two boyfriend, girlfriend? They're like, yeah. And they're like, they were in different houses, I'm like, that's weird.
What were you talking to him about?
Nothing really. I didn't know it was
my dad
him.
also worked at Nintendo.
I didn't know it was him. I would have said, send me to Antarctica, Mr. Beast, please. I gotta go.
Why?
Oh, it was last year sometime.
I would have said send this guy a couple elevation tools and a straight line and an earth curve stencil, and then we can just get this over with.
D-Mock, what's the deepest we can drill into Earth's crust?
I have
they
no
said 7.7 miles.
I haven't dug into the Earth's crust at all, so I'm not a part of that.
When I was a kid,
have you never
I'd be
dug a
digging
hole
in the sand. Hey, let me and
I
D-Mock
haven't
talk.
dug into the fucking. Come on, man.
And my uncle would say, "What are you digging in China?" And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll just keep digging in the sand."
Same thing. I heard the same thing. But what I'm saying is I'm not out digging holes. You understand? So I'm not digging nowhere. Like, I didn't say I've never touched dirt or moved dirt. I said I'm not digging anywhere right now. So to say, Democ, how far can you dig to get to the center of the chewy gobstopper lollipop Earth? I've never done it.
The next question is, you want to drill a hole, right, and come in one side and pop out the other side magically while you're horizontal the whole time, right?
I want to see the drill bit supposedly they used last time.
So yeah, we can go 7 miles down, whatever, but we got to calculate it. We don't need too big of an escalator to get down there, but
what do you
got to start going for? You got to go over and out.
Why wouldn't you just do that in water with a submarine and just pop out the curb, dude?
Oh, because as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, Earth's highest tides are caused by when the moon and sun align, pulling Earth's oceans out. So Earth's oceans they're constantly pulled out, and we're just rotating inside of them on a.
So during a solar eclipse is the biggest tide ever in the world's history of time, going towards the sun and moon at the same time. All the water on Earth's on one side. I don't think so, Neil deGrasse. Debunk. Try again.
Yo, It's getification. What'd you say? Getification of Mr. Beast. That's funny. Whatever, bro. That's old top. People are hitting me in the comments, dude. I'm trying to figure out who that is. It's not me. That's Mr. Beast.
Yeah, he's becoming an Edgar.
What happened with the old P word in Mr. B?
But yo, he dropped some legit photos though, not AI, nothing like that. Where he is like, he looks way different, bro. Just like Mark Zuckerberg.
He looks
switching up his
different
style,
than
dude.
he did when he was an ugly, young, prepubescent boy. And then you slap some facial hair on anybody. Like you could put some facial hair on Xanax. And
nah, he's got swag now though. Like even the way he's like his stance, like you look at him right here. This is legit. These 4 photos are legit. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe Yasuke is right and it's all AI. I don't know.
She said she was going to put some lift in it. So, does he have any babies yet? Or is he still being
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, if you're a millionaire, you should be making some babies. If you got Bitcoin and a house and you only have online cam whores and betting and no babies making, then you might as well just be there with Zuckerberg. How many kids does he have? At least Elon Musk is pumping them out. He's pumping out more babies than Starliners.
I mean, isn't the official story though most of them are IVF? I mean, we all know they're all test tube freaks, but even the official story is that these are test tube freak babies.
You hear about that one guy that was in charge of inseminating all those test tube babies? I don't know if he would have more DNA out there than Genghis Khan, but that's quite a job to do for yourself. Well, a lot of monthly bills. The child support would be phenomenally high.
Sorry, I had wife aggro.
It's never aggro, bro. You had the blessings of being able to interact with your lovely wife on this fine night.
I always call it wife aggro, but yeah, it's not.
Verdak, are you on a CB radio? Over and out.
Am I what?
Where's your microphone, Verdak?
Right here.
It's right here, like in your armpit.
Am I quiet to you?
Are you currently jogging?
No.
How's the weather in London town, Schlitsky? Whenever I'm at a wedding, I go to the bartender and I say, "Can I get 6 Schlitzes?" And they go, "We don't have."
Look at Mark
go,
before and after. Marty, look at Mark, dude.
I don't know if that second photo is real. I think that specific one was fake, but like the general idea is true. That like, you know.
You think that one's fake, dude? No, it's.
Yeah, I think I remember when it like first came out. Is that like the general idea is true that he's starting to look more like that, but this photo is like a slight exaggeration.
He's always been a soulless ginger, right? And he's always had curly hair. How is it so straight and short and Eminem looking?
What are y'all on about? Is this Zuckerberg?
Zucker sucks.
I think they're just touched up photos, basically, like, no pimples, no crazy shit.
No, he looked like that. That's the testifying in front of Congress on the left there. The android looking, not
I know that
California sober.
Talking about the other one. Same with the Mr. Beast. Like the bottom left one looks real, like regular. And then the other ones look like photoshopped a little bit.
You got a Mr. Beast from when he would say, what was his thing? He was repeating someone's name over and over again. Was it Paul Logan or whoever? Mr.
Oh yeah,
Beast.
Yasuke's right, dude. It was touched up, dude. Man,
you ran through AI.
Yeah, he did. He started jiu-jitsu. Like he can actually kind of fight. I think he might be a brown belt. I don't think he's got a black yet.
I'll beat him up, dude.
Hey man, jiu-jitsu's that's how you strangle motherfuckers.
All you gotta do is tuck your chin, dude. That's it, bro.
So,
Good luck.
Lion, what's your thoughts on the conspiratorial thought behind, like, okay, Dave Chappelle, his cousin will say, sorry, that wasn't my smoke alarm. His cousin will say, Dave was never big like that. Dave would never work out. And Dave got an Asian wife, and he had one all throughout making his first series with Comedy Central, right? Do you think Dro or clones, or is there any conspiratorial thought about if you get cloned, your clone's going to be a beefy 40-year-old version of yourself?
No, I don't believe in clones like that, dude. I mean, I think cloning is possible. I just don't think you can clone a full-grown adult, dude. It's capable of like being a functional member of society. Imagine that, dude.
The TV also puts an image in your head too. So like a sitcom can play for 50 years, and then you go look at the guy and he'll be 100 years old, and then you look at the sitcom and he's still 22. So like you can't really like go by like exactly what you see on some of this TV shit compared to real life because it's not gonna match. It just ain't.
Dave Chappelle played so many roles. I was just watching Half Baked the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot he was this. You know, he's the drug dealer, blah blah blah. And it's just like he's a talented guy, but his joke is that he wasn't invited to P Diddy parties because he must not have been attractive. Do you think he has a P Diddy diddle, a little Tootsie Roll?
What do you got against Dave Chappelle? I like Dave Chappelle. What's wrong with him?
Well, he said he wasn't at the P Diddle party, so I like hearing that. I don't like hearing like who did Austin Powers. Like he was supposed to be there. I didn't like hearing that. Like you like people and you want them to not be at P Diddy parties, and I'm glad Dave Chappelle wasn't there.
Oh yeah, what was Austin Powers? What the fuck is this?
He may be a joke thief, but a little bit of jokes may have gotten.
What was the dude's name? Oh come on, what was the dude's name that played Austin Powers?
Myers.
Huh? Was it Mike something? Oh my god, this is driving me nuts.
Who's that? Who's that Halloween character?
Groovy baby.
Who was that?
Mike Myers. Thank you.
Myers. Yeah, he's a scary guy.
No, that was Mike Myers was Austin Powers.
Good job. You were not the weakest link. You ever have hamburger buns and forgot you had hamburger buns? And you're like, oh, I got hamburger buns. What am I going to do with my hamburger buns?
Peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut butter jelly.
When I was a single soldier living in the barracks and I didn't have any fucking food, I fucking got hammered one time. Came back from the bar and all I had was peanut butter and jelly and hamburger buns, and I ate the entire pack.
What were you washing it down with? More beer or what? Oh, you can't have beer in the barracks, right?
No, you can drink in the barracks. I just didn't have beer. I just fucking literally ate a pack of hamburger buns with peanut butter and jelly.
Was it grape jelly and not chunky peanut butter?
Oh no, it was chunky peanut butter and strawberry jelly. The best.
The ultimate combo. I'm currently mixing a 60-cent burrito with a $1.17 or 27-cent burrito to get like putting the bread in that meatloaf.
Groovy baby.
Yeah, baby. Are you Randy?
So before I had wife aggro, we were talking about JFK.
I got a 50-cent piece of JFK. I almost spent it on weed today.
I just got a question for the group. And Lion, I'm particularly interested in you and Yasuka, but who killed him? Who was it? Like, if you had to pin one, who was it?
I think it had to do with American and Israeli intelligence, dude. That's all I know. Beyond that, I mean, we got the paperwork, but it was 65 years ago, dude.
Yeah, if I'm just gonna be blunt on my perspective, I don't think he actually died. Like I don't think anybody killed JFK. Like the Zapruder film came out like 7 years later. Whereas the way that people have perceptions of it is that everybody thinks that it was like a live TV broadcast, which is just really interesting on that angle. Kind of how the reality doesn't match people's memories of that. But yeah, I don't want to get into the justifications, but I just don't think he died.
It was Alan Dulles.
Was he a president afterwards, disguised as another president?
Yeah, I'm not going to positively take the Riggs angle on that. I will not affirm that he is Jimmy Carter.
That was so before my time that I was, I really don't know much about it.
Would we all be able to safely say that they killed JFK, and they is in quotes?
I don't know,
that's the thing about JFK is that it's perfectly set up as an event to where everybody can. It's like a blank slate to where everybody can put their own model of the world onto it. Like if you think that it was the banks, it was Israel, it was aliens, it was this, it was that. Everybody takes JFK as like their conspiracy. JFK got killed because he did something that I liked, and they're against what I like. And yeah.
The thing is, the reason I believe what I believe, just a little bit of research I've done on it, is he decided to decline the Operation Northwoods plan to, bomb Cuba or cause some type of, plan where they were going to cause some type of emotional outcry in the media regarding an airliner filled with college kids, or they had like 4 different plans. And then, the commander general signed off on it. And then when it got to Kennedy's desk, he's like, what the hell is this, dude? I'm not signing off on this bullshit. And then I'm paraphrasing, but he basically, he declined it, dude. And then literally 2 weeks later, he was shot dead.
Well, he also denied air support at the Bay of Pigs, right? Which Alan Dulles and the agency were furious about, right? He also wanted to negotiate with the Russians and actually ally with the Russians and open up diplomatic relations, but you had McCarthyism and the Red Scare and all that other shit. And then you had LBJ, who LBJ is an evil fucking man. Evil. Straight up. So, I don't know. But I'm telling you, man, I've done a ton of research on it. I think it's pretty clear who killed him.
Who's that?
It was Alan Dulles in the CIA. So if you actually get into the research, there's a guy named Felix. I think it's Felix Rodriguez. I can't remember. So the bottom line is the agency was training Cubans, right, to overthrow Castro. This is where this all started. This is obviously
they tried killing him how many times, dude? And every time he slipped away.
Right. And this was all before Kennedy was in office, right? And so then Kennedy gets into office, and the agency has had this program going on. And Felix and some of these other, Cuban guerrillas have been trained like elite soft, right? They've gotten the best training. So then you go fast forward into the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Bay of Pigs, all this other shit, right? Well, the Bay of Pigs fucking thing happened, and Kennedy was like, he kind of fell in on it, and he was like, this is bullshit. What are we doing? So he denied the air support. It all failed. And so the agency was pissed off because they had a black eye. And then these these Cubans were designed in I can't remember. I think they're called tri-killer teams. But what they were trained to do was to assassinate targets via like triangulation of fires. So it's multiple shooters from multiple points, right? So it's a guarantee. Then you're going to get the target. Like someone's going to miss, the other guy will hit them, right? But you do it from multiple angles. If you look at the ballistic evidence of the rounds that impacted Kennedy, and then you also listen to the eyewitness accounts, you can also see in the Zapruder film some of this, by the way. Kennedy was hit in the front, right? Lee Harvey Oswald was supposedly in the building behind him, which means he wasn't the shooter. And then you also had eyewitness accounts of hearing the shots from the bridge, right? Well, this guy Felix ends up turning up again in the Watergate scandal. So after Kennedy is assassinated, Nixon gets elected, right? Nixon is like, what the fuck is going on here with the Kennedy assassination? The CIA decides they're going to oust his ass, which you can get into the Watergate scandal, Bob Woodward, all these guys. Like, it's all connected, man. And I know I'm summarizing a lot of the points, but like, there's books on this shit. But the craziest part is that Lee Harvey Oswald gets captured, right? And then Jack Ruby shoots him. Jack Ruby goes to jail right after he shoots this guy. And this guy named Jolly West, you can look him up. Jolly West is a crazy character. He's involved with MK Ultra. He's doing mind control experiments with LSD. The agency is putting John Does in hotels with prostitutes, giving them LSD and then watching them through a two-way mirror and like recording the results. Anyways, Jolly visits Jack Ruby in his prison cell, right? The next day, Jack Ruby is fucking like totally insane, incoherent. No one, like he can't even fucking comprehend like what the hell he did. Doesn't remember killing Lee Harvey Oswald or anything. Like there's so many connections, in this web. But the top of the octopus or the spider web, if you will, is the agency. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah. I don't. Most of us already assume that, right? That the CIA was involved, especially when you have Kennedy warning of the deep state. I forget. Do you remember what he said in his quote or in his speech?
Are you talking about Eisenhower?
No, they both warned. Eisenhower and Kennedy both warned of the deep state.
Yeah,
in their own words.
Yeah, Eisenhower's famous speech was the first one that was warning about the military-industrial complex. And that was when he left office. And basically what that was the result of these Lockheed Martin. Well, it wasn't Lockheed Martin back then. It was just Martin. But these big companies and becoming military contractors, after World War II and doing the Marshall Plan of rebuilding everything. Like he warned about that. Kennedy did a similar speech, which is what you're referring to. He didn't call it the military-industrial complex. He called it I'll have to look it up. It was something else, but it was a more nebulous term, and that's also part of the reason why.
Secret societies. He say something like that, right?
It was something to do with that. It was like the insiders.
I can't remember the exact quote, but he mentioned like secret societies being in control.
Yes. Yeah. It was something.
But I can't remember the exact quote. But I did post the Operation Northwest. Actually, I got the PDF right here pulled up. You guys want to go through it real quick? I think this is what ultimately culminated with Kennedy's death, because he kept resisting.
PDFs.
He kept resisting a deep state. It says the first page, top secret special handling, but it does seem almost like too good to be true for them to release this shit, dude. So I got to give Yasuke some credit, because this should have never gotten released or ever seen the light of day.
Well, wait. What am I getting credit for?
It's legit. It is legit. Like, this is actual historical fact. there's testimony from those that were involved. Some of them play it off as like, oh, this was a hypothetical or whatever. But yes, this was like it actually was planned and it happened.
I just find it a little suspicious that this would have ever gotten released and seen the light of day.
Yeah,
our government.
Yeah, it's like if you were just a Saturday morning cartoon villain who's just, like secular, rationalist, logical in your thought processes, and just trying to do strictly the best play possible, there's no angle in which it would make sense why this would ever get released. Or that if it does get released, that it would be 100% look.
Classified.
Yeah, the whole Operation Northwoods thing.
So it says justification for U.S. military intervention in Cuba, but ultimately it was a pretext to go to war against Russia. Because at that time, Cuba and Russia were both communists, and it was like right before the whole Red Scare.
Goddamn red commies.
Them commies.
And whereas my conception with this is that my understanding is that these people operate under sort of very particular karmic laws. And one of the karmic laws that they follow is sort of tacit consent or implied consent, to where they kind of have to tell you what they're doing before they do it to you. And that's a way of sort of wiping their hands clean of it karmically. Because if they tell you that they're going to do something to you and then you fall for it, then it's your fault. So in this sense, like letting these Northwood documentaries or documents get released essentially says, yes, we as the government are perfectly willing to pull off fake operations for the purposes of getting you to believe something.
Well, I mean, look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right? But then also look at MK Ultra. I don't know if anyone's ever read Tom O'Neill's book Chaos about Marilyn Manson, but like the short story. Tom O'Neill decides to do a quick article on the Manson family murders, right? It turns into this 20-year thing because he keeps uncovering like this crazy shit over and over again, and it ends up being a book called Chaos. I highly recommend anyone to read it because it's fucking insightful as fuck. But the bottom line is Manson was actually one of the ones that was involved, like one of the subjects of the MK Ultra project. So like the CIA actually literally was trying to like create a Manchurian candidate that could murder with no emotion, and Manson was essentially like the result of that. And like though all of that got declassified and those documents got released, which confirmed Tom O'Neill's books. Like we know that MK Ultra existed because everything in the government, like all the classified shit, right, has a normal declassification period. It's either 25 or 50 years. Now, that being said, they also hide some, Kennedy assassination, aliens, all that shit. I think they're hiding, but for the most part, a lot of these documents, these are just staffers that are looking in the archives and they're like, oh, this is time to get declassified, and they're probably not even reading it. That's how the shit gets out.
So what percentage of the population do you think are susceptible to like, LSD dosing and then mind control obviously triggered at some point? Because I hear that the guy that shot JFK's supposed tutor, he had the mob connections, like you said, but he was like, I had to do it. Like, and then you don't really hear anything else, but like, oh yeah, okay, sums it up. You get to see the assumed assassinator be assassinated live on TV, right? Is that what happened?
Well, Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey
right in front of the phone booth, right? Because everyone sees it. Everyone's seen the video, right? So like, okay. End of the book. Elfin.
Yeah, I mean, all the dots are kind of connected, right? Like, and I will say, like, and when you read Chaos, I think you'll be like me. You'll walk away and be like, okay, that shit fucking happened. But like, I can't prove it without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I'm saying?
What this document reveals is the how like conniving our government truly is, and the megalomaniacs that work for our government, the type of plans that they try to scheme up against the American people and against foreign countries. But this whole document has to do with psychological manipulation, dude, and causing a media outcry to then give us justification and pretext to going and taking over Cuba, dude. But it says here, let's just go through it real quick. Incidents. This is on page 7. Incidents to establish a credible attack, not in chronological order. 1. Start rumors. Brackets. Many. Use clandestine radio. Land friendly Cubans in uniform over the fence to stage attack on base. 3. Capture Cuban friendly saboteurs inside the base. 4. Start riots near the base main gate. Friendly Cubans. 5. Blow up ammunitions inside the base. Start fires. 6. Burn aircraft on airbase and sabotage. 7. Lob mortar shells from outside of the base into base. Some damage to installations. 8. Capture assault teams approaching from the sea or vicinity of Guantanamo City. 9. Capture militia group which storms the base. Sabotage ship in harbor. Large fires. Neptalins. Sink ship near harbor entrance. Conduct funerals for mock victims. United States would respond by executing offensive operations to secure water and power supplies, destroying artillery and mortar emplacements which threaten the base. Commence large-scale United States military operations. Remember, the main incident could be arranged in several forms. We could blow up a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba. Or B, we could blow up a drone, unmanned vessel anywhere in the Cuban waters. We could arrange to cause such incident in the vicinity of Havana or Santiago as a spectacular result of Cuban attack from the air or sea or both. The presence of Cuban planes or ships merely investigating the intent of the vessel could be fairly compelling evidence that the ship was taken under attack. I'm almost done. The nearness to Havana or Santiago would add credibility, especially to those people that might have heard the blast or have seen the fire. The U.S. could follow up with an air-sea rescue operation. Dude, I could just go on. I don't want to read all this, but it's so amazing, dude. It's just insane, dude.
Yes, dude, I'm totally with you, right? And like, I've been working for 24 years. You know what I mean? But like, it was a different time back then. Like, they killed a president. Like, it was wild back then, man.
They almost did it with Trump. It's wild right now. So what would have happened if JFK was like, okay, would we have just invaded Cuba? And like, all right, no communism here, or would Cuba have been our 51st state, or would Cuba could never be our 51st state? Because that shit old Puerto Rico, they're in line.
Well, Castro wasn't even a communist to begin with. I mean, we kind of pushed him to that. You know, so there's that. Then you had Che as well, which was another issue, but I don't know. Like, I'm with you, Lion. It's America's made mistakes, but yeah.
I'm trying to find the part where it talks about the college kids, dude.
Well, there's the aircraft in there doing the fake exercise. I don't remember college kids.
Let me see.
Because they talk about blowing up a drone or whatever. Yeah, an aircraft at Eglin Air Force Base, which is in Florida, would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for civil registered aircraft belonging to CIA proprietary organization. As a designated time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted to a drone. Takeoff times of the drone's aircraft and the actual aircraft will be scheduled to allow rendezvous south of Florida. From the rendezvous point, the passenger carrying aircraft will descend to a minimum altitude and go directly into an auxiliary field at Eglin, where arrangements will have been made to evacuate the passengers and return the aircraft to its original status. So, like, that was the thing. Like, they were going to fake it and, like, somehow create this cover story for all the passengers. But, yeah.
But they did that. They got to do that 9/11 instead.
I don't know. Like the thing about 9/11, I get it. Like I get some of the conversations about it, but like
Over here, found it. It's on page 10, dude. Page 10. It says, and it is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that a Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela. The destination would be chosen only to cause the flight plan route to cross Cuba. The passengers would be a group of college students off on a holiday or any grouping of persons with a common interest to support chartering a non-scheduled flight. An aircraft would be painted and numbered, and that's where you get to the.
that's what that's what I was reading. They were going to swap the passengers out and make it look like we killed a bunch of college kids.
There's this on spring break.
You don't have to get you just put it in the fucking writing. Like 300 people were killed on this flight, or 20 or whatever. Yeah, 13 scientists killed on this flight. It's just a fucking report. They don't have to be
20-year-olds.
Dude, it talks about drone aircraft back then.
Fucking fairies. It doesn't matter. They're not real.
Dude, this is 1962, and they're talking about drone aircrafts. That means they had the capability back then, dude.
They had drones in the 30s, and they had drones a long time ago, bro.
Yeah, 9/11. You look at the flight pass, and they're swapped out for drones. You see it.
The people who first had drones were the ones that could scare everybody in the world, that they had the ability to do that, and everybody else didn't. They had to have a person in there.
Yeah,
and these people, that's what's called an alien. The nobody driving the airplane by a remote. It's a remote control piloted
Japanese guys.
Real
bad
doesn't matter.
guys.
Yep. No person in the kamikaze plane. That's why it kamikaze.
Some of the worst.
I mean,
Tesla was driving remote boats in the 30s, man.
Tesla's interesting, and you should read Townsend Thomas Brown.
So let me ask you guys again: would we have ever taken over Cuba, national security reasons, or it's just too big of a long island with?
Well, that was the reason why Castro went to communism. It's because we tried to do that.
And it's our fault. Damn it. And then he made Trudeau.
Communism. What do you mean?
Then he made Trudeau.
He made Trudeau to fuck because he goes,
dude,
I'm going to get you guys, you 50 American scum.
Trudeau.
Yeah, the American communists.
I'm going to make it Trudeau.
Castro might be his. I don't. Dude, have you seen those pictures? Castro might be his dad. I don't know.
Now, is Alex Jones not who I think? Who's Alex Jones supposed to be?
Alex
Cooper. But yo, what's crazy about this document is that it went all the way up. It was signed off by General Lehman L. Lemonster, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the time. He approved the proposal and forwarded it to the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara in 1962. And then he forwarded it to Kennedy, and Kennedy denied it.
Yeah, McNamara was also kind of there was a lot of contention between McNamara and Kennedy. McNamara was also kind of in with Dulles. Here's how crazy this gets. Let me just back up a little bit. Alan Dulles and his brother came from this thing called Brown Brothers and Harriman, right? And this is in the 30s. They actually decided to invest in Germany, right, after World War I, because Germany was in so much debt. The Treaty of Versailles had totally fucked over Germany, right? So then Brown Brothers, Harriman, and some other investment companies decided to go into Germany, make all these loans, and just say, hey, you can rebuild your country, here's the money, and all this other stuff. And the plan was that they were going to charge them with a shitload of interest and also own some of the infrastructure. So literally, they're doing this. They're pumping money, and they're giving it to the fucking National Socialist Party, aka Nazis. Like, this is legit, man. So Alan Dulles and his brothers and these other investment bankers they funded the Third Reich. Third Reich took their money, said, "Fuck you, we're not paying it back. We just got all these tanks, blitzkrieg to France." Like that, that's where it starts. And then fast forward 20 fucking years, Kennedy comes in, he's like, what the fuck are all you people doing, man? And literally, fucking, they killed him.
Is this an episode of Drunk History?
No, it's legit.
I don't doubt it. And in this paper, it actually talks about even more, dude. It says the air sea operations. It says casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of national indignation. So
I do gotta say, though,
go ahead.
I do gotta say, just as a general thing, is that it's very good to have. It's a very good thing. I could say more descriptive words. To have a Globro here who is not autistically against all conspiracies, no matter what.
Dude,
it's very fruitful.
Here's the thing, man, that I try to tell people. The conspiracy theorists are actually ahead. COVID, fucking, like, they're kind of ahead. I mean, it turns out, like, most of the shit that people call conspiracy theories turns out to be true 2 or 3 years later. Like, that's the reality of it.
Yeah, it's just that a statement like that would paint you as an enemy to most of the Globros here. And it shouldn't be most of the Globros. It should just be, that should just be a, what's it called? An over-exaggeration.
You guys are bros?
In most places it is. But here it definitely is most of the Globros.
Globros, who you gonna call? The Globlings.
Yeah, like, I don't know what it is about this face, but it just attracts the biggest characters.
Yeah, like emo. No, man, with you, like, for real. I mean, even Flat Earth has some of their points, right? I'm still a Glober. Again, 99.9. But the 0.1 of me is a Flat Earther. I can't prove it.
Word.
But, that's just how...
When was the last time you were at Walmart and you seen a guy that was like, you couldn't, that might not, you might not be able to beat him up. You'd be the one guy at Walmart that, like, oh, that guy.
I haven't been to a Walmart since 2016.
Well, you are truly blessed man.
I mean, there's just actually nothing good there. No value to go there.
Come on, Verdict. When was the last time you saw your match at Walmart?
I don't know. Not at a Walmart.
I seen my match at Walmart today. I was like, holy shit. I was like, if that guy was, coming over here and I'm yelling at Karen, the manager, I'm going to be a little bit worried.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, I'm a big dude, but that doesn't matter. It's just, I do jiu-jitsu, so I don't really think that I ever see anyone that I'm like, oh, whoa, unless it's like on the mat, and then I'm like, oh, fuck, that's happened a couple times.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, when you're actually a competent fighter, like, unless there are certain, like, tells, like, I can kind of tell when somebody's a good mover, like, whether or not they're an athletic mover, and then if they're also, like, they got, like, 50 pounds on me athletically, like they're, like, too dirty or something. There's never going to be a time where I'm going to see somebody and I'm going to be like, yeah, I can't take that guy.
Dude, I'll be the first to admit. So I'm 6'3", I'm 225 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do jiu-jitsu. I'm level 3 certified in Army combatives. The worst fucking experience, like, I got choked the fuck out 6 ways from Sunday by this skinny little fucking Asian kid. He fucked me. Look, I didn't even know what was going on. I woke up.
He didn't fuck you though. You just said that though.
It was on the mat. It was on the mat. We were just rolling, and he just was so wiry. Like he'd get away from everything, and he just literally just wrapped his legs around my neck and put me to sleep. And he was really, he was like half my size.
Yeah, it's just that like when you're out in public, like it'd be really hard to see. Like it'd be really hard for you in your mind's eye to imagine that that person is actually like that. But if you see them in a jujitsu gym, and you see like the random wiry Asian, like they might put a little bit of fear of God into you, you know.
And that's why I don't underestimate anyone. Like that was
in a Walmart. Would you have been able to beat the wiry Asian?
Fuck no, that dude would have choked me out no matter where we were at.
No matter what you guys were wearing. Because in jiu-jitsu you just have like the belt to pull on, right? And
yeah, no, I have a lot of experience analyzing people's gait, as in like their movement patterns from the perspective of athletics and like physical fitness and physical health. And so just by seeing the way that somebody walks, you can tell if they're athletic or not. Like there's so much that you can tell about somebody just by the way that they carry themselves. And there are actual like objective metrics to tell this sort of thing. Like if people have, their feet pointed out and they're waddling to where they're rotating like out versus like kind of spiraling inwards, that would be a very good sign that somebody is not very athletic.
Speaking of waddling, what's up, Risky?
It's in Australia, not Antarctica.
Rick, just don't call me a war criminal tonight.
Yeah, I'll call you a war criminal instead. I don't even know why I'm calling you one, but if the shoe fits.
I love Rick. Him and I have had our disagreements.
How long did you guys have D-Mock in here calling you goof troops?
Oh God, about an hour.
I don't know. Just mute him and ignore his existence.
What's that negator?
Every time I come in here, he's muted, and then I unmute him, and then I regret it.
Nah, just leave him muted.
Yeah,
There's no reason ever to unmute him.
That's the biggest problem with the server, is how difficult it is to get people muted when they're just absolutely just like diarrheaing all over the conversation. And it's like it requires pulling teeth from mods to get them muted for 10 seconds, and then they get unmuted and do the exact same thing. Like it's conversations get destroyed for hours because it's just so afraid to ever like mute somebody. Well, like if anything, the server gets destroyed because there's not good conversations for hours at a time because
we have
certain individuals just take it over.
Yeah, the usual suspects.
I mean, I'll mute him more. He's
Sorry, Verdax here, dude. Everything's all right, dude.
I'll mute him more, but he's like on. I feel bad for him because he's always. Every time I come in here, he's shut up in a corner, and then I feel a little bad.
There's absolutely no reason to feel bad for him.
Well, no, you can have a conversation with D-Mock. He's like a dog. Before you open the gate, right? He's like happy to see, oh, there's a gate between us, right? And then you open that gate, and then it's barking time.
Yeah.
I know the certain people like D-Mock to where like he can have short bursts of being coherent, but then there's other people that are just like within 10 seconds of having a conversation, like they go from 0 to 100 right away, and they can never exist in a conversation without dominating it.
No, the guy is broken. He's absolutely broken.
And then when you have like a melodic in here, like trying to just talk through him and be saying the same shit, which isn't nothing, and blah blah blah. D-Mock's doing the same thing. It's just like your brain ain't gonna take both those and give you a good time.
Like, he's the type of dude that you're going to be paying for in 15 years to exist.
So what do you guys do for your brain health? What do you do, Lion? Lion, have you been taking care of your body?
Lion's mane is very good for your brain health.
Lion's mane is very good. The best thing you could do for your brain health, dude, is pray, bro. Meditate, read your Bible, man.
Yeah, I've been doing guided meditations, and it's just like so much easier for me to get into that state. And I don't think I've ever seen any like, visuals, as they say, or blah blah blah. And I've done a minimal amount of shrooms a handful of times over the last 4 years, but
Magic Mind is really good.
Yeah, to Lion's point, praying is more successful at getting people off of drugs than just about anything else.
Yeah, 13 years
that's what science
ago.
says.
Oh no, it was 12 years ago. I don't know why my math's wrong. I was in jail all of May, and I was praying every night. That's when I started praying every night. And what's prayer? But is it meditation, focusing on something for a short time? And now, after I pray, I'll do some meditation. It's counting down from 99 to 0, and then I'm right the fuck to sleep.
Yo, that speech I was talking about is that Kennedy. Yeah, it was secret societies. He was targeting secret societies, like passively, aggressively. Yeah, it says the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
That's it.
To secret oaths and to secret proceedings. We decided a long time the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it. So clearly he knew about shit that was going on, like Operation Northwoods, dude.
We do things that are hard. We do not jack off in coffins.
Dude, you need to read this and add to it, bro. That's funny. What when you say jack off in coffins, what are you talking about specifically?
Crossing bones.
Skull and bones, right? Yale and all that.
Now they call it crossing bones. Is that a sexual fetish thing between two men?
That was a hazing ritual that if you were part of Skull and Bones, you had to like jerk off in a coffin, dude.
Oh, so it is Skull and Bones. It's not. I guess that's the pirate ship.
I was wondering where you got it from.
Yeah. Super Mario 64 also has similar rituals.
Nice.
Just about every level in Super Mario 64 is literally a cut and pasted version of a Freemasonic or other secret society ritual.
So if we all played that game, then we're already in.
Yeah, if you played Super Mario 64, you've done Freemasonic initiation rituals.
Nice. I mean,
the thing is, bro, like we have Eisenhower and Kennedy talking about the deep state, dude, the secret societies in our government. So like we have people of high authority and credibility talking about the same shit that we talk about, dude.
Nah, it's just some random stuff they do for fun in the desert, and it doesn't actually mean anything.
It's just fun. Do some drugs, hang out. A reason to tell their wife, hey, I gotta leave for the whole weekend.
Yeah, all these...
they think that the scientific method holds them at bay. Like through proof of science, it prevents these secret societies ever taking control. I think that's what they assume. Their peer review process solves the problem of humanity.
Yeah, CERN doing a human sacrifice in front of a statue of Vishnu. That for some reason they have a statue of Vishnu in the CERN facility. It's just a prank, bro. Like it doesn't mean anything. Like they just did human sacrifice for fun. Law.
Seriously. I mean, with every day, it's getting harder and harder to deny the cult connections.
Like, it's just a prank, bro.
It's no longer a joke anymore, dude. They're not just doing it to troll us, dude.
Oh, don't get us all scared, Lion.
I'm saying, like, even with the Blue Origin trip, dude, like with the upside down Baphomet insignia that they had, like that shit's not like it's not they're not just trolling us, bro. Like it's not just trolling us, dude. They definitely have some type of spiritual faith that they follow that's not in line with American Christian values, dude.
Yeah, there's a very fine line between trolling and just actually doing something. Like, even if you think like, oh, I'm just doing this, like, witchcraft ritual for fun, law.
Ooh.
Like, at a certain point, it's just not trolling.
Halloween.
I don't know, man. Like we have rituals in the army, prop blasts and all this other shit. You do crazy shit. You slide down slides in the dark with heavy metal playing. You drink a bunch. It's pitch black. They're yelling at you. So, like, I don't know, man. I get it.
That's not bad.
I mean, rituals in and of themselves is not a problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Doing PT with your army buddies is not, and like sliding down metal slides or whatever, dude. Like, what how's that equivalent?
Yeah, because every society, every culture has rituals. You're never going to get away from rituals.
I mean, that's my point. Yeah.
Yeah, brushing my teeth every day at the same time, dude, isn't inherently evil.
Yeah,
it's a ritual.
But that is to say that not all rituals are created equal. Some rituals are not very good. Like, sacrificing children to do a rain dance, from some ancient Aztec societies or something. That's not a very good ritual. I'm noticing nobody here verbally agreed.
I think people are getting bored.
Yeah, what if like the Aztec shit was actually just their form of birth control? Like, kind of like nowadays.
Issa, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's happening? He's got me thinking about that.
Bro.
Thinking that fuck.
The blood that used to flow down there was ankle deep, supposedly.
They apparently their gods, their serpent deities, were demanding human sacrifice, dude. That's the story, dude. And that was common across the world. It wasn't just the Inca, the Maya, or wherever. It was like ancient Israel, Judah, dude, Sumerian, Babylonian, Chaldean. For whatever reason, people like to sacrifice their kids to these gods, dude.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
What the hell's going on
at all? It's not real. Nobody
oh, it's not.
That.
It's not. All right.
Nobody does that.
Yeah, nag.
Now it's called Planned Parenthood, right? You just go into a little office, it give you a questionnaire, you fill it out, you go into the next room. That's the only difference, dude.
It's not real. It doesn't happen.
Ned, couldn't like abortion clinics be kind of
like
the worship of Moloch?
It's not real. It's not real. It doesn't happen.
What's not real?
No. The things that just got said, it's not real.
Well, hold on. Don't they like sell like 12-year-old kids' blood and put it in like medication or something?
No.
Yeah, dude. They like pay for it to get injected in their skin.
You got to do less drugs, dude.
Dude, I'm not even talking. This is on Oprah. Shit was on fucking Oprah, dog. It's not even like, shit's on Oprah, dude. They know all about it, bro. In fact, didn't like fucking, what's his name, Star Trek? What's his name, went up to space? Didn't he get all that shit?
Robert or William Shatner?
Yeah.
Shatner.
Don't he get all that shit?
What?
No.
What give shit?
No, dude, look at the fuck up, man. They get 12-year-olds blood and they fucking pump it in their face, dude. Look it up. Do you know anything about, how about this, Neg? Do you know, you probably love this dude. You know Kurzweil?
No.
Negator. Talk to me. It's late. I'm allowed to do this. Yo, fucking. You know what's his name? Kurzweil, dude who created the keyboard and shit.
No, Phillison, I really don't.
Are you fucking serious? You guys know about like the singularity?
I know about the technological singularity, but I didn't know it was.
Look up here. Look it up real quick. Look up Kurzweil singularity because you can tell me his first name.
Right.
You'll love this shit line. If you don't know about him, bro.
Right.
He's the dude who wants to like fucking like download your brain into a computer. He's the dude. What's his name? Something Kurzweil. What the fuck is his name?
Ray.
Ray
Kurzweil. That's
Ray.
it. And he's the dude who talks about the singularity. He's actually a fucking genius. He's the dude who made the invention so that like deaf people could like hear, or what was the thing he made? Like it was like a communication device for like
Kurzweil
blind
keyboard
people.
for yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, pretty cool shit. But like, he's also like trying to like recreate his father as an AI program, which is kind of weird. But all of them, that's what they're into, man. Like the ketogenic diet, mad fucking like vitamins and like kids' blood. Negator, look it up.
I mean, if you think about it, like we actually are.
If you think about it, it makes sense, right?
To your other point, Issa, I think like like it's a reality that we're bonding with technology, and like technically all of us are cyborgs, right? We have a phone in our pocket 24/7. Like we have technology
Nah, but
with
you know
us
what
that is
though?
literally.
I mean, even with the glasses they just came out with, like you're still not a cyborg yet. It's when you put that shit like a microchip implanted in your brain. But even then, man, like I like,
We're getting there.
I don't know, man. I love what the Quran says, man. It says no matter how much they try, they can't even recreate a fly.
Yeah.
Like they'll never figure it out, man. So like, I don't know, brother. I mean, I applaud the attempt in some like kind of scientific whatever, like I get it, but like I don't think it's like doing like the cryogenics, like freezing yourself so they can like revive you or some shit.
I don't know. It sounds
I
like
just
we're one step away from living under a bridge.
I mean,
dude, this is like modern science, dude.
I mean,
People are doing this.
Well, there's
Right,
folks
go
in
on,
the
bro.
tech community that say like we don't know. We don't know anymore because it's lying to us. We can't even we don't know if it's sentient or not. Like it's coming, I think.
So what
Yeah,
is it,
you ever
Ray
get into
Charles?
like the whole what's that theory of like, like where like man creates God? You know what I mean? Like that, like
well,
that's part of it. That's technological singularity.
Yeah, and that like whole. Well, not. I don't know if that's exactly how he looks at it, but yeah, I guess maybe that is how he looks at it. But they
When
look at it like
technology
that.
surpasses human beings in intelligence.
Well, and
Right,
that's
right.
the arguments for
But that doesn't
neuro.
necessitate the idea of a God. Like they look at it like they're like, or some of them look at it. But there's like a theory about that where man makes God. I forget what it's called.
Well, that's some of the arguments for Neuralink and why that's gaining traction because it's not because we're gonna, you know, make everybody cyborgs. It's the only way that we can keep up with AI. Like those conversations are starting to happen, which is fucking wild.
To keep up with AI. So this is the Sapiens guy. This is Yuval Noah Harari. His sort of work seems to be sort of more of the sociological architecture. Ray Kurzweil's the sort of the technological sort of arbiter, and this Yuval Noah Harari is sort of guiding people through a philosophical sort of approach in order to engage with this new coming tech battle that we're going to supposedly have. Very interesting that his middle name is Noah as well.
Yeah.
The last Noah, the most famous Noah I'm aware of anyway, is a guy that built an ark and guided humanity through a great reset. Now you have a new Noah, and he's going to guide you through the new great reset, potentially anyway.
They're called futurists, transhumanists, cybernetics, and like, dude, like Terrence McKenna was talking about this back in the freaking 80s, time wave zero, around the same. He said it, but he thought it was going to be around 2012. and but you know, people have only dreamed of futurism. We're in it. We're living it right now, dude. Touch screens, dude. Like people used to dream of touch screens, dude. Now it's like everybody has a touch screen. It's no biggie.
Yeah. I don't know, man. The AI thing is perplexing to me because it only goes one of two ways. It's either good or bad.
I think President Trump just signed the federal bill basically saying that for the next 10 years, any laws regarding AI are being brought to a halt. Like they don't want people using AI to like establish legislation.
They definitely want that.
You heard about that?
It's democracy. Yeah.
I'm trying to
I have a
find the
question
bill.
for Verdak though, just quickly. Hey, Verdak, who do you think is the US president with the most bombs under their belt dropped? Just off the cuff.
Probably Obama.
Holy shit, okay. Yeah, I thought so too. I got I went looking up the information. Looks like Trump is kicking his butt. So I want confirmation on this from a military man. What's your opinion on that? They're saying like 180,000 bombs since Obama's been in office. Since Trump has been in office. With the Obama figure, all they say is more than 100,000 is what they say. Is the figures that I got back. Whereas they're very specific with the numbers on Trump. It's 180,000, like 181,000 and something.
Oh, I wonder if that's because of the ISIS. Yeah, the ISIS thing. Maybe Trump did surpass him because Trump went after ISIS hardcore. Obama kind of let them kind of fester. In fact, he created them because of his Iraq policy. So that actually kind of makes sense. It might be Trump.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Line.
Yeah, the proposal would effectively create 10-year moratorium on state AI laws. If enacted, this could override existing and planned state legislation, potentially impacting laws in states like Colorado and California that address AI issues like deepfakes and consumer protection. The specific bill number you mentioned, 4143, so it doesn't necessarily prevent AI regulation or AI legislation. It just prevents people from putting legislation against the use of AI.
Or against what it's used for or how it develops. Yes, that means AI companies can do anything and nobody can bring up any legislature against them.
Right. Yep. Bill 4143.
Hold on. I don't think that's what it says, Lion. So here's what I'm reading right now. The law criminalizes the publication of NCII, which is non-consensual intimate imagery, including AI-generated deepfakes. The Take It Down Act is the first U.S. law to substantially regulate a certain type of AI-generated content, i.e. deepfakes. The law's passage comes as House Republicans pass on May 22nd a reconciliation package that includes AI measures, including a 10-year ban on state AI regulations and a $500 million for modernizing federal IT systems with AI. So that's interesting. So on one hand, it's banning deepfakes, essentially. Now it's saying don't regulate it.
Well, it's to protect the celebrity and the entertainment industry a lot, right? So it's going to try to insulate that from the problem of AI.
Or schoolgirls. Yeah, it's to protect people from being deepfakes.
Largely the sort of information. I mean, they'll always tell you, like, they always got to put a bit of sugar with their bitter pill that you got to swallow, right? But what is it? A lot of this is to largely protect the wealth and the profiteering motives of these industries, right? And then they're going to flip it around at some point, all these rules and regulations.
It says opponents argue that a moratorium like this would stifle state innovation and the ability to tailor AI regulations to specific local needs and concerns.
And say the politicians would be interested in sort of preventing making any rules or regulations so that they can maintain their control over the political sphere as well.
But what I thought this bill was about was also not allowing legislators to use AI to just draft bills. You know what I'm saying? Like, because apparently that's what this is all heading. Eventually, it's just going to be AI doing all the legislation, dude.
So Lion, here's further context. So, House Republicans supported the state moratorium due to concerns that the growing number of state AI laws has created a patchwork of state laws. A patchwork of various state laws is not good for innovation, for business or consumers, and that's what we're trying to avoid. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to ban deepfakes, and they even use revenge porn as the context, which I totally agree with that. But what I don't necessarily agree with is the whole let's not regulate anything because it's not good for innovation. That's kind of creepy. But.
Can you explain this to me, though, or one of you guys that know about law? How can the federal government prevent states from enacting bills regulating AI? How can they do? It says a recent proposal within a House budget bill aims to prevent states from enacting or enforcing their own AI regulations for a decade. I thought states could, have their own state rights.
AI doesn't understand state borders. So it's extraordinarily important for the federal government to be the one that sets interstate commerce. So that's how they're that's how they're doing it. It's interstate commerce clauses.
Would a good law to prevent AI from doing anything to maybe like fake space videos or something? Because I don't know how you guys are going to prove anything to anyone once this AI is in full swing and it can basically replicate everything taking off, right down to Mars and make it look like it's a robot that you're in control of. What are you going to do? We're getting beyond the satellites, right through the looking glass in the metaphoric sense.
It's already done, Rick. You guys just refuse to believe it. It's all good.
Oh, I'm just what are the capabilities for it? I mean, it's kind of interesting that they didn't ban it from being able to represent something physically. It's only this sort of celebrity copyright stuff. And as Coco mentioned, part of the reason is also to assist in young girls being taken advantage of, or young boys for that matter, being taken advantage of in schools. But it doesn't mean they can't fake a spacecraft. They haven't outlawed that one.
Can I ask a question?
Hit it.
If a new spacecraft video came out, but you didn't hear anything else about it through NASA or one of the other space companies or through any local TV stations where the launch was supposed to happen or anything else, would you believe that space video?
I would say that the AI creating that space video would then sort of start peppering it around into the media and then acting as if it's like official NASA sort of productions, and it would sort of manifest it in that manner in order to get it onto the TV so that you believe it.
Okay. And from your perspective, then I guess I can see that. For others of us, it's announced ahead of time. There's often many, many people that will drive to the launch site to watch it. Planes have to be rerouted. Boats, believe it or not, cruise ships and stuff that are in the southern areas have to be rerouted. News agencies often announce ahead of time that it's going to happen because the weather agency has to keep an eye on So there's a lead up. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if you follow this, if it's something you follow, you don't ever hear about it after the fact. You hear all these things leading up to it, and that would help maybe inform you that this particular one was real over this one that doesn't have any information.
But what would stop from these institutions from actually just using the AI to produce the footage? Wouldn't it be so much cheaper for them to do so? And they're saying it represents reality, so what's the difference at that point?
So you mean like there was an actual launch, but instead of paying for the footage, they're going to make their own AI?
Not quite sure what the thrust is, but I mean, are you familiar? Does anyone remember that Aegon guy? There was an Aegon, like, and he was a top PhD guy, and he was hiring people. Turns out the guy was just a robot or something. Anyone remember that? I can't remember the guy's last name, so I can go look it up. Aegon Barugion or something. Can't remember. I'll shut up. He was on Destiny. Like Destiny did this deep dive into this. I remember that video from a little while.
How do you fake the rocket from the bleachers when you're watching it take off?
Oh, dude, they'll just shoot up like basically an empty rocket, and then anything that comes after, if the cameras turn off on the ground, just becomes AI video. It's pretty simple. They just use the AI video to produce and anything that goes beyond your like field of vision. I'm not saying that they'll do it wholesale, like do a fake rocket on the screen, like produce that through all animation. They've got to have some sort of grounded in reality aspect, but everything that happens beyond that, who knows?
Have you ever watched a launch?
I've never been there, no. Just through the screen.
I highly encourage you to do it.
It's like watching a train from the train station.
Big firework is going to convince me or something.
Well, I mean, it's easy to say something is fake that you've never seen. So, just challenging that perspective.
I didn't say that
it's cool.
rocket ship's taken off a fake. I said that anything that happens beyond that is sort of, it's very hard to prove it otherwise. And
yeah, one time I was in the East Coast, like by Jersey, a little up north, and there was a rocket launch from Florida. And I remember you could see the rocket at some point. I remember looking up at the sky and you could just see the rocket fucking flying. You know, it didn't flew away, if I remember correctly, but it was crazy because it was like leaving Florida and I was over near like all the way up the coast. Could see this fucking rocket, which is wild.
Yep, space is real.
I mean, I'm not committed that hard on it, but it was pretty cool. Like it tripped me out. Like I'm all the way over there, you know, and its launch was in Florida, you know, and I saw it at some point in the sky, which was just. I sometimes wonder if it's like almost like just to go full conspiratard. Is like they just like hologram it at some point, like you know. Like I just can't, because I mean it looked pretty cool, but it was like the two fucking rockets. It was like the space shuttle on top or something like that. It's fucking weird.
I'll be honest with you. When I saw that Starlink, that didn't look real.
so I just posted a video just quickly.
So it's possible.
I found the guy. The guy's name is Dr. Argon Chakalikian, and the video's from Osmo Gold.
I seen that video. That video's freaked me out when I first seen that thing, dude.
So
he made fun of. Well, he didn't make fun of, but he. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. You go into these clips of this, like whatever the Shlokalom guy's name is, and you look in the background, and all the photos, all the faces are merged, and then he's wearing two mics, and there's just this guy just looks like a fake person, and then they've even got there are court cases with this guy's name, but no one can account for this person. and he's apparently one of the recruiters or something for NASA or the CIA or something. I can't remember. Check out the clips if you're interested. Basically, they're already at the stage that they're faking personalities.
Bombshell report exposes potential health risks of COVID-19 vaccines pushed by top officials in the Joe Biden administration. Led by Senator Ron Johnson, a group of senators found high-level figures under the former president, quote, withheld crucial health information from the subcommittee and the public.
He was dying. He wanted to take out as many of us as he could with them.
I'm telling you, man, this is where conspiracy theorists are winning.
What are you doing? Don't be talking about that.
Tiger blood. Oh yeah, no health talk.
I was just reading a Fox News story. That's all it was.
Yeah, it's kind of like big hard line on it.
Almost fake news since they got rid of Tucker. I don't know.
At some point, YouTube's going to stop banning it. They probably already have.
I think there was a couple of strikes on B-Ball's YouTube from it. That's why they just X'd it out, because it's like, where's the line at? We don't know.
It's crazy though when mainstream media sources and then the Senate has a public hearing and that these are their findings, that YouTube would want to regulate it. I mean, that seems kind of bass backwards.
Well, you can find it on YouTube. So yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Where did we find us on YouTube?
Earth is life.
Pale Rider. Just rode on in.
I would anticipate that, like, the restriction being relaxed a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. Right now, it's not.
Well, people love not being able to talk about certain things and then have to squirt if they're not being able to talk about it. Read us another Fox headline, please, Mr. Verdak. And before you do that, question to the room. Who believes Hillary Clinton could live on the moon or only vacation there?
Vacation? I don't know about live, but what do you mean vacation? The Chinese are supposedly mining helium-3 on the dark side of the moon, or backside.
Ooh, you know that moon's a thick bitch.
The moon's a shady sucker. Thank God we have it. This place would be a mess without it.
Well, you know what the moon is, right?
It's cheese, right?
Nah, it's to tell the landlord.
Obviously. Of course.
The landlord is the people who practice the religion of Judaism, and they need to know when the rent is due. And you look at that moon, you say, look, you see that? That's the clock in the sky. And the stars are the
Not
big
so
wheels keep on turning. You keep on paying up. But I believe the moon is definitely made of a sharp white cheddar. Yum. Excuse me while I touch the sky. What's the name of the song? What's the name of a guy? And he's in the TV show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Show?
Is it the Carlton or the Carlson?
What are you talking about? Carlton on Fresh Prince?
You know the dance he does? It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. What's the name? Give me the name. The Carlson? The Charleston. That's what it is. Charleston. Bungolio's here. Bungolio. Give me your teepee. So, Lion, have you been taking care of yourself? Oh,
Yes, sir.
You just left. Oh, there you are down there.
No, I'm here.
Is there room for aliens on a flat?
Yes.
On a flat Earth? No, there's no fucking room for aliens on a flat Earth.
Said yes. Lion said yes.
It just
No,
depends
Lion,
how you look at it, dude. It's all about perspective and reference
Is it-
frames, and you know how it is.
Is it the 99.99? The 0.001 is for the alien sex?
You don't really want to know what I believe about aliens, dude. I mean, it goes into a whole mythology, dude. I'm gonna get scoffed at.
Lion, is it angels and demons? Because like
Yeah.
that, and I'm actually just wondering if that's it.
Yes, sir. Tucker Carlson is on point. You know, he was ahead of his time when he came out and said that publicly.
When did he say that? Because I remember in 2017 when I was getting into the Shape of Earth heavy, or deciding to delve into it, Tucker Carlson saying science is a religion.
So Sean Ryan is saying that he thinks it's angels and demons. Tucker Carlson saying it's angels and demons. There's a bunch of ufologists that spent 30, 40 years studying this phenomena, ended up concluding after 30 years that it's angels and demons.
Jacques Vallée is one of them that thinks it's spiritual. And Jacques Vallée is arguably one of the most famous.
Most alien fanatics don't want to believe that, though. Actually, Michael Heiser went to one of those summits, those extraterrestrial UFO summits, and he got a chance to speak at one. They actually invited him, not knowing his background, I guess. I don't know what happened there, but he ended up giving a speech and saying that they were fallen angels and demons, and he got thrown out, dude.
So does it go down the biblical path or the Enoch, we're bred with aliens path?
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same. Enoch is is seventh from Adam.
I mean, to totally discount that it's angels and demons is almost as ludicrous as saying it's aliens. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how you can say, oh, it's these beings that came from fucking light years away, and you can't explore the possibility that it's angels and demons. That seems ludicrous to me.
Well, Aleister Crowley is known for 100 years ago or whenever he was alive. He said something like, "Today they're called demons. Tomorrow they'll be called something else." So that these things have a way of reinventing themselves. Some call them elves, gnomes, dwarfs, leprechauns, Bigfoots. Right? Today they're called aliens, dude.
I guess the one thing that I wonder about though is why there's so many ancient civilizations that reference, the Hope. Well, where I grew up, I grew up near a reservation, so Hopi and Navajo, but they called them star children. The Egyptians talk about it. The Babylonians talk about it. Like everyone talks about the shit of some folks coming down from above. But then you also have like the Seraphim, the fallen angels. It's so wild.
Jack Parsons talked about it from JPL Labs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Call it whatever you want to. None of it has a lick of accurate, physical, sensible evidence to back it up. So what's the point?
Are we talking interdimensional beings here, folks? We're gonna
Alex Jones
drop
was
some
ahead of his
DMT with
time,
Joe the
dude.
Toe Rogan later, and we're gonna get the promo codes coming at you with the omega-3 fish oils and the Blue Thunder. We got the most potent Blue Thunder coming in, folks. Promo codes coming up top of the hour.
Alex Jones was on point with all of that.
Dude, Alex Jones is the perfect example of why I say the conspiracy theorists are winning. And why I think it's so funny.
Winning.
That Globers just shut down conspiracies in general. This motherfucker was saying that they're turning the frogs gay decades ago. And guess what happened? Frogs started changing sex. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't know how much shit. This dude called 9/11. He said they're gonna blow up these planes and they're gonna blame Osama bin Laden. It's gonna be a government operation. And fucking, he did that 90 days before it happened. Insanity. And he also kind of shut down Bohemian Grove, which is kind of interesting. That's interesting. You don't really hear much about it anymore.
If you Google it, the address is across the street, and then there's a little mailbox, and then you go, oh, what, Bohemian Grove? And then you look across the street, and then you see all the luscious trees. And
do you remember
can't
what?
even see an owl, but
Yeah. Do you remember what Nixon said about this? Did you listen to that recording about Nixon talking about it?
Mrs.?
No, Nixon. Nixon, sorry.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Let me find this. There's got to be hold on. I got to find this. It is fucking hilarious.
Misanthrope, when was the last time you touched grass? We got Pure Rigger here. That's
Can't
what
find the clip right
Melania, she used to call me Pure Rigger.
But yeah, Alex Jones went in on Rogan one time. He broke it all down, dude. I was impressed, dude, honestly.
So Alex Jones, he said he was, what's the comedian? Because I was watching a documentary about the comedian. Who's the comedian that would always just yell?
You talking about Joey Diaz?
No. There was a Pink Trip that came out. I think it was Joey Diaz was in it. I was supposed to watch it today.
Joey Diaz is hilarious, bro. One of my favorite comedians.
I guess I haven't seen his stand up, but for being on Joe the Toe and just sitting there and just being just too sloppy mouthed, But I guess I'd have to. That's the only experience I've had with him.
I mean, I haven't really heard him on stand up either, but just on podcast, dude. I don't know, dude. He's hard to beat, honestly. A lot of people don't like him.
Oh, he just doses you with, a bunch of THC through your tummy.
He's a Cuban American.
Yeah,
but he sounds
Joe.
He sounds Italian.
Rogan. His parents don't even live in America; they live in Mexico. You look at where Mexico City is; it's way down there.
Whose parents? Rogan?
Yep.
Like actually live in Mexico or close to Mexico?
Like actually are not, don't live in America. Was it Joey Diaz moms or Joe the Toes that was a voodoo not priestess or whatever, I don't know.
Joey Diaz's mom died when he was like 11. He came home on acid and seen her dead on the ground, dude, on the floor.
A bad trip, huh?
Talk about it, dude, because this dude, when he gave that story, bro, I was like, wow. Because I've done acid before, dude. Imagine coming home on acid, dude, and seeing your mom dead on the floor, dude. I can't even. I don't even want to think about that, dude. I start tripping, and even though I'm sober, dude, thinking about that.
Oh, I found it. So I couldn't find it on Google. I had to use Brave. I finally found
Brave.
Yeah, I finally found Nixon talking about the Bohemian Grove. It's actually on YouTube, so I'll post it in the chat here.
So we had Miss in here for a while today, huh? The last couple of days. MYA. Who calls
Coco
that?
said,
State your business.
Coco's mad I called elves and stuff like that aliens.
She's mad at everybody.
Nah, but I'm not saying that they're actually aliens. I'm saying that extraterrestrials, what we call aliens, are demons, and elves are demons too.
So the Clockwork Elves, those are the demons.
Dude, I've seen them, dude.
You're talking about on DMT or acid, Lion?
No, I've seen them. Actually, no. When I seen them, I wasn't even tripping, dude. I was dreaming.
Oh, because like the people like they see that with DMT a lot. Like that's one of the recurring themes.
I heard them though. I've tripped out before, dude. I don't even want to talk about it. But I've experimented with psychedelics, so I've heard them, but I haven't seen them on psychedelics.
Oh, gotcha.
Seeing what? The little people?
The little demos.
I don't even know if I want to get into it.
Muy poquito.
The workers, they're like, yeah, you can do it. Yeah, come on, yeah.
So apparently, like Terrence McKenna, Dennis, Joe Rogan, they've seen them. If you go to like trip reports, Arrowwood.com, plenty of people have seen these things. Call them interdimensional, transcendental. I don't know what they are, but
a little
people
bit
experience seeing these these elves, bro. Like they're legit elves, dude.
Plant liquid.
And they dance around and they hop around and you know, like you ever play Zelda Ocarina of Time?
Yeah.
With the elves and they dance like, dude, that's just like that, bro. Like the classical archetype of an elf that dance around, like that's what you see, dude. So I'm not sure if this is a product of a manifestation of our subconscious that we're seeing in our trips, or if the artwork is depicting things that people used to see in their trips.
No, you might be depicting what the plant sees, transferred to what you see, and then you're blending them together. You know, because you're liquid, they're liquid through your memory, through your brain's like the filter, I guess, right? So everything's a filter to the liquid for what it needs or does. So like the portion of liquid they can get into there and give you whatever like visions or whatever, you're seeing the information of what the plant sees or knows.
Isn't that from the dirt though? Would you be seeing then the dirt's memory?
Yeah, a little bit of it, yes, sir. Yeah, you'd have to.
The thing is, like, these things exist in another plane, another realm.
The
And
memory
you can
transfers with
revisit them, dude. You can build relationships with them. When you get there, they're like expecting you, and they're happy to greet you. Sometimes it's like they've known you the whole time. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're like familiar spirits. It's weird, but
Well, if you walk
I've
up to
had
a
I've
tree,
in one of my dream states, dude. I was having like a lucid dream, and they surrounded me, and they were dancing around me, but they weren't talking, dude. They were just making facial expressions, like, you know, memes, not memes, mimes. You know how mimes don't talk? That's what they were doing, bro. And they were dancing around me, but they started flipping me off, just like Rogan said that they flipped him off. And QOP says that they flipped him off too. Seriously. I'm serious, dude.
so that might be a representation of you talking to yourself. But like, look, I'm just saying, like, think about it. What does a plant see? How does a plant, I don't know. It's got to do stuff. It's got to know what to do for itself, right? So, like, what is a plant's eye? What's a plant sensor to even get like sight or anything like that? You know. So, is it every part of the plant? Is it the leaves? Is it like which part can be interacted with to get the light transfer of energy from the sun too? Right? All of it. So, is the whole plant not an eye or an antenna itself? So you're just taking, yeah, anything that you take, like a pig, a dog, a cow, whatever you take, the liquid from that has the intelligence or the thought process of memory of that in it, right?
I
And
don't
then you're
I don't know.
perceiving it. Well, that's what I think. Like, take from a cactus, whatever the cactus sees and feels, that's what you're going to interpret through that little shit. So you're going to see people and then interpret it whatever way, or see the little people, because it's going to be like the plant talking to you, right? The green men. Like the little dude Gazoo off of the Flintstones that comes to visit him every once in a while.
Dude, I don't know, but if you've ever read Dr. Rick Strassman's book, DMT the Spirit Molecule, dude, he did experiments on, well, not experiments necessarily. He did studies on volunteers, like 200 volunteers or something like that. Firefighters, lawyers, cops, hippies, dude, people from all backgrounds. What happened?
The DMT. What is the spirit molecule? What's it? What is that?
Allegedly, and I was too pussy to ever try it. One time I had the chance of trying. A couple times I had the chance of trying it. I never really committed to actually hitting it heroically, like Terrence McKenna would say.
The drug or the hallucinogenics called the spirit molecule?
Yeah, they call it the spirit molecule because it's like the most, one of the most potent psychedelics known to man, allegedly. Joe Rogan's been popularizing it for the last decade, dude.
Okay, I thought it was like an atom or a proton or something crazy. They were trying to say the spirit molecule we're looking for. Like, okay, I get what they just call it.
What was the actual name of it?
DMT, dimethyltryptamine. And I'm not even, I don't even like talking about it, bro. I really don't. It's people, everybody's been talking about it for so long now. That's like,
yeah, I know, but what are they really talking? Like, what is dimethyltryptamine?
It's like in a vape pen half the time, or what, Lion? No.
No. Traditionally, it's an ayahuasca. It's called ayahuasca. It's a brew where they mix a vine with an AOI inhibitor.
It's in marijuana also. It's in you, supposedly. It's in like every liquid plant that exists.
It's in every living thing, allegedly.
Yes,
No, it is. It's
exactly.
it exists in all living things, including in grass, dude.
So
trace amounts.
Dimethyltryptamine is actually produced by our brains, right? And it's actually produced in our brains at most high levels when we dream. The problem with ingesting dimethyltryptamine, either smoking it or ingesting it, is it doesn't do anything to the brain or to the body. The reason why you have to take an MAO inhibitor is because what it does is that suppresses the receptors that block the effects of DMT. So the fact that the Amazonians figured out these two plants in a jungle of tens of thousands of plants or however many is wild to begin with, but that's what it is. And DMT is produced naturally by our bodies.
That's not the only two plants. Well, if the plants have it, you can't just keep saying it's just our body. You know what I mean? And if our body produces it, why don't every day we see the little guys pointing at us and flipping
I'll
us off?
explain. There's
It's the same reason we don't hear our heartbeat.
Yeah, there's a plethora of sources where you can get DMT from, including the acacia tree or something like that. It's in a bunch of stuff. It's in toads, dude.
Royal honey.
It's in all types of stuff, bro.
Anything that's hallucinogenic will probably have the idea of whatever they're calling dimethyltryptamine.
So I was specifically calling out ayahuasca, which you mentioned, Lion. Ayahuasca is a specific form of DMT that is created by two plants, one of which is a natural MEO inhibitor, and that Amazonians fucking discovered thousands of years ago, which is insane. Who knows how they figured out that these two combinations? Because if you only take one, it doesn't work. You know,
they tell you how they figure it out.
The jungle spoke to them, is what they say.
They said the plants told them which one to grab. It's like there's certain trees that ants eat, and then once they eat that tree, like maybe a eucalyptus, for example, might not be right. Just go with it. For example, I'm just naming a tree, right? Could be walnut, I'd say. Doesn't matter. So they go to the walnut tree. They get some kind of chemical off of it, the inhibitor. Now, this inhibitor only works for the walnut tree. Now, for the ant. So now the ant, when it goes to get any other source of sugar, it can only break down the walnut tree stuff for sugar with the inhibitor. And it only now, so when it goes to do the other shit, the inhibitor that breaks down the sugar for the walnut actually destroys the other sugar to where they can't break it down. It blocks it. So the inhibitor for one thing is the blocker for another. And that's just how nature works out. And they figured out which one is the inhibitor for that thing. They were like, okay, eat this thing. Okay, I get this effect. And then sure enough, one of the guys ate that thing and had the effect and went along and ate that too. And they were like, hey, how'd you do that? What'd you do? And he probably told them, hey, I ate this leaf. And then we went on the journey 2 miles down this way. I ate this leaf. And they're like, okay, cool. And they start, trial and error. What else do you do there all day with nothing to do? Eat some leaves. Especially if they're food, I mean.
But yeah, so in that book, dude, the volunteers, after coming back from their trips, now mind you, he's giving it to them intravenously through an IV, and they're being suspended in this realm, and then they're coming back and recalling what they just seen. And he's got a tape recorder, and he's got his little notebook, and he's documenting everything down. He does this for like 200 patients, and then he concludes after his studies, which freak him out, dude. He wasn't prepared for what he was about to get into when he started the study, because he was used to, before that he messed around with MDMA and psilocybin and other stimulants, or not stimulants. Stimulants isn't the right word, but mind altering substances.
Give you yeah, exactly. They all give you a portion of information or memory from whatever thing you take it from. So it's all a source of new information or like something for you to work with.
But he was freaked out, dude. In his book, he actually started looking into spirituality, because he was pretty much agnostic at the time, and he became a Buddhist actually after all of that. He started following Buddhism. But hear me out.
What about that? Hold on a second. I want to point out one thing.
All right.
Like, there's a lot of places that have one of a kind things, one of a kind fruits, one of a kind flowers, one of a kind plants, one of a kind animals or insects, right? Like, not necessarily for the whole, like it might be that somewhere else too in the same climate of that type, but they're usually one of a kind, like spiky fruits that are purple and big blue, like, water, just all the crazy shit. So just imagine how many plants and flowers and vines we haven't even came across the effect of yet.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of this stuff out there in the.
With Joe Rogan would say, "Oh, who discovered coffee beans first? They saw an animal eat a bush, and then the animal's jumping around like crazy for hours on end. Oh, let's go eat that bush." Right? They're eating everything. It's like, hey, did you eat that? And are you dead yet? No. Well, let me eat some of it too.
Well, even if you're dead, they'd still eat it not knowing. They might think, hey, he's passed out high as fuck. Let's get high with him. And then you got a Kool-Aid drinking session on accident. Or you got like a Newton session of drinking some mercury and thinking.
They're all wearing the same sandals.
So basically, like, I read this book when I was 23, dude. Like, I'm 36 now. This was a long time ago. And it also freaked me out. I've never done anything like that when I read the book. Later on, I started experimenting and all that, but I did have the same experiences as some of those volunteers did. And, some had good experiences, some had really wicked, dark, evil experiences. Like there's an account of a lady who she felt like she was abducted by aliens, dude. Or in her own words, they were like reptilian, bro. And they gang raped her, dude. No bullshit, bro. In that book, they gang raped her, dude. And then like not all of them were bad, but a lot were. And over 50% of his volunteers experienced seeing something like interacting with some being, like an entity of some sort.
What about gold fever?
What's that?
You don't know what gold fever is?
It's like bunny fever, right?
No, I don't. Like gold fever, like we moved to California and mine for gold, or like what do you mean?
Yeah, gold fever when they go nuts for it and go crazy, and it's like gold fever, like it.
Oh yeah, I know. Like I know what traditionally it means. I thought you meant something else.
No, I'm saying, so you got to have the gold to react that, or does it start with no gold until you get the gold? Like, when does the gold fever end when you're a gold person getting gold?
Do the aliens use the gold to protect their windshield on their spaceship so they can get back home?
Well, no. The question is, what's the thing that pushes humans to mine gold?
Pussy.
Nope. No.
I don't know, man. What do you think?
Intelligence.
I'll say it again. I've said it before. Nothing. D-Mark Sherry, nothing shines like gold. Nothing at all.
Fuck. Intelligent material, man. Intelligent material, more intelligent than you thought it was. A material kind of like a quartz or kind of like a liquid metal. A material that will crawl to gold itself and try to mine gold on its own without a human. So different trace elements of this being within someone's mind, right, will make that person mine. Simply put.
But yeah, eventually, he did continue the studies, and they kind of perfected. They perfected the application, where now they're having it's a drip. It's an intravenous drip. Where before they dosed it it was like a specific dose that they gave it through an IV or whatever. But now they're giving it like it's very precise to keep them suspended as long as possible.
What's the trace element of mercury? DMT, like what actually make it up its chemical compound, like within you and everything. So like, is it this many parts of this many parts of this? Like
it's a tryptamine. It's a neurotransmitter. It's very similar to serotonin and melatonin. Right. It's just like a different polygon off, dude, from serotonin and melatonin.
So what produces it?
It's produced in the body endogenously. It's known as an endogenous chemical. It's actually they're finding out that it's produced in the lungs, not just the brain.
What about the plants? What about the stomach?
It's in every living thing, dude. It's a neurotransmitter. We need it to
Okay,
sustain life,
so
bro.
stop saying
It
it's just
controls.
in the brain. No, you guys keep saying the brain makes it, the body makes it. If the body made it all, you wouldn't have to be looking for it anywhere else. It wouldn't have to worry about it. You would already have all you need. You'd already be
Yeah, you
straight.
do have all you need. You don't need it anywhere.
Okay, so why don't people see little things pointing and flipping them off every day of their lives? When little
Because
kids come up and tell you that they see icons.
I got you. So the amount that's being circulated through your blood right now is underneath a certain threshold, right? In order for you to start tripping and having a transcendental experience, you have to go beyond that threshold. So you have to supplement, like sort of like taking roids, bro. Like, yeah, you have testosterone running through your system, but then you
So
can
there's a point.
boost and then put way more than what's naturally running through your system.
Yeah, but if you take a vitamin, they say if you take 2 vitamin C pills daily, only so much vitamin C can get in your system to be stored in those little things that store the little blocks. And once they're full, you piss out the rest. You won't store anymore, right? So, like, if we've stored enough DMT and our body makes it, what is that? How is that? So it's not the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is it actually? Because I want to know what the chemical, like, what makes the DMT and everything. Is it portions of gold, portions of mercury? Is it got helium in there? Is there argon? Like, what is there, like crystal in it? Like, what makes the DMT stuff
Well, I'm not a
in the
chemist,
plants and all?
right? You might not agree with the chemistry regarding neurotransmitters, but I'll post you the chemical bond in the chat. Give me a sec.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, what, like, if all these plants are just, the rainwater's coming down, they're in the dirt, they got their little roots in, and they're all drinking their good little water, and they all have chlorophyll. So it's like chlorophyll DMT.
No,
No,
it's
dude.
yeah, it's a chemical. Like,
How do you separate the chemical chlorophyll from the chemical of the chlorophyll in the plant? Isn't it
no,
the same shit?
no, you're not listening. It's like it's an hallucinogenic It's like it's endogenous. So
But
like,
where's it at in the plant?
well, it's what do you mean? Which plant?
I mean, whatever plant you get it from, brother.
I don't remember the name of it, but the one that they use for ayahuasca, there is a specific line you might remember. But there is a
Well, it's a
specific,
vine.
yeah, that vine thing. They use that, but then they also take the other one that's the MEO inhibitor.
Yeah, but you know, like poison ivies and poison and shit like that, right?
Right.
Okay, it might be a poison ivy of sorts that has such a damn good effect that it makes you want to keep going back to take it. Like that plant that makes the ants have to keep coming to it regardless. So it might be making them see shit and think they're having a little spiritual.
I mean, maybe. I mean, DMT. So DMT is not known to be addictive. It's known like folks can build up tolerances, I guess, over time. But to Lion's point, like the studies now are evolving to where they're trying to keep them in the state for longer because it's so short lived to kind of understand, is this coming from the mind? Is this a real thing? Like our consciousness opens up and now we have access.
Well, what does the cockroach experience when the little hornet stabs it? There's a little hornet that just stabs any fucking thing. It'll stab spiders, cockroaches, caterpillars. It'll stab anything that's big, and it'll put its baby in there. It's like, you're pregnant. You know what I mean? So it's an asexual cockroach that puts its little liquid in you. And when it puts the liquid in, not only is its baby gonna be put in you, that the first thing of liquid is a paralyzing sting, right? And then it paralyzes the animal or the thing to where it still moves and goes and follows it. And it's going to the little bug's hole because it grabs a piece of it and pulls it this way, like a cow, like a dumb cow that's under some tranquilizer that still can walk and move around, but it's like under a fucking trance, like a zombie. And they take it to a little hole and then they rape it and put their baby in there. And then the thing doesn't even know that the baby's even inside it the whole time, eating its way out. Is that DMT?
No. Oh.
No. How do you know the cockroach is not seeing little archons or high the whole time? And like with this molecule that the little wasp might have stung in it. I'm just saying the wasp might have the molecule and it might stab the spider or the little cat, just anything bit, a frog, anything it wants to, brother. There's no stopping this thing. It tags you and then like a couple minutes later it waits. It has a fucking timer on it. The bug knows when to wait. It waits. Do, 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 do,
I
do.
don't know, man,
Tick.
but
And then it goes and grabs the thing, touches it, pulls it, and it follows it to its hole and then gets raped by it, putting the baby in there. And then the thing goes on about its business, the frog, whatever, the spider, and it doesn't know it's getting eaten from the inside. Still, the chemical's still in it, affecting it. The
It's
very
very
thing you're trying to say that the doctors are looking for the thing to do. It's the
no,
flies
they're
doing it.
just studying it, dude. They're figuring out the ether realm, dude, the astral plane,
They
whatever you
should.
want to call it.
Well,
But
they
hold
should
on,
study that
the
fly.
thing is, like, dude, this has been going on for a long time, right? They've been experimenting with LSD and mushrooms and DMT, but I think recently they've been discovering the potential that DMT has, dude, for communicating
What
with these entities. And according to Alex, this is something that Alex Jones said, and this is something that I already understood to be the case, that there are deep compartmentalized parts of the Pentagon that are experimenting with this shit to directly communicate with these entities. And they think they're in communication with aliens, but really they're in communication with fallen angels. And the
No,
fallen
but
angels are hold on, this is just my understanding. The fallen angels are actually steering mankind.
same as the mercury I told you about. It's all a frequency that all the stuff, like the crystal. If you have crystals, you pick up on all the frequencies. There's no decoded, locked fucking message you're not gonna
Well,
get.
the thing is, DMT is a crystal, dude.
That's what. No shit. So these liquid crystals are gold too, right? And mercury and all this other base metals, right? Then you got ants and other things like the bees that they love to get the honey and the royal honey and all that shit. Now you got the ants. Now what makes an ant make a Cahokia mound everywhere? Like a pyramid. And go underground and make the mazes just like it. So when you talk about these doctors of study this shit, and it's been, well, of course it's been going on forever before a human even knew what to even, when a human looked at the ants and the bees and the insects and said, damn, we need to study these things more because it's going on with them. They've already been studying it before we realized it was a thing.
What's
It's gold
interesting
dirt,
about
DMOC?
Go ahead.
It's gold dirt, DMOC?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where you get it from, isn't it?
Yeah, they will mine dirt and then use chemicals to take the gold out of the dirt or the dirt away from the gold, however you want to look at it.
Same chemicals that are in you.
You can just use water. You don't need chemicals.
Yeah, but mercury amalgamates the gold into itself. Water doesn't do that.
Like they're literally taking dirt like you wouldn't, like you don't even see any gold in it at all. And they're taking tons and tons of dirt and they're just
you
using
pour the mercury in
So
it.
one would say they're separating the dirt and the gold. So then gold isn't dirt.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
Because
is
you gotta have
now
dirt to make
DMOC.
gold.
Is there a worm in every garden, or does every good garden have a worm in it?
Huh? You should have worms in your yard unless you're in a
They don't
fucking.
do anything for your garden, but a
Well, it doesn't.
worm
Yeah,
will
they
show
do.
up in a
Yeah, they do. They
soil-rich
clear holes.
garden.
They clear
It's a
pathways for
wives'
vegetable and your seed.
tale.
They do too, and they eat
Oh, I
stuff and they
thought
shit it
worms
out.
like apples, Dima.
Worm castings and ant castings are really good for your garden. So if you find a lot of ant hills, scoop them all up, put them in a bucket, put them in your, and put a seed in there, and that shit'll grow like a motherfucker.
Ashes to ashes.
And put some worms and some ants in your plant.
Do worms like human beings better, or apples, or gardens?
You have to ask a worm, buddy.
Risky's back.
So I'm trying to find the source for this, but I've heard that LSD and DMT and chemicals like that or crystals like that under stress, mechanical stress or compression or whatever in their purest form can produce flashes of light or like luminosity,
Are you talking about
piezoluminescence.
piezo? Okay, yeah.
Allegedly, I mean, if you have a pure 99.9% DMT or LSD and you have it in a vial and you shake it up, you can actually see flashes of light. Or if you smash it with a hammer, you'll see like sparks, dude, like light come off of it. Which is weird because it's light.
Like flint metal that puts those sparks and light.
Yeah. But what's weird about that? I mean, they say that it might be responsible for a dream state, which I don't entirely understand. I don't think anybody really does.
A spark,
but it is very close to the, what do they call it? The right behind the eyes.
Spark?
The I forget.
Retina.
It has to do with vision. It's all good, dude.
Cortex.
What? Say it again. Cortex.
Yeah.
Pineal gland.
Well, yeah, the pineal gland, but
grid of vision.
right next to the pineal gland, there's the visual cortex. Visual cortex. So there might be a connection there that they're still looking into, bro.
You have won the internet.
Yeah, but I just say it's the liquid because that's what you're getting out of all this shit's liquid. Just the water that's been filtered through that thing with whatever that thing is. And each individual plant has its own whatever it is, or intelligence or whatever, process or whatever. Just like every human has blood, but different information for each human in the blood, whatever they perceive or however they think. It's all in there. So if someone takes a drink of the liquid, that liquid goes through their system. And then later on, it goes through that part. And that part's the filter. So when you dream or whatever, you're going to see information that's from whatever you're eating. Bananas, ayahuasca, gold, dirt, whatever you eat.
I get that, but I don't think that's what's going on. It's a valid hypothesis, but I don't think that's what's going on. I think it's more.
So what's the
more
memory
complicated than
carried
that.
through then of stuff?
It's more what?
It's more complicated than that.
So what's memory come from?
Well, what about this line? That them taking whatever T, DM, whatever, and then they're looking at a laser into the laser. And they're seeing like Cody.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon for people to see geometric shapes and patterns and codes, even on high doses of weed, bro. You get enough potent concentrate, dude, and you close your eyes, you'll start seeing the same shit that you've seen on DMT or mushrooms, bro. If you ever had like, if you've been sober for a while and then you hit a vape pen, dude, that's like 99% THC, dude, or like, you know, upwards of 85-90%, dude, and you close your eyes, dude, you're gonna start seeing.
I'll see the Big Dipper.
Yeah, you'll start seeing shit, dude. You'll start tripping.
So the last time I did some shrooms, I think it was the last time. I never done too much, but I saw. I think it was the second to last time. I saw like a digital. I don't know if it was a frog or a digital mugatu, but it was like a green. It's definitely green. It wasn't red. And I think it could have been a Pepe, the digital Pepe, the frog.
But like in the Kabbalah and stuff, like they talk about these, and I can show you some stuff, but like this is all ancient sacred geometry coming forth, right? It's being rediscovered. The Euclidean geometry, it's really stuff of the Babylon, going back to the ancients. It's just being rediscovered today, and people are seeing it. When they trip out, they're seeing all the geometric patterns, all the shapes, all the polygons, the code. What it is, I'm not entirely sure, dude. I mean, the ancient Jews suspected that it was part of the actual fabric that surrounds us. This idea that that Einstein came up with, the fabric of space and time. I mean, it's not entirely a novel idea. It's
Was he always bending in his? Like this bending of space time.
But maybe they're seeing the fabric, dude. Right now it's invisible to us, but in its transcendental state, you might be able to see it, dude, and interact with it or see it, opening up
Is it
before you and
called a
entities coming
fabric?
out of it.
Because
Yeah,
it
but like
bends.
remember the King Solomon stuff? Like you could trap some souls and stuff in some metal and some rings or some gold or some material, right? You could like he could command it all or whatever. It sounds
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
radio frequency, right? Being put into a TV, and you command what comes out the other side, or like a radio station. Yeah, it seems like they had radio stations and TVs back then, and TV stations or phone stations or some kind of station where they could send messages or frequency or shit. Like the people that actually had it, they already, yeah, they had it.
But yeah, the mystery schools, right? The ancient mystery schools that practice sorcery, divination, alchemy, pharmakia, they would have definitely been tripping balls and seeing the same shit that people are seeing today, bro. And philosophizing about it or whatever. Oh, what is this? What is that?
But they couldn't think of some AI overlords ending the world, right?
They don't understand there could be something bigger.
They
No,
couldn't
they know.
imagine
They
nuclear
definitely did.
weapons.
No, they probably couldn't imagine
I'm just
because
saying, like,
they
how would
seen
you
them.
even know? But how would you know that, like, a certain tree or a fruit or a liquid or a like something that was intelligent, and you don't know what that is? Like when people say the word alien, it's you just get this image of like fucking dudes that are naked going through space. It might not even be anything like that at all. Just nothing like it at all. What you think? There could be an alien frequency remote to everything, always able to fucking communicate with everything and anything. And then that frequency would fucking, yeah, it's just like, what, how would you, where would it come from? How would you know?
I know, but there was a guy. He's been in a few interviews. Pretty cool guy. He talked about his trip. He did like an eighth of mushrooms after quitting and promising God that he was gonna straighten out his life. Because he was he was on a lot of drugs. So he was doing DMT. He was doing heroin. Dude, the guy was a mess, bro. For most of his life, he was a mess. He tried killing himself one time. But dude, he gave a story where he after being sober for like 3 years, dude, one of his friends convinced him to do an eighth of mushrooms, and he was reluctant, but he's like, "Oh, whatever." Him and his girlfriend were fighting, so he was like, "Oh, whatever." So he took the eighth, bro, and he felt like he was about to die, dude. And he's like, mind you, this guy's an experienced tripper, dude. So there's no reason why you should die on mushrooms. But he really felt like he was about to die, and he felt himself drifting away, dude. And he said he drifted away while his friend was bringing him to the hospital, and he went unconscious, dude. And he was, he seen the whole realm, dude. And he was in an area that I think was towards the north, but he doesn't really know. But he's seen like this giant pillar or like a mountain, and he's seen like what I don't know. I'll link the video and you can watch it. But he heard and seen the demons accusing him of eating from their table. Like talking to God and like, look at what your servant is doing. Look at what he did. He ate from our table, bro. And here they were talking about the mushrooms.
So Alex Jones will say, yeah, if you take the mushrooms and you're, happy and you go in there and you have a good experience, or you take the mushrooms and then you talk to the clockwork elves. And so is it a bad trip or a good trip, or you're going to have a trip and know what's coming and what to expect from it? Or it's just out of your hands when you take 3.5 grams of mushrooms?
It's out of your hands, dude. You never know what's gonna happen. It's like Russian roulette, bro. You don't.
Well, you can eat not too much and still get home and have a good meditation sesh, right?
Do your thing, bro. I mean, listen. I don't do any of that shit no more, bro. I'm trying to live straight edge, sober. I'll drink a little bit here and there. Not try not to get inebriated. That's about it.
Hey, Boomer, they got any psychedelics down under?
Of course we do. Sorry, man, my voice is fucked. Laryngitis. So you must be happy.
Oh, Jesus, Boomer. Please don't talk. You don't sound like you. Just listen. We can't have you unless we get you full 100% Boomer.
Yeah, that's what anything. But I did feel I didn't want to ignore you and make you feel like I'm dirty on you.
Well, I'll pray for you tonight, brother.
It's been sucking all them
Yeah, thanks. Give me a rest because the laryngitis is terrible.
You heard Schlitzy?
Said it was a fallacy.
I'm sure there are many people who would be happy that I have laryngitis and don't want to talk. Wink, wink.
Schlitzy woke up with violence on his mind.
I just remember him from the other day. It's a little angry Australian.
Schlitsky, when was the last time you had a Schlitz?
It's my family.
You guys make the beer?
Yeah.
That's your real name, dog? Schlitzy?
Nah. Minus the Y.
It's just Schlitz.
Schlitz.
Like the beer. Can I get
Oh,
6
shit.
Schlitzes, please? I hope I don't have the shits later.
You're a little No, I'm just playing.
You've most probably drunk one though. Tell me you haven't.
No, I haven't.
I don't know if I had the opportunity, I would have drank 6 Schlitches. So I don't know if I ever had. But
I didn't even know that was a drink, dude.
You're too young.
I'm 36. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're too young, man.
Too young, man. How old are you?
25 years older than you.
What?
Wow.
No, I really couldn't tell. You sound kind of like you're still like.
I look really
ripening.
young as well. I was somewhere yesterday and they thought I was lying. They just said that it's impossible. I told you.
No,
I
but
told you,
yeah, by
I
your
told you 4 times
personality,
ago.
yeah, dude. I thought you were younger.
Yeah, but I watched the. I told you I watched the moon landing in '69.
were you holding your dick while you were watching it?
I was
What
in
are you
my.
doing, dude?
I was in my space helmet, my NASA space helmet. Can you imagine that? Thinking,
Poor
oh my
kid.
god, I just want to be a spaceman.
I want to be an astronaut.
You imagine when I found out it was bullshit, it destroyed me.
Oh, I feel sad for you, but you're in a better place now, right?
I never forgave that NASA ever.
That NASA asshole guy, whoever he was.
The best thing was, it was all geared up as though it was like you was watching it real time. And then what's the character? Fucking Colonel Buzz said no. You was watching what was it? What's his exact words?
basically we was watching a video.
Yeah, because NASA had the 3 main and only television companies bring their shit in a room, and then NASA played the video for them, and that was aired live. It's like, is Saturday Night Live actually live? If you're in California and you're watching it, no. It's 3 hours later. Was it filmed live? What's not filmed live, right? Like we're live right now. We'll do it live.
I love that video, dude. I laughed so hard when I first seen that. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
We'll do it live.
All right, we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
That was so funny, dude. I like men like that, dude. They just say how it is. That shit was mad funny.
Hey, he's like ripping his microphone off. So,
go ahead.
What do you guys look at when you look at Melonic's profile picture? Do you see into the ends of the ever expanding universe, or do you see like a someone that's just like shit?
I don't even know, dude. Melodic is a she, her with pink. I don't know, dude, what's
Right.
going on over there, bro.
Tell us something better, Lion.
I was gonna say, I laughed so hard recently, bro. You guys don't hear me laughing because I'm muted, but I laughed so hard with D-Mock, dude. You don't even know, dude.
With who?
D-Mock, man.
At D-Mock?
It's funny.
Sometimes, sometimes he's like the secret weapon, or not secret weapon. I don't even know what the right word, but he's like a backup that you need at the right time, dude, to just unleash him. You know, like if you're playing cards.
Artillery. He's the heavy artillery.
He's the heavy artillery. Heavy artillery.
Sending the ringer
heavy
in.
machine gunner. Dude, you have him as a card in your deck, dude, that you only pull out when you really need him. So we got to shit on the Lobers, bro, for a little bit. But he's
whatever card. We gotta do a meme. How many times can you play him? A one-time play only?
Yeah, exactly. But he doesn't have even though he's heavy artillery or heavy machine, he doesn't have endurance, so he gets taken out pretty quickly. They mute him. But dude,
well, it's I mean, I'm the one that mutes him when I get in here.
He's unrelentless.
Show up.
Yeah, you asked for that, Verdoc.
Yeah, but he's always muted when I show up. It's like, fuck, I come in here and Diva's fucking in the corner with his Dunstat on. And then I just like, you know what? I'm just gonna unmute him here in a minute, just at a random time. And then bam, Demo's off to the races.
Oh yeah. It's like any dog you say, you wanna go for a walk?
Nah, it's like a bull, dude. You open the gate, dude, and he's out.
That's it.
Once he realizes the gate's open, dude, it's over.
Someone said that the other day. Why did I unmute him?
You can be a drive-by mod, just drive by, unmute him and go away. Just let him freaking wreak havoc.
Yeah.
No, see, that's what mods should do whenever it's getting to.
His Demic is definitely legend status.
I was having fun with the conversation. It was a pretty good one.
But the other day, look, people were like, D-Mock, and it was so funny, dude, because he just goes on instant attack. It's so funny, man. I don't know. I find it hilarious. I was literally crying, dude. Go ahead.
I'm always laughing.
Ask him about the time his missus cleaned out the car and didn't put his baseball bat back in. It's as funny as fuck, and it's a true story. Because you know what happens when your baseball bat's not there and you go to reach for it? Fuck, it's funny.
Play me a song, piano man.
All right, I'm out. Peace.
Stay blessed. Who will agree? Mr. Schlitzky?
Go on.
Will you agree to answer a series of my 10 yes/no questions?
Go on.
Remember, these are all yes or no, so I prefer you answer with
A yes or no.
Question number 2. Is English your second language?
No.
Question number 3. Are you AI?
No.
Question number 4. Do you trust your government that forces you to pay them taxes?
No.
Question number 5. Do you now or have you ever worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies?
No.
Question number 6. Do you now or have you ever had a sexual fetish for any of the following: ladyboys, femboys, furries, transgender, male to female?
No.
Question number 7. Will you now or have you ever accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and your Savior?
No.
Question number 8. Were the last and first pair of vagina lips that touch your face your mother's?
No.
You would say you're a generous lover?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Question number 9. Do you believe that within the known bounds of the expanding universe, such a thing could possibly exist as a quote-unquote perfect circle?
Yeah.
Question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
What, with yes or no?
Yes or no?
No.
No.
There's
It's
no
flat.
shape.
It's flat.
I don't know.
Flat
I don't think.
Huh?
This is the question. When you critique the globe, they then try to bring it back onto you, saying, well, what shape is it then? Why does it have to be a shape?
It doesn't.
Why does
All
your
the
girlfriend
changes
have to
have been
ask?
made.
Does this dress
Pyramid.
make me look
Oh,
fat?
hold on, Marty. Triangles, spheres, cubes, squares. Those are all man-made shapes.
You know, they've hijacked sacred geometry.
Non-Euclidean triangles are magic.
Sacred geometry would be a turd or a cloud or a
Or
tree
a
shape.
penis.
Well, no, just any shape that's any shape, like a blade of grass, plus a bumblebee's butt, plus the flower that it got its nectar from, the honey shape, that just everything.
Well, when you look at the flower has a pattern, if anything. It's not a shape, is it? It's a pattern.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's just a flower, just like a cloud. Cloud doesn't have a shape. It doesn't even need symmetry. It doesn't need pareidolia. You know, we add that too, right?
Oh, I've seen clouds form shapes and many a
Yeah.
thing.
You seen a bubbly, curved, weird-looking cloud make a shape?
I've seen a cloud smile at me with an evil, evil smile.
What kind of drugs have you been taking?
Well, me and my cousin were drinking, and we were out front of his house, and we were both stumbled backwards and gashed as we looked at each other because we know what we just saw. Don't look at the clouds at night when you've been drinking.
Did it talk to you?
No, it just made that fucking like the classic. What's
Like
the
the
movie?
sun,
Scary
just-
movie, right?
Like,
The
no, like
wall
gives you
scream
scoops of
mask.
raisins.
I know what you did yesterday.
Yeah, like the sun on Kellogg's 2 scoops of raisins when it's got the glasses and it smiles at you and then gives you 2 scoops. Yeah.
No, it was a evil. It was a bad trip type smile. It wasn't a
Kool-Aid
the
man
baby
smile.
from Teletubbies smile.
The Kool-Aid guy, like, oh yeah.
No, it was like you're gonna die tonight. Smile.
You're gonna slip away.
Oh, that's like a what's his name? Axl Rose. You're
And the
gonna
worst thing was, my
die.
cousin had seen it too, so it wasn't like just me thinking like, "Oh, I saw something scary." Like we both saw it, and we just like didn't have anything to say to each other, but just like, oh.
What happened the other night with this celestial navigation?
Well, hold on a second. This
sorry.
is a real important question, real quick. How come in high altitude footage of anything we don't ever see the ISS?
Because it's just nonsense.
No, I know. It wasn't for you. It was, yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, all the Globers, ask this to all the other Globers. How come no high altitude footage ever has meteors, comets, space debris?
Oh, unless they put it
else?
in afterwards, and then
No
we know.
ISS, nothing. No
So,
stars, no planet, nothing. Just
Slitsky,
nothing.
are you ready for the bonus question?
I'm ready. I'm sitting down. Go on.
Riddle me this, Batman. This man, they say, has more hours on YouTube proclaiming the word of scientism than anyone on Earth. This famous astrophysicist, they say, has the biggest hands in science. He's the man on TV that may look black, not completely, but sound like the whitest man you've ever heard.
Chuck Ice.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know, they put Tyson, like, doesn't Tyson make awesome chicken, right? Tyson chicken? Yum.
I've never heard of it, but
Do you
I
want
can
to
imagine. He likes it fried hard.
The what?
He likes it fried hard.
Oh, extra crispy. Now, I didn't get to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson how he liked his chicken, but do you want to know? When I looked him in his golden brown eye and shook his indeed massive hand as I asked him, "What's Earth's shape?" He said, "There are more stars in the night sky than there are grains of sand on all the world's beaches. Earth's highest tides are caused by the 93 million miles when it aligns with the 241,000 mile away sun, or back and forth. Each
pulling Earth's oceans out. If you were to measure the distance between Earth's highest mountain peaks and her lowest ocean lows, it would be but the depth of a fingerprint when compared to Earth's mass size. Earth's shape is indeed not a yes or no question. She is an oblate spheroid, pear-shaped. So next time someone asks, what's Earth's shape? Everyone, say it with me now. Oblate spheroid.
Oh, don't say it. Have them draw it out.
Don't say it 3 times, because I said
draw it out before.
It's mad, isn't it? It's like an oblate spheroid, but it's just always depicted as a perfect circle.
No,
perfect. Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it.
Perfect horizontal
marble,
line. We
blue marble.
We don't ever see a circle. We don't ever see a curved horizon.
We see now, Schlitsky. Follow-up question. I know D-Mock knows this answer. Is there a sunset on Earth right now? And is there always a beautiful sunset to be seen somewhere on Earth?
Yeah, I'd imagine so, yeah.
But why don't we ever see it from these high-altitude satellites or anything, right, D-Mock? Let alone a comet whizzing by when we know that we're surrounded by the Kuiper belt, and that's what we're getting.
They won't show you the moon and the sun in the frame.
Hundreds of millions of tons of comets.
Well, listen, you remember the picture they took? 1972, they took that picture, and they were halfway to the moon. Well, halfway to the moon, if you look at the Earth, it's going to be 8 times bigger than the fucking sun. So now, you tell me, when they look back at that little puny, nothing, goofball, nothing, blue marble, it wasn't 8 times bigger than the sun, was it? Then when you get to the moon, the Earth still should be 6 or 4 times bigger than the sun that's ever viewed in our vision. Even at the sunset and all, like that, whatever that size is, when the sun looks big right there, the Earth should be 4 times bigger than that from the moon. Way big, like big.
Yo, real quick before I leave again, I left to go watch this McToon live shit that Shoebill posted saying once it gets rested. I literally clicked on it. It's live right now. It's probably towards the end. It's been going on for 3 hours, dude. And he's been at one. Oh, I'll repost it. I don't even want to repost it, dude. I don't want to give that dude any more credit.
Yeah, fuck McToon.
It's up. It's at 1 a.m., dude. Dude, he's reviewing old recordings on Discord and EA Earth Awakenings, and he's just talking shit while going through it with the group. He's got like 600, 700 viewers, and I'm in it. I didn't even. I'm in it. Tora's in it, dude. Probably a few people in here, and I wouldn't be surprised if D-Mock's in there. I don't know. I haven't seen his name pop up yet, but yeah, we're in there talking, and it's from January 10th, dude. He's reviewing footage from January 10th. Like, dude, get a life, bro. Like, McToon has no life.
I think it's just a fucking plain and simple bag of shit.
You're in there, Schlitzy. You're in there, too. I see your name popping up. You got your mic on.
Maybe I just make a slight comment.
Yeah, you're in there.
These people, I don't know. People like that, I think they get paid. They have to get paid. You wouldn't dedicate so much time.
Well, I'll tell you this. I was thinking about this, if not yesterday. McToon, when he was, before he was going to debate Jane or whatever, St. Pierre. He's no saint, folks, trust me. He goes, Jane or St. Pierre, for your favorite charity of choice, I will donate whatever thousands amount of dollars, right? If you do whatever amount of push-ups right now, right? And he knew no one was going to be doing any push-ups, let alone Shane. But this guy needs to donate money just for his taxes because he's making so much, right? He's throwing out shit like that.
Donate to me.
You get the gift aid.
No, I think Boardwalk's nonprofit, but that's just for his
unlicensed
money.
And then I'll go on there and debate McToon.
Democ, I'll donate to you. All right, buddy.
All right, and then I'll debate McToon and whoever you got, Professor, whoever, and then whatever, and then we'll debate on the proof of up or down on flat or globe of
All
what
right,
they are actually.
I'll have to find a worthy opponent for you. You've defeated a
Mark,
fairly
is your mic a
upper-
little bit further from your face than it should be?
Can you hear me now?
I messaged the guy who done the celestial navigation. He still ain't answered me. Because he said like celestial navigation proves the globe. I said you're wrong.
How far below zero can you celestial navigate? 10
That's a good
degrees,
question.
20 degrees, 30 degrees. And then how do you prove which star is below 0 degrees?
Well, you'd still use the almanac to give the GP, and then you'd maybe
Right,
do
a book,
2 or 3
right,
stars and
but
just use plain tree.
right, but physically, right? Okay, you know how you have that phone program to where if you get on your phone, it shows like supposedly stars, and if you point it at the ground, it shows you like what should be underneath your feet, like if you were in another, like whatever, right?
Mm.
So what's your counter to the claim that it proves the globe?
That there's no stars under your feet ever.
All right. Well, we got
Anything
yours.
ever below 0 degrees, you'll never
just don't even-
prove. Yeah,
a
you'll
pretty
never
solid
fly in a helicopter and prove there's stars below it. I'm just saying, if you're on a globe and you're surrounded by stars above, around, below, everywhere around that globe, no matter where you fly your helicopter, stars should be everywhere, right? Above it,
Yeah,
below it, in front. I mean, come on now.
Well, you hear yesterday when the girl posted the she said that she's in Australia, and she said I've got the convergent stars going one way and the other way, and it was just like some. She said she used the P900, and I was thinking,
Oh no, I wouldn't even pay attention to her. She's
it's just
flat
crap
earther.
bullshit.
Yeah,
You see the star going through the trees, and she said, "No, that's not."
she repeats dumb.
She's all
just
about
repeats
trouble.
dumb shit.
It's just like it was like almost embarrassing to even go back on. I said, look, I just looked at your video, and the first thing I see is stars going through trees. That's in front of the trees. It's impossible. Oh no, it's not. It's just some like generated software within the
She
camera.
wouldn't
doing
admit to it, bro. That was the funniest shit. Like, it's okay.
Do you think that there's software in the P900 that makes the Star
Do you
Trek?
know what? I think it's just full of shit, and that's not fucking really what you see. You wouldn't see the fucking star in front of the tree, regardless if the camera took it or
Why don't you go to
whatever.
Australia? Why don't you go to Australia and test it yourself?
Well, the
Fuck
trees
you.
are like.
I've been there.
heard
I've been there a couple of times.
Oh, it
I know
does
it's
exist.
real. Don't worry.
Okay.
You go to Australia. You been to Australia?
No,
I would love to go impregnate
I
a
don't
woman.
think you'd ever. I don't think you've been outside your backyard.
Who, me?
Well, I don't know. Why are you telling me to go to Australia and try it myself? If you haven't been there yourself, I've been to Australia. I've been there a few times. So what? What's your point?
I'm just saying you could test it yourself and see what you see down there.
Oh man, fuck off.
Is that not a reasonable thing to say?
No, it's a fucking stupid thing to say. That's why you sound like a
Been
clown.
there, and apparently it ain't happened.
Democ, do you have any new experiments coming up? Can I commission some experiments?
Helium balloon. You let a helium balloon. You let a helium balloon go, and it'll go up vertically to prove flat Earth up, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you take a rocket, and my helium balloon will hit 20 feet, then 30 feet, and it'll keep going. But just to make sure it hits 20 feet, it'll hit like 20 feet guaranteed before a rocket, a helicopter, an airplane, a drone, or anything at only 5 foot high going horizontal will ever increase an 8-inch.
So we need a rocket for this too? Shit.
No, listen to what I said. I don't think you heard me. A rocket, a helicopter,
balloon.
a hot air balloon, a drone, a jet, a missile, whatever you got, buddy, old pal. Just hit the clouds. You can go down and hit them too. You know, gravity pulls you down to the clouds, like down to the curved clouds. Yeah, we'll look for that too. So horizontally start at 5 foot high,
Okay.
and I'll bet that I will release my helium balloon the only way up, vertical for flat Earth, right? It's the only way to get there. And then you guys go that way to get up, and you beat my helium balloon with any act, and you go first. I'll hold on to my helium balloon until your rocket or your missile or whatever's done and petered out and done hit the water, and we'll record the elevation that it increased, not decreased only.
How much will this cost, though? It sounds kind of expensive.
How much will what cost? A hot air balloon?
Yeah, and then a jet and a
helicopter?
rocket.
Well, they all exist,
helicopter?
don't they? You mean NASA ain't got a $10 budget to prove the Earth's round real quick?
Hey, I'm saying what I
that'd
can
be
do,
weird.
bro. I don't have the full NASA budget. I only get part of it to show on the internet.
You don't need their budget. Just say, hey, National Geographic, NASA boys, give me a couple things. Fly over here for me and do this experiment real quick. You fly
I'll
out
go ahead. I'll
horizontal
send
in
them an
your
email.
rocket or your
I'll ask.
jet, Blue
Dude,
Angels,
keep
or
bouncing
military
fucking.
boy. Hold on a minute. You got to get your military boys to fly their fucking jet that away. It's only 33 seconds to the sky, right? Let's hit the clouds, boys.
It's only 33 seconds to the sky.
I don't know. That's supposedly what a missile does, right? Supposedly Sandra Bullock just fell from space the other day, right? Katie Bullock fell 60 miles in 2 minutes. Yeah, I know. Katy Perry, Sandra Bullock fell from space 60 miles in 2 minutes. Stupid. Like that's possible.
I like how the capsule hit the ground. They would have been fucking dead if that was
I like
real.
how they don't pay attention to any math that has any variance on anything like that, and then they want to say they now their rocket can't outdo that.
Well, I love how they all were screaming at some point, and then they stopped screaming.
Yeah, but what we should all pay attention to is how a helium balloon will get to 10 foot high or 8 inches high away from my hand before a rocket will.
When they touched down, it was a bit glitchy, wasn't it? You know, like the puff of dust, what came up.
So Elon
Marty, I have a
Musk,
question.
Falcon
Marty,
Heavy.
I have a question for you. I have two questions. Marty.
Yo.
Okay, first question. Is space both fake and gay?
Define gay, because for me, I would say, as you know, I don't have any sexual fetishes for other men, but I am a gay American. I'm a happy, joyous, and free in the United States of the 50.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified that, yeah.
But yeah, gay fake space, yeah, totally. I love rainbows. They're all God's colors.
We'll just fly out 1 foot past the Earth. You know,
Are these yes or no questions, or
I think I'm
drop
going
a rock?
Identify as gravity. Please believe me. I'm going to identify as gravity. Please believe me.
You're identifying as gravity?
Yeah.
Self-identifying as gravity. All hail me. I hold everything
gravity.
down around you.
So does that mean your pronouns are up, down? Or...
No.
Side to
Tornadoes
side.
can't do that. Tornadoes can't go downhill.
Is
Go
that
down
pronouns? I said
What?
pronouns.
His pronouns?
Tornadoes
His
can't go
pronouns
down
are
around curves.
What and where?
out in all
Pronouns.
directions.
What and where?
Gravity
His
won't
pronouns are
allow a
every
tornado
way.
to go down.
All way.
Tornadoes are
Demok.
anti-gravity.
Demok, I have a question.
Is it about tornadoes not going down and how you should hide in the ditch to get
No,
away from a
it's a more
tornado?
important one.
Okay.
Can I identify as Earth curve, or is that not allowed?
Unless you can draw it, you have to draw it or produce it with the material.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll take it and put it on the wall, and then we'll put your aquarium right underneath it. And if it doesn't match, you're screwed.
You can touch the curve. If you can touch it, you can be it.
Oh, okay.
We just
Well,
need to.
supposedly people are accounting for it, right? And building buildings and bridges that match it. So supposedly, one of these goofballs can actually match an Earth curve somewhere with the real material, and then put it against the horizontal and show us it's not that definitely.
gerbil, isn't it?
Mordwan,
no,
you know why?
Subil.
You know why space I think is so gay.
Why?
It sucks up
How do you travel
everything.
curved distances?
There you go.
Well, how do you travel a curved distance on Earth?
I don't know, man.
Do you really think
Isn't that
there's
weird? Isn't gravity supposed to make you do that? So isn't gravity supposed to drop things at the rate of itself or at the rate of the Earth curve? Well, you
At
should
the
just
rate of itself, yeah.
well, you should just throw some stuff and have the camera on the elevation numbers, and if they don't change while gravity's pulling them down, then you're good to go. They stay the same, equidistant to gravity. Yeah, that number, that elevation number, away from that center point of gravity. So when you throw your ball altimeter out with the altimeter on it, it should read no change of drop where gravity's pulling down on it, even your bullet or whatever. It's like all these objects should have a little altimeter strapped on them, and then we should record when they read 0 while they're dropping, and then we'll know for a fact that they're on a globe.
Well,
0
why do you
change.
think they haven't done that yet? Because they're just trying to
Because
hide.
a globe, a curve. Listen, a curve has a change of rate of slope. That's what it is. A change of rate of slope. That's what a curved line is. A horizontal has a rate change of 0. Now, what your curve has in reality is supposed to have gravity, making it act like a horizontal with no rate of change, like 0. Yeah. So go outside and pick whatever curve in your backyard follows the earth curve, start on top, and then have one on top and one on bottom. The altimeter should read the same thing. If they don't, you're sunk. There's no sea level curving. There's no air curving, no atmosphere curving, no pressure curving, no PSI curving, no elevation curving. Just ain't curving.
Well, on that note, I'm a flat earther now. Have a good night, guys.
You have to be. Thank you.
I'm done hot. I think these people, when they think like planes are flying on an arc or the great circle route, is just, I don't know. I just think they shut off thinking. They have to.
They should you think a lot of it.
A plane's only going to fly A to B.
Well, you take a left or right on a racetrack.
you're gonna bang.
You can take left or right on a train track to get it back around. The little train track that goes around the tree is curving. But guess what? It's still a flat fucking track. So who cares that it curves left or right? What they don't understand is that they think a fucking left or right curve can be calculated or equivalated or orientated to an up or down curve that they do not possess. The down below 0 curve. That below 0 degree curve, the below 0 degree stars when you fly out horizontally and look down. You're not looking down at stars, you're looking down at Earth.
Deep, deep down.
Yeah, so we need to fly out 3959 from any location. So your buddy Bob will be standing right up on top of the ball in the center point. He'll be a 90. You'll fly away from him. He's 30. When you get 3959, shouldn't be no Earth in front of you no more.
You
Just
become a
stars.
satellite.
No, you don't fucking become a satellite, stooge. Because I'm fucking 6 foot tall. So if a person's only 1 foot past 3959 that way, there's only 1 foot tall off the edge of the ball that way. So now you look, you see them right below you, but not the earth, not the dirt and water. It'd be right directly below and behind you. And there'd be no dirt and water in front of you. It'd be stars, a whole wall of ash of stars, looking down, forward, everywhere. All stars below you. Where is that shot? 1 foot past Earth curve, not
It's
space.
the money shot. How much
We're not
money we
looking
got to
for
pay to
space.
see it?
Yeah, stop going to 100, Marty. We're not looking for space. We just want 1 foot past the Earth. That way we don't have to go to space. We don't have to do magic, miraculous shit. We're just gonna go 1 foot past her. and then look down and see no dirt and water. We'll be proving we're on a globe. Why would this be so hard? Why is it so hard to go 39.59 and then 1 extra foot, boys? Apparently you have to do that to get around the ball, right? So if you can't even get 39.59, something's wrong.
Sold. 39.59.
Not 1 foot past will they ever go. Not a glober, not a soul. There's always dirt and water down below. Wherever you go, welcome to Flat Earth. Now you know.
Well, you never go back, or you go screaming back to black.
I don't know. What about Jaren? Jaren's like a fucking yo-yo. He's like a fiddler's elbow, actually. In, I'm out, I'm in. And now he's
I can't believe
cross-dressing.
he's... Well, how's he
Now
that
he's
retarded? He
cross-dressing.
doesn't understand elevation. How the fuck does he not understand there's a thing called an elevation tool? You sit it on the wall. It tells you, I'm on the thing that has the rate change of 0. That's what all the science is telling you. The thing you live on actually has a rate change of 0. That's a horizontal fucking line. That's a horizontal reference. You go anywhere up above it, any dot, just a microscopic dot. You go above it, you raised in elevation. You go below it, you drop down. Now, where's the Earth curve at that doesn't do that? Where's the globe that doesn't follow my horizontal? Where's that at? Where's the curve?
Do you know what? Do you know what makes me really? It's people like Shubil when he's going. Yeah, I use my theodolite to prove the shape of the Earth, and I was thinking like, well, you're using a limited tool, which isn't even designed to do that. It's at elevations.
You might as well use a
Fucking
paintbrush.
Yeah,
Hey,
look
you
at
go
the
out and use a
stars.
fucking chalkboard and a fucking piece of chalk.
They love the
Yeah,
word
you might as well point
celestial.
a
They don't like
paintbrush
using
at
the word stars.
stars.
Look, I wrote to this guy. He done a presentation the other day, and I couldn't get my mic to work, and I kept only hearing half the conversation. So I wrote him a big message, which was, like I asked him a question. He didn't answer that. Then I gave him a formula to plot out using the sun, and he still didn't reply me because he was going, "Yeah, if you use my calculations on a flat earth, but you don't use your calculations on a flat earth because you're on an assumed globe. It's never going to work out, is it?" The guy's a clown. But he was kind of trying to be genuine, but obviously he knows full well it's a different equation you use, and you can use a flat earth equidistant, like equatorial map.
So DMOC,
which they used anyway. They never used.
Slitsky, you've seen my map, right? DMOC, are we perpetually on the curve? Is that how it works? We're just on top all the time in their mind.
In the globe model, you're always in the center of every reference frame, no matter how high you
You
go up,
have
no
to
matter
be.
how. Hold on. No, you don't. That doesn't fuck no, that's not correct. If I jump up from a fucking balloon or an orange or anything and start going that way, the balloon's behind me now, brother. I don't have to be shit. And the idea that the elevation's not being pulled down to follow the curve means that neither are you. So nowhere, nothing's pulling nobody down, and you can fly horizontally that way, 39.59. And guess what shouldn't be in front of you? A fucking globe, because you've hit this fucking the money spot, the 39.59 from the radius, the edge, the magical thing called an edge of the globe, the very thing everyone's been looking for until they, you know. I mean, come on
But
now.
would you, if you was on a globe, wouldn't you say you was at the highest point wherever you are in the world?
Well, no, I could say I was anywhere, wherever you'd put me on the globe. I can be on the side, on the bottom, on the other left side. I can be. It doesn't make me now. In my reference of being a little human on the ball, yes, my feet and me would be the highest point off that ball. unless there's a mountain in front of me or something like that.
That's what I'm going to say, because like this is what I can't get my head around, which they simply believe and understand, and I just think, how can you understand that? Because they would argue that they're the highest point and everything falls away.
Brother, there's no. But where do you go? Where do you go and stay in the center frame of a street or a city? If you fly up in a helicopter, you don't stay in the fucking center of that city. The city moves, and you go forward, and the city keeps moving behind you. Correct? So now, if you're on a globe and you're flying in a spaceship, an ISS, whatever, this fucking garbage, you shouldn't sit in the center frame like you're a balloon just floating over a flat Earth, not moving anywhere. And the Earth shouldn't just start fucking rotating and spinning underneath you, because it's supposed to not do that. So, like, I mean, it's supposed to be spinning, but it's not supposed to be spinning underneath you, they say, in your helicopter, which is fucking idiotic. It would.
Well, I see this Starlink. The first time I ever see it, maybe it was about, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. I was in Andalusia in Spain, and I was on the phone to my mate, and I see this, like, these little. It was weird. It was totally weird. It was like unreal. It wasn't what they saying it was, and I even got a video of it, because it was just, I was thinking, what the fuck is this? This is like
I bet
I
you
see
if you
these
check
little
the
lights
ISS,
started to pop.
you check
And
the
it was
ISS
weird how
feed
they,
that day.
huh?
If you check the live ISS feed that day, I bet you Starlink won't exist floating around anywhere. Aren't
Yeah,
they supposed to be around each other?
I would call bullshit that was 69 satellites in a row. That, even if you look at my video, you can't count 69 fucking lights in this video. 30, maybe 29 at best. And when they announced this, because I looked in the paper, I was thinking, what the fuck was this? I don't know about Starlink.
Right, and what's the actual elevation too? So like it could just
Yeah,
be
but lower than a plane. And I sat there, and I've got where I lived, I had the pleasure of seeing the planes go down to Malaga, or the planes going to Madrid. The planes to Madrid were much higher, and the planes were lower. So you had that kind of, you could appreciate the distances. And when I see the Starlink, it was lower than a plane. I've even got a palm tree in it, because it was so low, and I was thinking, what the fuck is this? Is it drones? Is it a projection? I thought it was drones or a projection.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about it. It's some goofy shit, probably some crop dusters all connected, and they want Starlink. But if you go and look at any footage, Felix Baum, any of that footage, everything is always in the center frame. And then whatever they show you is always all of Earth. Like they'll show you Mexico, and it'll be all of Earth, or New Mexico. It's the whole Earth underneath Felix Baumgartner. Just New Mexico. It's the whole fucking Earth. So to say this stupid shit is real footage or lie, it's all dumbass edited garbage. And like, unless you send a how-to footage up yourself, you won't see what you see. You'll see what you see when you see that, and that's what you'll see, just like anybody else. And it's going to be in the center frame, no matter what you're flying. And that means the thing you're on is so fucking huge and doesn't have the boundary at 3 miles that way. Clearly, there's no edge that you're flying closer to and presenting itself to have to even traverse or see the attribute of. It doesn't fucking exist. And to say the stupid shit like, oh, the ball doesn't have an edge, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. That's like saying a fucking basketball, it reaches the courtroom ceiling and walls. It doesn't even make any sense. Basketball certainly has an edge, a little bit bigger than your fucking hand. And once a fly flies away from it, it flies away from the fucking thing. It's not still on it. It's not still looking down at it in the center of its view. That'd be impossible. So if you're flying around a sphere, the attribute of that motherfucker would show itself as close as you got to the edge, or far as you got away from the other one. Especially when they say you're like in lockstep with it and they ain't leaving you or spinning on you or doing no tricks. Just sitting still while you move forward. Apparently you ain't never moving forward. You're on a fucking globe treadmill that never moves. Like a computer simulation, right? just stuck on that screen. Yeah, that's the physics of a globe, a computer, a rendered computer.
You know, that's why their maths works out. They're assuming they were on a globe in the first place, and it's all, I would imagine, it's just a load of fucking. Oh, we use mathematics.
They don't have the curved line. They don't have curved distances for you to travel. They're all straight.
Yeah.
All the maps are flat. There's no round. There's no 360, 3D, 360 map with a key legend on it and globe distances and shit. Globe distances don't even exist.
Someone was arguing the other day that fucking birds fly in a curve. I was going, you fucking gotta be kidding me.
Some people think they can see Earth curve from the Arch, St. Louis Arch.
Yeah. They were saying it was like you could see it from Concord the other day. Fucking mad.
Nah, you can't even see an ISS from the Concorde. They're looking for the wrong shit. Look for the Starlink and the fucking ISS and satellites and space debris and stars. That's what we need to be looking for. Take our biggest telescope that we can fly with and aim it for the ISS. Hover your fucking object right there. Just keep waiting. Film the ISS left to right, the whole amount you can. Time lapse photography that bitch and keep adding all the film together. Zoom in on it. Let's see a guy do a spacewalk live.
Yeah, they've just been. I see the one
Now
with
their
the.
telescopes won't work, but go ahead, sorry.
No, I see the one where they had done the spacewalk and the guy opened the flap and it was like flapping around like a tent.
Yeah, but you didn't get. Yeah, but you can't take a telescope yourself and have it just pointed up on a recording thing and zoom and get any footage of an ISS yourself. It doesn't exist. It's not up there. It's not anywhere up higher than the fucking plane or the Concorde.
Yeah, something's up there for sure. It's definitely not some fucking space
Sure, a
station.
fucking balloon or whatever's flying past. Sure, I'm fine with that. But there's nothing at 250 miles up because you can't even see. If you can't see it above 35,000, it's definitely not 250.
I was thinking too. You say like if you was on a pretty flat road and there was a car, how far before you couldn't see the car? It's got to be around maybe 30 miles, no? Would you say that? The same as
Before you
like when they.
couldn't see the car. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say 30.
More?
No, probably less. And then it might depend also. Like if the car is up on a hill and you can spot it from the terrain or from like, the darkness or whatever, like, because everything will get like really small and start to blend in with other shit, right? So like if it's a dark car and you got dark areas, you'd be like, damn, is that the car? Is that the car? Is that the car? Like a rock sitting there next to it on the street, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Well, how many times have you been on a plane and you've looked down and you can't see no fucking traffic and you know that there's going to be traffic there because I'm flying over a city. I can't see the fucking even the headlights of the car. And then another time you can. But there's times when you can't. And I was thinking like.
Depends on the elevation of where your city is and how far away your runway is from the actual streets. So like if your runway is going to be higher, you're on a mountainous region, you can probably see them real close and far away. And plus it depends on where you're at and what time and how foggy, or it just depends.
That's what I'm going to say. At night time, it's very hard to differentiate the shape of the car. You mainly just see the headlights. If you see the headlights, because not every time you're going to see that. I've flown so many planes, and I always kind of scratch my head thinking how come I can't fucking see I can see the headlights, but I can't make out the fucking shape of the car. And it's just, I think you're up 35,000 feet max. I don't know what that equates to miles, but.
About 5.
Yeah, so imagine. I think these globers are a little bit mad. The other day he was saying that, I think it was that snooze, he was going, oh, if I was standing in Holland, the south of Holland, how come I can't see you in London? I go, I don't think you could even fucking see the beach.
I don't think you can see the letters on that little doctor thing at the end of the fucking hallway. So for them to keep saying this stupid shit, just read the doctor's thing from the end of the fucking hallway for me. Tell them. And if they can't, just tell them to shut up. They can't see shit.
The other day, I swear to God, there was a guy, he walks along a football pitch, and now they're saying, yeah, there's the football pitches it's got a gradient. I was going, mate, I goes, look, you think the football pitch has got such a gradient that it's going to like make your feet disappear? I was going, you're absolutely mad. And he was going like, yeah, but it's not it.
No, it's correct. You can eat, like, I got a little slab of cement. It's just a straight slab of cement that goes out. It's horizontal. And if I move an object away from my phone, it's not really that long either. It's not 30 foot. It's nothing crazy. And if I move an object away from my phone, depending on how close or far I set it to the base of that thing, shit disappears on it. And it's horizontal. It's not a curve at all. It's a flat piece of cement, clearly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
I'm
said
saying,
this.
yeah.
And the guy was going, no, this. I go, listen, in sports, you can't have a hill, regardless if it's both ways, because there's a thing called fair play. And I think it's the gradient was 0.00. So, like you can have a gradient, but it has to be, because it's the fair play comes into it, and you can't have it.
Well,
But they won't have it.
Well, the professionals are different. They get the water off the field and shit like that. Those schools will have a gradient. The outside edges will be curved down a little bit and stuff because for drainage and stuff. Well, they try to anyway. If not, it'll just be a big fucking flat field and they'll be all muddy like a soccer field. Yeah.
They don't curve though. The guy was telling him, I was here for that. The guy's like, oh, they're curved from center. It's like, no, they're sloped. They're sloped, perfectly sloped, flat. It's not like a edge of a ball.
Hey, Pure, where's your mic?
Diagonal line.
You gotta put some more rigor behind your voice. We can't hear you.
Hold on, a pitch like a front porch or a windowsill edge or something like that. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, brother. 100%.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But he was promoting it as like, it's curved. The surface of the field is curved. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm just saying also, but listen, you guys have to understand, some places have fucked up dirt and land outside their school, and the only place to play is that little field right there. And if that field has a little curve, it will have a little curve. It doesn't mean they're making it, or it doesn't mean it's earth curve or any fucking crazy shit like that. No.
Yeah, that guy the other day, though, that was funny. I just remember listening to it, just trying to feed it. And I'm like, come on, this is such bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, we have curbs outside. We have drain holes. I mean,
so they're trying to put curves on the flat earth, trying to put curves on men. And I had a third thing they were trying to put curves on.
Well, if water is only supposed to conform to the earth curve, how can it conform to anything else? It should like break itself apart from anything that's not the earth curve and stop and separate and then follow earth curve and then stop and then follow earth curve. Kind of like if you drip some liquid on a spike ball, it's not going to go to the tips of the spike. It's going to sit on the ball. It's not going to go to the tips. It's not going to go everywhere like they say gravity does and water would do. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the atmosphere, the water gravity doesn't hug the object or anything like what.
What you're saying, T-Mock, is just the tip.
Yeah, it's not even getting on the surface. Yeah, it's not touching the tip.
They want to clip that tip.
It's going to stay on the base of the ball, not on the tip of the spike coming off the ball. See, now for water and gravity to work together in electrostatic, magnetic, hydrostatic, electric, it's supposed to stick on the tip and everything else.
Are we in an electric universe or an electric planet?
I think it's electrical. We're electrical.
Right.
Well, depending on whatever that means.
Well, how long until we're not the fastest computer, right?
No, you already are.
Yeah, but how long until like the AI or whatever?
No, listen to this. I don't think you get what I'm saying. Okay, you know how they say there's the speed of light? Well, information or the speed of light or whatever the fuck you want to call it, you work faster and live faster than it. You process faster. This proves it if you don't understand. If I'm throwing out words and sentences and phrases and your voice recorder is broke and on the fritz, it's not going to keep up with my phrases and voice. So are you going to actually get the right information and know exactly what I said if I'm talking like Micro Machine Guy?
Yeah, if your data's...
That's what I'm going to say. How your body converts.
Hold on.
Information can't go faster than the speed of light.
The process. No, hold on. No. The information can't go faster than the thing that has to process the fucking information. So
Information can't go faster than the speed of light.
Speed of light, my dick. Speed of thought. The speed of fucking thought.
It is done using electrical signals, so it can't be faster than the speed of light.
Not the speed of light. The speed of light is slower. You live faster than the speed of light.
That's why your cognitive stuff is all electrical signals. You literally can't go faster than the speed of light.
You don't know what the speed of light
stop
is.
Acting like you're laughing or you got some kind of... Listen, dude. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. If information comes, at what speed does information get deciphered? What's the speed of deciphering?
It depends, but the max speed of any information
No,
is
it doesn't depend.
speed of light.
What's the speed of... How do you know the speed of light if you can't fucking get the speed of deciphering?
Because I know the speed of light.
The science
because Maxwell's equations give me the speed of light.
What's the speed of action or reaction?
The speed of light. Information can't travel faster than the speed of light.
You don't have no speed of light, stupid.
Yes, I do. Through Maxwell's equation.
You have a medium which controls whatever the light does through it. You don't have a speed of light.
Sure I do.
Stupid.
Sure I do. I use Maxwell's equations.
So information can't go faster than the processor, or else the processor
information
would
can't
have
go faster
no
than the speed of light.
No,
the processor can't process information faster than the speed of light. Like, period.
That
Point
means
blank.
the radio wave, right? Or the wave, or the frequency, or the thing that's transmitting it can't work faster than the thing that has to decipher that transmission. It
Which
just
can
can't.
only go as fast as the speed of light. So everything is information.
Oh, God.
Don't
only
have
travel
a speed of light. You have a speed of
I
memory.
have a speed of light.
Your memory is the only thing with the speed
Incorrect.
for it, and it doesn't even have a set speed. It's
my memory. My memory is electrical
instantaneous, and you remember at the speed of light. Your
my memory
are
is just
than the speed of light. Your
Mark, let me ask him a question. Melodic. Which one is your God? Is it the light itself or the speed that it travels?
I don't have a God, so it's a malformed question. But anyway, as I was saying, the processor can't process faster than the speed of light because information cannot travel faster than the speed of light. Your processor, the thing between the 3-inch thick sides of your skull, is
how can you read the speed of light if your
is using electrical impulses to do
how
stuff.
Can you
so therefore, it can't go faster
or get the information from it if it's too fast? You fucking idiot.
This one's
I'm not saying it's too fast.
So
I'm not saying it's too fast, D-Mac. I'm saying that light. I'm saying that information cannot go faster than the speed of light. Information cannot go faster than the speed of light.
The slowness of light that you
the speed of causality is the speed of light. The maximum speed of causality is the
we had a new word.
Maximum speed
causality.
Oh,
No, so you say reality, right? So the speed of
No, I
reality.
said causality. So
What's
cause
the
and
speed
effect.
of reality?
The information about the thing that causes the effect cannot travel faster than the speed of light.
He's reading
What
it
causes the
verbatim.
speed of reality?
No, I'm not reading anything, Marty.
Why don't you just say the cause? It's much easier.
Because I prefer to be specific with the words that I use.
You try to be educated.
No, I
when
try to
you're
be
talking
specific with the
nonsense.
words that I use.
No, but even though you use a much complicated word,
It's not a much complicated word. It's just a word. There's no such thing as a complicated word.
Okay, don't make a mountain out of a molehill.
I'm not making a mountain out of the molehill. You're the one who's complaining about word choice.
You're talking about the speed of light.
Correct.
You've only been told about the speed of light.
No, incorrect.
Oh, you measured it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to walk us through it?
Close your eyes and tell us
Oh,
how.
yeah, I can do it by bouncing a signal off
fast.
the moon. Like, done. Moving
Bouncing
along.
what?
A signal off the moon, moving along. Or the sun, or anything, really. I could bounce it off of literally anything, and as long as I can time it, then I can measure it.
Yeah, most probably bounce it off your beer gut.
Would you like to see somebody filming light as it moved from point A to point B?
Oh,
I also have
YouTube
to have that.
video. Is it
I'm
a
just
million frames
asking.
per second?
If you think
I
you're
don't know.
bouncing something, if you think you're bouncing something off the moon,
I know I'm bouncing something off the
I
moon.
have no words, and I think we need to disengage right now.
Well, yeah, that's usually what a flat person says.
Yeah, I would. Melodic is obviously trash.
Yeah, correct. Definitely, for
Well,
sure.
I asked you before. Where did you get your profile pic?
From a place.
Did you take a
From a
shit
place in
and then take a
space.
picture of it and then invert the colors from white to black?
Incorrect.
After eating Taco Bell. No?
It's a 1 billion frame per second camera, by the way.
Oh my god. I think you're confused.
No, I'm not. You are.
You
I'm
are.
not.
You
No,
are.
I'm not.
I know you're confused.
I'm the
I don't
least
even have
furthest
to.
thing from confused that I could possibly be.
No, you are confused.
Incorrect.
And you've most probably got some issues. And I don't hold that against you,
Yeah, that's fine.
you know? But you need to address that.
You can continue character assassinating me instead of talking about
I'm not a
the speed of
character. I
light.
just
It's
think you've got
fine.
some
I
issues.
get it.
I
You
think
got
you've got some
nothing. So
issues.
this is where we're at. This is what happens when you
No.
come against somebody who has an undergraduate degree in physics. Maybe if you took the time to get an undergraduate degree in physics, you might not have to be so
The
confused.
one-way speed of light or the two-way?
Oh,
speed?
so now it's
Front
the
and back or
appeal to
what?
authority.
No,
I
no,
have
it's
a
not an appeal to
degree in
authority. It's that
astrophysics.
you just told me I'm
Speed of light from
confused,
where?
but you're confused. So
No, the speed of light from where to where, stupid.
from there to there. Duh,
Yeah, that
D-Mock.
made no fucking sense.
So you went to university for 4 years to study
Going to
astrophysics.
university, correct?
Huh?
I'll be graduated in December, but
Wow.
Graduated. What a
What you going to
word.
be? What?
How can you judge the speed of light when it's supposed to curve around and you see your own ass on a planet? What are you seeing? Your ass light?
No.
Don't ass light us like that ever again, telescope boy.
Sure thing, D-Mock.
That's why you got astrophysics.
Well, yeah, the sun's not even above you on their model when it's daytime. It's below you, and the light's bending. They're fucking
No,
stupid.
it's
They have
it's
no clue.
definitely above me since
Where's the
down
sun
is in the
definitely
direction
at,
of
light bender?
gravity.
Where's
But if
that
you want to get
refractor?
technical, it's
Great
not really directly
refractor.
above me because if
Great
you're in the northern
refractor.
hemisphere,
Light
the sun
refractor.
has to be in the southern part of the sky. But if you're in the southern
Sun has
hemisphere,
to
the
be
sun has to
somewhere
be
when
in
it's
the
refracted.
northern part of the sky. Though that
Where's
does
the vote
kind
gotta
of
be when
not
it's
work
refracted?
during the tropics because then
That light's bending.
I don't know, rainbow light seer.
because refraction
How would
exists
you
and
know
I
when
know
you
how to
look at your
calculate
own
it.
ass looking forward?
How do you calculate
You see
it? Tell
forward
me, how
your
do you
own
calculate
ass.
it?
Where
using
is the
Snell's
sun? If
law.
your asshole's not in front of your face, but it's behind you, and you Einstein forward and see your own ass, now where is your ass light at? The sun's the same. Look at your ass light, the sun. And now is it behind you or in front of you, Einstein?
He's a Newtonian.
But the sun's where the sun is.
Is it
Where's
apparent
that?
or physical?
I can't tell, Boatbender. David Copper Lightfield.
Is it apparent or physical?
For what?
Apparent or physical?
Light.
But what is apparent or physical?
The spin
The
drift
sun.
of light, the Coriolis
Well,
of
the
light.
sun is physical.
It's a physical sun.
Yeah,
It's not
obviously
apparent.
I can make a solar sail and I can go sailing
way
with
does
the light
Coriolis
from the
work?
sun. It's very fun.
Which way does light Coriolis bend the light? Up, down, left, or right? From the source, away from the source, or to the source? Which way does the light bend again? Cupid fucking doll.
He's
I
thinking.
need to know which way of my sunlight.
No, I'm
bends.
not answering.
So if
There's
I
a
put the sunlight
slight difference.
behind the boat, is it going to bend more? Is the boat going to bend around the wall or hill? If I put the sunlight behind me or the boat?
I played with
Where's
D-Mark
light
for a couple
bending
hours
to or
already
from?
today. I'm kind of trying to ignore him
Brother, I
and
thought
hoping
you
he
went
gets
to
the hint.
school for light. Where's light bending from or to compared to the source? Show us.
Around.
Great.
Just bending around.
Around
I can
what?
I can play these verbal games as well, D-Mark, and
Brother,
better than
show us
you.
how the
So
sunlight
we can keep
is
going.
shining out and creating daytime, and then show us which way it's bending stuff.
Yeah, it's bending stuff that way. Obviously.
What does that way mean?
It means it went that way.
Okay, so the sun's behind my head and there's a boat that way. Now is the light still bending around the boat in the curve, even though the sun's behind me that way, not nowhere near the boat?
I mean, the light is acting exactly the way the laws of physics dictate
So
the
the
light.
light that we get is only from the sun in the daytime. It's not from anything else on the ocean. So now
I mean, the
it's
only
coming
light
from
you
the
ever
sun
get
that's
is from the
behind
sun.
your
Well, I
head.
guess except for stars.
So
Stars
the
wouldn't count,
sun,
but
no, it's
the majority of
daytime,
light you get from the
stupid.
sun.
No, it's daytime. So the sun's behind your head in the day, way behind you, right? Now the boat is doing what? So the light's not coming from that direction. So how the fuck is light that's not coming from the sunlight bending against the sunlight at your eyeballs with a boat when the source is
Because
coming from
in
your
order to
fucking
see anything, it has to reflect
I
light.
wasn't finished yet.
Congratulations,
The source is
D-Mark.
coming from behind you.
I
And
don't
the boat
care.
is forward.
If I catch you.
Because
wanna see the
and
two
again,
lights. I
because
wanna see the
again, to see
rainbow
anything,
boat light.
D-Mark, it has to reflect light to you.
I want to see the rainbow boat light versus sunlight. I want to see them inside each other.
Let me know when you get to that.
Well, I want to compare. Well, you're the light fucking expert. You should have this.
I didn't say I was a light expert. I said I knew more than you. Slight difference.
More than me about what? What you can't demonstrate?
Physics in general.
You're an
Where's light been
astrophysic.
from? Supposedly not the source, right?
It bends from what it bends from.
Light
It obeys Snell's law.
Light bends against the source, you guys. So if you shine a light on the wall, the light's gonna bend against the flashlight.
Does that make any sense to your brain?
I don't know, boat bender. It doesn't. That's why I'm asking you, where's the light bending from? Is it bending from the source or anywhere it wants to?
It's bending from what Snell's law says it should bend from.
What the fuck does that even mean? Show us. You don't know.
I mean, you've been in flat Earth for 10 years, and refraction has been talked about
where
for about as long as that. So that sounds like a learning issue on your end.
Which way does light have to bend from? If my sunshine is shining at the boat this way, the front of it, how the fuck can the back of the light that's not there on the boat be shining the boat this way at me against the light?
Because the boat reflects light. The boat reflects light, T-Mark.
Against itself?
The boat reflects light. That's how you see things, because they reflect light,
The
T-Mark.
light's already shining that way at the boat. It should block the other light, shouldn't it?
No, T-Mark, why would it do that?
No,
That doesn't
it
make any
shouldn't.
sense. Why
don't
would
we
it do
see
that?
Stars in the sun time then.
No, because there's scattering.
No, light should not block that light. You just said it can't even
No,
block up.
I didn't say it did block it. I said there's scattering.
So why are all the stars not out in the daytime?
Because it's scattering.
It's not bending around curves.
The only thing scattering is your brain cells.
Scattering from where?
Mine,
to where?
okay, yeah, no, D-Mark.
D-Marks are struggling.
Brother, I just want you to show me where the light bends from point A to B when you're the observer. Get the diagram
It
out.
bends between point A and point B.
You got a million objects all around you. Where's the light bending from?
But somewhere between point A and point B.
So a million objects, a million point A's and B's, all different directions against itself, away from itself, and to you, stupid.
Well, that's the fun thing about nature. Nature doesn't care about the numbers.
That's the fun thing about 50 million balls all on a globe at the same time that can't happen, right? And water droplets.
The only reason it can't happen is because of your imagination, Devok. So
imagination. I love that song. Imagination. You have to have imagination.
Demok here. Demok, I think you should spend 30 seconds just Googling before you speak.
Oh, look, here's the Mr. Theodolite.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Mr.
Yeah, Google
Theodolite.
where the light bends from and to.
Somewhere between point A and point B, and then it bends from point A to point B.
Yeah, where's that when you have a 360-degree radius? You can look at everything in the world.
Well, there's a bunch of point A's and point B's. That's it. And then nature doesn't really care about the fact that there's a bunch of them. It just, does the thing that it does.
Well, stop talking about it and making it up and show it.
Demog, are you confused
go outside
by
and spin in a circle?
Demog, are you confused by you able to see things? What is your issue?
I'm confused by your inability to demonstrate where the fucking light bends from and to.
Well, the light bends from point A to point B.
What's making it bend?
The thing that makes it bend, which is in Snell's law. No, why would the source make it bend? That doesn't make any sense. The source has nothing to do with if it bends.
So the
sunlight definitely does bend, but it has nothing to do with the sun.
So the sun doesn't refract like a bow over the hill?
The light does, but the sun doesn't.
The light does. Isn't the sun the light, stupid?
No.
The sun doesn't create the light.
Well, the sun does create the light, but the sun is not the light. You said the sun is light, and no, that is incorrect.
Okay, idiot.
You can rewind the tape there, T-Mock, but you said sun is light.
Yeah,
and I hope somebody clipped
You
it.
said the sun's not refracting?
The light from the sun is refracting, correct?
The sun's not refracting like a boat? So how does
The
a
light
boat
from the
refract
sun is
when it's not light?
refracting.
The boat's not a light, is it?
It's reflecting light.
So the boat's a light, and the boat refracts like light refracts. Now, where is
the light that the boat reflects
Where's
refracts.
the light at? Where's the light?
Somewhere between you and me. It's
Where's the
traveling
boat?
really fast, so
Is
it doesn't
the
really
boat
have
where
a
you
time,
see it?
so it's kind of hard.
No,
it's
the
kind of
boat's
hard
not
to.
between you and me. The boat's around the other side of your curve, supposedly.
It
On
could
the other
be.
side of another object,
hard enough.
right? Refracted. So where the
good
fuck
enough,
is
yeah.
your sun and stars at? Are they refracted also?
Yes.
So how do you get an angle to the sun when you don't know where it's at?
Well, because I do know where it's at, and then
Where is it
and I knew.
refracted
Well,
to
let me
you at a
rephrase.
time
I know
where
where I measure it. I know where I measure it, and then hold on. I'm not a surveyor, so I'm not great at this part.
Tell me
but
how
I've heard
you
enough.
measure that.
I've heard enough where you measure it and then you apply corrections. But I could be wrong, so I believe for Hypnon to probably correct me.
Where's the sun really at? How did you know the real first reference anybody actually knew where it was when light bended, and nobody knew how and where when they were born?
I mean,
because
it doesn't matter if anybody knew where it was before it was measured. All that matters is where we measured it at.
Reference when your little dumbass is born.
I don't need a reference.
Was already bent
Now this
out of
doesn't
your
make any
vision
sense.
and you don't know where.
D-Mark's just spiraling at this point. I don't need a measurement before I take the measurement.
You're
That doesn't make
blind
sense.
guy looking for a sun and don't know where it's at, but it's everywhere.
I know exactly where it's at. It's where the bright thing in the sky
it's
is
at high
during the
noon,
day.
right? Oh, it's right above your head right now, but refracting to fucking Australia, right?
Well, no, actually, because where I live at noon, it would be behind my head. It's a fun thing about living in the tropics,
the
like
sun
at
must be
afternoon.
right
It's
above
behind
my head while it's nighttime, refracting to you, right? Stupid.
No. If it's nighttime for you,
the sun's not
then
anywhere
it's
else
probably
where
close
you're
to
at, but
nighttime
it's
for me.
refracting. So how can it be where you're at if it's refracting somewhere to where you're at?
Well, it's not where I'm at. It's like 93 million miles away. I
So
just happen to
it's
be
not
able
where
to see
you're
it
at.
right now. Never said it was.
Where I'm at. I'm looking at it, not existing, refracting to you.
Not
How did you
existing.
measure
Okay.
that? How did
With
you
radar.
measure that?
Anyway.
I don't know how you measure where an invisible sun is to where it goes. These fucking retards do.
Well, that's because
Where
with
does
a
your
neutrino
invisible
detector,
sun
I can
start,
detect
and
the
where does your
neutrinos from
appearing sun
the other
start
side of the
compared to your invisible sun that no one can see because the light's not there? It's somewhere else.
I've never
Dumbass.
talked about an invisible sun, so I have no idea what the fuck you're talking
Well,
about,
apparently
D-Lock.
that's the only thing you fucking can calculate is where the sun's not.
No, that's not true. That's not what I said either.
Where's the boat at? Is it where you're seeing, or is it around a curve?
I mean, it
So
could
you
be
don't
that
know
I'm
where a
seeing it
boat
around the
is.
curve.
You
So
know where a refracted fucking boat is. An imaginary boat you think you see.
no, I know
there
I know where the boat
vision.
is. The boat's over
So
there,
what's
and I
the
can see
angle
the
to the
boat. The
boat?
boat's right there. You just said I could see it. The boat's right there. I know where the boat's at.
How can it be right there if it's on the other side of water?
Because I can see it because of refraction. You said I
No,
can see
your
it.
finger
So
doesn't
therefore, the
point
boat's right
to
there.
wheels.
I feel like you're confused in your
No,
own
straight
little
line is not through
hypothetical
shit.
here.
No.
I don't need a straight line. That's the wonderful thing about refraction.
You don't have refraction. When it's daytime, is the sun on the other side of the
Yes, I
planet?
do have refraction when it's daytime. Correct.
Don't get excited.
The Earth is only like a grain of sand compared to the sun. So how much fucking fraction from where to where?
A surprising amount, actually, because the size of the sun and the Earth has nothing to do with refraction.
Grain of sand amount.
The relative sizes have nothing to do with refraction. So red herring from DMOC.
Where's the sun at? High noon, boy.
It's over there.
Over there while it's high noon.
Well, see, where I live, if it's high noon where I
So the
live, then
sun's
it's
not at
behind
high
me
noon when it's high
because
noon.
I live in the tropics. It's not above
So
me;
it's
it's
not in the
behind me.
tropics when it's in the tropics. It's somewhere else, right?
No, it's 93 million miles away, but at high noon,
Where the fuck is it
it's
at?
behind
What
me.
land mass is it over when it's refracting to you?
Well, that depends. What time of day is it?
No, it doesn't depend, you retarded fucker. If you know where the land mass is, where the sun is, over the land, and you have maps of that, and all the globe knows
But
where
that
the
depends
sun's
on
going to
time.
be over the
So
land,
what
and
time
you
is it?
have
And
the
I can
sun's
tell you where the
path,
GP of the sun is.
so you
What
don't.
time is it? And
How
I
do
can
you
tell you
have
where
the
the GP of
GP
the
of a
sun
bent
is.
boat, son?
How will you find that?
How can you find a GP of a fucking sun under your feet that's bent this way? It's not really there.
Because I have mathematical models.
Of what, you retarded bitch? Let me see your sun.
Of how
You don't have
gravity
a little
works
sun
and
now,
how
do you?
orbits work and
Let's be
like the whole
honest. You don't
mechanics
have a
thing.
sun.
I
You
do have
don't
a
have a
sun.
little sun.
But right now it's
So
below
you
me, so
don't
I
have a
can't
sun
point it out
refraction
to you.
anywhere. So you don't have
I
a
have a
little
sun
sun ball
refracting everywhere.
refraction on the other side of a ball, do you?
Yeah, I do actually.
Show us your lab.
It's right over there.
That's where your fucking brain cells are. Right over there.
No, my brain cells are in my brain. That's why I can have
Well, you
this
should ask your
conversation.
teacher where the sun's really at, so we can
Well,
locate
right
it
now
for
the sun is
somebody.
really at underneath my feet somewhere.
How would you know, sun refractor?
Oh, well, because the sun went down over there, which means it's currently
But when you're
providing
looking
light to the
forward, you're
side of the
looking
Earth
at your
that's opposite me.
asshole.
So therefore,
You're
I'm currently
looking at your
looking.
own
If I
ass
look up
when you
into the
look
sky, I'm
forward.
looking away from the
I
sun.
don't
So
think you
therefore, if I look down
comprehend
to
this,
my feet,
retard.
I'm looking towards the sun. I know this is
Retard,
a
ask
hard
your
concept,
teacher
but
what
it's
you're looking
funny.
at. When you look forward on a globe, retard, you're looking at your asshole.
No,
So
that's
where the
not how that
fuck is
works
the
at all. I
sun,
think I'm
ass
usually working at
looker?
I'm usually looking at what's in
Asshole
front of me,
looker.
not what's behind me,
Light
and that's
bender.
behind me for sure,
Asshole
unless I'm put
looker.
together wrong. But I don't think I
Brother,
am.
if you ever had the ability to see 24,000 miles and 901, you would see your asshole. That's the only thing your fucking telescope
No, I
would
think
have
I'd
the
see the.
ability to
I'm
do
wearing
with bending
shorts right
light.
now, so I don't think I
If
would actually.
refraction was true and you knew about light, you retarded fucker, you would have a 24,901 ability to see with one of your
No,
toy
I wouldn't.
cat
I
shit
wouldn't
telescopes
because
that don't
there's
work
a,
where the
a
fuck.
atmospheric attenuation that like fades stuff
No,
out.
no,
But
excuse
yeah, no,
maker.
that actually works. Like that's like the reason we put
24,901 written by
telescopes on top of
Einstein.
mountains and stuff. It's
Einstein
fun.
wrote this down, little boy. He wrote
No,
down
I
you
don't
look at your
care.
own ass if you can see for 24,901 bent fucking light miles
Well, I'm
around the globe.
once again, I'm wearing shorts, so I don't think I would
Refraction
see my own
proven
ass.
by
But
seeing your asshole. Have you
well,
proven
again,
refraction
I'm
yet?
wearing shorts. I don't think that's actually possible.
Have you proven refraction yet? We'll look forward at them.
Well, you see, you don't prove things about reality, Debug, but
Look
there's a lot of
forward at
evidence
him,
for refraction.
motherfucker. That's the only way you prove things is by proving them, stupid.
No, that's incorrect.
Einstein said you got to see your own ass.
You don't prove things in science. The only thing science really does is just refute
your
hypotheses.
telescope can see
And then
24,901 miles.
yeah,
You
I think that's about
retarded
it.
motherfucker. Let's prove it can see your own ass before we say can see 93 million.
Once again, I'm wearing
If you
shorts,
can't see your
so
own
that
ass
seems really
on a ball
impossible.
when light refracts, what the fuck are you looking for? How are you going to prove light refracts without seeing your own ass? Stupid.
Well, because I can make a prediction, and then I can
Yeah,
measure that
like not
prediction,
seeing your own
and then I can
ass
figure it
to
out.
prove it.
So it's
The
great. And
prediction
again,
is seeing your
I'm
own
wearing
ass.
shorts, so even if
The
this
prediction is
hypothetical
seeing your
refractive
own shorts.
situation was real, I don't think it
Yeah,
has the
seeing
effect
your
that you
own
think it
back
does.
of your fucking head, Todd. We're looking for the back of your head, Billy Bob. Through your
Oh, okay. Well,
telescope
that I could definitely see. Well, I'd see the back of my
But
hair,
you don't
but
know
I
how
get
light
it.
bends, and you don't know how Einstein.
I know
told
how
you
light bends. Light bends according to Snell's law, and I know how to
No,
derive
it
Snell's law
doesn't.
from first principles.
Einstein's
So
the
it's
one that
really
told
fun.
you light bends to your ass.
Incorrect.
Not Snell.
Einstein is not the one who told me light bends.
Show me
Newton
light
actually
doing
predicted
what
light
Snell
bending,
said.
so you're just absolutely wrong on that particular claim, as per usual.
They don't make law. You don't make light laws. You don't make what light.
I never said I did make light
You
laws.
stupid.
I didn't say I made light laws, but I said I derived them.
No, so stop saying dumb shit like fucking Snell has a law that nature has to
Snell does
apply
have
to.
a law.
You fucking idiot.
Well, no, it's not that nature has to apply to it. It's that we've observed it, and then Snell can just we described the mathematical relation. Did we run
That's
out of
enough
time?
fun for today.
Okay.
That's enough fun for today.
Is Snell a German?
I think he was
Dutch, I think.
Actually.
Yeah.
This one.
That's enough fun for
Schnell.
Denmark today.
Schnell.
Will brought us Schnell.
Wow.
Oh, it's quiet now.
No.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm
We're
trying to.
listening to light bending boy.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us what Snell's law is?
What's Snell's law?
Snell's law? Snell's law is that the
Yeah,
the sign of the two angles.
Right?
Yeah.
Two medians. How do you get
the
that?
velocity?
Kinda fucked
The
up.
ratio of the velocities in the medium is equal to the ratio of the refractive indices.
Yeah, no, two medians. Yeah, you fucked that all up.
Did D-Mock get muted?
He did.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Apologies.
Why?
It was just going on too long.
But
It's fun for a
why?
couple of minutes.
But why?
It's fun for a little bit.
And also the important thing to remember is that like a density change in air is two mediums.
You can't
Yeah,
silence
that's what
people
you're
just
saying
because they disagree with you.
That's like saying you got unlimited fucking medians in the Atmos.
Correct, I do. That is exactly correct.
Yeah, no, that's not what a median is. But okay.
Yes, it is. Correct.
Yeah,
it is.
no,
It really is. Yeah, correct. It is. There is a difference in the refractive index of denser air over less dense air.
Care.
No, I'm not. I'm an astronomer who does this for a living. So like there is a higher refractive. The refractive index of dense air is different from less air.
Unlimited medians. That's your claim.
Correct. You can do an integral over them. Do you know what an integral is? Pure rigor. Pure rigor. Pure rigor. Do you know what an integral is? Do you know what an integral is?
Why?
Do you know what an integral is? Yes or no? I'm asking a yes or no question.
Multiple medians.
Okay. Do you know what an integral is? Yes or no? Do you know what an integral is? Yes or no? Do you know what an integral is?
You don't
Yes or
have
no?
simple.
Do you know what an integral is?
All right. We're going to let...
Oh my god. You're
we're
just
just talking
gonna,
over each other.
have no flat earth people here. If you keep muting people, they will just, like that film, build
Slicksy.
it and they will come. No
I'm
one will
moderating.
come. No
Listen,
one will
I'm
come.
moderating. Do I have to mute you as well? I'm moderating.
Mute
I've
me. I don't
muted
give a
both of
flying
them.
Fuck.
I've muted both of them, and Melodic as well. I'm going to let Melodic go first, and then Pure
Okay.
Rigger can respond.
And then
All
bring
right,
back
so
in
you're gonna
T-Mock.
talk. You're gonna just completely ignore this, but I'll ask it one more time. Do you know what an integral is? Yes or no?
Bro, this is completely besides the point. You
Okay,
claim
you don't.
there's
So
unlimited.
therefore,
You want to
thank
shut
you.
the fuck up when I'm talking, or no? You just want to talk the whole time. You claim
I'm sorry, I
there's
don't
no
think
need for
people
Snell's
have
law.
intelligence. Well,
Why is he
Just
talking?
you don't want anybody to make a point. That's your problem. You want to claim Snell's law is not needed because Snell's law specifically says that you need multiple medians, right? You're saying when you open your eyes, you have multiple medians. No matter
Correct.
what, when you look through the Atmos,
Exactly.
it's unlimited medians. So therefore, Snell's law is irrelevant.
No, Snell's law still applies. You just stack medians. Like there's no difference between going one to one to one to one. Yeah, this is.
So how do you get a single? How do you get a single?
You if you knew what an integral was.
What? Go ahead, answer that. What is
What
the
was
need
the
for?
question?
How do you get a single median?
By not having any density or temperature changes in the medium. Unfortunately, between any 2 points, there's a temperature and density change when you're looking through air, which means there's more than one refractive medium.
This fucking kid's unreal.
Multiple what, Rigger?
I said this kid's unreal. It's just a complete waste of time.
Yeah,
No,
correct. When
multiple
you
what?
try to argue against how physics works, this is what happens. Mediums. Yes. There are more than one in air because a density difference changes the refractive index.
So every density change is a medium.
Correct. Technically speaking. It's a medium. I think you keep saying median. It's a medium.
Yeah, where does it say that? You want to cite
Where
that?
does it say what?
Wait, you want to cite
that?
that?
The refractive index changes with due to
The
density?
atmosphere is unlimited medians.
Mediums. And
yeah,
yes,
motherfucker. You want me to talk like you?
No, I want you to pronounce so I know what you're saying. If you say medians, then that's a different mathematical concept.
I'll talk like you. I'm sorry. I'll say medium.
Oh my god, they just can't even communicate properly.
Any hoozles.
How did you learn about Snell's law anyway?
Because I'm an astronomer.
Find out about Snell's law.
So it's like assuming that we have this perfect everyday, constant, refraction, everything's the same, yeah?
No.
Oh, okay. I love how it says it's a law. Why is it a law? Did it get past?
Because it describes a mathematical relationship between two quantities.
Yeah, but it doesn't really, differentiate what happens in reality.
I have no idea what that string of words meant.
Well, I think you're just assuming everything's like every day is the same, and it's not, is it?
I'm not making that assumption, so I don't know why you'd say I would.
Well, how do you apply something if say like when I live by the sea, so some days I go down there and I can see very far. Another day,
the conditions are great for that.
I can't even see a couple of 100 meters because it's
that just means the refractive conditions change.
Yeah, so
why would you expect them to say the same?
How can you have a law where it assumes that every day is the same when it really isn't?
It's not assuming every day is the same. Once again, it's taking into account the refractive index of the medium the light's traveling through. If you can't see as far, that's because the refractive index of the medium you're looking through has changed.
Oh, so some days you can't use the law?
No, I can use the law. It uses the refractive mediums. My brain.
I think this is derived from assumptions.
It is derived from Fermat's
assumptions.
No, not assumptions. It's not assumptions. Holy shit! Would you let me talk to you instead of just going on?
Okay.
I'm trying to tell you what it's derived from, and you're just going on. and on and on. It's derived from Fermat's principle of least time, which is not an assumption. This is also another like fact of nature.
Go on, I didn't understand that. You said that so quickly. Could you just say it a little bit slower?
Snell's law is derived from Fermat's principle of least time, which is like it is also another natural, like, nature conforms to this. This is not an assumption that somebody pulled from their ass. Like
what he's telling you, Schlitz.
Nature works to minimize.
No, let him tell me. Let him
stuff
tell
like
me
this.
because he's doing fine. He's astrominating, and I want to hear the astronomer. Could you finish?
I did finish. Did you not hear me?
Nature, that's what he said. Let me ask a question, boys. Melodic. How long has scientism been around? Longer than the United States?
I have no idea what scientism is, so couldn't tell you.
How long has people been practicing science?
I mean, I think for as long as there have been people. Do you mean like the formal definition of science? Like,
well, you're referencing
a modern definition of science?
You're referencing a scientist, and you were just referencing.
No, I'm not referencing a scientist. I'm referencing a relationship between two measured quantities.
So you have this Snell's law. Is it apply? Do you apply that to every incident?
What do you mean by that?
Well, is there days that you can't apply Snell's law?
Not with his logic. Not with his logic. Every single day you look out into the world, unless you're in a vacuum, it's Snell's law.
Because I just thought, like, how do you apply it if you're looking at mirages, massive refraction and distortion and lumen and that kind of stuff? How do you apply it then?
What do you mean?
Well, I just was clear, wasn't I?
So we know that temperature.
We
know that temperature is very strongly correlated with density. That lets us make an assumption on the refractive index of the air that we're going through, and then we can apply Snell's law going forward.
But you can apply Snell's law in every incident.
Correct.
In every case, what you
the only thing Snell's law depends on is the velocity of light through the medium.
Velocity. How do you know that
velocity of the light through medium?
Is it you're saying the light's traveling
slower in the medium or faster, and that is what causes refraction?
Well, I just asked you a question, like a yes or no question.
And then I just gave you an answer.
Well, you didn't. I just wanted yes or no, like you was asking yes or no questions.
It is moving at a faster rate through one medium than through the other, or slower.
Is it moving or
it's
traveling?
Moving at a different weight.
Moving or traveling?
I don't. I've used both, so I believe you could probably assume they're synonymous. But like, I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I know how to do context clues better.
Hey, Melodic, check the chat for the slides I just posted.
Those are phenomenal and exactly what I was envisioning.
Yeah. I did that in PostScript, I think.
Yeah, I want to do that in like Python and just like have one that I can generate on the fly. I've just been lazy.
Yeah, I got to find the code for it. But yeah, obviously it's got discrete layers and it does Snell's law at each boundary, and then as you increase the number of layers, it looks more and more like a curve. The end.
When do you apply Snell's law then?
Whenever I'm at the boundary between two different refractive mediums. Which I can arbitrarily decide that because like we were has been illustrated here, this is just I assume those discrete chunks are more or less just assumed to be isobaric.
See, that's what I want you to say. Density. I assume, because that's what.
Yeah, because I'm talking about no. I'm talking about somebody else's work here. That's why I said I assume.
I don't need to assume anything about Snell's law, because Snell's law is a law, and it's a relationship between two measured quantities, and as such, I am 100% confident whenever I point to it.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know. I just think you've got too much faith in what you're.
I just think you don't understand the assumptions that are being made.
I think you've got too much faith in what you're.
That's fine. I don't think you
assuming.
understand the assumptions that are being made.
The assumptions. I do.
No, you don't. I don't think you do at all, because there's only one assumption. There's only one assumption. Because there's only one assumption. Because there's only one assumption that's buried into Snell's law, and that is Fermat's principle of least time, and that is like right next to the principle of stationary action, and like these are just natural. Like the universe works to conserve. The universe is lazy, right? It doesn't like using more energy or more time than it absolutely has to. So we can use this to go forward.
Wow.
I might rewrite it in Python and stick it on my GitHub.
Python's so much fun. I have like all the fun with it. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me.
Currently receiving ADSB traffic from planes and attempting to point my telescope at them.
Oh,
so tracking.
Good luck.
Tracking.
Yeah. Good luck.
It's fun. It's fun.
I apologize, Pure Rigor. I was just corrected on the pronunciation of multiple mediums.
Yeah, I swear that Rigor was saying something else. I swear.
I say both.
I don't know, but it could just be either or.
They sound so similar.
I'll apologize.
So I just say both.
Well, Roof, such a weird name to say.
Well, everything
he
refracts in your world constantly. You have no idea what anything is.
No, incorrect. I know exactly. I don't know exactly where things are, but I know where things are within some error.
You can only know by going
error, and that's the only way I can ever know anything is within some error window. So, like, to the best of my ability, I know exactly where it's at.
I mean, you can't ever confirm because everything's refracting through all hell, right?
No, sure I can. I can by just leaving the atmosphere.
Yeah, which you can't do. So
yes, I can. That's what JWST and the Hubble and a bunch of other telescopes and satellites are doing.
No, you can't get through all them layers of atmosphere without refraction. Remember?
Sure, I can. All of those are outside the atmosphere. James Webb is a million kilometers away. It's further than the moon. No, my guy. When I said that, we were talking about here on Earth, not in space. Whenever there's an atmosphere, there is refraction. I understand that you enjoy twisting my words, but we were not referring to the case where there is no atmosphere. So you can continue to say but you can roll the tape back. You can just roll the tape back. You can just roll the tape back. You can just roll the. No, my guy.
When you look
there's
up,
not.
There's
the density gradient goes down.
It's always refracting.
My friend, my brother in Christ.
I'm not your friend. I'm not your brother.
My brother in Christ. Could you not interrupt me?
Every time I go to talk, you just
my Jesus Christ in hell!
You don't listen to a fucking thing.
You don't listen to me.
You don't hear a single point.
You don't listen to me. Now hold on, and let me get the flipping point out, and you can talk. Holy Jesus Christ! You just
fucking story. When I tried to explain to you, you clicked.
All right. You guys keep talking to each other.
He's now explaining. Let him explain and move
Clixie,
the melodic.
I am moderating. I am moderating. All right, I'm going to let Pure Rigor go. I'm going to let Pure Rigor go first because I let Melodic go first the last time.
Thank you.
All right, 1 second. There we go. Pure Rigor.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. You said when you have layers of density, it's what you apply Snell's law to. So you have constant refraction anytime you look up, horizontally or vertically. There's going to be layers of density. You can't get around that, so you have no clue what is refracting and how it's refracting.
You've just lied. You've just lied. I
No, I'm
can,
saying,
and I
this
will
is what
explain
you
to you
said
how. Hold
earlier.
on, you just flippin' want this explanation. Don't fucking interrupt me and let me get it the
Interrupted me,
fuck out.
guy. What
Oh
is
my
your
Jesus
deal?
fuck!
What's wrong with you,
Can
guy?
you stop?
You don't recognize what you're doing?
Can he please, so I can get this goddamn thought out? So again, yes, when looking through an atmosphere, there will always be a density gradient, and things will be getting refracted. However, there's less atmosphere the further you go up. So you put telescopes on the top of mountains so that you reduce the amount of air between the telescope and whatever the hell we want to look at. Or you put the telescope in space and then there's no air between the telescope and what I want to look at.
Yeah, and you can't go to space and do that. And if you go on top of a mountain, you're still looking through multiple layers of density gradient. You can't get
not
around
as much as from the surface.
Doesn't matter.
And again, I can very much go to space. You can deny it. You can deny space as much as you'd like, but space still exists, and that's where several telescopes currently inhabit.
Can't go there.
I don't care if I can go there. It doesn't matter. The telescopes are
you're
there.
making a
I don't
claim
need
about
to be
something you
there.
can do.
I don't need to be there to use the goddamn telescope.
Well, you have to be in space to use the telescope.
No, I do not. No, I do not have to be in space to use the telescope. That would be a really pointless fucking telescope if I had to go to space to fucking use it, wouldn't it?
Oh, so you could use what the fucking view from home? That's cool, but you can't.
I can get on. I can get on if I have the authorization and my project gets approved, and then I can tell Hubble where the fuck to look, and I can take the fucking pictures that I want to take using the telescope. I don't need. You're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me again.
You already said this.
You're interrupting me again. I don't care. You repeat yourself all the fucking time. Stop interrupting me if you're gonna complain about me interrupting you. Hold the fucking shit. I was almost done. You can wait for 5 more fucking words. All right. Now, as I was just stating, I don't need to be in space to use the telescope.
Yeah, I just said that for you too. Like, I knew what you were going to say. The whole room knew what you were going to say.
Fine. You don't like me interrupting you, right? You're going to hate this, so don't interrupt me, right? Be an adult. Learn how to act. Stop being a child.
So you can't look at the stars without refraction. So you have no idea of telling where the stars are.
I can look at the stars with the James Webb Space Telescope or the Hubble Space Telescope, and I can see stars with 0 refraction.
Right, from Earth.
The Hubble Space Telescope is in Earth orbit, and it's in Earth's gravity well. So yes, I can take from Earth
So how does celestial navigation
pictures without
work?
refraction.
If all that
They do
shit's
corrections for refraction. You've had
does
this
that
explained
work?
to you multiple times.
No, you're debunking fucking
No, I'm
celestial
not.
navigation. 'Cause you're
No,
saying
I'm not. They
crap.
literally have you not sat here and listened to people explain it to you? They
No, I
apply
listened to you
corrections
explain Snell's law.
for
That's what I listened
fucking
Why
standard
do you
refraction.
apply
It's
correct-
hilarious that you just come in and lie like that. Like, do you not
Why
have
do you
any
lie?
honesty?
What am I lying about?
Because they make corrections for refraction. Every time you hear somebody explain to you celestial navigation, they include corrections for refraction. So you clearly just came here to lie.
What do you? I have no idea what you're on about, right? I'm going off of your definition of Snell's law and what you claimed about.
No,
looking
you're
through
not.
the
You're just bringing
atmosphere.
up celestial
You wanna
navigation,
shut up
and I
let me
haven't
finish?
brought up celestial
You
navigation
wanna
at
shut
all.
up?
So clearly, you're
You wanna
not. No,
shut up
you
maybe
don't like
once?
not interrupting me.
You're
So just
spiraling.
deal with it.
You are literally spiraling because you fucking.
No,
caught
I'm not.
yourself
You're the
doing
only
some
one who
bullshit
you're the
that you
one
can't
who just
piece
brought
together.
up celestial navigation without bothering. Like, nobody's talking
can't
about
piece it
celestial
together 'cause
navigation,
your logic
and then you
breaks.
brought up celestial navigation. But again, celestial navigation makes refraction corrections. So you just brought up a self-debunking point.
Corrections for what, though?
Yeah, how do you do those corrections?
Well, I think you'd need to talk to a celestial navigator, of which I am not.
Oh, so you
I
have
am
no
just
idea
giving
what
you
you're
the
talking about.
information.
Okay.
I
But
am
now
just
you're
giving you.
talking
I
about
am
the
just
graph.
giving you. I am just giving you the information that was provided to you and me the last time Protothad was in here, or the last time you have ever gone and listened to somebody
you
talk
don't know
about celestial
anything about it.
navigation before. And once again, you're here to interrupt me because you don't want to hear the information and then you complain about it. So, like, again, can you grow up and be an adult?
This kid is unreal. No, because I'm thinking back, right, to when you said if you look through the atmosphere, if you look through any multiple density gradients, right? No matter what, when you're looking at multiple density gradients, you have to apply Snell's law. Therefore, everything's going to be refracted. Okay, so when you look up, you're gonna go through the same thing.
I didn't say you didn't. Were you not paying attention?
No. What I'm trying to get at is how do we calculate the refraction when we're looking at the stars from Earth with a theodolite?
Well, that's really easy. I would recommend you to. Well, it's not really easy, and you probably won't understand it. And like, I don't know why I'm talking to you about it. But the system that you're looking for is called adaptive optics.
Yeah. So you want to explain that, or you just want to throw words out?
They deform a mirror to correct for the refraction. That's it. That's the elevator pitch of what it does. Yeah, they deform a mirror.
They form a mirror?
Deform a mirror. DEFORM. I just linked you the goddamn fucking webpage. Like, can you read before you ask stupid questions?
All right, no, because I'm looking at it because I've never done this. Oh, this is with telescopes. I'm asking about surveying.
I don't care about surveying. I'm not a surveyor. I'm an astronomer.
I'm saying, how do they do it with surveying? Because
then obviously I'm not the person you need to be asking, correct?
Well, I don't know. You're the one saying stars are refracting.
Correct, because I'm an astronomer and I know how stars work and how the atmosphere works. I'm not a celestial navigator and I'm not a surveyor, so I wouldn't be able. I'm not a surveyor and I'm not a celestial navigator, so I obviously would not be able to answer questions related to those things.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, I'm thinking out loud. You know what I mean? Like, I'm wondering.
Well, that's nice, but then you're talking to me, so
without accounting for all the
they do. I told you that they do. I've literally said that every time we get every time
in the ocean try to use
every time
proper refraction formula, they'd be cooked.
Every time there's a celestial navigation person here, every time there's a celestial navigation person here, they tell you they correct for refraction. If you'd like to know how, I would recommend going and looking at those videos.
Is it a percentage that you're using to correct with?
If you would like to know how, I would recommend asking a surveyor, celestial navigator, or going back to one of those videos.
Okay,
well, I sent Thad a big message, like 2 messages. He didn't even answer me because I know he couldn't.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't video. He definitely might not have been busy or had anything else to do at the time. You're absolutely correct. It's definitely he couldn't answer you. No other possible reason that it could be.
No, because he's an absolute fucking weirdo. Maybe cut from the same cloth. Smelodic, why wouldn't you answer someone if they've got it wrong? Because you just correct them and say like, oh look, you're assuming this, and you maybe have to look at this because you've gone wrong there. It's not rocket science, is it?
No, rocket science was rocket science.
No, there's no rocket science. That's why.
No, there is, but it's really fun and I enjoy it.
Yeah, the only rocket. Oh, I don't know. I don't even want to say. Unless we get banned or mooted. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I was a little bit miffed why the guy didn't answer me, but I knew he couldn't anyway. That's why.
Yep, no other possible reason.
No, because what I did, I asked him a question which he didn't answer, and I gave him an example, and he didn't answer because there's no answer because what I sent him was correct.
Yep. For absolutely no other possible reason.
No, unless you're confused and you're at university.
Zero possible reason.
You know, learning nonsense.
Hi, Terry. Hope you're well.
Yeah. But you said, what do you do for a living then? Because you said you're at university. Now you said I do this for a living.
I do research for a living right now. Yep.
What are you researching?
Dark matter.
How you getting on with that shit?
It's quite fun.
Yeah?
Yep.
Fucking. How'd you find that?
I
initially
went to community college for computer science.
No, where do you find dark matter? How do you find it? Give me.
Well, you look for where things appear to have more gravity than things should have.
Gravity.
Yeah.
How do you apply a theory to reality?
Well, see, that's a misnomer because I fear that you're using theory in the colloquial sense instead of the scientific sense.
Well, I don't know. If gravity is only a theory, how does it become
that is
reality?
the issue. You're using theory in the colloquial sense instead of the scientific question.
Well, actually, I identify as gravity.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
And my pronouns are what and where. That's my new identity, gravity.
Okay. You should change your name.
No, it's gravity.
Yeah, you should change your screen name.
No, I'm incognito. I'm like dark matter. I'm just hiding. Until you scratch the surface, you know I'm there. Yeah, so talk me through how to find dark matter because I'm interested now.
Well, one possible way is you can use a radio telescope to look at large molecular clouds and in another galaxy, and then you can get the velocity that they're going through that galaxy by their redshift once you correct for any like Hubble flow. But if you're looking close enough, that doesn't matter. So like you could do it if you're looking at Triangulum or probably Andromeda. And what you'll find is that as you go out from the center, instead of falling off into a Keplerian curve, it kind of just stops and stays steady. And that's weird. And so we're trying to figure it out. And one of the possible explanations is dark matter.
Even though you can't see dark matter, it's dark matter what's making this. I don't know.
Dark matter is why the curve is what's theorized to be the explanation for why the curve is flat instead of going down into like a regular Keplerian kind of cutoff. So like if you look at the velocities and you map the velocities of the objects in the solar system as a function of radius from the sun, they'll peak early and then they'll drop off kind of quickly and then they'll kind of tail off. But they'll end up going towards zero the further away from the sun you get. Whereas if you do the same thing but for a galaxy, what you end up finding is that it goes up and then it lowers and then it levels off at a much higher point than what we would expect. I might have a graph of that somewhere. Hold on.
So how much of is what you're planning to do as a profession looking at colors?
I mean, all professions look at colors.
What other shifts do you get? You get red shift, blue shift?
You look at colors and then you look at charts to tell, and then the charts actually just tell you what the. So AI could do your job.
No.
Why can AI do your job?
Because it requires a little bit more active thinking.
That it can learn.
I'm sure it can learn.
I'm sure if you give it an
But
equation,
it needs to know. It needs to know what to learn, and that's my part. Is identifying the new thing, so that then it can also identify the thing.
I'm sure it would just say dark matter as a placeholder. You got, the thing is, like, you have all these different things.
So
It's like
this is the curve we observe, right? This is assuming dark matter.
it has to
so
be.
As you can see, it kind of levels out.
Where's this? You must admit it's kind of like theoretical.
I didn't say it wasn't, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. So if it's theoretical, it's maybe you could be mistaken, and it's not exactly. You imagine if you've learned all this and you've got it wrong, what a waste.
No, actually, because then we don't know something, and not knowing something is a net increase in knowledge.
Yeah, but if you've learned something and it's wrong, isn't that an impediment?
Well, if I've learned something and it's wrong, then that means I know the right answer, and that's a good thing.
Well, you wouldn't, would you? Because if you haven't learned,
but I know what one of the wrong answers isn't, so that's good.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. It's kind of
like Edison invented the light bulb by trying 1,000 different ways of how not to make a light bulb first. This is just the same thing on a larger scale.
So they say Tom was a bit of a thief, though, wasn't he?
No, that's fine. The point here is that it's the same principle, but on a larger scale. Like, it doesn't matter if I found out 1,000 wrong ways of what dark matter might be.
Well,
if I get to what dark matter is.
That's questionable.
I don't care about being wrong. I really don't. I care about trying to make sense of what I have. If I end up wrong, so be it. It's still a valuable exercise.
Like Robert the Bruce, if you don't succeed, try again.
And I still might not succeed, and that doesn't matter. It's still valuable.
But don't you think how long have you spent on this?
A couple years at this
3
point.
years. That's like being.
But I mean, I spent my 20s doing army things, so this is far and away not the only thing I've ever done with my life.
Army things?
Like again, I don't care.
What army things did you do?
I did army things.
What, like with your armies?
I mean, like with the army, yeah, I did army things.
How many
I thought
bullets?
you meant like your arms. With your arms.
How many rounds?
Just waving them around, going, I found the dog.
I did handy things in my 20s.
Yeah, I've done a few handy things.
But who knows? Maybe I'll spend my 30s doing dark matter and work there. But then also, like, it's very possible that I managed to get a doctorate and then I don't do work that I did to get my doctorate.
You can just come on Discord and argue with, like, imbeciles who don't
this
understand.
isn't arguing. This is not arguing. This is me just blowing off steam and then occasionally actually teaching somebody something. And like the reason I keep the reason oh my god, the reason
if you're blowing
oh
off
my god,
steam,
can we stop interrupting me
really
so I can get the final thoughts out?
Because
I have some final thoughts. I just had to get interrupted by Pure Rigor, but he literally came off mute to interrupt me, so I could it'd be nice. Okay, thank you. He left. So as I was saying, when people tell me that, oh, I didn't know that, and I've learned something today, that's what keeps me coming around here. Other than that, like, the rest is just entertainment.
You just be careful with the terminology because it don't sound very good what you're saying.
No, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Someone who went to university for...
Nobody forced you to be here, so...
I just don't understand. I'm only here because I don't understand.
Are you ready, Melodic?
What am I ready for, Marty?
Question.
I'm never going to answer your questions, Marty.
Why?
Yeah, that's a trap. Don't fall for it.
Come on, Melodic.
It's just not going to happen. Like,
you don't know, do you?
I don't want to answer them, so I'm not going to. Like, that's the long and short of it.
You look
He's
at
not going to put a spell on you.
I didn't say he was. I said I didn't want to. That's the long and short of it. That's all I can say.
And you have three numbers.
When somebody says, I don't have to answer you, Melodic, that's very correct. They don't have to answer me. And just the same way, I don't have to answer anybody else.
Why are you here then?
To occasionally teach people something and to blow off steam.
Are you a teacher?
All right.
No, I'm not a teacher.
So how do you teach people if you're not a teacher?
Well, by occasionally saying things, and then people go, "Oh, I didn't know that." And when you show people new information, that's teaching them.
But I could tell you something right now that you don't know. It's not going to teach you anything.
I mean, I'd be really surprised if you could.
Oh. I could tell you something. I could just make something up.
You could.
You know what I'm going to say. I could just make it up. You're not going to learn from that.
No, I will learn from that. I'll learn that you make things up.
I'm not going to tell you then. How about that?
Okay.
I'll keep you in suspense.
Sure.
While you're searching for your dark matter.
Oh, you missed it earlier, Blue. I was looking for your accent, and you weren't here. And Left Lane, but well, he's muted and headphones.
Well, you're welcome to borrow my accent anytime you'd like.
Well, I grew up with it, but I really never got into the habit of trying to talk with it. Get me drunk and it'll come out a little.
This is just what comes out of me. There's nothing I can do about it.
I just, at some point while I was growing up, I did not like it. So I did my best not to grab it. But then I grew up, and now it reminds me of home. So, you know.
Where'd you grow up?
North Carolina.
Yeah, that accent's not as well, not like the quote deep South, Alabama, where I grew up, for instance.
No, it's not too bad, but they know how to stretch an A or two.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
My little sister would just run around, Daddy, Daddy.
What letter is being stretched here? Shit.
So that dark matter flying about, it's everywhere. It's everywhere and nowhere.
It might be.
Blue marble science.
So Schlitzky, I'm gonna post an image in chat, and this is what I'm gonna see every time I hear you speak from now on.
Go on. I can't wait. The anticipation is killing me. Mm-hmm. Melodic, have you studied blue marble science?
I don't think I've studied him, no.
Isn't that in the curriculum?
No, I don't think there's any studying of somebody from Alabama in the
I had a blue marble once.
Yeah, well, it's just a
I
YouTube
lost it.
name.
I lost it. I lost it. I
Not to
had
say
it.
that people don't study on your Cavendish device, though, Blue.
Cavendish? What's that? Don't tell me that's an experiment.
That would be.
No way.
Really?
Though Blue would probably be the most qualified person to talk about it.
No, I don't.
Pretty cool
I'm
measurement.
up to here with Cavendish experiments.
Yeah, but they're pretty cool.
You don't think it's kind of cool? I do.
Yeah, I like that one.
I think they are. Like, it's amazing what you could how precise they could be with something like that.
That's the entire reason. I'll tell you, that's the entire reason I did it. It has always amazed me that a guy 25 years ago now, that a guy could take nothing, well, what amounted to a pile of firewood and a couple of really big fishing weights and measure the universal gravitational constant with it. How in the hell?
Well, so he wasn't when he did it. He wasn't measuring that, right? He was measuring.
He was actually trying to determine the density of the Earth. That's
but you can
something
use his
they needed.
result. Yeah,
you can use his
result
result and get it. Sure. Scientists in those days were all about the math wasn't done the way we do math.
No.
They were all about proportionalities. They loved them, and they were perfectly happy with Newtonian point of view that apparent force is simply proportional to the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers.
Do you think if you had a
obviously that implies a constant of proportionality.
Do you think if you had a football stadium of half the stadium was Newtonians and half the stadium was Einsteinians, do you think they'd kick off and have a fight?
Well, we're all both anyway.
Yeah, like Einstein didn't replace Newton because in the class, like if you assume the assumptions that Newton assumed, which is a basically flat gravitational and weak forces, then Newton's equations plop right out of Einstein.
Yeah. I did have a quote from Einstein saying Newton was a cunt. I can't find it. No, they deleted it. They deleted it.
Well, good, because it's not true.
It was.
I believe Einstein was the one who came up with that whole standing on the shoulders of giants thing. So,
don't know. So he'd taken some ecstasy. It was just putting it out there.
Einstein specifically said Newton's great works would never be replaced by any theory, including his.
Art Slitsky, repeat after me. In 15 minutes or less, you can save 15% with Geico.
I'm being drawn to the globe. I think I'm going global. But this dark matter is just not doing it for me. Dark matter doesn't make any sense. It sounds like a load of hubbly bubbly.
It could be a load of hubbly bubbly.
It is the bread in the meatloaf, okay, and it's all Wonder Bread because you wonder what those stars are, and you're still wondering what's in that bread.
The fun thing about astronomers wondering about dark matter is that it doesn't apply to your real life. There are zero stakes.
Melodic, are you just on the top of the world?
I'm always on top of the world.
Like I am on top of the world. That's not my perspective.
Well, I mean, I'm not like on top of the world. I'm actually kind of coming down from being on top of the world, if you catch my drift.
Well, I tell her I'm a power bottom.
I think I might go roll and get back up to being on top of the world.
What? Go rogue?
Not rogue. Roll.
I thought you said you're gonna go rogue. I was wondering how to go rogue. Globe
He's already
rogue.
been rogue.
Can you go globe rogue? You believe in the globe, and then you go rogue and don't believe in it?
Well, Shalinsky, his memoirs were pretty spot on. So the 10 questions I asked you earlier, I believe I tried to ask him a lot, and he would not answer a single one.
Why is that, Melodic? Come on.
Do you want the real opinion?
Yeah.
The real opinion is I kind of think Marty's a dick.
Oh, why would you say that?
The same reason that the ever-expanding universe, aka space, is fake and gay. Space does not have a sexual fetish for other spaces. But I think it's gay. Not happy, joyous, and free. But gay in a bad way. Because space is always sucking everybody off.
No, with no discretion.
No matter who goes up there, you're going to get sucked off. Little slut space up there looking down at us. Thinking she's some femdom. Oh, how big of an asteroid are you going to send down to us? End us all, Mistress Space.
There's a lot of bending as well.
There's no curves. It's a transgender male to female space up there, just like Baphomet.
Do you think it's Melodic? Do you think it's like a religion? This space shenanigans?
Nope. Not at all.
You have to put your faith in the theories of space.
No, I don't, because faith is inherently at some point deciding. Can I please?
Yeah, go on.
At some point deciding that I am going to believe this regardless of any other information, and that's not why I believe in space. I believe in space because I have a plethora of information.
A what?
A plethora.
Oh.
PLETHORA.
Yeah, I know the word.
I don't know what
it doesn't make it. It doesn't make it real.
Well, let me ask you. I believe I asked you before. I hope you can be honest this time and not give an in answer. Let's say. Would you answer this one question, please? Were the first and last pair of vagina lips your face your mother's?
No.
Would you say you're a generous lover?
Yeah. There, you got two of your questions done.
Wow.
The second one didn't count.
No, it did. So that's why it's gonna be like 6 months to the next question. Got to be a slow burn for the audience, Marty. I'm sure you understand.
Cliffhanger. Season
2. Engage. Speaking of engage, what's up, Waz? What's up, Lush?
Marty. I was thinking about your question about being a generous lover. Do you think $20? Oh, is my mic working?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Your row button.
Well, actual buddy as well. Go ahead, Waz.
Yeah, I was thinking, Marty, I was thinking about your question about are you a generous lover? And I was wondering, do you think $20 an hour is generous enough?
I think a mouth is a mouth. And if a number one at Burger King doesn't cost $10 anymore, and it costs $12.
A number one at Burger King costs $20 if you want the combo here. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, anyway, so yeah, exactly what Walt said. $20.
Are you of the belief then that any hole is a goal?
Well, I believe I've come to the adherence that when they say the lips and assholes are in your hot dog, right? And if your hot dog is in between her lips are indeed connected to her asshole. And is that making you a sodomite? They say in high school, the young girls, oral sex is sex. They don't say oral sex is sodomy.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that this conversation probably needs to move to another room. But I've got to finish unloading my dishwasher, so I'll leave you with it. That was a euphemism.
You don't have an actual dishwasher. You don't live in the first world like us. I have to wire up my dishwasher or my garbage disposal before I can wire up my dishwasher. So I'm living in the Viva Loca, El Dos Mundo Problemas Solamente.
For the other Globers that are still hanging around tonight, what would you do if a flat earther approached you and was like, "This is what a derivative is," and then gave you the exact definition, the limit definition of a derivative?
As he was flashing you his erect penis.
But yeah, sure. But the point here is he just gave you the limit definition of a derivative.
Like a derivative, bitch. Look at it.
Maybe, or well, I would be sincerely impressed, and then I would actually have a conversation with that person.
What the fuck? So, Schlitsky, are you familiar with the Geico gecko?
The gecko, yeah.
I love when he's drinking coffee and he's.
Yeah, I've just had a coffee.
He's just like a normal bloke,
He's rocking and rolling.
He's like, you wouldn't believe how many children I have. Please get insurance through Geico.
But he still look all fake and shit, or would he actually look like a gecko?
He just goes. Just makes sounds.
Marty?
Who what?
Would it look like an actual gecko, or would it still look fake as shit?
Well, I'll answer any questions you have once you've completed my 10.
Oh, okay. I'll wait then to find that out. That's fine.
Just know that you don't get to ask anything.
So, Mr. Astronomer, when's the next phenomenon? Astrophenomena.
Phenomenon.
Phenomena. No,
because I don't really have a telescope that's my own to operate right now, and I'm getting ready to go to the summer meeting of the American Astronomer Academy. the American Astronomical Society here in a couple weeks. So I haven't really had time, but if you look up Dr. Becky on YouTube, she usually has like once a month she goes through Sky News for the month, and that usually talks about any upcoming phenomena.
Dr. Becky is out for a recce. Yeah, what's she got coming up then? What's on the agenda?
You'd be like supporting one of your own peeps.
I have to look what's on the space agenda.
Let's see. Astronomy.
We're usually on collision course with a meteor.
Yeah, and every time it misses. I'm really tired of that.
Well, it's not a meteor until it's out, gone through our atmosphere, right? So
what new machines have you built? Because I love how we got a machine for this. You've always got ohmmeter, something ohmmeter. What's the newest? What's the latest innovation coming out of space world?
Yeah, the acronym for it. Something satanic again.
Well, I'm personally what I'm most excited about in space news, though it's uncertain due to budget reasons, is the Nancy Grace Roman telescope could be going up eventually, and that's going to be the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, and I can't wait to see through it.
Well, I thought the James Webb was the successor.
Yeah.
No, the James Webb is an infrared telescope, whereas the
I thought the
Hubble
Himalayan
Space Telescope is a visual telescope. So
what does you guys won't be looking at little colors?
We'll still be looking at colors. Like James Webb just sees mostly in infrared, which is why its photos tend to have that orangey color to them, because that's how they usually visualize those kinds of photos. I'm sorry, what was your question, Marty?
Can Nancy's look 900 billion years into the past?
I don't think that there's been that long, but pretty far.
What about the Himalayan telescope then? What's that doing? I thought that was the best one in the world.
Not aware of any Himalayan telescope.
Oh, the Himalayan.
Pink Himalayan.
The current best telescopes in the world are located on the summit of Mauna Kea.
I thought there was one in space though. The Himalaya.
There are, but that's not really on this world, is it?
Okay.
Bum bum bum.
I've got a space station down where I live. It's just that it's closed permanently. On the door it says permanently closed.
Permanently guaranteed never to open. Ever.
Never. The secret's up. We had to close.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, I've just finished rolling, so I will come back later.
I'm rolling a cigarette. This guy's Nexus.
Texas Pete.
Well.
He's chomping. Dr. Marty.
Yes.
She don't seem to have anything coming up at the moment, Dr. Marty.
Coming up like exciting space news?
No space news. Dr. Marty is, yeah. I've got Dr. Martin Luther King.
I have a dream that little black astronauts and little white astronauts will be up in space on the way to Mars.
That was what I was going to ask you, Melodic. Do you believe in aliens? Or is he gone? Melodic.
Said he rolled his cigarette, and he'll be back in 7 minutes flat.
RYO.
He must not. He must live in his mother's basement, and he cannot smoke and be online. Time.
Okay, I can answer your questions if you want. Go on.
Question number 2.
Are you a spokesman for Melodic?
I don't know who that is. Oh, he's that astronomer guy. No, I'm not. I disagree with him very commonly.
EMBO. Is English your second language?
Yes.
Sugoblet?
Iди нахуй.
Ciao, mi bella donna?
Nie, ja nie знаю, nie понимаю по-итальянски.
Parli francês?
I don't understand, sorry.
Raspi Deutsch. Struto. Scheißenhauser.
Guten Tag. This is all I know. In German.
Mi gusta grande chichi?
Bro, what language is that?
That's Spanish.
Oh. I'm not that good in languages.
I'll give you a clue on this next one. What language? The clue is it's a country in Africa where you traditionally use this greeting when only answering the phone. What language?
I know in like South Africa, they have those languages of like clicking sounds, but I don't know what specifically. Is that like Zulu language, maybe?
Oh, Zimbabwe. Close. I don't know how many other Z's are, in Africa. Anyway, are the last two? I don't really know. So if you do, then give me 1 second to get it gathered in my mind, because, like I said, I know how to say it, but like what it really means. The words. All right. What language? Cheerio, governor. Pass me a bottle of water.
That's the Dick Van Dyke.
What language?
I
feel that's the language of your mother.
Oh, that's bad. You bring the mom.
Mother. The final one, again, I do not know the language. I don't know if this is like an offensive term. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, what language? Pop down under, mate, with props and prawn on the back.
That sounds like Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins. Hello, Mary.
What language?
What are you bumping your guns about now,
I'm
Marty?
guessing French.
Yeah, what is this
I'm guessing
shit?
French.
How long's this been going?
I think Marty's bored.
We're now.
Somebody had a question for me, and I'm back. But also, Marty, no, I don't like my house smelling like marijuana, so I go outside to smoke it.
Oh, it doesn't
Oh my
linger.
God, you're smoking marijuana?
You gotta put the back. All right, Melodic, jump in here. Question: are you AI?
Yes.
EMBO?
Possibly.
Possibly. Wow. Question number 4. Do you both trust your governments that force you to pay them taxes?
I don't pay taxes, so I don't try about that one.
Oh, you lucky.
I went to war for my country, so I'll let you decide.
Oh yeah, the army will take anybody. Question number 5. Do you now, or have you ever worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies?
I can neither
I can't
confirm
answer.
nor deny.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Something similar. I was going to say I cannot confirm or deny and incriminate myself.
Question number 6.
12.
Do you now, or have you ever had, a sexual fetish for any
Yes.
of the following? Ladyboys, femboys, furries, transgender, male to female.
I can't remember. That's too long ago.
They say you frequent William Street.
I charge $200 a letter for erotica.
EMBO, you want to unmute and answer the
No, I've never had a fetish like that. This is my answer.
shit. Question number 7. Will you now, or have you ever accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and your Savior?
Except who into where?
Jesus motherfucking Christ into your goddamn heart.
I think he's the gardener.
Hearts. It just keeps cutting out. I thought you said ass.
Anyway, my relationship with any being higher than me is between me and that being.
Oh, I think something inside you. EMBO, are you saved yet? Would you like to now accept Jesus?
No, I've already tried that and it failed.
Question number 8. For all you assumed boys out there, were the first and last pair of vagina lips to touch your face your mother's?
Kind of Texas, isn't it?
Melodic, you're a generous lover. You're the answer to this.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why do you have to be a boy in order to, enjoy? Like, that doesn't make sense. You can't tell me you don't watch that kind either, Marty. Like, I'm assuming you're a red-blooded American male.
Watch, what are you saying?
Oh, come on. You know what I'm saying.
Lesbian pornography?
That would be the general category that I'm gesturing at.
Well, my favorite porno star retired and she was a lesbian, so I don't get to have a favorite porno star. Thank God.
I'm glad that you were coming down from your addiction.
EMBO, would you say you're a generous lover and you had a natural birth?
I want to know what made you flip last night, Marty. You went globe. They finally said something loopy enough, and you went globe for a bit.
Well, let's talk about that once I.
Because that did happen last night, didn't it? I heard you switch. I called it out at the time.
Question number. What question we on, boys?
Yeah, I'm asking. This is my question number 1. Did you switch last night? Did the flat earthers say something that made you be like, no, I cannot stand by while this lunacy has spoken in front of me?
Question number 9.
I see.
Any of you believe that within the known bounds of the ever-expanding universe, such a thing could possibly exist as a quote-unquote perfect circle?
A spear.
A spear. A spear is a perfect circle.
It's something you chuck.
I mean, a spear. A fear. Is it a fear or a spear?
Fear?
When people
Well,
get
Marty,
angry,
my answer to your question is: do you think that mankind has made a perfect sphere?
Yeah.
Well, I'm including since the stardust that
Yeah. No. I got it, and I'm like going through natural processes, and I'm landing on the question of intelligence.
That is the one thing travels faster. Light can't reach its own hands. We're expanding into nothingness. We're blind men leading blind men.
But I was thinking about natural processes and slowly narrowing things down, and then I realized that the answer could be right in front of me. We could already have made one, and like we have some pretty spherical spheres as humans. So maybe one of those is a perfect sphere.
Now, is a circle a shape?
Probably. I would say it's a shape. I'd be comfortable with that definition.
Well, I'll post in chat right now. Round is not.
Actually, do you know why that guy didn't answer me? What's his name? Photo Fred, or whatever his name is. Photo Fad.
Proto Thad. Yeah. He's a gator. Navigator.
Yeah, I sent him a couple of things and he didn't respond to yo. I just wondered why yo.
But I think that's a question that could be answered by just one person.
Yeah, Photo Fred.
That's right.
What's up,
Photo Fred.
Oh, his
I
name
don't
is.
think he can answer though.
I can tell you why somebody else hasn't answered an email, a message from you that I haven't seen.
Writing eggshells. Are you ready?
I've always been ready.
Did
you or did you not? For a very briefest moments, go globe when you heard something ludicrous last night.
Okay, let's get the question number 10. Let's sum that up.
Yep. Go for it.
Schlitsky, are you with us?
Go for it, Schlitsky.
I'm with you.
Question number 10.
I am the force.
Oh, EMBO took off. All right, question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
An oblate spheroid.
Yep.
It's a spear. It's a spear.
Sphere.
What do you? But
I would also
don't you want to try and get
raptor.
the correct? But why are you saying it's a spear? What's a spear, Schlitzy? What does that mean?
When people get angry, I hear this a lot. It's a spear.
Do you? But what shape do you think it is?
You know what? Eggshells.
I don't think it's any fucking shape. Why's it got to be a shape?
What's an object? It's physical. Physical things have limits.
Would you say if something exists, it has a shape?
Yeah, physical things have shapes.
What kind of things? Tell me a thing.
Every other physical thing.
Tell me a thing. What don't have a shape?
Go for it, Taylor.
What's different? Tell me one thing that don't have a shape.
Taylor.
Yeah, nothing physical doesn't have a shape, and the Earth is physical.
My girlfriend.
Every other
she
physical
don't have a shape.
Yes, she does.
She just let herself go.
I mean, yeah. Her shape is round.
She's out of shape, I see. Go for it, Taylor. We don't need that anymore.
Oh, I was just wondering if you ever talking about anything other than like pestering Schlitzy.
Okay, Schlitsky, are you ready for the bonus question? We need to be done with.
Go on.
Are you ready?
I'm sitting down, so I'm ready.
Did we go over this before? The world famous actor with more hours on YouTube proclaiming the word of scientism than any man on Earth.
Who? Your mic keeps cutting out. It's kind of irritating.
God damn it! I'm gonna restart my phone.
Is he a man of color?
What were you saying? What were you throwing into the
Does he have
conversation? Because I'm
hands
bored
like
of these questions.
shovels?
I've heard them 1,000 times. What were you saying, Taylor?
They asked if we were talking about anything other than bothering Schlitzy, but I don't feel like we were really bothering Schlitzy. Schlitzy, were we bothering you?
Melodic. You're bullying me now. Picking on me.
Yep. I just absolutely devour everybody. Terrible bully.
That's too much information. let's take out the personal stuff. Yeah, keep it general, relative.
So do you think the Earth could have a shape, but you don't know what it is, or the Earth couldn't have a shape, Schlitzy?
No, my genuine belief is your shape has to be round or like oblate or because the maths works out for that. So that's why you have this shape. Whereas I don't believe we have to have a shape because there's no amount of mathematics gonna give me.
But I'm not using any maths, right? I'm just saying all physical objects, like I'm making a deductive argument. All physical objects have a shape. So the Earth is a physical object.
So when you look up in the sky, what shape are they?
They look like spheres.
They
have shapes, don't they?
What, clouds look like spheres?
Yeah, clouds can look like spheres or
sure.
angels.
Clouds have cloud shapes. They're physical. They have a shape. They have limits to them, and you can make a rough shape out of that. Even though they're kind of wispy. Well, some look like teddy bears sometimes. Sometimes they look like a big bank that just sit next to a mountain, and they just look like a sort of speed hump. They look a little bit like sand dunes sometimes. They have shapes. Physical objects have shapes, do they not?
Well, like you couldn't just say that. Oh, there was a cloud-shaped thing because it could be anything, couldn't it?
No, I could be talking about like
the limits. I would say it's got
like
it's got
I
a
would
flat
think cotton little cotton things would be cloud shaped. I would describe those as cloud shaped.
It's very regular shape. Jupiter's certainly got a much clearer shape.
He just said wispy things up in the sky.
You chose the clouds, though, didn't you?
Fluffy things in the sky. There's your.
Where I'd agree is that it's hard to describe the shape of clouds, but it's also hard to describe them as physical objects. Whereas the statement I made is physical objects have shapes. So if you pick something that isn't very physical and it isn't very objecty, that clearly shows that the objectiness of stuff
if you give me one proof,
has a shape, right?
If you give me one proof,
I've given it.
You think we're on a globe? You give me one proof of that. Not a composite picture, not a stacked picture, not some nonsense. You give me a picture of that, and I'll then go into the shape theory with you.
But I would that's running from this deductive argument, which is all physical objects have shapes, and the Earth is a physical object.
So when you're looking at a human, what do you say? Like a human shape?
Yeah, they've got arms, legs.
You've got fat
they've got arms, legs. They're probably
humans, you've got tall humans,
between
you've got
7
small
foot
humans.
and 4 foot, right? They've got a head. They're generally symmetrical down the center. They're almost circular if you look at them from above.
When you watch like Rick and Morty, do you have to take time to make sure that they're human shaped, or do you just recognize that those are human shaped?
Well,
the
what about
men's toilets has a human shape that's a man, and the females has a human with a dress on for the woman. We know they've got shapes because the dress is triangle shaped, and they do the bodies, and the legs are just like long, parallel lines. All of these are just shapes. We know that parallel and triangle and circle, like the heads are always circles. We can make shapes into things. And do physical objects have shapes? Just yes or no. Do physical objects have shapes? They do, don't they? Car has a car shape.
If that's your understanding, that you can't,
Can you point at a physical object that doesn't have a shape?
Putting objects into categories of shape.
What's physical but not an object? Tell me about something that's physical that's not an object that doesn't have a shape. Right? We know it's physical. I would touch it. There's a beach and stuff. But if we say anything else we can see the full limits of.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not really.
You can feel it on your face. You can feel it on your face. If the wind is blowing, it's going to blast you. It nearly knocks you over.
Right. Sure. So it has the two things you can say about it is it does have a shape. It's not very physical, and it does have a shape. We can tell where it is in higher and lower pressure, and it's always higher, lower down.
Why have you got to go to
absolutely has a
pressure
shape.
and you just feel it physically on your skin?
Sure, it's got a shape.
If the wind is blowing,
it's got a vector and a direction. Yeah, it's got a thickness of it. It's got bounds. You can measure that air that's going quickly.
I don't know how you can define air as thickness.
Right, but it's not very physical, and as a result, it doesn't match this very well. Whereas the beach, like rocks, the ocean, that's physical. That's got bounds. That's got a shape, right? Every lake has a shape. So
It's like
physical
asking the
things
shape
have
of
shapes,
a.
and you keep trying to disprove that by picking things that are less physical and going, they've got less shape. And I keep pointing out, they do have shape, but you're picking less physical things to test this idea about physicality.
So
you're
you go
running
down
from
to the beach and you
physicality.
see a body of water. How are you going to describe that? What
I'd say
shape is
it's
that
sort
body of water then?
gently convex on the surface to the point that it looks flat, except for undulations like waves that will be of different magnitudes depending on how windy it is.
And then you could also just do a simplified picture of a molecule and go one
got a
H to
shape.
two O's. Here's water.
It's a shape. Yep. Put it in a glass, it's going to be glass shaped. It's going to be exactly the same. The water is going to be exactly as the glass is when it's empty.
I beg you to take a picture and post it with an arrow pointing at the gentle curve.
But you're just running from it. Do physical objects have shapes? Schlitzy. The answer is yes. The answer is bottles have a bottle shape. Okay. No physical object. Okay, what's the thing that doesn't have a shape?
Air.
Air has molecules. Those molecules have shapes.
And you can put it in a box and it's box shaped. You can put it in really high pressure in a container and it will have that container's shape. Absolutely, it has shape. Next.
But it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Because air
it thins out as you go up. Does it thin down as you go up?
Occurrence.
So does the air thin out as you go up? Yes or no?
Does the air thin up?
So what I know the shape of the air is a gradient. Well, it does. And what I can tell you the air is a gradient going upwards.
Coca leaves, and it helps me not to get like altitude sickness.
The air is just going to be the shape of the ground, right?
I've been in that situation.
The air does have a shape. So next, air does work. It's less physical and it still has a shape.
You choose some coca leaves because the air up here is shaping differently from down below. That's not a thing, is it?
About? You're trying to be finding a physical object that doesn't have a shape, not yapping about coca leaves and being at high altitudes. It thins out as it goes up there, but my point is it's got a shape because it's flat on the bottom. It gets to the surface of the ocean and stops. So whatever the surface of the ocean is, whatever waves are on the surface, ships are riding through it, mountains, craggy peaks, cars driving around, they push the air away, which means the air has the shape of where the car isn't.
If you want to put things into shape,
does the air have a shape?
That's your deal, yeah?
Does the air have a shape as a car drives through it?
Pardon?
Does the air have a missing car, right? If a car drives through air, a bunch of that space is now taken up with metal, right? So if it drives through, where the air was now can't have air there anymore because there's a car in the way. Is the air that is not there the shape of a car?
Can you physically see that? Without any other thing.
You just can deductively know that the air can't be there anymore because a car's taking up the space. Come on, man.
Yeah,
so the air's been blown out of the way in that spot, and there is a void there in the shape of a car. Does the air have a shape around that car? Yes,
Can you identify that by just your natural eyesight? No, you can't.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Stick a bit of wool on it and blow air over it. Done. You just use a little blow sensor, like a telltale on a sail on a ship.
Or you can use a wind tunnel.
Oh, so now you're saying air is car shaped.
Can be visualized. Or you can put, the other thing you can do is put dyes, like smoke dyes in it, and then watch vortexes. Lots of ways you can do it. Yeah. Visualize air. You can find the shape of air. Because it's physical. It's less easy to find the shape of it because it's less physical, where a mountain has a really clear physical shape. You can go, I recognize that mountain because it's so much more physical, it clearly has a shape. And you don't seem to be able to say objects have shapes. You seem to be in the camp of objects don't have shapes.
So let's see, be careful what you say. They're just making clips so you put on their YouTube.
I don't care a fuck, to be honest.
Well, do you think objects have shapes, Taylor?
You know what it is? It's so retarded to ask stupid questions. I don't get it. If you got a point to
really.
make,
I mean,
it's not a stupid question. Does the Earth have a shape, and what shape is it? It's not a dumb question.
Clip you and make some stupid YouTube.
Yeah, I know that.
But
yeah, just
how lame.
Taylor,
do you realize so droll? It's just unbelievable.
I can't imagine having that much time on my hands.
Taylor, let me finish up with Slitsky's here. It's getting a little late for me.
This will never finish. That's the problem. You just keep asking the same question. He's not answering. Like, he's not going to answer the way you want him to. So,
Slitsky, you know Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world famous astrophysicist.
Has he got hands like shovels?
Well, I can guarantee you
What
that you'll
shape
want
is
to
he?
know what Neil deGrasse Tyson said when I looked him in his golden brown eyes and shook his shovel-sized hand and asked him, what's Earth's shape?
pear-shaped oblate spheroid, right?
And it's
He
a bit
said,
chubby in the middle.
there are more
Chubby in the
stars
middle.
in the night sky than there are grains of sand on all the world's beaches. Earth's
All you need is
highest
Neil deGrasse
tides are
Tyson.
caused by the gravitational pull when both the moon and sun align with Earth, pulling her oceans out. If you were to measure the distance between Earth's highest mountain peaks and her lowest ocean lows, it would be but the depth of a fingerprint when compared to Earth's mass size. Earth's shape is indeed not but a yes or no question. She is an oblate spheroid, pear-shaped.
Chubby. Don't forget the chubby part.
So next time someone asks what's Earth's shape and you want to sound real smart, everyone say it with me now. Oblate spheroid. It's
I didn't learn that one in geometry
magic.
class.
It's an
magic.
illusion. It doesn't exist. Thank you for attending my TEDx talk.
Ooh, terrible.
What do
Did
you
y'all
think of
learn
that?
about oblate spheroids in geometry class?
You know, they didn't teach us there was no such thing as a perfect circle. It took the Bible to teach me that. I love every heathen that says, nope, not gonna accept Jesus into my heart. And I will accept that there is such a thing within the known bounds of the ever expanding universe as a quote unquote perfect circle. Yes.
I mean, what are you
definitely-
defining as a perfect circle? That's really what my question comes down to.
Well, let me ask you a counter question. On Earth, what is the flattest thing man can create?
Well, that depends on your definition of flat.
Oh well, let's give you a little hint. We all are using it right now.
Gravity.
I mean, your screens
Man
aren't the
didn't
flattest
create
thing that you can make.
a microchip processor, right?
It's not the flattest thing you can make. I don't think.
Yes, it is. You obviously, dude. Are you literally 3, 4? You said December. You're graduating.
Yeah, but like there's a whole field of nanotechnology that like exists. So like I don't think those are the smallest or flattest things we can make. Like
Anyway,
at all.
I don't believe you're not ignorant as fuck.
Right. What I'm saying is we can make things that are one atom thick, and I would 100% bet that your microchip is not one atom thick.
You know, they should be called Eve thick.
What
'cause she's
shape
a
is an atom?
bitch.
What shape is an atom?
Well, it depends on the orbitals of its electrons.
Even like a pencil neck.
The nucleus is generally sphere shaped, right? It's just going to be a bunch of neutrons and protons. Well, really, it's just going to be a bunch of quarks and gluons holding them together. But like roughly sphere shaped, I think.
What's pulling them together?
Glue. and
The
gluons.
strong nuclear force.
It's the glue and the gluons.
Indeed.
It's the pro and the protons.
Have you seen a neutrino?
Don't you think that there's got to be like there can't be a so here's why I think there's got to be a shape,
I bought
Schlitzy.
some earlier, but I'm not going to say no.
Here we
It
go.
can't go
Yeah.
infinite. It can't go infinitely, right? You can't have an infinite plane because then your gas pressure argument is a real problem because it says infinite volume.
Who's mentioned
which means
gas
zero
pressure?
volume.
The only person mentioned gas pressure is you.
Me, yeah. I'm saying it can't be an
why are you
infinite
mentioning
plane.
gas pressure? You got a problem? Call an electrician or a
And
plumber.
even if it were, a never-ending plane, or there were outer ponds, they would have shapes, right? They would have
Who will help
mountains and
you
valleys
regulate
and
gas pressure problem? Your local plumber. Look up plumber.
or there'd be an edge. You know, it generally necessitates there must be an edge because
What
straight
edge?
must keep going. Exactly.
There's
And
an
then where
edge
does
on
it
a
go after
pizza.
that? Does it go up or down?
There's an
Right?
edge on
That's
a pizza.
obvious issue. Yeah, exactly. Right? There's got to be an edge to the Earth. It can't be infinite. And
From
there's got
Pizza
to be.
Hut,
It's probably
usually
circular,
like
right? The
got a
only.
cheese crust.
Yeah,
There's
pizza's a
cheese
really
crust.
good example of it. What it'd look like in most people's conception, right? It's got to be circular. They kind of get that.
I don't know. At this point, you're talking to yourself because I don't know. I ain't got a clue what the fuck you're saying.
But things have shapes. If it's physical, it's got a shape, even if it's water in a glass.
Yeah, the only shape I know right now is you.
Well, you must have a shape of
kind
shape
of
description for the surface, right?
Kind of
We must know
eggy.
that the surface is in a straight line. The 3
You're looking
points could be
very
proven along that line.
You look oval, and you're yoking a bit.
You just sound a bit drunk and unable to follow.
Well, I'm not drunk, just because I called you an egg. Eggy.
Just not. Doesn't seem you're following the argument.
Well, I don't know. I don't really understand what you're saying, so
What if it's amorphous?
I can't engage.
Do you think physical objects have shapes, Taylor? And if the ground is physical, it must have a shape?
It could be like amorphous, right? Just theoretically.
Sure. And in every moment, it would have a shape, but that might change from moment to moment. Absolutely agreed. I think most things are sort of amorphous, depending in shape.
Shape that's like the same on each side, as in it's consistent top and bottom.
Yeah, I wouldn't even guess at that, but just it could be top and bottom, but it might not be. But even if it wasn't, it would end up still having to have a shape because it's a physical object. It's got limits. It doesn't go forever. And even if it does go forever, it goes in certain directions forever, right? We've got rivers and valleys and oceans, so
Top,
that's
bottom,
a shape.
Power bottom, reverse cowgirl. What's up, Spartacus?
What's up, man? They go to the server too. Yes.
We're talking about Earth's shape. What was the word you used, Taylor?
Okay, it does not have a regular repeating atomic structure. Arranged randomly without long-range order. Clear, sharp. That means that they do not form clear, sharp shapes. I was just looking up the difference in like amorphous things versus like something that has like a definite shape.
Because in the globing model, you have the molten lava covered iron core, which is holding everything together, which is fighting against the sun and moon, of course, when they align.
What are you talking about, Marty?
Pulling Earth's oceans out.
Oh, hey, Zoid. Good morning.
Good morning, Spartic.
What did you send me there? What is that thing? What has it happened?
That's the assassination today of the Israeli diplomat.
You two want to talk now? Is that what's going to happen, Zoidberg?
Yeah,
probably. Go ahead, Marty.
Well, we're hearing from Taylor, okay? A woman came in the room, and we're all Gentile men, unlike you.
There's no women on the
Taylor
internet.
can speak all they want. Not preventing
don't
them to
think
do
we're
so.
all
I'll
that.
shut up if they want to speak.
Is Earth shaped like a jello ball, tossed in the air, waiting
Where we
to
were, Zoidberg was struggling to get Taylor or Schwitzy to agree that physical objects have shapes. If something's physical, it must have a shape.
It could
I
be
think Taylor is
amorphous.
somewhat agreeing it could be amorphous. I mean, I think we'd all agree that anyway, right? Because the ocean has tides.
I would
Is
say
there-
amorphous
is there-
in shape. Yeah.
What about
Is there a fear to
bending
assume
the
that
time?
position from people who believe in the flat Earth?
Yes. Yeah.
What about
I mean, I'm
time?
asking them essentially, I guess.
Oh,
Asking
yeah.
Schlitzie and Taylor.
What time is shape?
What shape is water?
What time?
If we use a simplified model of an atom, there
Well,
would
we
be
can talk about the structure of the molecule.
2 hydrogen
Taylor.
and 1 oxygen.
How
We
much
can
water
also-
are we all breathing in right now?
We can easily describe the shape of water, right? It's going to be the shape of the water on its container on the bottom and the sides, and on the top, it's generally going to be an arc with a radius of that cup's altitude.
Eggnog.
Right? So it could be a valley or anything, but it will have a shape, but the shape will be defined by what's underneath it on the vector of down.
What shape is time?
What if a flat earther were to respond that about the Earth? The
That's
shape's
fine.
not defined by what's underneath it.
Sure. But there's got to be an edge, I think, is what the issue is. They know that then this necessitates an edge because you're going to be invoking.
Like a firmament?
Yeah. Like the moment we agree that it's got a shape, it means we can start talking about the other limits of it. If we can talk
if
about
there is a
It's the end of a
container
lake.
or
The
a
end of a lake
firmament,
has an edge, right?
Taylor,
that
may
sense.
I ask my question? If there is a container, firmament, we know one of the walls of that container, which would be the ground, no?
What shape is
Was that a
smoke?
question?
Yes. That was a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
If there is a container, firmament, you would agree that one of the walls of this container is the ground, right?
Hypothetical.
No.
Why not?
Yes, the ground is one of the walls of the container.
Jesus.
Okay. So we have a container.
You never know. Like
We-
the Bible talks about the springs of deep, you know? Like if the water goes down so far, you know, the water's below, then I wouldn't be able to say necessarily, yeah, the ground, what's considered the ground. I'm just wondering.
Okay, so we have. Right.
But yeah,
so
just say yes for the purpose of the question. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Go ahead.
Sure. So thank you for indulging me. We have the ground as one of the walls of the container. Then we also have the fact that we do have a container, and now we can proceed with the model, no? We have a container, we have one wall of it. We can prove that wall exists, so we can derive a model from that, right?
No,
Why not?
because you don't know what the sky is.
But if you're making a claim of a container and we have one wall of it, that would entail a model exists, no?
Yeah, but you don't know what the sky is.
Sure, but that would still be a viable enough properties or attributes to devise a model.
So you could draw
Even
one
if you
side
don't
of the
want that.
wall.
Yeah, it's an incomplete model, but it's a model, no?
No, it's not a model at all. It's bupkis.
Why is it not a model?
Because you don't know what the sky is.
Yeah, it's
You're
an
attempting to
incomplete
reproduce something
model.
on. Yeah, you're attempting to reproduce something on a smaller scale, but if you don't know what it is, how is that possible?
Models? Do you think models have to be physical?
Aren't all models incomplete? Isn't part of what modeling doing
Yeah,
leaving
they're
behind
provisional.
stuff
Yeah,
you don't need?
All knowledge is provisional.
All models are wrong. Some are useful.
Okay, so then why would you ever claim a model is right?
Some are useful.
I don't. I usually claim that it's useful.
Pragmatism, philosophy dictates that fallibilism and consequentialism entail pragmatism.
What the fuck is in?
Go and say that
Sounds like a bunch
again.
of mumbo
Take us through
jumbo.
that. Because I think I agree with fallibilism.
Well, I would say that all supermodels are definitely hot because they're called supermodels.
So fallibilism just says that all knowledge is provisional and incomplete, and every claim is subjected to a skeptical examination. Consequentialism dictate that if those premises are granted, therefore utility can be derived, or there is utility based on the premises granted, right?
Well, I don't follow
So
that.
there's no
Lost me
point.
again.
So fallibilism says all knowledge is provisional, everything has to be critically examined, but we accept that we will never be able to achieve, at least with the current tools, 100% accuracy, 100% truth claims to the properties. Right? And consequentialism says that if those things are granted, fallibilism is granted and used, right, we would have some pragmatic application of said properties, meaning that the knowledge we know so far can be pragmatically applied to the real world, and we can derive some consequential knowledge or practical application usage of those principles.
Are you still trying to get at the shape thing?
No, well, I mean, I guess we are, but going
We're trying to
long way.
explain why an incomplete model is still a model and useful.
Yeah.
So if you know stuff, sorry, Rachel, just real quick to tie it all up nicely. If you know that you have some model, a partial model, or incomplete model, which all are, because none model can reflect reality completely one-to-one, but because that will be reality. So if you have an incomplete model, and we can do stuff with it, like predictions, or it does work in unison with the laws of nature, right? To produce something, whatever that thing is, we assume it's useful or not, whatever, right? But most likely won't produce useful things. Then that model is valid and can be used. So in the case of the flat Earth, we have a model which says there is a container, and one of the walls of the container is the ground. That is a useful model to the point within the framework of the flat Earth, right? And I was proposing, why is that not a valid conclusion of we have a model we have the firmament, which is a container, and we have one side of the container. That is a model. You guys have a model, but Marty, not Marty, the other person, prove me wrong, thinks that's not good thinking, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Yeah, models are pointless.
Are they? All of them?
Yeah, completely. Especially the ones that are titled super.
So yeah, you've used a different meaning of the word model, but generally I think what we mean is like a miniaturization or representation of reality that
it's not
is
realistic
generally
to eat
focused
2
on
apples a day.
Like focused on quite often on a single task, like where's all the land compared to the sea, or where are the streets? You know, it deliberately ignores stuff, and I think they're always useful. Like, would you prefer a life with or without Google Maps, which is a model?
I mean, I lived before it.
It's a model for what?
Okay,
It's
delete
not a
it off
model,
your
actually.
phone.
It's a map. It's a map.
You have it on your phone?
That's a model.
It's a map. It's not a model.
That's a model.
Maps are models.
That's a model. Also, like it's just
the best example.
Newton's formula for
maps are.
gravitation is a model of
Exactly.
the force of gravity. Like a model can just
you're
be an
struggling.
equation. No, I'm not struggling. This is how models are used all the time. A model can just be an equation. When I do dark matter research, I refer to an NFW model to describe the density of what I'm doing, and it's just like shorthand that's known throughout the subfield.
You get a car. Does the car come with Does the car come with a manual and like schematics and stuff? And can you get a workshop manual for the car? Is that not a model of the car? Does that not help you find where the alternator is?
The car was created by someone, and if I wanted to, I could figure out all that stuff on my own without all that. Now, the thing is that you can't do that. So you can't do that with reality because we, as human beings, are unable to figure out everything about the world we live in. Half of you don't even know what the sky is. No one knows what the sky is.
It's an argument from incompetence. You're just saying because I don't know how to do it, nobody can do it.
So since no one knows what the sky is, it's impossible to model.
The whole thing Zoidberg just got done telling you was that we know that we can't know everything, and we accept that we can't know everything.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand why you're saying anything that going like we don't accept that.
But we can make use of the knowledge we have. That's the point. The knowledge we have. So fallibilism again assumes the premise that everything is provisional in terms of knowledge claims, right? And then
listen. So you're not getting knowledge. It doesn't matter what you said, man. You're not getting knowledge. Listen, you're not getting knowledge from an incomplete model. You're playing guessing games.
You are. Yes, you are. You are
games.
getting knowledge from an incomplete
No,
model.
you're not.
The knowledge you're gaining. Hold on. The knowledge you're gaining is where your model's incomplete.
You can say words, but it's not true.
Oh man.
I think you got to listen. Like you kind of charged in on Zoidberg there a bit, but I guess you are outnumbered. So fair's fair.
Well, I'm not outnumbered. Definitely not outnumbered. Well, you think so because you're right.
It just seems there's like four people challenging what you're saying.
That doesn't appeal
I'm
to
still not outnumbered.
with that argument.
I'm not making
It's
an
just
argument at
more
this point.
people
I was saying please don't step on Zoidberg, but then also going, but it is fair enough because you are 4v1. Like it was a thing in his favor, but
Well,
I
it's
don't
not
know. I must have
4v1.
said something that didn't.
It's a bunch of people that are confused and trying to talk all at once.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Because you can't get knowledge from an incomplete model. That's just the truth.
Is there any complete model of anything? Do you have a model of like whether objects have shapes and what that shape is? Because that'd be the start of a model, wouldn't it?
I mean, you can definitely make a smaller model of a larger thing, like a vehicle, right?
Sure.
Not every
An
object has
incomplete
a
model.
Good
That's
example.
an incomplete model, therefore it's worthless according to you. So no, you can't. Like, can you be consistent or no?
Actually, you can't. I think you can. So,
Correct. I know. I'm telling you.
So this is the thing,
I know. I'm telling you.
So you
I'm
can.
telling
Yeah,
you.
you're
I'm
telling. I
telling
know
you.
you're saying words
I'm telling
again,
you.
right? But you can
I'm
go
telling you. Can you stop
chill.
interrupting me, please? I'm telling you that you have just contradicted your prior statement. By saying that you can. You just told
That's not
me
true.
that you can't
So you
have an
can actually
incomplete
go and
model,
see,
but then you said
but
that
you
I can
don't have to
have
repeat yourself again. Say it
but then you
once.
said that I can have a smaller model of a larger thing, but then that is
Right.
by nature incomplete.
I
Okay,
would posit
so-
this. It
so
is
hold
not.
on,
It is a
don't-
misnomer to
listen,
say incomplete model because a model necessarily is removing stuff. In order to
Can I
model,
let him respond?
you must show as little as possible. And as such, I will not agree to incomplete model because if a model were complete, it wouldn't be a model anymore. So it's a misnomer. It cannot. It's a contradiction in terms, and I do not agree to it. Therefore, it's thrown out as an argument unless you can show that a
So
complete
you're
model
saying.
exists.
So you're saying that the small vehicle that you buy at the store that's labeled a model that you put together is not a model?
It's not
Yeah, absolutely, it's a model.
correct?
I'm just saying. I
thanks.
object to the term complete model because models can't be complete. It wouldn't be a model anymore if it was complete. So it doesn't make
That's
sense
not
to
true.
say
So you can actually go and find smaller models of larger things
that are
Yeah,
complete.
but they're not complete.
that are complete. Yes, you can find
Can I
vehicles.
put a little
so you
key
can
in
find,
it and
hold on.
turn it over and
Yeah,
start
actually,
running it
yeah.
down the road?
So you
And
can
drive
get
to
miniature
work?
vehicles. I mean, it's an RC vehicle. You can get miniature vehicles. This is not new. You can Google
Is
it.
that the same
not
thing, or
new.
is that the same
It's not.
thing?
It's an
it's
RC
not.
vehicle.
It's an
It's not the
incomplete
same
model.
thing as a car. No, it's not.
Well,
It's
well,
not.
then get
It's not
bigger.
propulsion's driving by the same thing. It's
I don't get to
very
get in it.
on the
It's not
face.
worth $40,000. It's not. Doesn't weigh that much. If I crash into another car that's full size version of that car, I'll disappear into a puff. It's not the
Are
same
there
thing. It's an
vehicles called
incomplete model.
minis? There you go. That's a
So
complete model.
there is no such thing as a complete model. So the
smaller
whole
car.
objection that it's an incomplete doesn't make sense. It shows that you don't understand what model is.
Oh, I do understand.
Okay, I have a quick question, and then I have to go because my roommates are complaining. Can you tell me a story about two named people with one line each, telling me a story about at least two named people with at least one, or with two people with at least one line each?
I think you need to go to sleep.
And follow that.
Well, okay, it's a story about two named people who have one line each, telling a story about two named people who have one line each.
Was it something like your philosophy teacher told you or something?
No, I just would like if you could tell me that would be perfect.
Oh, I don't really care.
Okay, so then I don't
Yeah,
really care
and
about
good night.
anything you have to say going forward. Trio.
All models are incomplete, or it wouldn't be a model. Yeah, Man Effect Totem had already said it.
If you make a car, for example, that's a model of a. If you make a model car that has everything that the car has, you've made a smaller car. You've not made a model of the car.
Yeah. It couldn't ever be complete and a model because that's a contradiction in terms. Right? So to say it's incomplete is to go, it is a correct, it is exactly what a model is meant to be.
How would it be incomplete?
You can't say, well, that's invalid now because it's a model doing what models do.
So
Right,
how would you say it was incomplete? You've got a model of a car,
not,
a
it's a
scaled
model.
model of a car. How would that be incomplete?
It's not the car. It's not the same. It's incomplete in terms of mass. It's incomplete in
No.
terms of value. It
On the
doesn't
box,
weigh as like
on the box,
isn't
on the
as useful.
box, it will say scaled, and then it will give you
Exactly.
the
What does
scaling
scale
of
mean?
that model.
And what does scale mean?
It means a smaller version, scaled
Right.
down. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions. It's smaller. There, it's incomplete.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So it doesn't
Oh
say
my
anything
God.
about incomplete. Hold on, in the definition. So the definition of model, which I know you're not going to like, a three-dimensional representation of a person or thing or of a proposed structure, typically on a smaller scale than the original. Says nothing about incomplete.
Sure. I mean, you're using a slightly different term that includes physical models because they are a version of a model that also
Yes, I knew
gets
you
the kind
wouldn't
of
like
proper
it.
name model.
I mean, that's
Oh my
Oxford's
God.
dictionary.
Yeah, but
That's
we're not
that's
using
usually
that
what
term.
globalists
We're
do,
taking
right?
models
They
that
write-
are maps, right?
Don't go to
I see.
dictionaries. No, dictionaries define
Yeah,
common
don't.
terms, not terms of art. Right? Let me tell you.
Oh, I see. So definitions are useless. Let's just make shit up. How about
No.
that?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah,
That's exactly
what
what he
you just
said.
said. That's
Spartacus
what you
did
just
say
said.
that,
Because we
didn't he?
can't use that definition. We got to use a different definition. You even said
Well,
that.
get the
We're not
right
using
one.
those-
Get the one that
definition.
includes maps.
Oh, the right
That
one.
does include maps, and I've already said that maps are models. So get the one that includes maps, please.
Go to.
Well, that's the definition of model, according to Oxford. You better call
Is there
them,
another
man.
one? Is there a 2 and a 3? Or have you? I'm going to go to Oxford, and if that's the only one there, right?
What are you going to do?
You're better off going to like fucking.
Because they're going to give you 4
What are you gonna
different
do?
versions. It's
A
going to
thing
include
used an example,
like
to follow or imitate, verb, a fashion or shape, a three-dimensional figure or object, an a malleable
multiple
material
models.
such as clay
The
or
sec-
wax. Use
second
a
one.
system procedure as an example to follow or imitate. Nowhere does it say incomplete. Thanks.
You don't have to say it's got the word. It just has to be what I said it, which isn't something that is
It
complete.
doesn't. But it doesn't say that. It doesn't say incomplete.
So why did
It doesn't
your
say
first
what riding
definition?
on eggshells says?
Why did you deliberately pick the wrong definition the first time round?
Well, I picked the right one. I looked at all of them, and none of them say.
And you picked the one that
with
was talking
things
about toy
omitted.
cars.
Well, I picked the top one. So I didn't pick any of the ones that had. None of them had incomplete model.
Yo, there we go. Wait, I found.
it's a
Look,
contradiction in terms.
Wiki.
Incomplete
See,
model doesn't
Wiki
make sense.
define. Sorry, mate. Wiki defines these things usually better because Wiki refers to like experts and their language that they use. There you go. Model. A model is an informative representation of an object, person, or system, and serves as a substitute for the original.
Yep.
It does not say
Bingo.
incomplete.
Doesn't it
Yeah,
have to say
that's what I agree
incomplete?
with it being though, right? It's a substitute of it, means it's not completely the same thing as the other thing.
It doesn't
It's
say that.
necessarily.
If your wife
It's got to use
substitutes you-
exactly the word
listen,
incomplete.
Listen, if your wife substitute you with another man, it doesn't mean that he's not incomplete. You're
Jesus
just being
Christ.
substituted.
What did that mean?
That's
Did you
how
think that
fun.
made sense?
Yeah, it did.
Dude.
Jesus.
Because I know how to use words, and you're trying to convolute it. Yeah, to
Wow.
make it
The
fit
doubt.
your worldview.
They don't fit my worldview. That's correct.
Because
My
you
worldview-
want it to mean incomplete, but it doesn't.
Well, it is necessarily. If it's
Well,
like,
it isn't.
that definition can't have a one-to-one representation of something.
It doesn't say
As we
that.
agree, they have scale because
It
you
doesn't
don't
say
want
that.
the point of a model is to not be the thing, but to
But
give
it
you
doesn't
information
say
about the
that.
thing.
It really just doesn't say that.
Well,
That's the
if
thing.
it's
You're
gotta
coming
say-
up with all these conclusions,
All right.
but it doesn't say
Fair
that.
enough. Okay, you are right about that. So could you give us, reading that one that Spartacus just read out, could you say what you think about it as a definition?
From Wiki, no.
What about something which accurately resembles or represents something else, especially on a small scale, a person or thing, is the likeness of another, frequently in the very model of?
Yeah,
So what
but it
about that
doesn't say
one?
incomplete.
Doesn't use that word, no, but what do you think about it? I'll give up on the word incomplete.
I mean, that's pretty much what I
Fine.
said. It's a smaller thing of something big.
Sure, yeah. So it's not completely the same as the other one. It will always necessarily be missing something the original has.
Holy
It'll
shit.
be
Wait,
like the original, but less than it in some massive way.
Sorry, dude. I just googled exactly the fucking thing, and AI overview literally says, "Yes, models are inherently incomplete." Look, I'm gonna post the whole AI overview response. Right?
The AI overview. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you got to
It
see. Like, you
sources.
can't just go
It
that one word out
sources.
of thousands has to be in there.
Yeah, it sources one of the wikis. All models are wrong. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Wait, here's the wiki.
Well, I just like
But
to
you
use
said before,
words, not AI interpretations.
but
Well, there we
prove
go.
me. You before said models aren't useful. Do you think I could start listing and create quite a good list of places in which models are useful? Do you think there are some places that are pretty damn useful? Good models, in proportion to how good the model is, how accurate it is?
Sure, in certain situations.
Yeah, could you describe some situations that are converse where having a model would be disadvantageous? It would make things worse if you had an accurate model.
Oh, I never said it would.
So always, all of the times we can think of models, they can always are probably useful to many people. In fact, they're probably created for the usefulness of many people, and we could think of millions of them. Right? Every car manual ever made is a model that's helpful. Every map is a model that's helpful. Every schematic of a building is a model that's helpful.
What about the model of the Millennium Falcon? Do you reckon that's useful?
The model, to a degree, sure. Like modeling fictional things, far less so. Obviously, you picked a fictional thing to compare it to, but a house, that's a real thing. And is having a model of your house advantageous or disadvantageous?
Mate, I build models of houses all the time in 3D. Doing one right now.
Sure, and that's advantageous, correct?
Of course, but I'm trying to represent what's going to happen in reality, right?
Exactly.
And I'm not going to see that happen. I've seen that happen over and over again. I still ain't seen no globe. That's a different.
Exactly. So, would you say your models that you make, Rixky, are useful in proportion to how accurate they are? That if you can get it really accurate, that's more useful than less accurate?
I could say that, but I could also say that, like, let's say that say for example, the modeling of the Bilbao Museum created something of a kind of an amorphous architectural, like, yeah, it's an interesting piece, but functional, useful. Other than that, no. It's just really, it looks really good on magazines. So this whole modeling thing being useful is actually kind of led us to this kind of futility in its aspect.
You're an architect saying modeling reality is futile?
No, there's a sort of futility to the buildings. Like it's like the ability to model something and create things of grandeur has sort of overridden the aspect of utility completely.
Where? When?
I just said the Bilbao Museum.
Oh, fine. So we got one ship building, but there's many, many buildings being built. And many, many times are we modeling reality and accurately using that to build pretty impressive structures that stand hundreds of meters off the ground. Right. We've got good models and we're agreeing everywhere we've got a model that's useful.
Not without you seem to be just only exemplifying the models which are actually like functional and useful, and they serve your purpose of your argument. I gotcha. But I do have a couple of other things that are like, if we look at the aspect of how modeling is actually sort of, how to say, like enacted itself, some of the problematic aspects of it, then we can refer to those too.
Now here's the thing, Rixky. Now you say you build models of buildings. Now, if you were inside of a building, let's say only in one room, and let's say the ceiling was really high, okay, we'll just do that. Do you think you could accurately build a model of the entire building just being in one room?
That'd be very difficult. You could fly a drone outside, pay people to come out and take photos. It would be hard, but it'd be doable. It'd be much easier.
Would that be reliable? Definitely wouldn't be reliable.
Depending.
Hey man, can you go outside and take a photo of the outside?
Can
you tell me what it looks like out there so I can model it?
Yeah, and you can. There are drones that do that. I've got a drone that will scan a building that way and then produce a 3D model of it that you can use for like real estate stuff.
I've got a model for you which isn't helpful. Some of these financial models where they've like put up a model and saying this is how we're gonna generate or whatever a financial model, and they're saying
There's your model.
The phone.
Ain't very helpful.
Yeah,
Did you just
that's
invoke a
amazing.
failed, like the overall economy is going up, more and more products are
telling you that some guy is going to come back and save everyone, right? Well, how can you verify that?
It's in
You
the
can't.
Bible.
So you just don't believe it.
But wait, are you a flat earther, right? No? I just joined the server yesterday. What side are you arguing for? He is. Okay, right. Right. So, but then
Yeah,
I would
the
just,
Earth is not a
because,
ball.
right. But then, yeah, I would challenge you on your epistemology, right? Because presumably you believe that, I don't know, China exists or Australia exists, right? You've never been there, right?
Now, why do you feel the need to challenge me? We're talking about reality, not people.
Yeah, that's how
No,
we
we're having
derive
a debate.
knowledge.
Having a debate here, right? And you're saying
Oh,
this
I'm
is
not
the
here to debate.
I guess you're a
Are you just
discussion.
here to
No, 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 no,
preach?
no. I'm not here. No, by debate, I don't mean I'm gonna dunk on you at debate, bro. You fucking don't worry about it, man. I just wanna like see if like what you're saying is actually correct. Maybe I'll adopt it if it's correct, right? No, because I don't see there being any use in this like extreme epistemology, like a global skepticism, right? Approach, because then how can you like be certain that China exists or Australia exists, right? And you've never been there, right? Are you gonna test everything, every claim? Every claim in the universe you're going to test.
I mean, Walmart tells me that China exists.
Okay.
No thanks. If I was very uncharitable, this will be the end of the conversation if you say.
Let me ask you, Spart. Do you believe the Illuminati exists?
Are you asking me, sorry?
Yeah.
Is it Spa? Oh, it's Spartacus. But
You
yeah,
must have a broken epistemology because you're a glober. So I wondered, do you believe the Illuminati exists?
Do I believe the Illuminati exists? There was a group, I think called the Illuminati, but they're not what people.
I
what
mean, like
conspiracy theorists say
worldwide
they was.
running the show type Illuminati.
I don't see any evidence for that.
Well, there you go.
So
You
where am I?
don't?
How ironic.
But you see evidence for a globe?
Yes.
That's funny because the Illuminati are presenting you with that evidence.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I don't believe that Illuminati is behind like everything, right?
Of course you wouldn't. That's not what they want. They want you to think that everything is
Good. Do you
not
have an
by
argument?
them.
You don't have to
Do
see
you have
them
an
to
argument
believe
or
it.
evidence
That's the
for it?
point.
Do you have an
don't have
argument
to
or
see
evidence
them
for
to
it?
believe it. That's your point.
Yeah, you have to have. You can have a different types of evidence than just direct experience. Yeah, sure.
Now, so you're assuming that everyone tells the truth.
No.
Yeah, you are. Because
No.
if you think that there isn't a group of people out there doing whatever it is they're doing, you think that everyone is honest.
No.
And that's your mistake.
None of that follows at all. Just because I don't believe
It does.
some conspiracy. Look, yeah, my argument is that indeed, a better epistemology would be the one that includes other types of evidence than just direct experience, because that then puts you in a very fucking ridiculous position, like denying that China exists, cannot exist. Every country you've never been to, right? You can rely on, for example, photographic evidence, video evidence, right? Logic, reason, right? Extrapolate to conclusions, right? From evidence. Many other ways to attain knowledge than just direct experience. Right, and just because I don't believe that Illuminati exists and controls everything, that's not at all incoherent, inconsistent with my position, rather. Right, because I just would say, yeah, I didn't see any sufficient evidence to show that they
You don't
exist.
have to see. That's your point.
Yeah, I said evidence. No, present that evidence to me. Right, you can present evidence to me, like show me a photograph or something of them, like I don't know, they're being all related, right, secretly, right, somehow, right, like DNA evidence, right. How they're behind the scenes.
There is
doing this or-
evidence out there.
Oh,
See, that's
sure,
the
cool.
thing.
Yeah.
You're just not looking.
Yeah, I have looked. Yeah, you think you're the first people who have come up with this, like to me, and said, "Hey, Spartacus, did you know about the Illuminati? They control like everything." Like, oh,
Do you think
interesting.
that
Show me the evidence, right? And then I show like some fucking quack, fucking researcher who, as soon as you like look into like his evidence, right, it just isn't there. It's a lie, right? Not
That's
even
what
the
they think
empirical
about your
evidence.
globe, though.
Who?
The flat earthers that you try to talk to, they think
Yeah,
all of this
cool.
about your globe.
They're wrong.
Shitty evidence.
Because
black
we have
computer
a lot
figure.
of good evidence. We have
No, you
photographs, we have
don't.
video footage.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
We have
You have none of
experiments
that.
to show. Oh, for example, we have experiments to show that gravity exists. That's the
No, you
Cambridge
don't.
experiments. Yes, we do.
None
We
of
have
those.
evidence to show that there is a rotation of the Earth.
No, you don't.
That's the Foucault's pendulum. Yeah, we do.
No,
Oh,
you don't.
jeez.
I don't believe it.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
okay,
is
never
this
mind.
is this like what
Okay,
is this 2015? Is this 2015?
okay. Never mind. Okay, never mind.
Did we go back 10
Maybe
years?
The Sagnac
let's
effect
go.
shows that
Look,
there's a
look,
lack.
look, 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 look.
The
We've got
Foucault
evidence from
pendulum?
that
Come on,
principle.
man.
What the fuck? You think you've debunked the Foucault pendulum?
Debunked. Are you saying
Yeah.
that something that's swinging is evidence of something?
Ha ha ha. See,
Hold on. I want to ask you a
you
question.
have
Hold on.
you have no understanding of what the Foucault pendulum is. If you think that's the only
Understanding
thing,
of what the Foucault pendulum is.
yes, I don't think you have any. If you think the only thing it shows is that something swings.
I mean, you think it proves something. That shows a lot about you.
No, but no, I don't wanna.
No,
I don't
no.
wanna like deal with
Out of
this fucking
epistemology.
right now. Like, anyway, sure.
Wait,
Whatever.
you don't want to deal with
whatever.
what? I mean, if it's the truth, it should be easy to deal with.
No, the truth is
I don't
out.
want.
Yeah, it's
So
the truth.
why
But
is the
then
truth so difficult for you to
explaining
deal
to
with?
somebody.
Why?
But no, you
Why?
claim to be familiar with this, and then you just say, "Oh, it's something that swings," right? Like you just showed
That's
complete
what it
ignorance.
is.
No,
And
but then see
yeah,
now I
that's
have
why
to
you get.
explain to you the whole
See,
fucking experiment, which I am not in
no,
a mood to do.
that's
Right?
why you get upset because I point out the truth of it.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, since I point out the truth, you get upset and be like, "Oh, I can't deal with this."
Yeah, that's right.
It happens every time. It happens every time.
Sure.
To all of you.
Yeah.
When something comes up that you can't handle, you say, "Oh, I can't deal with this. I don't have time for this. Oh, this is bullshit." Ugh. Every time.
It's funny when
Or
it's
you
2
say,
minutes
"Oh
later
God," or
after, like,
"Jesus."
2 minutes after you start to debunk flat Earth, that you say, "Oh, I just can't do it." Fucking hell.
I mean, they give up so fucking quick. Bunch of sissies.
Yo, bro, you have to be like so disrespectful.
Are you gonna cry now? Are you gonna
No.
cry?
Yes.
Oh
no.
no. Holy shit, we have a woman in the building.
Remember, I didn't start this conversation with saying, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking defeat the flat Earth right now." I was talking about epistemology. Remember, we were talking about fucking.
Yes, you
Because
did.
you assumed. No, you were the one who asked him. You were the one who asked him about the flat Earth.
No, you brought the flat Earth up. They were talking about something
No,
else.
like epistemology.
It's like the hot mic. There he goes.
Well, if we're still on epistemology, I had a question. I don't know who. I think it was proved me wrong. Who said you shouldn't trust anything you can't verify?
Yeah.
How would you define? Well, both of those really, verify or trust.
Well, it typically applies to something when someone is telling you something as being true or fact, and you better believe it. You know, like the whole Jesus is coming.
Right. So, how would you define trust or verify?
Well, you shouldn't trust it, right? So if someone comes and tells you that some guy's going to come back and save you, you should look at them like they're an imbecile. And then, well, how can you verify that? You just got to wait, right?
How do you define verify?
Yeah, how do you verify something like that? You just got to wait. So you shouldn't listen to them.
So to verify something, you would have to physically interact with that thing or have it happen in front of you.
Well, so I mean, if someone comes and tells you that they can boil water with fire, are you okay with just saying, "Oh, okay"?
With what I know now, yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, but assume you didn't know, right? Assume you didn't know. Assume you just came out of the cave and someone said you can boil water with fire. Would you just say, "Oh, okay," and never try it yourself?
I would take the claim on the face of it and trust it insofar as it doesn't contradict anything I already know.
Yeah, never mind.
Let's take a more practical example, right? You're gonna hop in that airplane and fly away, and the fuel guy says, "I filled it up." I trust the fuel guy to fill it up, but I checked the receipt to make sure that it was the number of gallons I expected. I trusted him to fill it, and I verified by the receipt.
Trust but verify, Shubil.
You don't
Exactly.
verify through the receipts, so.
But how often do we check things? Let's be honest. Like, how often do people check that the petrol's what it says it is, either the material or the amount?
That's a
Well,
really
there's an additional requirement in some operations where he says he filled it up. You look at the receipt and then you open the fuel cap and dip your finger.
No, you'd
Right?
have to
I mean, you could also just
drive your
fuel
car. You'd have to drive your car and test how many kilometers you get on it, and ensure that your car is just as efficient. There's no brakes holding it back whatsoever.
Right.
And then what else is there? Yeah, because I mean, they could put in the 98 octane. Or sorry, they could put in the 91 octane and charge you for 98 octane, right? So there's no way to actually test these things, unless you actually
Right.
drive in that vehicle and you know what that vehicle's going to do.
Exactly.
Right. So there's many things that it would just be so exhaustive to test that we just go, it's dollars per distance. I don't give a shit. Right. It's good enough for me. I've so rarely had something other than fuel in the car that I don't test it. But if you're in different countries, do you sniff it and test it before you let them put it in your tank? Oh, my word, you do. There are different colors in every country too, which is a little bit off-putting.
I'll tell you that
we had that. We had that situation. We had that situation with our airplane where we're in the northern reaches of Argentina on the Bolivian border, and we sent some guys off to go buy fuel. They take a tank and they go buy the fuel. They come back. Well, the first thing that the mechanics did is they did an octane check on the fuel they bought.
Yeah, so you sometimes will, but generally it'll be a quick and dirty way that you've got with you. It isn't a full test, but it's like a quick test of the most common problem. But we're just stuck in this purity thing again, right? We've got to have something that works 100% of the time, otherwise nothing ever works ever.
Well, you have to do a risk assessment on what's the penalty for being wrong.
No snoring.
Who's yelling?
Yeah,
you have
quit
to do.
snoring.
It's a risk assessment on the the outcome of failure.
You literally not snore at all last night when you fall.
Oh, I got him.
Is that a hot mic?
And then somebody else got him, and then I undid him. Yeah. He can undo himself, but otherwise we'll hear his conversation.
Exactly.
But even if you do all of that, like there could still be something that you didn't consider that somebody's either trying to trick you intentionally, or you just missed something. Like, how do you ever verify something like 1,000%? Is that even possible?
No.
Yeah, certainty is an certainty. Yeah, certainty is an asymptote you can only approach, but you can never achieve.
What can we flick this around the other
Then
way?
what does it
Like,
mean
can we
to
be
trust?
certain? Can we be certain about how likely they are to lie to us? Like, we've got historical precedent, right? That they crafted whole civilizations in the sort of the image of the Vatican Church, all under the guise of a lie, and you guys are mostly compelled by that. But we get into this modern era, and you just forget it all for some reason. I'd say there were some people back in the Vatican time as well that would say, "Oh no, there's no way the church could be corrupt." And now you guys here in this time and age, almost everyone says it is corrupt.
Yeah, who trusts the church? Come on.
And who said it wouldn't be corrupt back then? I don't think you would have found many people throughout history that wouldn't have suggested there were corrupt parts within the church.
Even more so.
Many children and women were fooled with by the church. They would be certain of it. I think you again, this is like phantom evidence. I'm still trying to find a word for it. But
how did they have so much power?
But it's you're dreaming up a scenario and asking us to defend these long dead people who trusted or didn't mistrust the church.
Well, I'm just like you. It seems to me that quite largely there seems to be this modern era that considers itself sort of devoid of such like problems such as the human problem. And it just like, we've got these solutions to tell the truth. We have the peer review process. We have, we have telescopes and all this other jazz.
Yeah, we've got these ways of reducing error.
Reducing error, but not liars.
I'm pretty confident that technology also improves their capacity to present false models, false images, make things more compelling in that way too.
But you also agree, I'm sure, that because somebody's lied in the past doesn't mean that everything they say is necessarily a lie, or at the very least that you can't use that logically to say that what they say next must be a lie.
Now, let's think about this, right? Let's say you had a girlfriend and she lied about something. Would you then just trust her on everything else, or would you think she's also lying about everything else?
I wouldn't think she's lying about everything else, no.
Yes, you would.
I would be skeptical of any. No, I wouldn't. No, don't tell me what I would think. I tell you
Yeah,
what I would
skeptical means you think she's lying.
skeptical of anything
That's
else
being
she would say.
skeptical.
No, that's not what it means. That's not what that
Yeah,
means.
it is. Yeah, it means you don't believe
Everybody weighs people's claims on the trustworthiness that they attribute to that person. That's based on their past experience, the things that they said that they verified or not, quote unquote verified as far as you can.
So does it depend on the position they're in? So like if a president lies, it's okay then, right? It's easier to let go than if it's a girlfriend.
Depends what the lie is more than their position, whether that lie is okay.
Really? So it doesn't matter that they lied. It just means it matters what they lied about. That's interesting.
So every civilization is based on a lie. Okay. Every civilization is based on a lie. And this being one of the biggest civilizations in the past, I don't know, might suggest that it's one of the biggest lies.
I mean, if I accepted your premise, but I don't think that I do.
Every civilization in the past has lied to its people. That is the nature of power, to deceive the populace. Yeah, like inherently, you need, like if you want to maintain power, you must deceive people to working for you. That's the whole premise.
Not sure about that.
So come on.
Why? Why does it necessitate lying? Can't you say, get on board, boys, we're going to go and grab a bunch of women and land and power?
Do you think the Queen is actually that much more important than you?
I'm not saying all people in power don't lie.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. These people are not that much more important than you. They're not smarter than you. The only way they wield that power is through influence and lies and trying to convince us that, like, they're telling the truth effectively, right?
That's what I'm challenging. How do you know they only do it through influence and lies? Couldn't you just do it by being a really fucking good military general or something? Having a really good economy.
Military general, I mean, they're working for the liars.
Hold on. Now, war.
I mean, I'm talking all throughout history. I'm talking Julius Caesar.
Yeah, all war is based on deception, which is lies.
Yeah.
I don't think all war is based on deception. I think that's just a mistake.
Go read the art of war. The art of war. It will tell you all war is based on deception.
I think it's very useful in war, sure, but I don't think it's necessitated by it.
Not all
in a war straight face to face, completely open and honestly. I mean, it was for a while. It was done in Europe quite like sport.
Who told you that?
Like if you just.
Oh my god.
If you
no, not God. Don't do that.
Go ahead.
No, they wouldn't attack one another at night and stuff. Let the people collect their wounded. Had like parlays and stuff.
That sounds retarded.
Well, they wrote down that they were doing it. Somebody wrote down that that's what was happening then. Similar, like the Bible got written of people writing down what was happening then. Do you think people stopped writing down what was happening? Or those accounts just aren't true if you don't like them?
I don't typically believe things that are just written down.
Well, you pick and choose what you believe based on other things you already believe, and you just
typically it's based on evidence.
I think you base it on, but saying you base it on evidence, but I don't think you really ever have a whole lot.
No, it's all evidence.
Like, have you tested? If the whole idea is about I must test for myself, that necessitates you test for yourself. Have you ever done a test?
What am I testing?
So no, I'm going to take that as a no. I don't think you've ever have done a test. I think you're like 99% of flat earthers.
Yeah, I just said I don't typically believe what's written down, so I don't have to test anything. The evidence is what I see.
So you haven't tested it. But is your epistemology, I need to be able to test it in order that I can trust it? I can trust stuff I could test?
Never said anything about testing.
But you don't test anything?
Well, I don't test anything. What for?
Right. So you can only trust things if you test them, because that's not my worldview, right? My worldview is I stumble along trying to get it as least wrong as I can. But you're like, I can't trust something unless I can test it, but you actually never test anything. So nothing would be that standard.
Yeah, because I don't have this problem with my senses where I'm stumbling around.
Right. That's fine. It's fine to trust your senses. But
well, that's the difference between me and you. That's why that's why I seem confusing to you, because I don't do things the way you do.
No, that's true.
Let's ask a
Because
question.
I'm stable in this world.
Ah! Keep telling yourself
And that is the biggest difference.
Can I ask you a question? Hey.
Evidently. Do you want to ask another one?
No, I just want to ask one. I was going to say,
Okay.
like, when
Was it?
you say, like, you was referencing, maybe, I don't know, it sounded like you was referencing about, validity of some book or whatever, any book. How would you go about testing that then?
A whole variety of heuristics. You just like, if you look at fallacies,
How?
is actually if you
No,
look
no,
at
no.
fallacies,
That's
I'm
just
telling you
going off the
how.
mark.
I'm telling you how to trust a book. If you look at fallacies as useful heuristics, which are fallible tools that will nudge you in the direction of truth, then you can just apply a bunch of them, 4 or 5, very quickly, and go, what do other people say about this, right? Which is an appeal to population. What do the authorities say about this? What is the current consensus of this? What should I do a sense check of this? Should I look for other examples of this being true, which would be a confirmation bias thing, / affirming the consequent. You essentially do all those fallacious things, but if you do 6 or 7 of them, and they're each of them pretty good ways of determining whether something may be true, then you go, oh, that book's probably quite true, because it describes events that aren't that wild, that other people described in very similar ways, that gave staggering amounts of details and claims to have talked to the original, people in World War II or something like that. Then yeah, high degree of confidence. If the book contradicts itself, if there's demonstration that there's edits happening, mainly if the book disagrees with itself, like retells the same story from different perspectives, and the story is materially different each time, that's sus. And that's the resurrection story.
Have you ever heard the same story, but in a different context, where someone, like, you haven't heard it from the same person, you've heard it from another person, but it's the same story, but it's different?
And how different would you expect them to be? Like a tiny bit different, like this guy forgot what time I arrived at the party, and we differed a bit on what colour shirts we were wearing.
You're going into details. You don't need the details. The story is the same. The story's the same, but it isn't the same. It's like having the song. You've got the
wildly
song.
Different.
It's the same, but the words are different.
No, but there's one thing that makes them wildly different, if I can. And Matthew has a story that all of the graves the graves of long dead prophets and holy men broke open, and many of them came out of the ground and walked around the town, and many people saw them. If you're saying we've got vaguely different stories based on this account, sure, if T-shirt colours change, little bits about it change, then fine, it's going to be still probably quite trustworthy. But in this story, they have different stories about who's there and the sequence of the events. They keep getting all of those very wrong. And in one of the stories, there is a mass, hundreds of people, it sounds like. It could be only 20 or 30, but dead people who had been rotting in the ground for years, climbed out of the ground and walked around the town, and only one account mentions it. The earlier accounts don't have any story about this mass zombie attack. Right? Why did the other ones? Sure, you're going to have slightly different things about whose shirt, what they were wearing, or what time I turned up. But if your story is so different that there was a zombie attack in the middle of this otherwise normal crucifixion day, and the Romans didn't write about it, and none of the other 4 people wrote about it, we've got no archaeological evidence for it, we don't have any stele or stelae or whatever those things are etched. Here was the day hundreds of people came out of the ground and many people saw them. The Romans were in town at the time, right?
And it's written by one person.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like that guy just lied and put it in the story? It clearly didn't happen, because that would be insane, and other people would have mentioned it. You wouldn't mention that? You wouldn't mention that. If you were telling a story about how amazing a day was, you would leave that bit out.
How about this reality?
Yeah.
I mean, in industries where you take fake products. Yeah.
Is his
And
mic
you know
shitty
that-
just for me?
Yes,
You know
literally
they're
can't hear
fake.
you.
No, it's shitty.
You know they're fake. What happens? The other fake companies,
You just know that
endorse
there's.
those fake companies.
Just know you shouldn't trust that book. That's all I'm saying. You can just tell now that this book is an unreliable source.
I just think when you hear a story, you
Yeah.
change it to what you like. Your things out, or you change things because I could have said this in a much better sense, and then it becomes
Yeah.
a little
Minor
bit
changes.
subjective.
Absolutely. Minor changes are fine. Right. Minor changes could be little, transcription errors and all sorts of stuff. Still seems a bit weird to have those kind of fallibility and flaw in a godly inspired text. But fine. But we're talking about people not mentioning many holy men climbing out of their graves. And part of the point of mentioning it, he says many people saw them. The point he's making is that there was a widely witnessed event on that day. If it was widely witnessed on a day that many people were recording what was going on, why did nobody else
Slight
mention
correction. Slight
Sorry.
correction. They came out of their graves after the resurrection.
Sorry, beg your pardon. They broke out of the ground at the same time as Jesus. All of them broke out at the same time. So he was one among many wandering around town corpses.
Yeah, but it's really badly worded. Like the narrative happens at the time of the crucifixion, but if you read it, it's like they come out of the graves after the resurrection because Paul said, 20, 30 years prior that Jesus had to be the first one raised.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a real bad.
So they've obviously moved it to make that fit because I thought the suggestion was the earthquake that happens as Jesus gets a spear in his side is what breaks the graves open. The events are linked.
Yeah, but they don't come out of the graves and go into the city until after the resurrection. Let me bring up Matthew 27.
Yeah. It's just obviously added into the story. I admire Christians that at least accept this. There are many who are like, what? That's not in there.
Yeah, so Matthew 27:51. The earth shook, the rocks split, and the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. Schlitzy, you're hot micing.
So, and so are you also saying that is an edit that's come in later to make it sound like it's after, just so it fits with a prophecy?
I think it was originally the part where it says after Jesus' resurrection. I think that probably was added later when they sort of tried to make it mesh with Paul. Because Paul says in Corinthians, I think, 1 Corinthians, that Jesus is like the first one raised.
That's fun. That's clearly moved it around. See, there's so many signs of edits and shuntings and.
Oh, the Gospels are rubbish.
That's why you shouldn't believe what's written.
Yeah, sure.
What do you believe? Prove me wrong.
Oh, I don't believe shit.
Do you think there's a higher power?
Nope.
No higher power. Based.
Nope.
At least you got that part right.
What about a tornado?
Yeah.
What about a tornado?
Is it not a higher power than you?
No.
Oh, wow.
Because I've been through many of them and I'm still alive.
He fucking beat up the tornado into submission.
But it's more powerful and it's higher because you
But
don't
doesn't
know
kill
where it
you?
came from. But I get your sentiment anyway.
You do know where it comes from.
You're an atheist.
Well, I mean, overall the tornado or the hurricane, whatever, is more powerful, but obviously it's not powerful enough because it can't focus the energy enough on you to kill you. You can seek cover, although it has killed many people in the past.
Right.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, they were just dumb.
Maybe they just held up
Foolish
and bought out.
you.
They
What
were the
about
Globers.
the Illuminati? Surely that's a higher power than you.
Nope.
No.
See, a higher power would mean that something knows more than I do.
Mm,
That is the best.
It
That
means
is the
it's more
best reason ever.
powerful. It means it's more powerful, and you don't know where it came from.
So wait, you say there's nobody that knows more than you? That's
That was so good.
That's great.
It was good. Good on you, prove you wrong. I think that's a brave position to say any power that you mention that could be high is not higher power to me.
Yeah, it's a wonderful way to look at oneself. Provided it was accurate. Like, I guess as a model, it would be as accurate, useful as it is accurate.
Oh, model. Getting back.
I also feel like that. The only higher power than me is nature and the God concepts that I myself made up.
Well, unless you can get outside of cogito ergo sum, I don't think you can be sure that the other people even exist. You've got to somehow construct an epistemology or a decision on how to behave under the possibility that they're all just figments of your imagination or something. You know, other expressions of God and aren't, and that the difference to you is imaginary.
I find it weird that if they're all me, why are they all oppressing me? Why am I oppressing myself?
Exactly. But most people do, don't they? Don't you think that speaks to the truth of the human condition? We always oppress ourselves?
A bit, but it's like I don't want to be oppressed, but I'm still doing it to myself.
But you must be. Like, even if the people here that oppress you aren't figments of you, you steer yourself into this room to be oppressed each day. So it is you.
Yeah, that's
doing
one
it.
example, yeah. I decide not to have a job, so I decide to be poor.
Yeah.
Maybe just have a kink.
Yeah. God, I know some girls that make a good money off that.
Yep.
They just have dudes turn up and clean their house.
You're kinky,
Wow.
Dawn.
Why am I kinky?
You're a Dawn star.
My
Dawn
channel
Treader.
was called Dawn Hub, and then I changed it.
Dawn Star. I had that sword in Skyrim.
The Dawn Star sword.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's called. The Dawn Storm.
I guess that's Lucifer or Venus or whatever. The higher power thing's interesting because if a Christian tried to assert there is a higher power than me, I'm going to say, bullshit. No, there isn't, like Bebe did. But then when I say to someone, nature is a mystery, it's a high power, it's God, they say I'm crazy.
Let's ask ChatGPT. Where did Paul say that Jesus had to be the first risen?
Yeah, there's so many of those. I got so under Darth Dawkins' skin one day when I piped up when they were talking about one of the ways you can tell the Bible is true is due to prophecy. And then they were like, and I was like, piped up and I was like, but isn't it also written that you can tell a false prophet because his prophecies are false? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, well, that's Texas sharpshooting. Oh, God, he got cranky. He started being like, well, just because it bears a passing resemblance to Texas sharpshooting doesn't mean that it is. And I was like, you just
Dawkins
admitted
is,
it is?
old school.
Oh, he got so angry. Yeah.
He's from
Oh,
way back in the
Dawkins.
day.
You know, you can prove that Jesus won't return.
prove it,
Yeah.
can you? You can prove something about the future.
I know. I want
Yes,
that.
because you can't save people from themselves.
No, it's like in
John?
is it Matthew? Matthew where he says there are some
I
people
like that.
standing here who shall not taste death before the Lord comes in his kingdom, whatever.
Yes, they thought it was coming like imminently, like he was coming back in a couple of days.
It did, because he spoke that way. How else would you read it? He says this is going to happen soon.
Do you trust
Yeah,
Jesus
it didn't
when he
happen though,
speaks?
right?
2,000 years later.
But
Yeah,
there's
see,
only
that's the thing.
1,000 years after it.
So here's the thing. So if there are people in Revelation that are stated to not taste death until he returns, that means what? They're still alive now, right?
Yeah, it means
Yeah.
God's comes back. He's raptured his chosen, and we're living on in a godless world, doesn't it?
Maybe
'Cause
this
God's
is
gone up with
hell.
his elect.
Well, who's
Yeah,
God?
well, no, I think Earth keeps existing after the rapture. I don't think there's any suggestion the Earth itself is destroyed, just that all of the people that were holy get taken up.
It's Matthew
Right.
16:28. Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Oh, so they're going to be immortal till Jesus comes back.
You know we're not biblically orientated, Jim.
I think that's how I read it.
Well, shouldn't people remember like Jesus with his big flaming sword and stuff coming back? I mean, wouldn't that be like a memorable thing?
Yeah, so has he
It's
come back yet?
Revelation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not if they were all destroyed.
Lots of people have come back and said they were Jesus or the Messiah. You've got the Jewish Zabadiah Sebi or something like that. He came back and said, it's me.
Zebediah Springfield.
Now, so if Jesus came back and destroyed the majority and only took a few up with him, who's left to write about it?
Yeah, just us. We're the left behind.
Look
Or
up
to
Mount
that would make
Olives.
sense, actually. Not that God died, but he's already taken up his elect.
Or the misbegotten.
And he's just
see, here's
left.
the other
That's
thing.
why there's no moral code. That's why he doesn't keep turning up and reminding us to change our behavior. He's like, no, I did that. I did it twice, fixed the problem, and I left.
Well, see, here's the other thing too. So heaven isn't a place that you go when you die. It's a place that you go when when you're alive. Because Jesus died, then came back and went to heaven.
But sometimes
Well, and the
somebody with
goal-
fingernails scratches my back, and then I'm in heaven.
The
So do
goal
we
isn't to
believe?
get into heaven. The goal isn't to get into heaven. The goal is to get into the city of New Jerusalem, after it's here on earth. So the goal isn't for us to go to heaven. It's to get our eternal bodies and have the right to enter through the city gates. And to do that, we have to keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Yehoshua, HaMashiach.
Now
must
from
have
your
already happened.
perspective, do you have to die to get your new
It
body?
does say that you have to. It does say that you have to die once, but if you can, Enoch got
That would be the
taken. If God
rapture, I
wants to take you with, if God wanted to take you without you dying, He could. But yes, we do have to die once to get our eternal body, according to
that's a
my
trap.
understanding.
So he's going to kill you. God's going to kill you to make you better. Nice.
The most obvious conclusion is that this has already happened, and the church hasn't given us those books.
I agree. I believe we are in the little season. I believe we are at the end of the little season.
Oh my God. That little season thing.
Yeah, the rapture must have already happened, because God had to have come back, but there's no necessity that we would know that he's come back because we're the ones left behind. Right? There's no
Then
promise
the
he's going to write
adversary
for
is-
us. And no reason a church would
And
include
the adversary
this
has
thing of why the
destroyed our
church is pointless.
history.
We need witnesses of the rapture.
Well, the problem is all the witnesses are died. If you look at the book burnings, the insane asylums that they had. I mean, right after he was released, anyone that was alive during the millennial reign that was speaking out again was thrown into an insane asylum. There was children on the orphan trains. Look up meltology. I mean, if you look at Petra, it looks like a melted building. It does not look like it was carved into the face of that rock. It looks like it was a building and it melted. Yeah, Petra.
So you're
Well,
not
loathing
sure
ones,
if
yeah. Many of them do look melted. I'll agree with that, but they're
you're
definitely
not
carved
sure
in
if
the
you've
rock.
been raptured and living in the new Earth, or you're one of the demon.
That's the
spawn-
new Earth.
demon
That's the
spawn.
best thing God can do. Sorry, Don.
It sounds like Netanyahu's not sure if we're on the new Earth now or it's gone and left us.
Ooh,
Gone and left-
Netanyahu.
No, the story of when the end times are coming, according to the Bible, we're saying actually it should be the case that the end times have come and gone, and because here's the thing: if you were a church father and you suddenly came across a book that was, the long lost gospel of one of the actual disciples, and he goes, yeah, well, it was within our lifetime. And it turned out I was one of the left behind, so you get my account, and blah, 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 blah. And he writes about the account about how all of the people, the good, godly people, were taken up. And because then it's promised God goes off with them, right? They're his elect. Isn't that how it works? I think.
Well, no,
why would you, if let's say you're that left behind church, why would you tell your whole flock that we're the left behind people? You just go, okay, cool book, but I'm never releasing that to the public. And break their poor
Did
little
we
hearts.
see the four horsemen? Did we experience the final dissolution and infighting in the church?
Possibly. We couldn't know, right? We could have these zombie, things with the same name as the church, but could they have been wiped out and supplanted by another group in the meantime, or annihilated and reformed?
So I would
I'm just saying it's possible.
But in the end, God wins and everybody's drawn to hell, to heaven. Satan loses. In the end, Satan loses, hell is empty, everybody's in heaven. We have not reached that point yet, for sure.
So how long is the Earth left
already? But we've got another chance.
I mean, the enemy would lose. He has to lose, right? Because the enemy loses, and the way he loses is specified by God. Is you will possess no soul. All of them would be mine again, right? Everybody would be in heaven with God, and we are not clearly in heaven yet, or unless this is heaven.
Do you know where heaven is?
I have no idea.
Do you think it's someplace you go when you die?
I have no idea.
It says in the very beginning that God created the heavens and the earth, so it exists here.
Okay, but sure. So, are we in heaven now, though?
I don't know. Are we? That's the question, I think. Yeah, hell or heaven now?
Can you get there on your bike?
Because
So
he
it's just
said
like
he created the heavens and the earth. Does that mean that heaven has to be here? He created the heavens, like over there, and the earth over here?
Well, either way,
how are you tying
either
that?
way, but either way, it's not a place that you go when you die, because Jesus also went there when he came back to life.
Jesus went to heaven, then he came back to earth. Correct, yes. His body never decomposed. Therefore,
Jesus said he's going to prepare a place for us when we die.
Yeah, but when Jesus came back to life, he went up to heaven, not when he died.
But I would argue Jesus never died. Because if he died, his body would experience decomposition. His body clearly didn't experience decomposition. Therefore,
So
he
you're
never
saying
died.
So you're saying the Bible lied?
No, we're saying is like if Jesus was reincarnated as a human being, because that's what God told us, that Jesus would be incarnated as a human being. He would have the same human flaws as us. He will sacrifice himself as a human being, die on the cross, and rise up again to wash away from our sins. But Jesus never died because his body never decomposed. He returned. His body was perfect when he got out of the burial chamber. So he never died. He was never sacrificed.
Bro, your heart stops, then you're dead. You don't have to decompose.
An
Well,
indication
I also
of death is decomposition.
No.
Yeah, to me, you haven't died if, the point is,
if there's no breakdown of your cells, yeah.
Well, no, not so much.
Wait.
I'm not going as much a scientific angle as you, but I mean, the punishment of death is meant to be that the person doesn't exist anymore. It's the whole point is like, oh wow, can you believe he gave his one son? You're like, but he didn't really, did he? He just undid it straight afterwards. So it's Nobody ever complains about the
It is a
pain of
paradox.
death. That sucks. But what we complain about is that you don't get to keep doing things afterwards. So if you undo it right after it, then you haven't paid the price. We haven't got the deal.
Sure, but in the story,
reneged on
that's
his deal.
the point is he died and came back.
No, but then he
didn't
didn't
pay off the
die.
debt.
I'd like to weigh in on this rapture thing before we get too far off the subject. For those of you that think we are waiting for the rapture and waiting for the tribulation, I just want you to think about that's the narrative that Hollywood is putting out. That's the narrative that the adversary is putting out. It's probably not the right one. If the adversary is pushing this narrative, it's got to be the wrong narrative. Just food for thought.
Funny you said that because I watched a show just like 2 days ago that talked about how like almost 90% of all narratives that we think about in modern times has been changed one way or another by Hollywood at some time or another.
Yeah, why do you
Like
think men
almost
and women
nothing
had such
that people
trouble in
think was the way it
relationships?
was the way it was. You have to actually research it to find the real way it was because the common way of thinking that the way things were is being skewed by Hollywood.
I just want to. Can I run this with you guys out of curiosity? Just can you indulge me for a second?
Yep.
Premise 1. If a body is and by the way, stop me at any point and say I contest this premise.
Mm-hmm.
Premise 1. If a body is dead, there is decomposition. Jesus did not decompose. Act 2:31:31. His flesh did not experience decay.
Stop.
Jesus did not die. Okay. Premise 2. Stop.
You don't have to have cells die to be dead. But
What does it mean to be dead?
God created it.
Your heart has to stop.
God created the
You
body.
stop
He can
breathing.
keep it preserved.
But you're still there. The body's still there. There's still a brain. There's still a heart. It's just not beating.
Then he didn't die a human death. Then he did not fulfill the prophecy. He has to die a human death. He has to die the same way a human would die.
Why are you changing the definition of death to debunk?
That's literally what God says to us in the Bible. He has to die a human death.
Something definitional to human death is you don't come back.
Yeah, decomposition.
Yeah, that's definitely broken. Or is it though? Because you've heard
decomposition is human death.
People die on the operating table and then they come back.
The whole point is to pay off a debt. He can't come back if it's to pay off a debt.
So, I agree. Coming back debunks the idea that you're dead, but the story is that you've died.
Yeah, those people just got it wrong.
He has to experience a human death though, and to experience a human death is to have your body decompose. And his body did not decompose. He did not die. He did not resurrect.
Have you got a definition for human death?
Now,
human death is cell death.
Hold on. Now, you know things don't just decompose, right?
I know, that's silly.
What do you mean?
I would say that's a really good indicator something's dead.
A dead thing just doesn't decompose. Things eat it.
You can put it in a freezer.
No.
Decomposition
It doesn't decompose.
But the cells break apart, right? Cells stop getting repaired and built.
But that's not what defines you being dead, is it?
That's literally dead.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it's a really good one.
That's a symptom of being dead for a while. That's not defining.
Sure, it's one of the best symptoms. Like not breathing is a tricky one, right? You can actually go a really long time without breathing. Not responding to stimuli is also not a good one. So there's lots of other ones you might use, like a core temperature. I think that's one, but you can have some people with very low core temperature. I think that when I would give up on somebody, if I couldn't use fancy equipment or something, you know, as in the apocalypse, if I started to smell that the person was decomposing, I'd be like, oh, they're definitely dead. Right? They haven't moved in a day, but they're now starting to smell a bit like poo.
I mean, I used to work in a hospital a long time ago, and there were certainly people who smelled like they were dead, but they weren't.
Sure. That doesn't test the theory. The theory is that a state at which one gets to that's a really good indicator the person's not coming back, i.e. we can call them dead. Because for humans, a human death is one way. That's what you're paying. You're paying with the ability to not do things anymore, which is why you can't pay off a debt with a takesy-backsies death.
Yeah, but if people can decompose while they're still alive, decomposition isn't a part of death.
People don't decompose when they're alive.
I just told you,
Shouldn't-
man. I've smelled
You said
people
some
that
people
smelled like they
smell.
should be dead. Yeah, because they're decomposing.
That was your
Their
example.
body's like rotting. Dude, you ever seen
Smelling was your
athletes'
example.
foot so bad that they don't even have toenails?
I wouldn't describe the person as decomposing.
That's
I wouldn't
decomposing.
describe
man.
them as well.
You can have cell death when you cut your knee on the road.
But my point
Sure,
is,
but it's happening in
a
a
human,
generalized way.
When
a
people
human
get
would-
when people get diabetes, real quick, mistakes. When people get diabetes, sometimes one of their legs can rot off of their body. That is a true thing that
no,
actually
that's
happens.
not just magically starts
Also-
rotting off.
Also,
It,
I would
it
say
gets,
that
it gets
part of
really
them-
big. It turns black. It dies. Some people do not go
Yeah,
to
it
the damn
dies.
doctor, and it rots off. Yes, it
It
does.
decomposes.
Yeah, I would agree with
Decomposes
Carl.
on their body, still attached.
So
Yes,
Jesus,
it does.
Jesus, quote unquote, died. He was put in a tomb. His body did not decompose for 3 days, right? So therefore, he did not die. He did not experience human death as God promised us. He's gonna die as a human on the cross. He did not experience human death because his body did not decompose. Therefore, he did not die. Therefore, the covenant was never achieved. Therefore, religion is false.
Death is separate to decomposition.
At least that version of religion.
What does death mean, though? What is the transaction? If you say you pay for this life with your death, let's say, so the death penalty for a murderer, let's say, would that be paid if the person got to a point where none of their cells had started to die, and they were, let's say, zapped in the chair and passed
They
what
got
measures?
vegetables.
By what measures do we know that they're dead?
They got vegetables
Spear in the
on
side, I guess.
respirators all over the place.
We find people surviving
like
spear
alive
wounds to the
machines.
side.
What?
I mean, he was
maybe the heart stopped.
stabbed he was stabbed in the chest through the rib cage. His heart stopped, right? Even with that
apparently.
grave wound, he did not decompose.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just
but
doesn't seem like he
decomposition is
died.
not. Decomposition occurs after death, right?
Sure.
It's not like you wouldn't say the person like what is it? CPR, for example. Let's just take that for a second. Maybe 100, 200 years ago, before CPR came about. I don't presume this. I actually think this is wrong. I think we knew a lot about more than that in the past, but this is the essential storyline, right? People would come across someone who's not breathing or pull them out of the water not breathing, and it'd be like, well, they're not breathing, I can't detect a heartbeat, so they're dead. Then all of a sudden CPR comes into the mix, and you can bring them back to life, apparently. Now, that's not quite bringing
Yes,
him
but
back to
Jesus
life.
was not brought back to life. His mother buried him dead, apparently. That's what we're told.
And he was there
Yet
for
his
3
body did not
days.
decompose. He was there 3 days, and bandages and all, like mummifying, right? But he didn't mummify, actually. His body did not decompose. Therefore, he did not resurrect. Therefore, he never died. Therefore, Christianity is false.
My issue with you is not something like this. Is like to say that death and decomposition are exactly the same thing is erroneous. However, you're not going to find me defending the Jesus story. I don't have the evidence. Okay, so
He has to
you can bring it up
die
if
a
you like.
human death according to God himself. His father promised us he will die like one of you, in misery and pain, a human death. His father promised us, right?
They said that he would also be brought to life. What's your point?
Wait,
But he
hold on
did
a
not
second.
die a
Hold
human
on.
death because he did not decompose.
Hold on. Where does God
hold on.
say
Can I
what
weigh
you're
in?
saying?
Decomposition and death. Here we go.
What? Where does God
Go
promise
ahead.
us that Jesus Christ will be sacrificed as a human,
Yeah.
born as a human, die as a human in the Bible?
Yeah, where does it say that? Where?
In the Bible. Okay. Direct passages or what?
Yes,
okay,
please.
Go for it, whoever wanted to say something.
I just want to point out that God created us. He made us. He formed us out of the dirt. He breathed
the story.
life into us. He has the ability to either stop decay or reverse decay, to repair our bodies if we do decay, or when we do decay. I don't know if Yeshua's body decayed or not. I wasn't there, but I know that our creator can fix that if it did. That's irrelevant, a moot point, because the power that he created us. So, well, yeah, it's just moot. Thank you.
Would you say that there are some times in the world where a penalty or exchange or debt could be collected by the death of another human being, right? So do you think that death is a reasonable exchange or punishment in some cases, Mathiahu?
What?
I don't think that death is our punishment. I think that's just it's a result of Adam's sin. And
so no, what I mean
we-
is, do you think that there are some situations, perhaps in the past, where accepting somebody's death would be a way to sort of clear a debt?
Yes.
I don't know. You know,
So sometimes virgins were sacrificed, or quite often, if somebody murders one of your family, you get to, put his head on a block and chop his head off or something, right? That's a standard thing. Would you agree that debt hasn't been paid if that person survives it? Doesn't mean you get another go at them, but would you agree that debt hasn't been paid if the person survives your attempt
By the way,
at killing
prove me wrong. I posted my evidence for my claim, at least my interpretation of the passages, that Jesus would come as a human, die as a human, live as a human, like one of us.
Make it a bit shorter. Look at this thing. Okay.
So these are quotes from the Bible. I don't know what else do you want me to do.
So what's the death and decomposition? You're just saying that they're one and the same thing?
Wait, is this supposed to be the evidence of God saying that Jesus was going to die a human death?
Yes. In the Bible.
Where does it say it specifically?
What she did in the
he doesn't say outright. These are the Bible quotes that justify the thesis.
Yeah, okay, so,
Or my premise,
see, that's the thing, right? So that's the thing. So the God of the Old Testament never actually mentions Jesus. Never talks about him.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That is true.
God of the Old Testament says.
Shown it to me.
God of the Old Testament. First of all, two claims. First claim: God of the Old Testament does say the prophet, the Messiah, would arrive from the line of David, which Mary is. Mary is of the tribe of Judah, which King David was also.
And his name would be Emmanuel, not Jesus.
Actually, hold on. So Mary. So remember, Mary wasn't related to the line. It was her husband, and she was.
Yes,
She
that
didn't
would be
have sex with him,
the
right?
objections of my people. They would say Jesus is not the true Messiah because does not come from the male line of David. He comes from the female one, which is through Mary, who's also from the tribe of Judah. I understand this very well because I've argued this very well. But Christians accept that generally the prophecy, the covenant between King David and God guarantees Jesus' existence. That's why I pulled stuff from the Old Testament. But if you want to reject the Old Testament, we can talk about the New Testament only.
Yeah.
Then why are you defending the
thing.
Bible?
So I'm not a Christian, but you haven't presented what you said. Thanks.
I literally did prove me wrong. You can be an obnoxious child and not address it, or we can actually have a good conversation.
You have not shown where Yahweh mentions Jesus.
So it's not pronounced Yahweh, it's pronounced Yahweh, but sure.
Whatever.
And also, you can be an obnoxious child. You chose to be one. That's fine. We can move on.
So if that's all you got,
Right,
again, you haven't given me anything.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I've given you everything.
Can I weigh in?
Go for it, Maddie.
Okay, so I'm not sure what book it's in. I'm actually looking up right now. But Moses said that there would be a prophet like him, but better, that would come. And that's exactly who Yahushua was. He was a prophet that was coming. And then he died as a prophet. And now he's going to come back. Well, I believe he came back as a king already. And now the camp of the saints is hidden probably in the North Pole. But he was coming back as he came as a prophet first, and then he came back as a conquering king. So it does say, it's all over the Bible, it predicts Yehoshua. Even the word Bereshit, which is the first Hebrew word in the Bible, if you look at the pictographs, it says that he's going to be born, he's going to be hung on a stake and die for the world. In the first word of the Bible.
Why do they change his name then, Matt?
I just want to say one thing, by the way. Hebrews 2:14. And this passage states, since the children have flesh and blood, he too shares their humanity, so that by his death he might break the power of him who holds the power of death, that is, the devil. This is literally talking about Jesus having flesh and blood and sharing humanity. He is born as a human to die as a human.
Hold on, this is Hebrews, right? Which is hold on. This is Hebrews, right? Which is in the New Testament, not the Old Testament.
Yes,
right?
I said that. I said that if you want to discard the Old Testament, fine. Which Matthew already provided good evidence for Jesus in the Old Testament.
That's not what he said.
We can shut up. We can talk about the New Testament with the last quote. Shut up. We can talk about the New Testament. Shut up.
That's not what he said. Just stop.
Stop. No, I'm gonna move you to the talking over channel. Shut up. Now,
You shouldn't mod your own interaction.
Shut up.
Little bit.
In Hebrews, we're talking about the fact that Jesus would exist as a human being with flesh and blood, would live a human life, would die a human death.
That's not what we're talking about. I asked for the Old Testament to talk about the New Testament, about Jesus, and you haven't
Now
done
you're
that
running
yet.
away like a child. That's fine.
We're still in the same thing.
I don't understand how it relates.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 15. Adonai will raise up for you a prophet like me from among yourselves. From your own kinsmen, you are to pay attention to him. That is specifically talking about Yehoshua HaMashiach, our Messiah.
That doesn't specifically say that.
It
You have to
doesn't
assume that.
specify Jesus. It specifies a man will come, a Jewish man.
Yeah. Could have been any of them. Could have come and gone, and we got a secondary one.
But anxious Christians accept that the Old Testament talks about Jesus, right? And then the New Testament confirms the prophecies. That's unless all these people here are Jews that reject Jesus, these arguments are invalid, right?
Well, hang on, I didn't follow that last bit. How come they're invalid?
So,
because we're not Jews, apparently.
Jews, and I know this because I was one, reject Jesus because he's not the true Messiah or Messiah. He is a false Messiah because he comes from a female line of King David's tribe, which is the tribe of Judah. What covenant God had with King David was that his follower would come from a female line. Oh, sorry, male line. Of David and from the tribe of Judah. Mary is of Judah, Joseph is not. But Christians retcon this. They now put Joseph also as a tribe of Judah and therefore justify the prophecies from the Old Testament. And now, so that their religion works, they fit that in. They just invent this part of the puzzle, which does not exist. Jews reject this. Christians don't.
This is why I asked
you can speak if you want.
Evidence. Yeah, that's why
I gave you evidence.
No,
I gave you evidence.
Because you even said that Jesus isn't. So that means that the God of the Old Testament wouldn't.
According to the Jews, Jesus isn't.
Right, and they follow the Old Testament.
Well, not only, but sure.
Yeah, they only do. And the Old Testament doesn't say anything about Jesus.
You just said the Jews don't accept Jesus, but your argument was Jesus is the Messiah.
From a Christian standpoint, Jesus would be the Messiah. From a Jewish standpoint, he wouldn't be the Messiah.
I'm neither.
That's going to make a huge mess.
It's irrelevant because we're arguing. We're making an internal critique of the Bible.
Why are we making an internal critique when? I mean, I think Matt still here. Matt's more biblically oriented. I don't understand why we're fighting for it.
Yeah, I would have thought Matt would be doing this.
Matt provided evidence that Christians do think that Jesus was mentioned in the Old Testament. And I'm telling you, from a Christian perspective, Jesus is absolutely mentioned in the Old Testament. Now, prove me wrong, rejected the Old Testament quotes I gave him. So I said, let's stick with the New Testament then. And the Hebrews quote literally tells Jesus will come here with flesh and blood and humanity. He will be like any other child of God. He will die a human death.
That's not one way and involves decomposition.
Yes, and if Jesus did not decompose, Jesus did not die, Jesus did not resurrect, Christianity is false.
What is this? Okay, so I still don't get my head around this decomposition death thing. You think a body just will fall into the dirt in 3 days or something? Like, what are you talking about? The body will still be there.
Define death? could you define death? I said, like, if the penalty for this crime was death, could you tell me what that would entail?
I suppose you'd stop breathing.
For
no
how long?
heartbeat, no brain activity, right?
Sure. Yeah, all of those things.
Which would result in decomposition because there's no oxygen provided to the cells, no?
Yeah.
How would you bring a decomposed body back to life? Is this where the zombies come in?
Exactly.
Because, I mean, that's
So
the
you're saying that it
point.
can't be brought back to life because it's
But
not
he was not a
decomposed?
zombie.
You
That's
can't
the
bring a
point.
decomposed body back to life?
But now
No,
you're
that's the
asserting that
point.
he wasn't a zombie.
No, that's the point. He's not a zombie because his body never decomposed.
Here he
Where's the
died,
scripture
right?
that says Jesus' body was perfect when he came back?
Well, yes, correct.
Where's the
So
scripture
he decomposed a little bit,
He's
and then he
getting it, you can hear
recomposed
him.
himself a bit. Cool. Is that all right?
So
then?
After he resurrected,
back
his
the
body
clock.
was.
I must have. I don't know. If that's part of the story, then that must be the way it happened. In the story, okay? I'm not sure. I can't advocate for any of this.
I mean, you can read the Bible. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, honestly, there's
Well, I
no
mean, the
evidence
Bible
that
says he
things
came
just
back to-
decompose.
The Bible said he came back to life. Your problem is that he didn't decompose and therefore not dead or something.
No, I said that he did. He did not die because he did not decompose. Therefore, he did not fulfill the covenant between
How long
us
do you
and God, where we had to sacrifice Jesus for our sins. Therefore, Christianity is false or inaccurate, at least.
You asked me a reasonable time for before you call someone dead. I ask you, what's a reasonable time that you would expect someone to decompose?
When there is
It starts
no
smelling after 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, but it'd only be smelling. Cool.
when there's no oxygen supplied to the cells, there's no cell activity, there's no cell metabolism, that's death.
Sure, I mean,
For a
it would have been
human.
rigor mortis, okay? Like, you don't need decomposition.
Rigor mortis has nothing to do with cell death.
Rigor mortis has got nothing to do with cell death. I mean, isn't this where rigor mortis is like you stiffen up because all your blood...
It's a property of death that happens after somebody dies, but it's not the definition of death. It's something that happens when you die.
Where is your definition of human death? You still haven't posted it.
When no longer oxygen is supplied to the cells and they can no longer metabolize and function, and they break down to basic organelles or basic components.
So how do
When
you
the
know that
doctor
didn't happen to
pronounces
Jesus?
someone dead,
Jesus' cells never experienced that. They never broke down. He, after 3 days, was in perfect condition, mint condition. Jesus never opened from the pack.
Well,
Never.
I can tell you
Actually,
another
off
one of the
printing
stories
press.
was it's like a side quest. Apparently that it was a centurion, St. John the centurion or something. I don't know. I have to go look it up. But
Like
he
a
stabbed
Roman
Jesus
military
with a spear.
officer.
Yeah. And apparently the blood of Jesus's body spilt out, and some of it landed in his eyes. Now this guy was blind before, and all of a sudden he could see. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Like
the Roman soldier who stabbed him. The Roman soldier who stabbed him was named Longinus. His spear is a sacred artifact of the Holy Catholic Church. It's called the Spear of Destiny.
And apparently he was
because
a saint.
it contains the blood of Jesus on it.
He seceded from the Roman Empire. He no longer was a centurion. He became a prophet or something.
He was never a centurion. Centurion is a military rank, like
He
a
was
lieutenant.
a blind centurion.
He was a simple military soldier who was set to guard the people who were being executed. He wasn't a centurion. Centurion is literally like a lieutenant or a commander.
Yeah.
That's like a high position in the military. They will have nothing to do with guard duty. They will be in their palaces,
gotten that wrong. Give me
eating
one
and
second.
drinking.
I'll go find out.
And also, how the fuck can you have a blind soldier?
Well, I mean, that's just...
And if
that's
the
so crazy,
officer
but-
that...
Well, the inference was that there was no cell death, but according to the scripture, at least, if you're going to remain adherent
When
to the
Peter-
book, then
when-
his
when-
blood built upon this person and then turned them fixed their eyesight. So there is something about this particular body that's different to the rest.
When Mary Magdalene met him, because she brought the news to everybody else that he was alive, she specified that his body was perfect. There was no marks. He looked perfect. He looked beautiful. He was shining. He
Wasn't there
had
holes in his hand?
the divine aura to him.
there was holes in his hand or something that he had to show one of the
that was never mentioned if he had
apostles.
holes. She said that his
Oh, really?
body was renewed.
Renewed or perfect? Which one?
Renewed
Matthew, I
to
think,
perfection.
I do remember the
He
host
got,
part.
his
because-
body got tortured as a human being. He did not experience human death, but his body was scarred. After he went to heaven, he had a conversation with his father, and his father put him back in so he can make the announcement: "I'm dead. Your sins are washed away. Humanity is saved." Right, and
Did he
then
have a
he
conversation
went to
with
heaven.
himself or his father?
Actually, he went to Sheol.
Well,
He
if
didn't
you, if
go
you
to the Father. He went to Sheol. And again, when you're resurrected, you get a new perfect body. So why is it so hard to grasp that when he died, he got a new perfect body? Or just
Well,
like I said
hang on.
earlier, that the creator of the body, like you build a car, okay, you built the car, somebody's driving the car and it breaks, they bring it back to you, you can fix it because you built that body.
He
That
didn't have a
car.
perfect body.
You have the
Doubting Thomas.
Yeah, that's what I kept thinking the whole time. He sticks his fingers in the wound.
Yeah, he had
Yeah.
the holes in the wound, which makes it easier to jerk off. But
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this. Tim, you wanted to ask a question?
I was just asking if he talked with his father or he actually talked with himself, because
But isn't the Son and the Father and the Spirit a different entity, a triune
they're
God
also the
thing?
same entity.
Well, the triune God, but they're also different entities, right?
But Emmanuel, which is the title of Jesus, means God with us. So there is that.
Sure, but I don't know how the Trinity functions. I much
I don't
more
know either. That's
prefer
why I'm
the.
asking. But it wasn't that important.
I mean, from a theistic Christian, the Trinity is the triune God who has three distinct but equally powerful properties that also are a single entity, but they can be also individuals on their own. That's what I know, from all of my theist debates.
Yeah, but that's not scriptural. That's Catholic tradition.
Well, yeah, I live in a
not
Catholic
from the Bible.
country.
Jesus prayed to the Father. He talked to the Father while he was here on earth. They weren't the same being. He told us not to pray to him, to pray to the Father. He asked the Father, please, don't let this happen. Please, don't forsake me. He didn't want to he didn't want to be crucified, and he wasn't sacrificed. The Passover lamb was not a sacrifice. Yahuwah does not accept human sacrifices. He was not a sacrifice for our sins. He was murdered by the Romans so he could take the position of high priest, so he would be in the position to forgive you of your sins if you are
I'm sorry,
worthy.
the Catholic Church teaches us different things.
I just want to say that Jesus said that, ask God, why did you forsake me, right before he died on the cross, not before they started putting him on the cross or started beating him. That was right before he died, after he'd already hung on the cross for 3 days.
Which
When he asked
version of the
God,
Bible?
why have you forsaken me?
Which version of the Bible we're talking about? King James,
right, King
New
James,
International.
right.
He died on the same day.
But back in Exodus, God reveals himself to Moses and says, I am that I am. And later on, Jesus is pretty much using the same phrase in the Gospel of John. So it's just confusing, are they one entity? Or are they actually schizo instead?
Yeah, I don't know if
So
he's
I
not
would
going to
just
get
like
hung on the cross, but what I meant was he said that he asked God, why have you forsaken me, right before he died on the cross. It wasn't before he was put crucified or before he was whipped or anything. Right before death.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Somebody said a while ago, though, somebody acted like that he asked God that before they crucified him or anything else. That wasn't the way it went.
But the point was that he was talking to God. He's not talking to himself. He's not split off and then asking himself, questions. And somebody made a point about the Catholics, and I don't really want to. I believe that Catholics themselves, the people, have good hearts. Some of them obviously don't. But the organization itself teaches to pray to Mother Mary, even though the Bible says not to. It says to call the Pope Father,
They
even though
do
the
not
Bible says not to.
pray. It's in there's a term for this, right? I hate when people make me defend.
But it's like an ecclesiastic nomenclature thing.
No, it's a there's a term for this. It's a prayer on behalf of somebody, right? You're like I am praying
Intercessory.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very
Well,
much.
essentially, they're
These are
asking
praying.
Mary to help convey the prayer to God.
Yes, to get like
Mary,
the more,
please, Virgin Mary, please tell God that.
Yeah,
because he has your ears, and I'm so far away from him. So may you like whatever.
Yeah, like
But yet
you
the
have like
Bible
much more,
says-
you have like a lot of clout with God, Mary. Please, can you like?
But yet the scriptures say, don't pray to
They're not
anybody
praying
but the
directly
Father.
to Mary. They're not praying to Mary as a god, as in like another godly being. No.
And what about all the idol worship? I mean, they have all the
That's the
idols.
confusion. It's all intercessory prayer. They're asking these saints, these people, to go to God and on their behalf ask for what the prayer.
Look, the Pope is not the same as the Pope is not the
Yes, it
Heavenly
is.
Father. The Pope is literally the descendant of Saint Peter, who is the heavenly messenger on earth. Right. So you go to the Pope not because you want to pray to him. You go to the Pope and ask him, Father, can you convey this to the Lord?
Yeah.
So the Bible, Jesus, Yeshua, tells us that we are to pray to the Father. We're not supposed to pray to man. We're not supposed to pray to the saints. We're
But they're
supposed
not
to pray
praying to
directly
Mary.
to the.
They're mentioning Mary, but they're not praying to Mary. They say
If
they're
you're
praying, "Oh
asking her to
Lord."
do something for you, how is that not prayer?
On their behalf to going to God,
They're praying to God, but they're saying, "Please, Virgin Mary, help me convey this to the Lord, please."
That's just idolatry light. Okay, just light
It's
idolatry.
not. No, it's not at all light. No, they're not
That
praying
is straight
at
up
all.
idolatry.
No, it's
You are
not.
worshiping an idol. If
I'm
there's
not
a statue
I'm
there,
not
if
a. I'm
there's a
not
cross
Catholic.
there, it's an idol.
Man, this is so
Not a-
ridiculous. I'm not even gonna. I don't really even want to defend Catholics. They're just silly thing. Gotta say.
Bad arguments, man. Bad arguments.
Catholics worship the mother, don't they?
You should talk about like the notion of like the whole what is the fucking waffle that they gave them, right? The whole what is it called? The holy cracker or something, right? They gave to
What are you calling a cracker?
Yeah, the commune, right? Whatever they call it, right? The piece of cracker that they give to people. It apparently
Right, it's the body of Christ.
Yeah, and it actually supposed to, according to Catholic doctrine, turn into actual flesh.
In your stomach, it should be the body of Christ. Yes.
Yeah, it actually.
It becomes flesh from Jesus' body.
So Catholics are all cannibals, basically.
Yeah, agreed. And they go through Mary.
Yes, and you know why we are? Because that's what the church taught for literally over 1,000 years. So I'm not sure, like, you're trying to get something, like you're saying basically you know better than the church fathers, which is ridiculous if you consider that they actually knew the apostles. It's like so.
I'm curious, are you German?
Are you?
Yeah, I'm German, yeah.
Of course.
German Catholic? Oh, that's rare.
Catholic, right? And a Catholic.
So it's like very weird, right? Like it's like these are like very stupid arguments. Like because
Are you Catholic?
just like, yeah, I'm a Catholic. Yeah.
Aha, there we go.
He already said he's a Catholic. What do you mean?
I didn't hear
You
that.
announced him 7 times.
This whole Mary thing and Catholics is very, very interesting. Because they got they got that serpent head hall, right? I mean, what is that, right? And then they got Jesus in it. But what's really interesting, right?
Your mic. Oh my God.
Oh, my mic. Okay. Yeah, is that human beings? We know that female humans can't just get pregnant without a man, but we know that female reptiles can.
Went to the toilet.
Yeah, your mic, man, is like static. That's weird. You're probably an analog connection, right? You're probably using jack.
What do they call that when you're asexual or something? Or what's that terminology? Breed
Mentally
asexually.
ill.
The asexual breeding. That's what the
You could
Jesus.
ask
So
Zoe.
that's what the Mary did.
Oh yeah. Oh, ooh. No,
Reptiles.
I don't
Imagine,
think she was.
by the way, the virgin birth was
not
not the
asexual.
birth of Jesus; it was the birth of Mary. For people who are not informed,
What?
Yeah, what?
Okay, you got to expand on that.
sorry, the Immaculate Conception was the birth. It was the conception of Mary,
What?
not Jesus.
Are you sure?
Can you explain
Yeah.
how that
Why are
makes
you
sense?
saying that it was
Yeah, Jesus didn't get
Mary?
pregnant. That's why. Come on, guys.
No, Jesus got birth. I mean,
Oh,
but he was.
sorry, yeah. Okay.
Am I mixing it? Maybe I'm mixing it.
No,
Somebody
you're
help me
right.
out.
Oh,
You
you,
can see
you're right.
I'm confused. You're saying
Jesus
that
was
Mary was
conceived inside Mary.
born.
Mary was born.
No.
Hold on.
No.
Let me check this out.
Mary was a virgin and became pregnant with Jesus.
Yes.
I don't believe she was a virgin. She already had a husband and they were married. So
Oh,
of course she was not a virgin.
the Immaculate Conception was about Mary, not Jesus. The virgin birth
No, that's
was
not
about
true.
Jesus.
No.
It's absolutely true. It's literally. I can pull you up quotes from the Bible.
So what do you mean? She had
About-
her mum
Are
didn't
you
have sex?
arguing? Like,
She was conceived, I think, without sin. Let me check.
Tell your wife I
When you
said
say
hi.
Mary was conceived, who was Mary's mother?
Yes, Mary was the Virgin Mary, the Immaculate Conception. Is the doctrine that Virgin Mary was free of original sin from the moment of her conception. When she conceived, she was free from original sin. She was no longer subdued to the sins of Adam and Eve.
But that
Yeah,
is
but she
about
wasn't
Jesus.
conceived. She did conceive, right? So
That
she
is about
conceived
Jesus.
Jesus.
No.
Okay, whatever.
Jesus was born from a virgin. The conception
Named
was
Mary.
immaculate for Mary.
Jesus
I don't
is
even know what.
himself
Does anyone
is
else
not
want
the
to
miracle.
you
The
mean that
miracle
they-
is that she
From the
get
moment
pregnant.
of Mary was conceived, she was born without a sin. Unlike most people there who had the original sin of Adam and Eve,
that kettle sounds like my
Mary
patient.
herself, because of God and His prophecy that she will birth the Messiah, was
You're about to
without
take
sin.
off, Floyd. We can hear the
These are
kettle in the background.
these are Jewish lies. Don't listen.
And then when Jesus was born, well, Jesus was conceived. He was done. He was born from a virgin. He was never conceived. He was just born from a virgin.
What, bro? He was conceived though by God. Like,
No,
You know
I mean,
that-
if you believe
Hey.
that God raped Mary when she was 14, maybe, but
well, okay, how did he do it then?
Imagine.
I mean, I would believe you more than I would believe a Christian. I think
he
God
rub her
did
belly
did
and
force
the energy
himself
went
onto Mary
through the stomach?
Like imagine
when she was
imagine,
14.
Imagine having a wife, okay, that says that she's pure, right? And then she's like,
You
"Hey,
were
husband,
in what way? She was with no
hey,
sin
wait,
and a
wait,
virgin.
wait. I'm making a joke here." And then she tells you, right, her husband, "Oh, my husband, I've got miraculously pregnant."
Yes,
No.
I would suggest that a special magic rabbi took her away for one night, and Joseph agreed to it.
Let's not do JQ bullshit,
There's an interesting.
please.
Hold on. So the definition of the word.
Oh my God, your
conceive-
mic is scratching static. A lot of it.
Yeah, I don't know what to. I don't know what to tell you, man.
It's pretty bad. Sorry, proof.
It is kind of bad, but especially for us who have headphones.
Let's turn it down a bit, man. Turn him down a bit. It's fine.
Then I cannot hear him.
Turn me up.
Do it. Then I hear the static more. I still can hear it.
Is this any better?
Yes, yes, yes.
Way better.
So far, so
Okay.
good.
Yeah, so the definition of the word conceive, do you know what it is? Anyone?
Come up with
It won't
create.
say.
Yeah, so the first is create
intercourse.
by fertilizing an egg, right? The second is form or devise, a plan or idea in the mind.
Well, I like that one.
Love that second one.
Yeah. So
what's your point?
God
Well-
conceived her mind.
Yeah, there is a point, because if you go all the way back to the beginning, when Cain and Abel were born, Cain was conceived, but Abel was just born. And then it seems on the line of Cain that they have a lot of conceiving going on. And then on the side of Seth, it's just bearing. There's no conceiving. But when you get to
Seth, wait,
Jesus,
what?
his mother also
Seth?
conceives.
Where's the
Yeah,
Seth?
Seth.
Sorry.
The line of Seth?
Cain and Abel.
Yeah,
Where's
so
the Seth?
what?
Cain and Abel. Where's the Seth? Is it on the line of Seth from? I'm confused.
Yeah, okay. So Cain was conceived, right? So let me go to it.
Cain and Abel, right?
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Then you
So
make
Mary
some
was
Seth.
conceived without sin. Jesus came from a virgin birth. Mary never had sex with Joseph. God implanted Jesus into her, and she gave birth to him as a virgin. She never experienced human sexual
No,
acts.
but what about her brother, Jesus' brothers?
Yeah, man.
They-
I
then
met
later
so
on,
many
they-
chicks like this who claim that, man.
Then
Fuck.
later on, no, that's true. Later on, she did have children, like biological children from Joseph. But Jesus himself specifically was not due to sexual intercourse. It was due to God implanting Jesus in her. She was a virgin when that happened. She gave birth as a virgin, and she herself was conceived without the original sin.
Yeah, I get the story.
That's not so strange.
So she was also like miraculously conceived.
She was
No,
treated.
God just she was
What is
conceived
born without sin
with
mean?
she was
What's the sin
conceived
part?
with sexual intercourse, but all original sin was removed from her. What was due to God, due to Adam and Eve's transgressions, was removed to her. She was no longer subjected to the corruption of the original sin.
So she didn't pass it on to Jesus, Rick, because God
Yes,
made
she was
her
completely innocent. Yeah.
first, from birth.
Wow, that was sort of a bump for her. All original sin was removed, but she didn't get to live in the Garden of Eden. I mean, you know,
Well,
that's.
I mean, you would say like imagine all of your pains, internal anguish, suffering, depression, completely removed, and you never get to experience them ever.
Yeah, we're going to make you live here with the rest of the wretches. You're the only perfect one.
Is that why the Catholics?
Mary
had not,
died.
on her.
Mary
Everyone
died
died,
without being sinful. She experienced no sin in her life.
Okay.
But Mary didn't die though. She went to heaven. So
Well, I mean, her body died, dissipated, and her spirit went to heaven. Sure.
Spirits don't go to heaven. Living things do.
No, I mean, prove it.
I mean,
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Did you read her Revelation?
No, I have not.
Well, then do that, and you will see that there are, in fact, spirits in heaven right now.
No, it wasn't me that was making this claim. It was prove me wrong.
So, also,
Wait,
if I remember correctly,
hold on. You think that when you die, you go to heaven?
where else are you supposed to go?
Where does it say that?
You can read.
No, it doesn't say that
and it will
anywhere in the
literally
Bible.
show you at the end where Jesus opens. I don't remember what he opens there out of my head now. But there are spirits in there of all the saints. So indeed, there are people in heaven right now. There's even a church in heaven. So if
But
there's
don't it
people
say?
in heaven,
But don't it say in the
then
Bible that when we all die? Hold on. Don't it say when we all die that that only once the comes back and stuff, that's when everybody will be raised and
pardon? I didn't
like
understand
you
you. I'm
don't
sorry.
when you die, your spirit's supposed to lay in the grave until Jesus comes back, and then everybody is risen, and the ones that get to go to heaven get to go to heaven.
So we
Yes,
only
but
go to heaven for 7 days for the marriage supper of the
The
Lamb.
Bible says you don't go until Jesus comes back.
Right. And then when he comes back, we go for the marriage supper of the Lamb, which is in heaven, and that's when the tribulation is happening down here. And I think that already happened, 1,200 years ago or so. But then after that, they come back down and they rule with Yehoshua for 1,000 years in the millennial reign of Christ. So they are on earth. And then after that, Satan's loose for his little season. That's where I think we are now. But then after the little season's over, the windows of heaven open up and New Jerusalem comes down, the big city comes down and descends. And that's when eternity begins. So everybody they go up there for a little bit for a wedding supper. So 7 days. That's usually what a Jewish wedding is, or Hebrew wedding is 7 days. So we're up there for that, and then chaos is going on down here while that's going on. And then after that, everybody comes back and they stay here. Nobody, we might be able to go up back and forth. I don't know. It doesn't really say whether, but New Jerusalem and all the saints and everybody are here on earth, not living in heaven, is what the scriptures say. Thank you.
Good enough. Thank you.
You guys seen Dequitem? This YouTube channel where they like improvise medieval fights with swords. So the book is a plagiarized fan fiction that has been heavily edited. Is that what we're working out?
So I find all of that magic birth stuff, because if you trace it back, okay, you say you're God, why are you God? That's the claimant. I came from a magic mum who made me with a magic sky thing. And then I think, oh, now I've got lots of questions. Who convinced you of this? Was he Jewish? Was he into magic? Did he believe in demons? Was he white or black? How many relationships with men have you had before? Isn't this just your ego? Or I might say, sure, yeah, I'm God too. My mum was magic. I'm making the chat spiral well bad. All I said was, you think flat earthers are silly, and I think you're silly. You're worried what flat earthers teach their kids. I'm worried what you teach your kids. And now they're pretending I'm a flat earther.
You are.
We all are.
Do you want to spiral with them, Tim? So I accuse them of being Scientologists.
So I just want to say we all live on a flat earth. We're all flat earthers. Just some of us believe what we see. Others
Wow.
believe what we're told.
Matt. So with that logic, we're all Satanists because Satan's real, and secretly we go along with his plans.
Yeah, and we are all Muslims because that's what the Quran says.
Yeah, we're all submitting to God, so we're Muslims. We're all autistic and psychopaths.
Yeah.
So basically, everyone
nothing
is.
means anything.
I know what you mean, Matt. You mean even if you are a glober, you live on the flat Earth. That's your opinion.
Yes. But that's because I believe my observations, not what I'm told.
What are the observations?
Well, that we can consistently see too far, that hot air balloons disprove the Coriolis effect, that the stars are up there 365 days a year. And if we were truly orbiting the sun every couple months, we would see completely different stars. They'd be in a completely different. I mean, there's just so much observations.
Which one do you want to? Which one we going to pick first?
Yeah, the stars one's pretty good because you do, right? You go through all of the different star signs in the, like Scorpio, Taurus, Gemini, all, tick, tick, tick through them, and you see them over the course of 12 months, half at a time, generally.
Yes,
so exactly
Zodiac.
what you expect to see is, you said, yeah, you should see this with a ball, and it's like, yeah, that's exactly what we've got up here, bro.
Well, my point is, like, if you take Aquarius is an equatorial constellation, so it means it's on the equator. Now, if we're showing the pictures of the solar system, the equator faces the sun. That's why, in the winter we get a 24-hour sun in the south, and in the summer we supposedly get a 24-hour sun. And so the equator faces that, but we can see Aquarius 10 months.
Which one's the supposedly 24-hour sun?
Well, in the winter, it's supposedly in the south, and in the summer, I do believe that we get a 24-hour sun in the north.
Why is it not supposedly in both?
I like supposedly.
Well, because if you look at the flat Earth map, the interior is the only place you would possibly be able to get a 24-hour sun, because the southern.
So we said, because we started this with
it.
you saying, I believe in my observations, and I said, what are they? But I don't think you're basing this on observations.
Okay, so wait, let's get back to what I was saying. Aquarius is an equatorial constellation, and it's on the equator, and you can see it 10 months out of the year. Now, if you have a light source and your nighttime is facing away from that light source, and you can see Aquarius, 6 months later, the star, you would be on the other side of that light source. Daytime would be where nighttime was, and so you'd be facing the opposite direction at night. You wouldn't be able to see Aquarius. It would be on the other side of the sun.
You can't use the sky to prove the shape of the ground.
No, I'm using the sky to prove that we don't orbit the sun. I'm not saying the shape of the ground. I'm saying that it disproves the heliocentric model, because
that's why you have a sidereal day, not just a 24 straight exact hour day.
Talking about observation of the constellations, though. If you're looking at Aquarius in May, then in 6 months later, you in November or whatever 6 months would be, you'd be facing the opposite direction. You wouldn't be facing it at night.
That's why at where I live, that's why I see Orion's Belt in the winter, and I see the Big Dipper in the summer, but I don't see Orion's Belt in the summer, and I don't see the Big Dipper in the winter. That's specifically why. We're on the other side of the sun, looking in the other direction, so we don't see those stars in the summer that we see in the winter, and vice versa.
Yeah, he's nailed it.
I see that at nighttime from 6 months to 6 months. I look in the sky all the time. I see the differences from winter to summer. So it does
done a really good job. He's done a really good job of, like, usually flat earther predictions are really bad predictions, but this is a really good prediction. You should see a totally different sky every 6 months.
And we do.
And yeah, it's a really good prediction, but it's true. Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do. I just told you I do. I do it every winter and every summer. I look for when Orion's Belt starts to appear every year, and then I look for when the Big Dipper begins to appear every year. When one goes away, the other begins to show up. They rotate every 6 months.
I just told you that you can see Aquarius for 10 months out of the year. You can see Aquarius for 10 months out of the year.
Sure.
That
Some
is
Because
stars
true.
you can
it's
see.
more
singular,
northern
synchronous.
or southern. It's not right on the equator, which changes
Yeah.
how often we can see it.
That's not the way to test it. What you want to test is, are you looking 180 degrees in the opposite direction 6 months apart? And you are. The
So-
stars only fit together in one way, and that is as a sphere, the inside with us at the center of that sphere. And you'll find that there are stars and star signs that are diametrically opposed to other ones that you can see 6 months apart. You're bang on. Your prediction is awesome for what a globe expects. If you're on a sphere looking out at another sphere, you're nailing it. It's just you're not realizing that this proves we're on a ball.
So another way to look
Proof.
at it, okay? Another way to look at it is if you take a time-lapse photo of the North Star, you get a perfect circle, circle every single time. Okay, so for every
Bingo.
1,000, and we're told that's because we spin. So either motion, either the stars are spinning or we're spinning. But the problem with that is for every 1,000 miles that we spin, we're going 66,600 miles around the sun. That motion is not observable. That motion
It
is
is.
not photographable. Therefore, that motion
Yes, it is.
probably does not exist. No, you get a perfect circle. You get a perfect circle. You don't get a streaking
it look like?
sky. It should
What
look
should
like
it
a
look like?
streaking sky. It should look like a streaking sky. It shouldn't.
It
You
shouldn't.
should get the
So let me explain what it
circle,
should look like.
But
Can I explain what it
to
would look like?
well, in addition to that, hold on. Well, just in addition to that spin, you should get the motion of us orbiting the sun if we truly do orbit
He's
the
not
sun. Now, go
understanding
ahead.
that the
Finish it.
stars go around the galaxy together. They don't
Yeah,
change
so-
that much.
That they stay locked in with one another, but also what you're comparing across a year to across a night is like, so one day is 24 hours, 1 year is very close to 360. So it's nearly a degree per day is you're going around the orbit, right? And so what you're saying is when I look at Polaris, it's a perfect circle. I expect to see it wiggling in a direction from the 66. It's only going to do a degree in a full day. And you're only ever going to see it for like the 9 hours at night, right?
But we don't see that degree.
Sun comes up.
You don't see that degree when you're.
What would that
when you're
degree look
go-
like? How have you attempted to detect it? What is the observation you've done? It sounds like you're just making stuff up and going, oh, it should be there. It should be a tiny thing. How have you looked for it?
You
haven't, have
seen
you?
many photographs of the stars. I know that the star. I know that I can see the Big Dipper 365 days a year. I know that, and I
So
know
you
that if
realize
we
that
are
it's one
truly
extra
orbiting-
degree.
Unless
So it's going to
we are at
do.
the center of the universe, the stars don't make sense. The stars would. My
Because you're not making
observations
sense
of the
of it.
star would lead me to believe that we are at the center of the universe. The stars.
So this
orbit
degree, let
around
me point out how
I don't
undetectable
believe
this
that you see
degree
the
would
Big
be.
Dipper 12 months out of the year. I don't believe you.
Yeah, it's very close to the equator, isn't it? The Big Dipper.
What's the declination? Yeah.
No, the Big Dipper's near the North Star.
Oh, it's near the North Star. Yeah, you should see it all year.
Yeah.
It's just you're doing bad guessing. Of
I
what you
can't.
should see from.
I can't see the
from-
Big Dipper in the wintertime.
I mean, I could always see it from
I thought its
Oklahoma.
tail
You could
goes
all
all
year.
the way up to the.
Yeah,
I
all
thought the
year you can
tail
see
went-
it.
I live in Tennessee, and in the wintertime, it is not in the sky where I can see it. I promise you.
All
I
year.
look every year. I look. It is not. I watch
I mean,
it.
I
It
lived in
gets, it
Oklahoma
gets
for like
all. It gets as high as it
40-something
gets
years.
at its highest point. But then it literally every night, little at a time, drops until it no longer comes up from over the horizon. But Orion's belt does.
Are you a global now?
I am. I've globed.
No, this guy.
Oh right, yeah. It's because it's so difficult to detect because this is a 1 degree rotation. You should see over a single day, which you'll get half of, so half a degree, and it will be nearly coaxial with the existing circular rotation because you're going eastward, you're spinning eastward, but also orbiting eastward, roughly with a 23-degree tilt. So in that tiny star of the arc that Polaris does over the night, you're saying in that I don't detect a far, far smaller thing that would just extend the line a little bit.
So, Matty, What do you reckon about the shape of the Earth? Do you think if it's flat, what other shape do you think? You know, how does it? Is it like a disc or is it square? What do you reckon?
Well, I believe that Antarctica is a ring around us and that there's a dome over us. The Bible describes us as a square, but we are not allowed to go and explore. We are not allowed to freely explore. So the exact, what the dome shape is and all that, I don't know.
Okay.
I just
So do you think GPS works? Do you trust the GPS in your car? Does it that it gets you places? That the distances that it says that you have to go, it actually gets there?
I do, but I don't believe it's global. I don't believe it's satellites that are doing it. I believe it's triangulation.
I'm not worried about.
from the-
I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about where you think it comes from. But you think that it does work, right? And it tells us the distances. So,
Yeah, but I believe it's
if I said to
triangulation.
you, yeah. So and basically, the GPS has longitude and latitude coordinates, right? So you're okay with that, right? Okay. So tell me something about if I tell you that along the equator, between two longitudes, is much bigger, is much further than between the same longitudes, say 30 degrees north or 30 degrees south of the equator. They're much shorter distances between the same longitudes along any particular that particular latitude. So can you visualize a flat Earth where that works for you? Where the equator is actually longer between the longitudes than say 30 degrees north or south. Can you visualize that? Do you think you could sketch a flat Earth that could look like that?
Okay, so
because that's the reality, and you said you trusted GPS, and that's the reality for GPS, right? So if I get my GPS, I'll get my longitude and latitude, and I'll travel a lot longer distance along the equator than I would if I was traveling at 30 degrees. Both sides. That's 30 degrees north and south. So can you do? Do you think you could sketch your version of flat Earth that would match that particular observation?
Well, we'd have to get together with a map and everything. So no, just here I can't. But let me.
Of course you can't.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
You're not that silly.
Let me say. You just. Yeah. Let me respond. So I believe that we are living in an enclosed system because of observations I can make. Every observation that I can make myself leads me to believe that we are on a flat enclosed plane living under a dome, like is described in the Bible.
But you can see that that's wrong.
These are observations that I can make that in every single one of them does. So when you say, can you do this? I don't have to do that.
Yes, you do.
You're doing stuff that they could easily lie about that's unverifiable for me. I live in Wisconsin. It would be so expensive and hard for me to verify these distances, and but I can look at the stars every night.
You said you agree with
look
GPS,
long distance. I believe in triangulation. I believe cell phone towers are triangulating your position.
I don't care how that. I don't care how you think they arrive.
The satellites don't work when you go into the wilderness.
I don't care how you think they arrive. I just want you. You just tell me. You said that you think the GPS system works. In other words, we can trust it from here to here, this distance to that distance. We can trust it.
Earth is Life is showing the issue in the chat. He's showing what you're talking about, Professor Phil, which is those two lines are equal when we measure them Mathayahu. That's what Professor Phil is telling you.
Can I just say, guys, I want to say that I was wrong. I looked it up on Stellarium, and I live in the Smokies. I'm literally backed right up to a big-ass mountain, and apparently Ursa Major, the part of it is blocked, I guess, for me on Stellarium here. It's showing that in the summer that it's or in the winter it's partially from my house. I can't see it. So Yes, you can see it in the summer. I just wanted to admit I was wrong about that. You guys are right. I just looked
No,
it up.
I knew you was looking.
But it's just I guess it's partially blocked for me is the reason it was confusing me. But I do also, and I looked it up and it said that the other one, Orion's Belt, that no, I can't see it in the winter. So, but I wanted to say that.
So, Matt,
Or I can see it in the winter.
perhaps your idea of what it says in the Bible is wrong, eh? Perhaps your interpretation of what's in the Bible and your interpretation of what you think you see is wrong too. Because
actually, my
facts,
observations brought me to the Bible.
No, but I've just proved to you that the actual facts on the ground don't support what you just said.
Yeah, but this isn't something that I can just easily verify
surely
myself. It's not something I can observe myself. It's something I could be lied to about. You know, it's.
But listen, the people who run shipping companies and airlines, they all have to rely on the same GPS system that you do, that we do, that I do. We all rely on the same GPS system.
And it's ground-based.
And yet, it's further along the equator between the same longitudes than 30 degrees south or 30 degrees north. That just can't work on your flat Earth. It just can't, as much as you'd love it to. You know, I feel for you because I know how badly how you want to try and trust what it says in the Bible because what you think it says in the Bible.
No, I trust what it says in the
there's-
Bible because my observations brought me to flat Earth. I became
No,
a
but
flat
they
Earther sitting
obviously
in my
don't.
driveway looking at the moon. And I was looking at the moon going, why is it pointing that way? Why, the sun should be over here, not over here. Every day I carpooled for sun in the summer, and man, every day the moon was not doing what NASA told me it was doing. I was a huge NASA idolater. I was a huge Star Trek fan. The last thing I wanted to do was discover the Earth was flat. But
He's
when I
on
went
the
to go
script, man.
research the moon, every avenue of research that I've
Yeah, I hear you,
pointed
Left
to
Lane.
the flat Earth, and every observation I can make points to the flat Earth. So
Is
you
it not
saying,
in-
well, GPS says this, and this in Australia, that means
Not just
absolutely
Australia, everywhere in the world.
I got my
So when
bingo
I gotta
card
go, my
out and I'm
wife's
ticking a few boxes here.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
I was a big
I
NASA
gotta
fan.
go.
It's a big giveaway.
Okay, I'll let you think about it,
And
Matty.
GPS,
All right?
the GPS one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a
Think
NASA
about it.
fan, and I love Star Wars and Star Trek.
Strolling down the road.
I think you actually. Oh, he's gone. Anyway.
I would take all of you on at once.
Oh, would you?
What, in like a circle jerk kind of thing, or bukkake, or what?
No, in a fake Discord debate.
All right.
What strong opinions have you got, Phil? Anything?
We landed on the moon
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
a
take
couple
you
of
all on.
times. I think we landed a couple of times, didn't we?
Wait, who's we?
The human race. Are you part of the human race?
Oh, you mean someone told you they did it, and then you just believed them, and then you said we.
No,
Gotcha.
I seen it. I seen
yeah,
it
we-
happen.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
they
saw it
showed
on
it, dude.
TV. Oh,
Just because you see Godzilla on TV don't mean it's real.
Who thinks humans didn't get to the moon? I'll have a chat about that.
Boom! Now you're back. Is that your
Oh,
strong
you
opinion?
won't get anywhere with Mr. Wrong.
Is that your strong opinion, Phil? That America definitely went to the moon when you watched it and all that?
Well, yeah, I did watch it, but
I mean,
that's beside the point.
You
Australia, in our little town called Parkes was where we have an observatory that actually made the communications connections. It's because of us that was made possible.
Yeah, wait, Dawn, you got to believe him, right?
Hang on, I'm going to
Because,
destroy
the
Phil.
same actor
Rick, let me destroy
played in
Phil.
that.
just for a few
The
minutes.
the same actor that played in the movie The Dish, which was like sort of a bit of a comedy about. He also was in Jurassic Park.
So Phil,
So dinosaurs and the
I'm
dish.
afraid I just don't believe your first anecdote.
Oh, poor thing.
Is
Doesn't
that the
matter
end
what
of-
you believe.
Is that the end of the discussion there?
Well, are you trying to pretend to not be a flatty?
Are you a Scientologist? Do you want to talk about that?
What if I was? What if I was?
Well, shall we pretend?
No, you're the one who's pretending to be a.
That would be
not to
silly,
be a
wouldn't it?
flatty.
If we pretend we have different positions to what we have, that would be silly.
Oh, okay. All right. So you think the Earth is a globe?
Of course, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go.
So
You've been
this is you
trolling all
giving up.
night, haven't
Wait,
you?
wait. This is you giving up on the moon landing debate.
No, I'm not giving up on the moon landing. Why
you
should
said,
I give up
I'd
on
like
that?
to have a chat with them, and then you were like,
Well, do you think they landed on the moon?
not America when they told you they did.
Why not?
Because I think they faked
Tell
it
me what
instead.
was what technology didn't they have that you think they didn't have?
I'll have to think that through.
You think the Saturn V couldn't get it? Couldn't do what it did?
I think the lander is the main issue with the tech.
What was the land? What's wrong with the lander?
It's
what about that tech was
it
wrong?
looks like it's not real.
It looks.
Yeah.
You're going on it looks, and you want me to take you seriously?
Yeah, you don't have to take me seriously, but that'll be you giving up on the debate again.
I don't think so. It's you just lost it right there with the it looks.
I'm allowed to say that though in a
You
debate.
you need to come up with something better than that if you want to have an actual discussion about this. Come on, you can do better.
I'm
than
afraid
that.
I just don't believe you so
You
far.
actually
You
you actually not believe the moon landing because you think it looks like something that you don't like.
No, that was an answer to one of your leading questions.
Yeah, it looks like a Stanley Kubrick production for sure.
He hasn't convinced me yet, people. So how am I losing? He's not convinced me we landed, or that he has good reasoning. So how am I losing?
Well, you need to tell me what technology you think they wouldn't have had or didn't have in order to achieve that.
No, you need to.
What do you think? What do you think was missing?
Why they
You
definitely
obviously think that they couldn't have landed. You got to tell me why you think they couldn't have landed.
You're not getting it. You're trying to straw man me. My argument is
no,
they faked it.
That is your
my
argument.
argument isn't they couldn't. My argument is they faked it.
So you think they could have done it, right?
Yeah, I'd say they might have done it in secret, but the moon landing that you watched was fake.
Your reasoning for that is it looks like something.
Well, how about shadows?
Nothing wrong with the shadows. That's been
Kubrick.
that nonsense has been that nonsense has been debunked over and over again. So try something else.
Stanley Kubrick film techniques.
What's that got to do with it?
It shows how the backdrop was filmed on.
Come on, you got to do better than that. You know,
you're not listening.
For goodness sake, you know,
you're letting Rick distract you.
I'd give an F to a student who had this level of argument. Come on, you can do better than that.
You just ignored what I said.
So
it's because he thinks he's right.
Do you want me to say it again, or?
Of course, I'm right.
Yeah, there's the problem.
I think I'm right. Obviously.
You think that's a problem? Thinking I'm right is a problem?
No.
Well, oh yeah.
Your reasoning isn't great.
Oh yeah. Well, go on. So we've agreed that they could have got there, that they had the technology to do it, right?
Possibly.
Forget the possibly. You tell me if you think there's a doubt. You tell me what that doubt is.
They might not have been able to land properly.
How come? With what
This
by
is
what
your
evidence are you
straw man
basing
again,
that?
because I already told you they might have gone in secret. So you pretending how they couldn't have
They
gone
might have gone in
isn't going to
secret.
convince me they went when you said they went.
So they might have gone in secret. The 6 times that is, yeah, that they went.
I don't know how many times because it's a secret.
They went 6 times.
So that's what you think, but I disagree.
So how many times do you think they went?
I just said I don't know.
You don't know, so you don't know. You that's your position is that you don't know, but you know it didn't happen the way I said, even though you don't know.
Exactly.
You don't know. You don't know encompasses the fact that mine could be true, right? Because you don't know.
Yeah, but what I don't know is a different thing to the thing that I do know.
What do you? What is it that you need to tell me? What do you know then?
I know they didn't land when they told you they landed.
No, you didn't. You just said you don't know. You said you don't know.
You asked me about the secret ones.
How do you know that the one that I watched wasn't the secret one?
Because it was on TV and you know about it.
Well, maybe they stuffed up and put the secret one on TV.
Maybe. I'll give you it.
Where do you think they may have launched the secret missions from? Because it sure as hell was not Cape Canaveral.
There's a secret location, Blue.
All I have to do is
I wonder where that is, though.
All I have to do is keep giving you weird answers. But you won't have convinced me of your position.
Well, at least I got you to admit that they could have got there, right? That is a big plus for a flat earther. That's a big plus.
Well, at least I got
Welcome,
you to
Don.
admit.
Welcome to the crew.
At least I got you to admit you couldn't convince me, and that's shit for a Scientologist.
Of course, I can't convince a flat earther for anything. Gosh, that's not a
Of course,
surprise.
I can't convince a Scientologist of anything. Of course.
Okay.
Now, see, this is the thing, right? Why should you have to convince someone of the truth?
First of all, you got to. What's your version of the truth?
That's a good question.
I like it. Because Phil says if you teach your kids lies, that makes the world worse. I think that's his position.
Absolutely, it does.
But that's not the question. It's why should you have to convince someone of the truth? It's the truth.
Well, that's subjective. If you what's the truth to you?
The truth is not subjective.
Yeah. Well, what is it to you? You think it's not subjective. That's okay. So what is it?
The truth is not subjective.
In terms of landing on the moon or the Earth is flat, what's the truth?
What do you mean, landing on the moon or the Earth is flat? What's the truth? Is that a question?
I don't know. No, I don't know which one you're talking about. You frame the one that you want to discuss. Do you want to say? Are you saying they didn't land on the moon?
Look, why are you trying to convince me of something?
Well, we're having an argument about a discussion. Yeah. That's all. I don't have
you
to
know,
convince
you
you.
proved me wrong, by the way.
I don't have to convince you.
Yeah, so far you haven't
I have
proven
other
me
people
wrong.
that I do have to convince other people, but I don't have to convince you.
No, but you shouldn't have to, right? Because it's the truth.
No, because that's
the truth.
That's your version.
Yeah,
Maybe that could be your
should
version
just
of it.
stand on its own.
It sure should. It should. It surely should. Now, your interpretation is subjective, though, right?
But it shouldn't require a bunch of idiot people. It shouldn't require a bunch of idiot people to talk about the truth because people are idiots. So the truth is the truth, no matter what you think in your head.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So what's there to debate?
What your interpretation of what is the truth?
No, that
exactly.
It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant because the truth is still the truth.
Well, that's not. Well, I mean, it is, but your interpretation is what you debate.
The Earth is flat.
No, there's nothing to debate because that means that I'm just crazy. So if I'm going against the truth, I'm just crazy and it doesn't
That could be
matter. So,
true.
so why try to convince someone who's crazy? You're wasting your time.
Oh
No, we're
because
just here to
crazy
talk
people
about
can
it, man.
teach their kids.
Talk about it with crazy people. You see?
Because
I think Phil
crazy
thinks
people
he's
can teach
righteous.
other
That's the
people.
point. It's not
So who's
righteousness,
crazy?
it's an ego
Who's
thing.
crazy?
All of us. The whole conversation is crazy because there's some observations that very clearly spell out what reality is, and then there are people that disagree with that. So the people that are talking with them are also crazy. Everybody's crazy.
You know, I would never associate with people who otherwise.
I mean, you
What are you doing? What are you doing here?
You're
See,
watching
I would
in this
never,
room, there are people who have opposing
I would
views
never,
on the
yeah,
world.
but I would never try to convince someone against their worldview.
Why not?
Because I don't care. That's just one less idiot
maybe
I have
you
to deal
don't.
with.
Why are you here then? Why are you here then?
Yeah,
Wait, now
well,
when
you're
you
here.
say that, right? Why am I here? Technically, I'm sitting here rolling joints and smoking and talking to you. Now, in your head, you imagine here is a little room that you devised in Discord, and I'm encroaching on it.
No, you're not encroaching. You're
Well-
joining in. What you're doing is you're in a room where there are people who have opposing worldviews, and the discussion is being had. You can't disagree with the fact that discussion is happening, whether you're here.
I think you're not listening to the conversation at all.
Okay, why is it a problem?
I think you're not making any
trying
sense.
to convince. Yeah, why is it a problem that we're having the conversation, trying to convince people that their worldview is incorrect?
Well, that's the thing, right? Why are you trying to convince someone if it's your truth, if it's the truth of the truth? If it's the truth, you don't need to. It's the truth.
Okay, so why are there people who have? Obviously, there are people who are in opposition on their worldview here. So some people obviously have the truth, and some people do not. But they're having the discussion anyway.
And that's the thing, right? So the people who aren't listening to the people who claim to know the truth would be considered crazy. So the people who know the truth and are trying to convince the crazy people of the truth are in turn crazy.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Yeah, so what are you doing here?
I'm crazy. What do you think I'm doing?
Yeah, and I'm listening to the
We are
crazy.
talking about the truth.
Right. So this is a hobby. We just talk to people who have this idea that they can't shake from their epistemology.
Yeah, but
It's just a hobby. Absolutely nothing else is happening.
Babe's hitting on Phil's righteousness.
What did you do with
ego.
Doofus? What happened to Doofus? It's a different Doofus.
Phil's a bit different. He really thinks it's a righteous mission to change flat earthers. I notice it. Babe notices it.
And for a lot of people, maybe myself included, getting the correct information out there, you're impelled to do so. But it's just it's the room. It's crazy. That's what it is.
That sounds like some kind of religious guy who wants to touch little children.
Hopefully, Phil can change and find his own freedom.
It's not religion. It's just you're just being compelled to tell the world what you
No, it is religion. That's religion.
You have.
That's religion.
No, your observations are not a religion. That's not how that works. That's not how words are
the
trying to convince others
because he's religious.
Convincing someone of something is also not a religion. Again, definitions of words are important here.
Because that's what Christians do all the time. They're trying to convince us of all kinds of shit.
Okay, Christians.
But when you go read the Bible, right?
Christians try to tell them. Christians try to tell other people what's true. That is true. That doesn't mean that the people who are telling other people what their observations are also religious, or their actions are religious, because that's not what that means.
Because if you see something, right, just keep it to yourself. No one cares what the guy next to you thinks.
I was just speaking, but I was muted. What I wanted to say is we're speaking sort of to Phil's ego and righteousness of his mission. He's very annoyed and wants to change flat earthers' families. And I've noticed it, and Bebe's noticed it, and some of the other Globers are a lot more playful, whereas Phil expresses this desire to change flat earthers into what he wants, and that is religious.
Okay, dangerous.
No, nonsense. I just don't want the flat earthers to pass on their misinformation to children.
Exactly.
That's dangerous. You're dangerous. Sir.
Yeah, you're a weirdo.
Yeah, what it does is it makes it so that the children have less of a likelihood of succeeding in the world. That's the main issue.
Succeeding in the world. Hold on. What is a marker for success in this world?
Being able to use your knowledge to accomplish useful work is one such marker.
Useful
To be an
work,
informed
such as
human being. To be an informed
Well, in
human
my
being.
case, setting up long-range microwave transceiver link.
and that
So
that's
you can target
somehow productive
civilians?
in the world.
Yeah, it's very it targets.
It does
civilians.
something that it does something that other people can use to do something.
Like what?
To communicate more effectively.
Oh, so people can complain more.
Oh, build the computer you're using to talk on right now?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the case because the links that I'm setting up are not internet links. They are specifically for whatever traffic the company needs internally. So it's not for people complaining more. It's for a specific.
Do you know what the majority of communications are in regards to? It's a complaint.
Okay, and the links that I'm setting up are not for that. They're for other things. It's like if the open internet was satisfactory for what they needed to do with these links, then they wouldn't have these links in the first place.
Totally different, Doofus. You're not trying to convert other people's kids.
Right? I was asked what I would deem as useful work, and I'm trying to explain what my experience with it is.
Yeah, but it's not really useful, right? What for companies? I mean, companies are a joke anyways.
Companies are a joke.
Okay, whatever your opinion of companies are. Yeah, whatever your opinion of companies are doesn't change the fact that they're using this thing that I set up for them to do something that requires faster communication than using the open wide internet. They're doing something with that thing that I set up for them. That's something that is useful to them.
Because if companies are a joke, then what you're doing isn't useful.
What I'm creating for them is something that is useful to them. If you don't think that the company is useful, that's a separate issue. What I'm creating is something that is useful to them.
Yeah, but as a whole, it's just not useful.
Oh God. Jeez.
Please don't bring God into it. I've noticed people do that. They either bring God or
What
Jesus
about the
into
company
it.
that made the computer that you used to come on here and whine on every day? That company seems pretty useful. You're using their product. You use headphones. Everything in your life just about came from a factory that employed people that gave them money to survive and live in this world we live in. What part of modern world are you not using? Because it looks like to me you're using all of the modern world or a whole lot of it.
What's that got to do with anything?
Because he's acting like the all of modern world doesn't exist, or that it is not useful, or that it don't matter for anything, or that he has nothing to do with it. Because he is doing nothing but being hypocritical, and apparently you're taking up for it. So you're being hypocritical too.
Let's take a look at the modern world and what it's done. I mean, look at all the fucking sissies we got going through Starbucks and McDonald's and watching Netflix every day. Jesus. I mean, come on.
It doesn't change the fact that you're currently using something produced by that to talk to.
Produced by, I know, that's not produced by those people.
It's okay, so the engineers literally do go get Starbucks. That's what happens.
Yeah, you think the banking sector every time you open up your laptop too, okay? We're all engaging in shit like this. What are you talking about? You ain't no saint.
Imagine a world full of just flat
it's
earthers.
weird to say it's not useful if you're using
fake.
It's not
Imagine
useful.
a world of flat earthers who think space is fake. Where would we get all the? How would the GPS work? How would the satellites work?
What's stupid?
How would this?
No, they would just call each other fucking raid agents and have a civil war and just kill each other.
Right, and we'll wait for Torah for
Yah
Yah to come in and ask us to define what a satellite is, because that will move the conversation forward for fun.
Satellites are on balloons.
It's much simpler. Just anything that
Oh,
cannot
no.
work with flat Earth, just deny its existence and move on.
Oh, Ardian, what's up, man?
What else?
The funniest thing is listening to someone.
Long time no
Oh,
talk,
this
man.
nigga is here.
Yo, Destiny is here.
Yo, that's crazy. That's
What do we got?
wild, bro.
Which guy are you talking about? Is the
Not gonna
N-word?
take over the VT.
Which guy?
This nigga. What
Which
do you
one?
mean?
Ardian?
Yeah, this piece of shit. The fuck? Where did he come from? You go back
I'm
to your
jealous.
little troll hole.
I'm jealous you
I
didn't
got it.
me that, man. Oh, goddamn. I wanted to be the big nigga.
That's me.
No,
sorry.
It's no big niggas here.
Yo, can you even say it here?
One. There's definitely one.
Oh, I am.
Who is that?
There's definitely one that is obese.
I don't know.
Over the whole room.
Kind of all over the place.
Let's talk about Israel and Palestine, okay, guys? Ardian, I know you love this
And
topic.
we talked about that all day yesterday. When we talk about something in particular, satellites. How about satellite?
To be fair, though, you guys talk about flat Earth like way more often than.
Well, that's
Palestine.
actually reality. Palestine and that other bullshit, that's just TV junk. Let's talk about as the world turns. Hey, did you see that one where that guy died and then his twin brother came back and fucked his mom? I love that one.
What is TV though? Isn't it
You
just a
lost
screen?
midway through. I don't know. You just changed from talking about the Earth to a porno, I think, or some shit. I don't know.
Well, someone want to talk about the television stuff.
Isn't TV just a screen though?
Yes, I'm
Technically,
saying
everything we watch is
someone
TV.
said Palestine and Israel, which is on TV, like that's real or something. What kind of clowns are these?
Oh, so if you watch it on your phone, is it not TV?
It's
not
all
real,
fake, man. Dude,
Well,
I saw Sandra Bullock. I saw Sandra Bullock fall from space and land in a lake. Am I supposed to believe that's real, or is that
that's a
fake?
movie.
That's
a
how am I
movie.
supposed to know that?
Because
See, I just take it all. I just take it all as fake.
You don't know
It's
the
fake.
The more they speak, the more it makes sense. Like they can't tell.
You really can't
a
prove
movie
anything is
from
real.
reality.
Right?
The
You
more
can't
they
tell a movie
speak,
from reality?
the more it makes sense.
Wow.
Okay,
Remember when I
so
made the meme a second ago that
prove to
whenever
me,
something
so
doesn't
prove to
suit
me.
they just turn around and call it like non-existent. Like,
So can you prove to me the last thing you saw on TV that's real? I'll wait.
see what I mean?
See what I mean?
Prove to you the last thing on TV was real. Depends on what you watch.
I'll wait. I'll just wait. I mean,
let's see.
let's not do
When
the
I
depends on
filmed,
what.
hey,
I'll just
here we
wait.
go. Here we go. When I filmed my kids at school, that was real, and I watched it on my phone. So that was real.
Oh, so you did it yourself?
Yeah.
The last thing I saw on TV
okay.
was a news thingy about Trump. So are you telling me Trump's not real?
I watched the car. I watched the car crash on TV. That was close to my house. Then I drove
I saw my
there.
wife on TV the other day. I saw my wife on TV the other day. That was real.
That was real.
Who was she fucking?
So that was easy. You got anything else?
She was on the news. She was on the news. It's a news channel.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Those are things that we've seen that were real on TV.
No, I
Got
think
anything
he
else?
convinced me. Trump doesn't exist. He made a good point.
Actually, I didn't make a point. I asked you to prove that he was real. Keep up.
Yeah, we just did.
No, I can't do that. I
What
cannot
you
prove him
actually
being real.
asked for was tell me the last thing you saw on TV and prove to me it was real. And a bunch of people just named a couple things. And me, including one of them, was my actual wife on TV. I saw her on TV.
Yeah, I don't believe this guy. I believe the other guy who said prove that it's
I've been
real.
to baseball games and people have called me up saying, "Hey, I see you."
Okay,
That's
so
another thing on
obviously,
TV.
if you can verify something, then it's real. Okay, so do you get the point? If you can verify something for yourself, then it's real. Can you
I don't do
verify
that.
that Trump is real?
No, I have never verified though that Trump exists. I've never seen him.
I think this guy made a good point. He's not real.
I think many people have though.
Yeah, but like I don't know if people are real.
He
How do I know
real.
that?
He asks
That's like, but
anyone
that's like
if they
saying,
can verify it.
yeah, but that's
How
like
do I know
saying
that
the
you
Eiffel
guys are
Tower
real?
isn't
You
real.
guys are just on your phone screen. I
I've
don't
never
know.
seen the Eiffel
Let
Tower with
me
my own eyes.
let me just say something. Israel.
It's not real.
Let me get this straight. Are
Israel,
you telling
not
me
real.
every single time a flat earther brings up another video talking about how a long distance observation can't possibly be real, it's all fake because that actual flat earther never did it?
No, that I know that's a good point.
I mean, who cares
No,
what
they
other people
no,
do?
they just blindly believe what they saw on TV on their phone.
No, I mean, why would you believe anything?
But you're smart. You're smarter, right? You just watch a bunch of flat Earth YouTube videos.
I just like to try to understand that. Like, if you're saying that unless you actually do it, anytime a flat earther brings up another video about someone else's long distance observation, we can just hand wave dismiss it. I just want to make sure that's what you're telling me.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I don't really care.
No,
I don't want to hear you guys say. I don't want to
Yeah,
hear you
why
guys
was
say.
your wife on television? I'm curious.
Oh man, come on, don't change the subject.
No, I think the point is it's verifiable. I mean, even if you see someone else do it. But the thing with Trump is, I mean, I don't know the whole story, but I've heard some good points. Like, no one knows anyone who's actually seen the guy in real
Many
life.
people have. That's not. That come on,
Yeah,
that's
I
silly.
agree with Sophia. I agree with Sophia.
And Sophia, to be fair, you said that the actual individual person has to see it. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, then I guess I was wrong. Like, I should have phrased it differently
listen.
then, if you want to be like that. If you can verify it, I mean, if you're satisfied with looking at a screen and then just believing, okay, this is real, I mean, that's up to you. That's fine. We're just talking about the mechanism.
Yeah, so
that's
what's your
like
threshold? What's your threshold of verification?
Yeah, how'd you prove your wife was on television?
He saw it.
Like I said, if you can verify it and you are satisfied with someone else's verification, that's up to you. That's fine. So no one should give a crap about anyone's threshold. I mean, I don't care what anyone does.
well,
We're
I'm
just talking
asking
about
about
how you
your-
determine that.
your-
I'm just saying
your
if it
personal
can be
threshold.
verified.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Well,
just
for me,
interested
if
in
it
your
can be,
personal
if I
threshold.
can find someone in real life who's actually met, I'll take Trump for example. If I can find someone who's actually met the guy, seen him, or something like that, I would be, I don't
Well,
care.
I've never
either.
met. Well, I've never
So
met
your
LeBron James, but we know LeBron James is real, right?
Well,
I
her
think we're asking
threshold is
for the
that as
wrong
long as
people
she
here.
meets one other person that says it's real, that's her
Guys,
threshold.
guys, I think we're asking for the wrong people here. I think the real question is Kim Jong Un. I don't know a single person.
No one
who has seen
knows.
Kim Jong Un, the North Korean president. Has anyone in here known anyone who has seen him?
No.
That's the thing. Let's use another example, right?
I
This
think
is
Kim Jong Un
something
doesn't
I've heard
exist.
them talk about in here. So the eating thing, right? Has anyone ever seen any of the royals eat something like food?
Kim Jong Un doesn't exist.
What?
He just doesn't.
What? This is silly.
Think about it. Think about it. Why is it silly? Think about it.
What are you talking about?
The queen ate a biscuit with a piece of tea, with some tea.
Humans have to eat to survive. What are you talking about?
Wait, you saw video footage of this?
I'm sure there's a video footage
This
of it.
is
Of people eating?
Of the
try
queen
to
having
find
tea?
it because no one can.
Of the queen
Check
having
this
tea?
out. Yeah, check this out. So Donald Trump, right, allegedly eats McDonald's. There's photographs with him of it, but there's actually no video footage of him actually eating the burger or the fries or drinking the drink.
So what?
Same if you look at
Cannot
like
possibly get up
something
to
like
280 pounds without eating some McDonald's. So
hang
that's
on,
just
hang on. Just before you get emotional, just think. You're not gonna be damaged if you just imagine stuff, okay? So just go with it. So something I heard in here a while ago, someone said, if you go and look on YouTube or anywhere, you're gonna find like a dozen cooking shows and interviews and stuff with chefs and all manner of people who's saying how they are making food for the royals, they live there, they're the servants, whatever, all these things. But you cannot find, I mean, send it to me if someone can, but you cannot find any footage of a royal actually eating something. Like they go to dinners and state affairs and functions and all this stuff all the time, but you don't ever see them actually eating something. So it's just think about it. It's just
I know.
interesting.
It's just kind of silly, though. I mean, think about it. I've never seen an NBA player take a shit. So they actually take shits?
But what
I've
eating is
never seen
more
a
of a
video of
public
it.
thing. I mean, you're not gonna, in general, shit in public, but you would rather walk around, eat something. Like, especially if you watch these shows, the chefs will say something like, "Oh, I usually have a special tray of biscuits because the prince likes to come in and just grab a snack quickly, and then he wants to have something that he can walk around with." I've heard them
Right.
say stuff like that, but you
So,
never ever
so
see anything.
yeah, but so humans have to eat. So I can logically deduce that these people have to eat at some point. So it's just kind of silly to think that they don't eat.
Yeah, but
I don't
what
know.
are they eating?
What
If
if
they're
they're
not eating
lizard
the stuff
people?
that they're supposed to be eating?
They have to eat. It's just silly.
Why are you guys not just entertaining my troll that Kim Jong Un doesn't exist and instead are taking this serious?
You
I don't
could be right.
understand.
You could be right. I've never seen them. I mean, but I've been to South Korea. And I've been to the border of South Korea. So
You have? Did you see Kim Jong Un?
no, I didn't see him. No.
Wait, so because you went to the border, that somehow proves something?
No, it does. No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It doesn't.
In your mind, it did.
I'm just saying it.
Because
I've
you
been
said
to
it.
the, no, I said I've been to the border. Yeah.
Yeah, like that proves something to you.
I got pictures of me there too. So.
And he did not see Kim Jong Un, guys. Do you notice?
I tried. I used my camera to zoom in, but I couldn't see him.
Did you have a Nikon 9000?
No, it was my cell phone.
I see. Maybe if you
Let's do another example, okay? So I'm in South Africa, okay? And then Americans think we have lions and stuff walking around here, and we have certain things that we think about Americans, right? Our only source of knowing what's going on there is the news, the TV, basically. We have no way of knowing, unless you know someone physically there, if what they're telling you is actually the truth. So do you understand if you think about it like that?
Oh, you're in Flatsoy's neck of the woods.
There's TikTok, there's
what?
YouTube, there's
Sorry, I'm what?
Instagram.
You are in Flatzoid's neck of the woods. You know Flatzoid? He lives in South Africa also.
Flatsoid, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Is he on Discord? Is he here?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he is. He's not in this server though.
Yeah.
Yeah, primarily YouTube though.
Okay. Maybe I've heard him before. There's not a lot of South Africans around. I know.
He's a flat earther.
Wait, so do you think that just because he's a flat earther, everyone knows about him, or all flat earthers know about him, or something, or what? I'm confused.
Well, yeah, most flat earthers know about Flatzoid.
Yeah.
Wait,
I've
I
never
thought he
heard
isn't
of
a
him.
flat
I've
earth.
never heard of him.
I
It's
thought
just
he's
if you
not a
don't, it's
flat
okay.
earther though. Didn't he like switch?
No, he is definitely a flat earther still.
See, so is this like? Do you globalists just assume that like all flat earthers listen to all flat earthers, and we all just congregate and
yes,
just
we
like?
do.
Yeah, we don't, because most of the people I don't fucking listen to at all. Most of these people are just nimwits.
Okay. But I mean,
Yeah, and we're not all the
at some
same.
point, at some point, you
I
did.
believe
listen to
BB.
flat
I think
earthers, because
BB is
that's kind of-
correct actually on that.
Yeah, I think
say
at some point, you did, because that's how you became a flat earther. Because
That's incorrect, actually. So I became
you
a
just
flat
woke
earther
up
because
one day and-
Google. Hold on, I'm telling you, because Google showed me a fake image of Earth and said it was Earth from space, and I said that's fucking fake. And when I looked it up, I realized that there are no actual photographs of Earth.
That's
well, where'd you get that idea from, though? You didn't just come up with that idea
I just
yourself.
fucking told you.
I don't believe you.
Real quick,
if you look
Sophie,
at-
I posted
listen,
a couple
hold on,
pictures
listen.
of the royal
You
family
sound
eating
like a
food.
conspiracy theorist, Earth is life. Why don't you believe people, bro?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you look at Google Earth, right? If you go into Google Earth, does that look fucking fake or does it look real to you?
And when I zoom in, it looks perfectly real. I can
When
see
you
it.
zoom out,
Yeah, it's not meant. That's not what it's
So I
meant
don't
for.
know why that other guy's talking. So when you zoom out on Google Earth, right, it looks fake. What I'm
I don't
telling
think
you
it's
is
meant to be
on my
looked at.
television, Google presented me that Google Earth and it said it was Earth from space. Now I knew that wasn't right. That's how I became a flat earther.
I remember,
like that, by
I remember
yourself?
looking at
I don't
Google
think so.
Earth at while I was renovating my house, and I one day just like out of like coincidence looked my house up on Google Earth, like a year or 2 years later, and then I saw myself sitting because I put a fucking like table on my garden and ate there during my lunch break while renovating, and I saw myself there sitting and eating. Yeah, it was a bit pixelated, but I clearly saw myself sitting there on my table.
Yeah, he said when you
Listen.
zoom out, bro. He didn't say when you zoom in.
Yeah, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's
they
meant
know-
to look real when you zoom out. That's not what it's meant for.
They know Google Earth is fake because when you zoom in and you see the shadows cast by trees based off the satellite pictures, they're all parallel. So they know it has to be
He
fake.
said it was
Oh, it has
zoomed
to be
out,
fake.
bro. What are you guys
Yeah, but
talking
nobody
about? You guys
claims.
are all talking about zoomed in.
Nobody. No, I don't think anybody
You got
claims
earwax.
it's real when it.
They
When
just
you
said
zoom
you
out.
guys aren't
Nobody
even
claims.
addressing, like, you guys are just arguing a totally different, like,
Yeah.
direction.
No,
Who
nobody
here,
claims
who
it's
here,
real
who
when you zoom out.
here on the globe Earth
Run
thinks when
away,
Google
run
Earth is
away.
zoomed out? Who here on the globe side thinks when Google Earth is zoomed out, that's a real photo of Earth?
Nobody
No one?
believes that.
Oh
Nobody.
wow!
Why
Nobody.
isn't it? Why isn't it a
Because that's
real
not what it's meant
photo?
for. That's not what it's meant
Because
for.
But
the
it says
picture,
Google Earth.
because
Because
when you zoom out, you have the
Because.
satellites that take those pictures at a certain altitude, right? The
An
picture
excuse.
that you see or the model that you see when you zoom out, the satellite would have to be fucking 20, 30 times further away from the Earth to give you such a picture. If you want
How
to see
far,
pictures
But
of the Earth,
how
but
far
aren't
do you
they
think
so wide?
satellites are, bro?
one moment. If you want to see pictures from such a distance from the Earth, there are the satellites who have taken those. But the satellites
Nope.
from Google Earth, they are not that far away to display
How
you such
far
a model.
away is a
Correct.
geostationary satellite?
Look that up.
You just decide what satellite you
Couple
guys
of
want.
million.
Hey, just go ahead and find out, bro.
It's a,
How far away is a
it's
geostationary
a
satellite?
couple of million.
Let's see.
That's the issue with you guys. You guys cherry pick what satellites are real and which one aren't.
Wait, are you saying those aren't geostationary satellites over Google Earth?
Well, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one that
Google Earth is a compilation of surface imagery and airplane imagery and satellite imagery. It's all put together.
Are any of the imagery from geostationary satellites?
I would imagine.
I don't think
Okay.
those are
Ardian, how far away is a geostationary satellite, bro?
It's a couple of million miles.
Let's find out.
Couple million miles, Ardian. That's not far enough, bro.
Earth's too big.
Yeah. What's up? So you're saying if I'm on the moon, I can't see the entirety of Earth because that's only 238,000, bro.
Yeah, you can see Earth from the moon. It's
So when we zoom out, is Google Earth a real picture or what?
Geostationary satellites are approximately 22,000 miles above the Earth's surface.
Yeah, I got that way off.
Is that far
I was
enough?
going
Or
to
is that
say,
too far away?
I mean, my point is, what does it matter if it's 20,000 or
Yeah, I
2
don't
million? What's the difference?
Is that far enough away to see the entirety of Earth?
Yeah, from the moon, Earth is about 2 degrees in your vision.
So at 22,000 miles, you think that's what you know?
Oh, I don't know. We could look at
are those the ones
Himawari and
that
see
can
what
see the
they
Earth?
show.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
there you
just
go.
wondering if the
I know,
geostationary
just,
satellites are taking pictures of
yeah,
the Earth,
well,
and when you zoom out on Google Earth, you guys are
let's see
saying
how
that's no
far.
longer a picture of the
Let,
Earth?
let's see how
The
far
Himawari
Himawari
satellite,
is.
Yes,
whenever I look at
yes,
the
that's
pictures of the
exactly what we're
Himawari,
saying. Yes, exactly, Tor. It is no longer a real, actual film picture or satellite picture
Yeah, that's
of
what's
Earth.
perfect.
It is
So,
a
Why not?
rendering. It is a
so
rendering
Himawari,
Why not?
because it's an
Because here come the
interactive.
excuses.
It's an
It's
interactive
too
map.
difficult.
So why would you zoom out and suddenly change into a real life like photo of
I
Earth?
mean, why
It doesn't
wouldn't
make
we
sense.
have a photograph
It's
of the Earth?
it's an
Why wouldn't
there
we?
is a
All
interactive
this
map.
photograph
fucking
of the Earth.
technology we got. Why
Himawari
wouldn't
is 22,000 miles from Earth. So yes, you can take a full picture of the Earth from a
I
geostationary
mean,
satellite.
didn't we say they
Oh,
have
what
a
picture
happened,
that
picture of
Ardian, to
Mars?
your claim, bro? What happened,
do you have
Ardian?
a
Would you like
picture
it?
from Himawari?
Ardian, yo,
That's
speak up,
easy.
bro. Your claim just got destroyed, bro.
Which claim is that?
He said satellite. He said they don't have something out there that can take a picture of the entirety of the Earth, bro.
Who said that?
Well,
Who
you
said
would
that?
have
Oh, my old
to
bro.
you would either have to have the satellite rotating around the Earth or a stationary satellite that waits for the Earth to rotate.
Like Himawari.
What? What?
You would need,
Yeah,
in
post
order
your
to take a
Himawari picture.
picture of the entire Earth, because there's two sides to it,
Right.
you can only see half of it at a time.
You can only see half of it at a time, dude,
Yes.
when you zoom out on it.
If the satellite is stationary, then you would have to wait for the Earth to rotate. Now,
here's the
Well,
thing.
if that's
We
not
don't
the
have
case,
a
because
single photograph of one side of the Earth at all.
Yes, we do. I'm about to post it right
No,
now.
we
You
don't.
ready?
Oh man, this is gonna be good.
here comes the
That's
hand
what
wave
it's
of
right
dismissal.
now.
Here
I
comes
know
the
it's
hand
gonna be
waving
good. Let's see this
dismissal.
junk.
Gee, why is it so dark on one side?
What? What the fuck is that?
Why is it so
What?
dark on one side?
This is a
It's
joke.
where you live.
Yeah, it's a joke.
It's where
Yeah.
I live. The sun's up where I live. What are you talking about?
You know, it's an animation of where they think it's at.
Oh, it's an animation, yet I can zoom in pretty close.
Man,
How
there's a
could you
fucking
zoom in on a real
screenshot of someone's
picture?
fucking phone.
If that was a genuine picture, why would it be interactive?
Yeah, that's a
What do you mean
screenshot.
What do you mean interact? What do you mean by interactive? You can't zoom in because I can zoom in, and it changes throughout the day.
Like, I've went on this website before. These are not raw pictures it's taken, bro.
How do you
Is
know
that-
that?
Is that
I've been
Himawari?
on the website before and looked at it.
Who told you that?
Oh my god,
My
that
own
last one.
two
What is
eyes
that?
told me that when I was
Did
reading
Paul
this website.
Did Paul on the plane tell you that? Because he's not a flat earther anymore.
I was on the Himawari website reading about the pictures and post processing that it does. And I
So
looked
why
at
are they-
raw images in the process.
All right, so
Paul,
then
Paul
someone
on the
just,
plane
someone
is
just
no longer.
posted a film picture. Someone just posted a film picture. So no post processing, just
Paul on the
developing
plane?
film.
Paul on the plane is
Can
no
you
longer a
post-
flat
can you
earther.
post, the materials and methods behind that picture, basically which satellite they use, what camera, how they processed
Not
it.
I
There
think
should
they
be
use like a
information
35.
behind the image.
Yeah, it's available. They have a 35 millimeter camera. If you go from like
Send the
from
link
Earth to
and I'll read
like
it.
Earth to the moon, yeah, Earth to the moon, Arizona State University. They have all the pictures downloaded that are film pictures from all the Apollo missions, Gemini missions. You
Okay,
can
we're
see all
switching to
film
Apollo
pictures
now.
You know what?
with the
You know
with
what?
No, we're
with
staying
the
at
camera
Himawari.
with the exact camera that they used, and you can see all the film pictures.
You know what else?
Let's finish
You know what else?
Himawari, then let's move on to Apollo.
You know what else Himawari catches when there's
I'm happy to move on to it. I just want the image, the information behind these images.
What information would you like?
Hey, B-Ball. Hey,
It's gonna
B-Ball.
tell you
If
when the picture was taken. It's going to tell you what post processing that they use. It's going to tell you what
Why do
type
you
of
need
camera it took and the
why do you
time,
know?
date,
All
location,
you
etc.
And then what?
What
Wait.
post-processing? They're taking during the fucking 60s.
Oh
There were no
yeah, they you know
computers
they
in
acknowledge
that.
they do
No, we're
post
not talking about that. We're not talking about the
Tyler.
original Blue
Little do
Marble. We're
you
not talking about
know.
that.
So let
You'll
me
be
ask
pleasantly
Taylor.
surprised to
Wait, go
read
ahead.
that
all
they
right,
do
one
that.
at a time. One at a
Hang on,
time.
guys. Yeah, everybody's
Go ahead,
talking
go
at
ahead,
once.
Leslie.
I wanted to ask Taylor a question. So we get you all the data processing information from Himawari.
So
Oh,
when
you're
you
going to
find out
talk
that
while
they
I'm
actually
talking.
do
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of post
Do you
processing,
hear me, Taylor?
then what are you gonna say?
I'm asking. We get you all that information. Then what?
Then I'll read it.
What's that going to prove though? Once you get all that
Because
information,
these could, like, honestly, you if You need to give information behind just a random image. And Apollo
So
will
what
give
about
information. He'll tell you what kind of cameras that they use,
Why
etc.
do we have to give you answer to that when you can look it up yourself, Tyler?
You can't
Why
just
do we
publish a
have to give you
random
the answer?
photo and say,
Why
"Here
do we
you
need to
go."
present you for that? If you want
These
to
are
find
your
the answer,
That's what
look
you're
for
here
them.
doing.
They're up
Because you
there.
want to
you know what
convince
else
Okay, I'm
you
gonna
can
people
do
write
with
this
that
one
these
down.
images?
Why do we need to present? Every time I ask a
Why do
question,
we
like
have the
I'm
burden
writing
of
down all of
proof?
Wilbur's excuses.
Hold on. You know what else you can do with these images though? You can actually. So there was a guy named, I forget what his name is. What the hell is his name from Australia? Wade's Underworld, right? He would go out and look at the clouds, right, above him in Australia.
Where's Wally?
And he would get no, it's not Where's Wally. It was Wade's Underworld. And he would take a picture of the clouds from his location and then match those clouds to what he saw in Himawari 8. You can do that same thing. You can do that with the ISS. You can wait for the ISS to pass over a certain location, look at the clouds. You can match those clouds up to what you see in Himawari, and they'll always match.
Earth is Life. Can you clip what that guy just said and post it on your YouTube channel? Him saying like, "Why do we need to present that to you?" You can just look it up. Can you clip that one?
Taylor, Taylor,
Thank you
I
so
looked
much.
it up for you. Taylor, I looked it up for you. I posted the links. I just like the links I posted about like the yeast. I guarantee you're probably not going to look at it, but there you are. I posted the pictures, which shows which exactly type of camera, which film was used. That's
I did look
exactly
at your
what you
yeast
wanted.
paper. That's how I know a new protein wasn't made. That's the stupidest thing ever.
You didn't look at any of the PDFs. You're just lying right now.
Yes, I did. I literally read the paper.
Yeah, she
You're
is.
saying a
She's being
point
dishonest as
mutation
fuck.
is a
That's
new
why I'm asking.
protein.
Why should we do the work for you?
A point
Why
mutation is
should we
not a new
prove to you
protein,
the
bro. Sorry to
validity
break
of
it
your
to you.
Anyway, to bring it back to the discussion, there you go. The film, the camera, when it was taken, everything you wanted.
Did you post it on Omnipresent Text Chat?
Yes, I did.
Only the text chat that's being streamed.
I'm looking for the link at the moment.
But think about the
Wait,
satellite
hold on. Who
photos.
posted it? Earth is Life?
Think about the satellite photos that were
Wait, who posted it?
experienced.
Oh, Flat Earthers are amazing. Is that it?
Amazingly,
March to the moon?
amazingly, fill in the blank.
Okay, wait. March to the moon. Is that the image link?
Yes, one was to
I
the
thought we were
Gemini
talking about
mission.
Himawari.
One was to the Gemini. One was for the Gemini missions. One was for the Apollo missions. These are photos taken from space. Photos taken from space with film cameras. Film, no post processing except for developing film.
Can we concede that Himawari has no raw pictures of the Earth first?
That's not true.
Okay, then post them and post the link to the picture.
What is that going to do for you?
Because we need to
Can
go
we
through
concede that the
one by
images are
one.
real, Taylor? Can we concede that the images are real?
What images?
Yeah, are you going to
These
critique?
images you
Oh,
just
they used
posted
the
on
wrong
Himawari?
process.
These
Can you
Himawari
evaluate
pictures,
that
I do not
process?
believe that they are raw images.
Oh,
Yeah, we
can
already
you
went through
evaluate?
the post processing.
Raw
You can't hear me.
exist.
You only believe that because you watched a video from Paul on the plane.
Oh, really? I don't know who Paul on the plane is. I read the
don't believe
Himawari website on the post processing that they do.
That's the second time B-Ball's like, I
Then
don't
you
believe
then you
that.
can
B-Ball,
then you
you also
know
use
if
the
you read that.
argument that because Paul on the plane is no longer a flat earther, that's like a strong argument. So if someone strays away from Christianity and becomes an atheist, do you no longer become a Christian?
Well, like I said,
I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of them in my life.
If you read the website, then you would know what type of camera that it's used.
You know that it's a belief
Who is
system,
Paul
right?
on the
The
plane?
globe, the flat earth, right?
What is the problem with satellite photos? I mean, we have satellite photos of hurricanes that are real, and there's nothing fake about a hurricane that's photographed, and we know its location, and we know where it's going,
Nothing
and it
fake.
makes landfall. Why is that not good enough proof but verify?
Was that
like that
taken
you
from
say that.
22,000 miles away? This picture of the hurricane?
22,000.
Because they're just going to ask irrelevant questions and hand wave it away always.
I was just asking.
Like the Tonga volcano eruption. That photo was online within very shortly after the real event occurred. And so we have an event on the ground, we have an event recorded from multiple satellites, brought to the internet simultaneously. There's an eruption, there's the photo of the eruption. What is the issue?
Not only that, also the wildfire in Australia was seen from Himawari. That's how they knew where they were.
all kinds
Okay,
of
post your
volcanic,
Himawari link, please.
all kinds of volcanic activity is
Hey,
photographed from satellites.
Hold on, I'm
hey,
trying to
Taylor,
say something.
Taylor, does God make the rockets disappear after they launch?
Geometric
Does
correction.
God
The
make the
goal is
rockets
to align the
disappear?
image accurately
Does
with
God make them
real-world
disappear?
coordinates
Does
so it can be
make them
used with
evaporate?
other
Where do the
spatial data.
rockets go, Tyler?
Hey,
Taylor, where
mods,
do the
I
rockets
heard what he
go?
said.
Where do the
You just
rockets for the
shut up.
satellites go?
Guy's emotional as fuck.
Moderation.
He was speaking
Geometric
first.
Calm down,
correction.
dude.
Align the image with real world coordinates so it can be used with other spatial data. Ortho or rectification. Images are adjusted to correct geometric distortions. And then it says ground control points, locations with known coordinates. They basically match them up. And the image can be mathematically stretched to align so that every pixel matches its true location on the ground. And then it's
And your
so on.
problem, do you have a problem with that, or is that scientifically, mathematically the right thing to do?
So they're distorting the picture to match where they think the coordinates are.
Where they think the wait a minute,
Oh
wait.
yeah, where they think
Why is
they
everybody
are. They're
talking
already
about that?
matching
Where do the rockets go,
coordinates.
Tyler?
Where you think the coordinates are? Are
Yeah,
you
they
kidding me?
distort the picture to match the coordinates.
Are they
And your
real
problem
pictures?
is?
Are they real pictures?
At what point does a picture not become a raw image?
Are they real pictures?
How are the cloud? How do the clouds match what we
Is
see
a
in reality?
Photoshop picture a real picture?
I don't care
I was
if
just
she
distort
says
my
that
body
real
to
The
that
pictures.
clouds matching could be pareidolia for all you know, dude.
Oh my god!
I don't
Seriously?
care if she says that real pictures taken from different angles have to be moved around to fit an object, because that makes sense. If you were to take multiple pictures at different angles, you would have to mess around with them in order for it to make sense. So I just want are they real pictures?
Also,
No, they're
Himawari,
altered.
Okay,
you can also
geometric correction
whenever there's
Okay, so they are altered
transforms
real.
raw
Are they
images
are
into
they
map accurate products.
are they altered real pictures?
They're altered pictures.
Are they real?
They
Then how do the
could be
clouds
real,
match?
but they would be altered. They'd be in
How
a
do the
sense they would
clouds
not be
match?
real.
How do
In
the
that
clouds match?
What she's saying is altered means fake. Is that what you mean?
No. Like when you take a picture with Snapchat, that's a real picture, and then you can edit it, but it's still working off a real picture. So I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if these pictures that are being altered, are they real?
Depends on
I'm
what you
using
consider real. That's
Snapchat, bro.
subjective.
Okay,
How old
how
are
about a
you?
simpler question? What's wrong with the
Reality.
images? What's wrong with them?
Oh, we
Because
are
they claim
reaching
that
that
they're stretching them out
philosophical
to match the
level just
coordinate
to
system
avoid
to map.
Yeah, but what's wrong with them? Are you
It's because it's
saying
showing
are you
the
saying the
Problem
Earth
is
is
they're not
flat
raw
and they just
images.
make it look like a globe? Is that what
They're
you're
not
saying?
raw images. Is what's wrong with them?
Well, you can knock yourself out. You got your work cut out for you because, like I said, real volcanic events on the ground where the coordinates of those volcanoes are photographed and brought, and these are real time events brought from satellite photos. What is your fucking problem?
How
But are they
far away
still
was
taken
that
together?
satellite? How
22,000 miles.
how far away, Shoebill, in your photo was the satellite?
22,000 miles.
22,000 miles, Shoebill?
Well, that was
So,
Himawari 8. Yeah, that's where geostationary satellites live. Yeah.
so you zoom that one in?
Yeah, you can zoom in Himawari 8. Yes.
Oh, I'm just wondering if he zoomed that photo in
It's
to get just
It's
that little section.
11,000 by 11,000 pixels.
Yeah,
You
that
can
that
zoom
is
in.
a portion of the photograph.
Oh, so it's not the raw data. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the raw data. Why do you fucking care? Is that making the data wrong?
Dude, it didn't. I didn't say I cared. I just said so that's not the raw data. That's not me saying, oh, I only
You can
care
go to the
if it is the
Himawari
raw
site.
data. That's not me
The Him-
saying that. Shoebill, you understand that's not me saying, oh, I only care if that's the raw data, right? You get that, right? Or
I
you just
guess I'm
being
not really
willfully
sure what this
ignorant?
criticism of the photographs are.
I was just
Can I
asking.
just Tor, have you ever done a panoramic photo on your phone?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Is that a real photo?
Not if you guys stitch them and morph them.
I think that's like a stacked image. Yeah.
When you take a panoramic photo,
Definitely
when you take a
doesn't. It doesn't.
when you take a panoramic photo, are you taking a picture of a real image?
It's not exactly how it looks in real life with your eyes.
Yes,
There is no camera in this world that can take a photo of what it looks like in real life, asshole. That's not how cameras work.
Dude, why are you so
Jesus,
hostile?
tap dancing. Fuck it. Are you pretending to be
His name
stupid?
is
Are you
Pastafarian,
LARPing?
and he
Are you
expects
LARPing
people
right
to
now?
take this
Dude, are you
seriously.
LARPing? Are you
Yeah.
LARPing to
Are
be
you
like mentally
LARPing,
challenged?
Mr. Pastafarian? That's your name, and you're
Jesus
acting like
fucking
I'm
Christ.
LARPing, bro.
Yeah,
Oh, so you're
Do you
really
know
a
how optical glass
Pastafarian?
works?
Are
You
you
do
really
understand
a
that optical glass does
Pastafarian?
not work like the human eyes do. There's
Are you
no
really
such
a
thing as a
Pastafarian or
photograph that
not?
replicates in real life what humans see.
Are
And
you
there's
really
never
a
gonna be that.
Pastafarian, Mr. LARPer? Are you really a Pastafarian?
All I'm trying to
Globers won't
ask,
clip him though.
He's live action
Yeah,
role
I don't want to have to
playing
start
right
needing
now.
people.
all
Calm
I'm trying
down.
to ask
Calm down, please.
is if you take a panoramic photo, which is we agree are photos stitched together to create an image, are you taking a photo of something real?
They're doing
I don't
more
know.
than
You
that.
can't determine what is real,
You don't
bro.
know.
You had
You
another
don't
guy
know.
the other day
Thank
that
you.
was like
But we
considering
are
that if
becoming
there's not
There it is,
another
everybody.
person in the
He
world, he
doesn't
can't figure
know.
out what is
He
real.
He's
doesn't know.
LARPing.
So I don't know.
He
He's
doesn't
LARPing. He's
know
acting. He's
when
pretending
he
to be
takes out
stupid.
his camera and he takes a panoramic photo. He doesn't know that he's taking a picture of something that's real. There you go.
I would say a panoramic picture is real, but they're doing more post processing than that.
Yeah, but it's still a
You
real
don't,
photo.
I never. Okay,
Mixing,
that's
you don't
fine.
have to
Panoramic photos can be
stretch.
real.
You don't have
Okay,
to
what's
I
your?
bend.
don't think
But
Photoshop
we're
photos are real. I
back
think
to the
that they're
question.
Okay,
What's
so,
your
so then
major
you do.
malfunction,
Wait,
They might be
well,
based on a real
So then,
picture,
Taylor, you do
yeah, but here's the
concede that the
question.
but they're
photos from the
edited.
satellite
Hold on,
are
hold on,
What's
real
hold
wrong
on.
with them?
photos. Are
What's
real
wrong with
photos,
them?
then, yes?
Yo, if we keep screaming at each other, this is gonna be awesome.
You
Yeah,
fucking
stay
spiraled
focused.
out so badly. You don't even think when you take a picture of something, it's a real thing anymore.
Dude,
That's
you're
not what I
spiraling.
Why?
Taylor,
Look,
Taylor,
why are you guys?
Taylor,
Hold on,
Taylor.
everybody. Why are you guys so hell bent on convincing people of this?
I'm not. This is just fun for me.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
What
I'm
are
Listen
walking.
you?
to yourselves.
I'm walking.
Listen
Bro,
to
I'm
you
yourself.
sound more
That's
religious
true.
person, bro.
This is what I'm doing right now. I'm just enjoying myself
Yeah,
and
what
having
you're
fun with this.
doing is
I mean,
like
it's kind
extremely
of like I
religious, bro.
understand for the guy.
So
Probably
I'm
it's
not
just
actually trying to convince you guys. I'm just trying to
Yes,
make
you
you realize
are.
how
He
silly
said
you
we're
guys
so
are.
No,
No,
You're
I'm not.
trying to
I
I'm
just,
not
convince us.
convincing that Torah
I
is
just,
stupid. He does that very well
I
himself.
like
hey,
it.
who has their
I
camera
love it.
on? Hey, if you have
I
your camera on, turn your camera
Curse
off,
your
please.
dog. Curse your dog,
my
please.
camera. So anyway, I'm not trying to convince you guys. I just like hearing you guys say silly things like when you take a picture of something, it's no longer a real image. I
You
just
think
think it's
Nobody
funny.
has said that.
they're real?
You Taurus said that. You said when you take a
No, I
panoramic
didn't say
photo,
that, bro.
Yes,
You
you
know
did,
what you're
Torah.
don't
doing
Yes,
right
you
now?
did.
You're doing what you accuse
Our
me
stop
of doing all
fucking
the time.
lying
You
like
always say
this.
I straw man everything, and
Stop lying
I
like
didn't
this,
say that.
bitch.
So what? All I said
you did
was
say
okay,
it's
that.
fine.
not
I'll ask you the
exactly the
question
same
again.
as what it looks like in real life, but it is an image, and that's
Nothing on a
fine.
camera
And then
looks
what
like it
I
does
and
in
then
real life,
hold on,
Torah.
Pastafarian, real
Nothing
quick.
does that. That's not how
Okay,
cameras
I
work.
got it. I got it. Thank you. So flat
Like,
earthers are
why would you
silly.
even
I was
analyze what
referring
photos
back.
look like
Hold
when you
on
even
one second,
understand the basic
Pastafarian.
fundamentals of
Hold
what
on,
photos are?
hold on
Stop
one
saying
second,
stupid
Pastafarian.
things that you don't know, understand about,
Hold
Torah.
on one
You
second.
make very stupid and
Hold
ignorant.
on, I need to
Very,
clarify
very.
something for flat earthers are silly. Okay, when I brought up what I was saying, I was referring to yesterday's argument with Melodic that he said if you don't have two people, you don't know if anything is real. So I was kind of playing on that. You ran with that for me to say pictures are fake. But what I was trying to say is like he couldn't substantiate reality, so therefore it could be fake. You remember that argument, flat earthers are silly?
I didn't hear that, but that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it was just kind of kind of a mind experiment, but it doesn't mean anything to reality.
But yeah, it doesn't mean left lane that I just said pictures are fake either, right? I was just referring back, and then this gentleman wanted to insist that I was saying pictures are fake now. That's not what I was saying at all. Flat earthers are silly. So, did you want to correct what you were saying, or what?
Yeah, I'll correct it. That's not what you said. So I just posted a picture, Tor. Are those images real? Are those real objects?
We don't know what's real.
Where'd
We
you
don't know what's
post it?
real. We don't know what
Where'd you post
reality
it
is.
at?
In the text chat.
In the omnipresence
We
text chat?
move. Why don't
Yes.
we move
Hold on,
to
I
a
gotta get to the
subject that
bottom.
doesn't involve pictures?
Yeah,
Maybe
that looks like a
something
real. That looks like a
that you
photo.
can use your own eyes for,
So
or
that's
something
that's
similar.
Yeah, okay, let's move to my subject again, guys.
No, hang on.
Right. No, I agree. I
Looks
agree
like
with
it.
you guys. Can you give me
That
the
looks
floor
like
for
a
one moment?
360 photo.
One moment, please. Just one moment. I
Oh,
agree
sorry,
with
buddy.
you, Sophie. Let's go back to does Kim Jong Un exist?
Come on,
No.
man.
Does what?
Um,
Does
so
chameleon?
Tor had no problem recognizing that the photo I just posted is real, even though it's obviously photos stitched together, right? It's so obvious. So why don't you accept the satellite photos?
Here you go again, being religious.
Do you
You have
accept
no problem
Jesus? Do
accepting.
you accept Jesus Christ, flat earthers are silly?
Jesus, he's cornered.
Okay,
He's
they didn't
cornered.
do
He's in a
correct.
corner.
Yeah,
He's
Tor,
in
he's
a
just
corner,
LARPing. He's just
and
acting stupid.
he's just
LARPing.
flailing around.
He's just 100%
Why are we
LARPing.
bringing Jesus into this
They
fucking
really just don't
conversation?
get it.
Leave Jesus alone.
Because you're being religious, bro. You're being
No, he's
religious.
Stay
LARPing.
on
He's
fucking
LARPing. Tor's
topic.
LARPing.
Stay on fucking
Considering
topic.
your God gives your foundation for logic, and you just had one principle directly contradict another principle, I think that's fucking hysterical.
No, he did
Excuse
not.
me, where did I have one?
Tor is LARPing. He's just pretending to be dumb. He's just pretending to
Your
say
name is
stupid shit. He's just
Pastafarian, and you're
acting
not a
dumb. He's LARPing.
Pastafarian.
He's
That's
live
the
action role playing
definition of LARPing, bro.
No
You're
one is going to take
ridiculous.
anything he says seriously.
Pasta, hold on. Now,
If his question
now, is
if
that
his
all you
question to
got
the
is
thing
personal
the images
attacks,
are real, he's like, oh, do you
Pastafarian, or
accept
do you have
Jesus
actually
Christ? He's
anything to
LARPing.
contribute?
I'm tagging out.
Do you
Someone
have
else
actually anything
start
to
destroying
contribute,
them.
or are you
I'm
just
tagging out.
calling people
Someone
names?
else to start destroying them. I'm tagging out.
Pastafarian, you're hilarious, bro, because what ends up happening here is you
Yeah, I'm
have the name
hilarious, bro. Yes, I am. I'm
Pastafarian,
hilarious. I
and then
believe in
you're
a flying
upset with
spaghetti
me,
monster.
and it's
The
funny
flying
because of
spaghetti
how it
monster is
triggers
one
you.
true God that
Fuck
created
up
the
for
earth.
once in your
I
goddamn
was
fucking life.
I was talking, bro, and the guy interrupted me. What are you talking about? You want me to just shut up? Ban me then, bro. Do something about it. Don't just talk about it, man. I'm sorry that you guys get all triggered and all fired up over this
I'm
to the
so
point
sorry
that
you
you're
guys
like,
get
I
triggered. I
must
say
see
stupid
this
stuff the
dude
whole
here? This
time.
dude
I
can't
talk
even
with a very
show
annoying
This guy's
voice.
five.
Bro, this
Guys,
guy's
chill out.
ridiculous, dude. This the kind of people you want to hang out with? This Pastafari and
Yeah,
LARPing?
at least I'm not
Like,
LARPing as a retard. At least
you're
I'm just LARPing
LARPing
as
as a
a dumb.
Pastafarian, bro.
At least
That's
you can have a
literally
fucking honest
retarded.
dialogue with me.
Okay, guys, hang on.
LARPing to be completely
Let's get
fucking
on
dumb.
let's get on a topic that we can talk about. Let's get all the meta out of your system.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say that
what
panoramic picture is not doing geometric corrections.
Yeah, the
They're not
picture
post-processing
posted, by the way, anybody could take that picture, right? I mean, that's the difference. That's the fun. To me, anyway, that's the key. Is that you're talking about pictures that, well, I assume because I've only just joined the conversation. We can't go out from outside the Earth and take these kind of pictures, can we? So we've got to take it on faith.
Well, you can. You actually can if you have the
We can go.
technology.
What?
And
No, we
yeah,
can't.
you can. Yes, you can.
How? With
You would have to
a
take a
spaceship?
spaceship. Yeah, you would have to take a
Yeah, the
spaceship.
fucking
exactly.
spaceship.
Exactly.
What
We've
an
got a
idiot.
spaceship, dude.
I'm just sorry.
A cube
We
set.
can
A
do
cube.
it. We have
Doofus is here. Get ready for
Yeah,
spiral.
you can send up a CubeSat, put it on a have that as a payload, and have a camera on it. CubeSats will do.
Herpaderp.
Well, I can't really do that either.
Man, that is some derp ass shit.
I think we should community.
Satellites. Apparently, not anybody can launch one, and you have to get a special company. Like only certain companies can launch satellites. So
Is the problem with the photos that it shows the Earth to be a globe? Is that
Man,
the
are you
problem?
still trying to
Is it?
convince
I don't even
people?
think
Holy
it's showing
shit,
the Earth
man.
to be a globe, really, honestly. I think you got an image there
I
of
think
when
it's
you get
showing a
really
pasta.
far.
I think it's
Dude,
showing
what
a
is
pasta
this guy?
strainer. The Earth looks like a pasta
Who,
strainer. Everyone knows that.
who in the mods right now is going to allow this guy to do this all day?
Please, even though I'm getting tired of
I'm
you.
getting a sore finger if I'm going to keep muting people. You're going to have to learn to stop speaking over, otherwise I will mute.
The Earth is an ocelot, though.
This picture doesn't technically mean the Earth is a globe. It could be when you get really far from the Earth, you can only see a portion of it, right? And then that portion is circular in nature. Yeah, like how a quarter is circular or anything. So I don't really know how you're convincing yourself that this is a globe for sure.
Well,
Like
we can measure the
100%.
ground. We can measure the ground. We know it's a globe.
Measure the ground.
We did that with a bullet yesterday, and it was looking like it was more flat.
Actually, that looked like it was more of a
With the
spherical
bullet.
Earth because the bullet fired took longer to drop.
Which also curves upwards out of the barrel, right?
Yeah, that was an assumption.
Which you can adjust by aiming the gun slightly downward, so when the bullet gets fired, it's actually perfectly level.
So in terms of satellite thing, since I just got tagged in something, you can build your own satellite, but launching it and getting, making your own rocket to launch it is a whole nother process. And you have to get it like approved.
Okay, but
and
if
stuff.
you
It's stupid.
if you do make your own
Yeah,
satellite
it needs to be
and
approved
someone else
because you have
puts it into
rocket
space
fuel
for
in it.
you and
Rocket
you
fuel is
receive
dangerous.
Hey, somebody was talking
Anyway,
then.
so
Go, Shu.
no, doofus, but okay, yeah. So
Sorry, I'm not at the computer.
it's all right. So if you make your own satellite and somebody else launches it for you and you start receiving images from it, then what's the problem with having somebody else send it up for you now?
I don't think you can actually put a camera on it. I think it's a security issue.
According to who?
National security issue. I've looked into it before.
According to who? Not just say it again.
Yeah,
I think she said the NSA. Yeah.
I think it's
National
a security issue.
doesn't
Okay, we
affect
heard
the,
that
the
part.
entire planet. It only affects the U.S. How is taking photographs of the U.S. from the air a national security issue?
No,
Explain
it's
that
the
to me.
fact that you have the
Specifically that,
camera.
Taylor.
It's the fact that you have the
I
camera
asked
that you
Taylor.
could
Shut the
turn it
fuck
on.
up, Thor. I asked Taylor.
Dude, you can look at images of military bases from Google Earth. So what do you mean national security issue?
How is that a national security issue, Taylor? Explain that to me, please. Come on.
Because I think that the amateurs there are certain regulations on your satellite.
You think? You think?
Yeah, that's what I've read before, but it's whatever. I've looked into it, but
Well, you read
I
below.
think-
Somebody,
Yo, can you guys let her finish?
I'm
please?
sure.
Wait, go ahead. Let him.
Hey, look,
yeah, they're totally triggered tonight,
Guess
aren't
where
they?
you read this from?
It's bad
Hey,
this
psycho
morning,
base where
dude.
you
These
read
guys
this
are
from?
on their religious high horse today, boy.
Religious high horse.
But this is before
So
you guys get
religious
into
high horse
Bible-
doesn't make sense.
Bible
When
talk.
somebody brings a
Just
claim
like
and we
five
challenge it, we ask for support for the claim.
Yeah,
That's
asking
not a
Taylor
religious
to
high.
for her to
That's not a
explain how
religious.
it's a national
that
security
is
issue.
not a.
How is that a religious?
Oh my God! I'll get it out
Yeah,
eventually.
Yeah, if he keeps doing that, I'm gonna have to mute him. I'm not at the computer,
Just
but
mute him. Don't even wait.
He's gonna do it
Okay, so
again.
asking somebody to
obviously.
support their claim, is not a religious high horse.
No, I agree with that, definitely. Are you here to convince people that the Earth is a globe, doofus?
We're not talking about.
I'm
the
here
globe.
to
We're talking
discuss
about
the
how it is
arguments
an
that are
national
occurring
security
in the room at the time.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Pasta, can you even hear doofus? Or are you just intentional?
I'm acting as stupid and dishonest as Torres. If he's allowed to troll and act stupid, why can't I?
Actually, you're not doing the same thing he is.
Do you know him?
Valid point.
You're being very disruptive, is what you're doing.
So is Torah.
Hey, do you actually know Torah?
No, I don't. I know he's I know he's stupid and dishonest.
Just don't take it personal.
Oh,
I don't know why this room just allows people that nobody. You don't know me. The dude is named
I don't need to know
Pastafarian,
you
and
in
he's
order to
calling me a
understand that you're being
larper.
totally dishonest.
Do you see
and that
how
you're
this
lying
dude
and
just
you're pretending
interrupted
to be
again,
stupid.
Terry? We're done with him.
yeah, I'm coming back to
You
the
do
computer.
this shit over it. Yeah,
I'm
you
trying
do
to have a
this shit over
smoke
it.
out break while you're talking.
We
You had your
unmute the
chance.
mock.
why would we do that?
Because why is he muted?
Who suggested
Yeah,
that? I'm going to
let
kick
the
that.
mock off his niche.
No,
Let's
I'm going to
unmute the
kick you.
mock. Come on, let's have a
Suggested
bit
That's
of
gonna make
fun.
it even worse. Are you serious? That's gonna make it even worse.
That's who you guys are at. You guys want to engage with something like that, apparently, because there's two people
No.
trying to be calm with you and just have a discussion, and you're all shouting over each other to try to get in to talk to us.
All
It's
right,
really
quit
weird.
being hypocritical, man. You do it all the time.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
it's
muted
because
the
they
other
want to
guy.
imagine they're in a saloon shooting each other.
No, I just muted the other guy, so it's okay.
So proceeding, I think we should, as a community, go in and fund a satellite that it's got a little camera, and it should have a little strobe on it, that would flash at us as it goes over.
I like
So
that
apparently
idea,
there
Left
are
Lane.
some NOAA rules that prevent unauthorized Earth observation or surveillance. I'm trying to get these pulled up for you.
What about
Yeah,
authorized?
I'm just reading about it actually. The basically it says the height boundary between countries, sovereign airspace, and outer space is not precisely defined under international law, which has led to a debate. There's no universally agreed upon altitude that marks where airspace ends and outer space begins. However, they've sort of got a common line, haven't they? Under Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation. Well, at the bottom here it says, if you see, because I was talking about a go faster rocket. If you're serious about launching a rocket above the common line, step by step, design, build, safety. Your rocket must meet safety and airworthiness criteria. You have to apply for a launch license. Usually includes safety reviews, environmental impact, insurance requirements. Launch from approved sites often requires a spaceport or isolated area coordinated with aviation authorities. You have to notify air traffic control and authorities to avoid collisions and ensure public safety. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you have to go through.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. It talks about
Right,
military bases, like imaging them. This is on NASA's website.
Or
You have to get an NOAA license.
Oh, if you go through the right channels, you can actually get it done.
Okay,
Yeah,
NOAA license.
of course you got to get it authorized and apply for everything. And I think Andy's talking about a high altitude rocket, but I'm talking about having like the Falcon 9 take a satellite, of course.
Follow a data protection plan. Yeah, I'll actually share this quote and this link with you, Doofus, because you were wondering about the imaging. Like, if anybody could just send up a satellite and image the Earth.
Yo, Left Lane, how far a day do you drive? I know that's really off topic, but we had a conversation yesterday about it.
I'm sorry, man, my bad. You could pull your own images from satellites.
Like how many miles?
So getting the
Yeah, that was
images from
definitely-
like GOES 18 is one thing. But additionally, the rules for that you're going to be pulling up, Taylor. If you put a, say, 8 megapixel camera up on a CubeSat that has the standard FOV of 60 degrees, there's no way that the images you get from that will fall under that that ruling, that set of rules. Those images will be fine. They're not imaging any bases because it's the whole Earth and it's not clear enough to see any detail.
Let me read this quote. Earth imaging and remote sensing of any kind is subject to license by NOAA. And you have to create and follow a data protection plan, which will prevent sensitive remote data, high-resolution pictures, such as high-resolution pictures of military bases, from falling into the wrong hands. So you have to like
an
literally
8 megapixel an 8 megapixel image of a standard FOV image, like a 60 degree FOV, will not be enough detail to fall on the wayside of that rule. You'll be able to do it. That's not a problem.
Okay, just know that any type of imaging of the Earth, you have to get a license by the NOAA.
Here, I'll send you a picture.
Right,
of
and as I said
right
multiple times, it wouldn't be a problem to do that because such an image that I described, an 8 megapixel image with a standard FOV, won't be enough detail to prevent you from getting that up.
I'll send you a picture of a
There's like
military
two
base
different
right now.
application processes you have to fill out. So it's not like you can just go up there and take a picture.
Yeah,
What if
yes,
on the flat
yes, it
Earth,
is.
though?
You fill out the form. That's it.
There's regulations.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine that
Oh
those
God damn it!
I would. I would.
Hold on.
Imagine.
If I have to go get a driver's license, does that mean I cannot drive?
Nope.
Tyler?
No, you were just asking about
Do
any sort of
they-
regulation on pictures, right? On
Do you
taking,
have the
No, what I'm saying is
form there?
you can do it. That's what I'm saying.
assuming that they approve you.
Well, I imagine that the
do they
reason why
have
you
the
have to be
application
approved
form there?
is because so you can't come back later and say you didn't know what the rules, the laws were. That's one of the reasons why you have to get approved for stuff like that, why you have to have that
funny.
approval. So you can't come back later and say, well, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to do that. They can say, these are the rules, we'll approve you for it. If you break them, you know they're the rules, you will be held accountable. That's why they do it. But that
It's
doesn't
funny
mean that
'cause
everything will get you in trouble. Some things you can do and they won't say anything to you about.
once you do the application, it says the NOAA will then determine if you need a license, and the need is italicized. So you have to need it in order to get it.
So they decide if you need it.
Yeah, they decide if you need it or not.
Does it say on the application form if you anything about, is there like a checkbox where you have to say if you're a US citizen or anything like that?
No, I'm just reading the NASA
This
page
has
on applying.
nothing
I
to
haven't even
do with
looked
the
at the actual
topic. This is
application yet.
just oh, okay. No, I'm just curious about the actual application form from a legal
I
standpoint.
bet that's even crazier. I can pull it up.
Yeah, see if you can. Because I'm not in front of a screen now, so I just have to listen, you know?
What if when you went high enough up above a flat earth you just saw a circle, like how Blue Marble science picture is? Like what if that's just all you saw? Like how do you know that that is a globe for sure?
Well, we can compare it to the images
Earth
like of the
needs to be
continents
tied
that
to
we
the
have, and if you only see half of them, there you go.
What do you mean?
Not
Like
only
that would
that,
just I'm just saying there's a limit to the circle that you can see because of how much light is hitting it. You know what I mean? Like if there's only a certain amount of light hitting it, then you can only see a portion of it, and therefore when you go into the darkness of space, the only thing lit up is this little circle of Earth. So therefore, why are you
problem is
saying
light
it is a
in
globe?
space.
yeah, that
What's
Problem
doesn't
that?
is
make
in
sense on a
space.
flat
There's
Earth.
nothing
And more
stopping the
importantly,
light.
if you
There
see
is
the
literally
moon go
medium.
behind the Earth, that doesn't really help your flat Earth claim either.
Also,
I don't
also,
see
also,
that.
light has no medium to stop in space. Light hasn't, as you flat earthers argue, light does have some sort of medium on Earth. In space, you have no medium there to stop it.
Yeah, yeah, but still, you're just seeing a circle. You're not seeing.
You're not gonna be limited in vision. The light's gonna spread wherever it can from its
Yeah,
Okay,
origin.
so
exactly.
when
But
you
it's all.
say when
He's
you
And
say
that
saying because
includes
medium,
the entirety of
he's
Earth.
saying because the 2D photo makes it look like just a circle. Why are you claiming it's a globe? That's his line of reasoning. I know it's hard to figure out the stupidity of reason in this shit, but that's his reasoning right there.
so when you say medium, there it goes from there's a medium here to space is no medium. You mean air, correct?
Yeah, change of medium. I meant
Okay, so where is that change?
probably around, probably around atmospheric. You get a gradual change, but according to flat earthers, there's some sudden change.
No,
I
no,
don't.
just
I
tell
still
us
don't
where.
understand
You
it.
don't have to
So
go to flat Earth. Just tell us where.
Let's say go probably 200,000 feet above the surface.
200,000
probably.
feet. Is that your
Yeah.
claim? Is that? Should we Google it and make sure you're on point?
No, I'm not. I'm checking for. I'm asking for flat Earth. What's there? In general.
Why? Why are you deflecting? Why do you not like your
What
model that you have to deflect
the
to
fuck
flat
do you
Earth?
mean I'm deflecting?
Because the question's
Look,
about the globe model.
You
you were
asked me a
speaking
question
about a
about flat Earth. You
medium.
fucking liar.
You were speaking about a medium, and I simply asked, I'm asking you to clarify what you mean and how this all works. Because you're saying it's going from this medium, which we'll say is air pressure, to no medium, and it happens somewhere. So I want to know where it
See,
happens and how we can
I should
have
rephrase myself. I should
air pressure
1 second.
here
I said I should
without
rephrase
next
myself.
to.
Please stop
I said
interrupting
I
the
should.
lady, dude.
She
It's
is.
very
Let her.
rude, bro.
Let her ask her question completely, so we can answer it completely.
I mean, just tell me. So he says there's this medium here, and then space is no medium. So, and then I asked, so where does it go from medium to no medium? And then he said, well, probably around 200. And then, I mean, I didn't even say anything. He just spiraled on from there.
I thought you were talking about flat Earth. Sorry
Flat
for the
Earth doesn't have
misconception.
that belief, though. Flat Earth doesn't have the belief of that
I
there's.
thought you guys did. Okay, I've been proven wrong. I admit that. I didn't know you guys didn't believe in space.
What?
Nobody
it's
said that either.
How
Why?
do you know
it's easy
anything
to
about?
explain though.
Listen, just wait. How do you know anything about anyone in here?
Because I've talked to
How
so many of
you
these
can
people
only
before.
go.
Can you
No,
shut
but
the fuck
I'm
up
not.
and let me
We're
talk?
not
Or
these
otherwise are you gonna
people. You can
fucking
only
continue interrupting like
go.
a little bitch?
Jeez Louise, this dude is like getting sexist now, bro.
I call anyone
No,
a
I
bitch who
mean
interrupts me.
you.